Year 1466 of the Haiyuan calendar. Western Sea. Haiyan Island. What on earth is happening to me? Ming forced his eyes open with difficulty. Half awake and half asleep, he felt his mind utterly blank, as if someone had swung a club hard against his skull. His head was groggy, and it felt as though he could just keep on sleeping forever. Why am I so dizzy for no reason first thing in the morning? Could I be about to drop dead suddenly? No way. I remember going to bed at 2 last night. I don't want to die yet. Wake up, wake up. As he shouted inwardly again, and again Ming finally broke free from that half-dreaming state. His consciousness became a little clearer, and what entered his sight was a brown wooden ceiling so crude and simple it looked downright shabby. What a completely unfamiliar ceiling. This is definitely not my home. Countless thoughts popped up in Ming's mind as he tried to sit up, only to discover that his body was abnormally heavy, utterly devoid of strength. On top of that, he was wrapped up so tightly it was suffocating. Did I get kidnapped, and they're about to harvest my organs? As his mind snapped fully awake, Ming stared, wide-eyed, panic surging in his chest. He began to survey his surroundings in a fluster, trying to figure out where he was and what danger he might be in. I must have transmigrated. Ming's lips slowly parted as he muttered. Just now he had already pieced together his situation. He was currently an infant, only a short time after birth. This place was not his former home at all. The crude wooden hut around him resembled the otherworldly settings he used to see in anime from his past life. He had grown up reading online novels and often fantasized about transmigration, yet now that it had truly happened, he found himself strangely unable to accept it. What a twisted sense of irony, he thought bitterly. 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. In front of a dilapidated wooden house on Haiyan Island, Ming sat on the threshold, propping his head up with one hand as he gazed at the sky. The confusion and excitement he'd felt when he first transmigrated were long gone, and in their place was a deep, lingering worry. This is the world of pirates. How is an ordinary person like me supposed to survive in a place like this? Under Whitebeard's quake fruit, the entire marine headquarters had nearly been destroyed. With a single punch from Garp, the whole Hive Island trembled as countless pirates perished beneath the impact of his fist. Whenever Ming recalled such scenes, he had no idea how someone as weak as he was could hope to keep on living. At first he had not thought so far ahead. His only plan was to grow stronger and someday act as a local tyrant around Haiyan Island, throwing his weight around. But the news he heard today sent his sense of crisis skyrocketing. Haiyan Island was a vassal island of the Nation of the Gods. If the name Nation of the Gods doesn't ring a bell, then you should at least recall the incident at God Valley. When he had watched that pirate story, the God Valley incident hadn't been described in detail. Yet an event capable of erasing an entire nation, something so sensitive that even the celestial dragons dared not publicize, it could not possibly be a trivial matter. With Haiyan Island being an affiliated island of God Valley, how could its fate be any better? For all he knew, some great powerhouse might casually wipe it off the map one day. Transmigrators were never blessed with a sense of security to begin with, and being born in such a dangerous place made his fears surge to the extreme. No way around it. Starting tomorrow, the bald-headed training regimen will be doubled. No sooner had he made up his mind than Ming felt himself falter. He began scratching his head in distress. Sure, people in the pirate world have monstrous physiques on average, but I'm only 5 years old. If I train like that, I'll probably die. The so-called bald-headed training regimen was Saitama's method: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Doubling it meant running 20 kilometers. Oh heavens, give me a cheat ability already. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lottery system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 lottery draw. A cold mechanical voice abruptly rang out in his mind, and immediately afterward a torrent of information flooded into his brain. Ming's face turned deathly pale as he clutched his head with both hands and began convulsing on the ground. Sweat quickly soaked the dirt beneath him, yet the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than the recoil of an assault rifle. Huh. Cheat ability, oh cheat ability, you finally showed up. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? It's Senior Shuo Mao. I'll go call Jiu Xi and Nai, and we'll set off right away. Shou Shu sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping from water and prepared to head into the tent. Delight. From the information transmitted by the system, the lottery system granted him 1 draw each year. The prizes could be anything from across the myriad worlds. He might get Panga's essence blood from the primordial Hongwang world, or he might pull some worthless junk from a modern city. Everything depended entirely on luck. When his laughter finally faded, Ming's expression turned solemn. He pressed his palms together devoutly and bowed toward all directions, chanting nonstop. I'm really not greedy. Just give me a Herscher's course, some cultivation methods, and innate spiritual treasure or two. That would be enough. System, start the lottery. An extremely simple lottery panel appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was just a giant wheel divided into hundreds of tiny segments crammed together. Before he could see what was in the prize pool, the wheel began to spin at a frantic speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining detailed explanation of the 9 Yang Divine Art Old Edition. The lottery panel vanished, replaced by a thread-bound book that materialized in midair and dropped neatly into Lu Ming's hands. After all that praying, you're telling me all I get is a copy of 9 Yang Divine Art. Staring at the 4 bold characters on the cover, Lu Ming could hardly believe it. If he were in a world of traditional martial arts, 9 Yang Divine Art would indeed be a magnificent reward. But this was the pirate world where true powerhouses could cleave mountains and split seas. Even if he cultivated 9 Yang Divine Art to perfection, it might only grant him a few thousand caddies of strength, barely enough for some great pirate to use as a toothpick. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Still beats having no reward at all. Lu Ming sighed helplessly, then got up and went back into the house. Sitting down, he opened 9 Yang Divine Art and began to read. As expected of a detailed edition, the book described the body's meridians and acupoints, the cautions one had to observe while cultivating, the proper methods of training, and how to guide and circulate true qi, all in meticulous detail. It even laid out precise methods for opening the hundreds of acupoints throughout the body and breaking through the dozens of mysterious bottlenecks hidden within. It was practically like having the food chewed and fed straight into his mouth. Good thing it's the detailed version. If this were the original text, I probably wouldn't understand a single thing, he muttered. After finishing the whole book, Lu Ming actually felt a wave of relief. The mental formulas recorded in 9 Yang Divine Art were completely beyond him. Without these annotations, he would likely have gone astray and suffered a qi deviation shortly after beginning cultivation. And a qi deviation in martial arts was no trivial matter. At best, one's mind would shatter and turn them into a lunatic. At worst, the meridians would snap and death would follow. Turning back to the first page of the thread-bound book, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating according to the instructions. He regulated his breathing, drawing in and expelling air, sensing and guiding qi, and leading it into his Dantian sea of qi. With the detailed edition as his guide, Lu Ming's cultivation proceeded smoothly. He quickly entered the right state and could clearly feel a warm current roaming through his body before finally settling in his Dantian. It felt wonderful. Lu Ming seemed to be soaking in a hot spring, his essence, energy, and spirit thoroughly nourished, comfort flooding every inch of him. So this is 9 Yang Divine Art. Not bad at all, he murmured. 2 hours later, as he savored the gentle warmth flowing within him and the complete disappearance of a whole day's fatigue, a smile curved Lu Ming's lips. Autumn gave way to the east wind, spring passed into midsummer. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had slipped away, and Lu Ming was now 11 years old. He had grown into a handsome, lively, yet resolute youth with a robust body. Just from his appearance alone, he was markedly different from the island's other residents. Unlike the fishermen who spent their lives at sea with sun-darkened bronze skin, his complexion carried a healthy reddish glow and an easy, unrestrained air. For 6 years, Lu Ming's life had followed a strict and orderly rhythm, almost like tracing the same 3 points on a line every day. Each night, he cultivated the 9 Yang Divine Art at home, spent his mornings on various physical training routines, and his afternoons hunting and foraging in the forest. He never saved up his annual lottery draws, always using them on the spot. In succession, he obtained a storage ring of 30 cubic meters, a bottle of Huanglong pills containing 30 pills, 10 cases of Zhonghua cigarettes, a gravity regulator from Doryman, and 100 senza beans. Relying on the effects of the Huanglong pills, he had already perfected the 9 Yang Divine Art 3 years earlier, thoroughly opening all his body's major and minor meridians, the 365 acupoints, and all 36 profound gateways, thus stepping into the innate realm. After reaching the innate realm, Lu Ming's 5 senses were greatly enhanced. He could clearly perceive the rhythm of the wind. On this foundation, a 6th sense also emerged. With this new perception, he discovered he could not only look inward at the state of his own body, but also sense the free-floating energies between heaven and earth. At first, Lu Ming thought this was the awakening of observation haki, but later he realized the feeling was completely different. He understood then that it must be the nascent form of spiritual sense born from the transformation of his essence, qi, and spirit after breaking through to the innate realm. As for those free-floating energies between heaven and earth, Lu Ming was still unsure whether they were truly heavenly and earthly spiritual energy or some kind of cosmic power. Lu Ming also tried to directly absorb those wandering energies, but discovered he could not. He could only use his own innate true chi to wrap around them and then draw them into his body. At the beginning, he dared to envelop only a tiny trace, afraid that this power might harm him and cause irreversible damage. Only after capturing it several times and finding no abnormalities within his body did he finally dare to cultivate boldly and without restraint. From then on, an extra step was added to Lu Ming's nightly cultivation, using his innate true chi to capture those drifting strands of heaven and earth spiritual energy to assist his practice. Perhaps it was the Hyun purple chi he had cultivated, or perhaps those floating external energies, or even the gravity regulator. Whatever the reason, from that day onward his strength entered a phase of rapid growth. Deep in the forest, a gigantic tiger 4 meters tall and 10 meters long was fleeing for its life through the trees. Its tongue flicked rapidly in and out as it panted, great beads of sweat dripping from it nonstop. Exhaustion was plain in its eyes, yet even though it was utterly spent, it did not dare to stop for an instant. Not far behind, a dark figure wrapped in a crimson airflow was sprinting madly through the forest, a 1.2-meter iron staff strapped to his back. The grass beneath his feet withered to a scorched yellow wherever he stepped. Don't even think about running. Lu Ming's gaze was deep as the pure yang, indomitable, innate true chi roared through his body. He constantly increased his speed, closing the distance between himself and the giant tiger. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Now, cruel light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he channeled his innate true chi into his feet and suddenly erupted forward, instantly appearing at the giant tiger's side. In that same instant, the iron staff in his hand swung up and came crashing down on the tiger's head. Faint peals of wind and thunder rang through the air, the sound of air itself quivering under such terrifying force and speed. A dull bang resounded. The staff landed with perfect precision on the giant tiger's head, which caved in a large section at once. Blood mixed with white brain matter flowed from its 7 orifices, and its enormous body crashed to the ground, snapping several large trees beneath its weight. 2 years. I finally took this brute down. Lu Ming prodded the giant tiger's corpse with his iron staff. After confirming it was truly dead, he allowed himself a slight sigh of relief, then grabbed its tail with one hand and began dragging the massive carcass toward the village, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. 2 years earlier, right after Lu Ming had first broken into the innate realm, his confidence had swelled, and he had sought out the forest king of Haiyan Island, the very same giant tiger. After a brief clash, he had nearly been gravely wounded and killed. If not for the wall-climbing gecko art recorded in the 9 Yang Divine, art which allowed him to cling to a sheer cliff face, he would have died there. After he recovered, he set the tiger's death as the goal of his cultivation, and today he had finally fulfilled that wish. Aunt Martha, same arrangement as before. Placing the tiger's corpse in front of a butcher's shop, Lu Ming called out to the plump ant inside, who was busy at work. Wow! The plump ant turned instinctively. As she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of the ferocious, massive tiger head on the counter and nearly jumped in fright. Then she came to her senses and stared at Lu Ming as though he were a monster. Lu Ming, is this really the beast king from the forest? You actually managed to kill it? Yes, it's the one. It cost me no small amount of effort. Lu Ming nodded, admitting it. I'll leave the butchering to you, Aunt Martha. Divide it up the same as before. I'll come by this evening to pick up my share. All right, leave it to me without worry. Leaving the tiger's body behind, Lu Ming hefted his iron staff and walked toward a wooden house on the village's edge. His original dilapidated hut had long since been torn down. This new one was larger and far more convenient. Back at the wooden house, Lu Ming pushed open the door and entered a spacious room of over 100 square meters. There were few decorations or belongings inside, only some heavy iron staffs and dumbbells. Lu Ming took out a scale-like device from his storage ring and placed it in a corner of the room, then moved its pointer to 10. At once the air in the wooden house seemed to twist slightly, becoming oppressively heavy. That scale was the item he had drawn from the lottery the year before, a gravity regulator, a prop from Doraemon capable of adjusting gravity within a certain range, anywhere from 0 to 300 times normal. When he first obtained this prop, Lu Ming had been extremely excited. Though the gravity regulator could not directly raise his cultivation, it was the finest auxiliary training tool. Under the crushing weight of increased gravity, every bone, every muscle, even every cell of his body could be tempered effectively. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that cultivating the 9 Yang Divine art under enhanced gravity was far more efficient than training under normal conditions. Most importantly, when pressed by gravity, each cell in his body instinctively sensed the pressure and began actively absorbing his innate true chi, thereby cleansing his muscles and marrow and inducing subtle changes within his body. These changes were the evolution of life itself, the optimization of his very genes. This was also why Lu Ming had been able to kill that giant tiger within just 2 years. Though the beast was only the forest king of Haiyan Island, each swipe of its paw carried over 10,000 gene of force and was extremely difficult to handle. After setting the gravity, Lu Ming dragged his heavy body to the center of the room, picked up an enormous dumbbell from the floor, and began training according to Zoro's regimen. Push-ups, squats, deep squat sit-ups, and more. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming swung the dumbbell, listening to the sound of it tearing through the air. His expression was utterly focused as sweat streamed down his cheeks. The training of physical fitness only requires a step-by-step approach, but what I lack now are martial arts techniques. As Lu Ming exercised, he pondered that although over the years he had created some practical little tricks by combining the methods of manipulating the true qi recorded in the 9 yang divine art with his own ideas, such as using true qi to increase his speed in the forest, and the explosive moment when he defeated the giant tiger, those were ultimately just small tricks and could not be considered true advanced external skills, unable to fully unleash the power of the innate true qi within him. As for naming basic attacks like Teacher Kai and Roger Do, I'm afraid he hasn't reached that level yet. Moreover, Thunder 8 trigrams and Divine Evasion are both powerful techniques, but they have been mastered to the point of becoming instinctual by Teacher Kai and Roger, transforming into ordinary attacks, which is why they are humorously referred to as basic attacks by netizens. 3 hours of training passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming set down the dumbbells in his hands, dragging his fatigued body to the gravity regulator, returned the gravity to normal, and then walked into the nearby bathroom. In 2 days I will have the opportunity for today's lottery draw, though I hope to win something useful. Lying in his homemade large bathtub, feeling as comfortable as a salted fish, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel excited. Since obtaining the lottery system, the day he looked forward to the most each year was the day the lottery refreshed. After 6 years, his mindset had also changed. He no longer anticipated winning items like Pangus blood, but looked forward to winning things that would be useful to him, such as pills, techniques, props, and treasures. Because he had come to understand that if he truly won Pangus blood, he wouldn't be able to use it, so it was better to have something useful. This feels good. After soaking for a while and feeling his fatigue ease, Lu Ming emerged from the bathroom, changed into a white t-shirt and black shorts, and headed towards Aunt Marcia's place. After picking up the divided tiger bones, tiger meat, and barley from Aunt Marcia, he returned to the wooden cabin, took out a specially made large pot, and started a fire to cook. The pot's diameter exceeded 3 meters, and placed on the stove, it looked like a small mountain. He added water, cold water, meat bones, sticks, a spice bag, ginseng dug from the mountain, and just a pinch of salt. After the water boiled, Lu Ming skillfully used a large spoon to skim off the blood foam into a nearby bucket. As expected of me, the stewed meat is just delicious. Using a fork to pick up a piece of tiger meat, Lu Ming, ignoring the heat, took a bite. The tender meat almost made him swallow his tongue, and he couldn't help but show a proud expression. He then began to feast heartily, and before long an entire pot of tiger meat and tiger bone wine was devoured by Lu Ming. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lu Ming returned to his bedroom, placed the gravity regulator by the bed, adjusted the gravity to 10 times, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Like mist, the ethereal purple qi began to emanate from his dantian, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones, cleansing and nurturing every cell in his body, eliminating the negative effects brought by intense training. 2 days later, Lu Ming looked at the lottery panel that only he could see in the void, rubbing his hands in excitement. Let's start the lottery. He still couldn't see the items in the prize pool. The spinning wheel turned rapidly, and soon the arrow pointed to one of the areas. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic techniques of warriors 312 forms. Another manual. I just wonder which world this one is from. I hope it's from a high martial world that can compensate for my shortcomings. Seeing the reward, Lu Ming felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Before long, a metal book fell from the sky into Lu Ming's hands. He eagerly opened it to read. The main content of the book consisted of illustrations of human figures totaling over 300 pages. The reverse side of each illustration recorded explanations in text. Just a glance made Lu Ming feel it was exceptionally complex. It's actually the basic manual for warriors from the world of devouring the starry sky. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy. Haha. It's indeed the basic manual for warriors who devour the universe, containing all the breakthrough methods from apprentice level to cosmic level. This is the universe of devouring the universe, where top-tier powerhouses can create entire universes. Even a basic manual if taken to the world of pirates would be a dimensional strike. Not to mention stellar level, even planetary level would be enough for him to roam freely in the pirate world. The basic techniques of Warriors 312 forms is not just the basic manual for devouring the earth. It is the foundational manual disseminated by the human race throughout the entire virtual universe, covering all aspects of being a warrior, especially the methods of using genetic origin recorded within, which are sufficient to make up for Lu Ming's shortcomings. Now I can change my plans, Lu Ming thought to himself. Originally, he was planning to find a time to escape before the Divine Valley incident. Now, well, I won't eat beef. Reciting the 9-Yang Divine Art mental method in his heart, Lu Ming finally calmed his excited heart, placing the manual on the bed and sitting cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky, beginning to sense and absorb cosmic energy according to the methods recorded in the manual. However, after sitting cross-legged for a long time, Lu Ming found that aside from the heavenly and earthly energy sensed after breaking through the 9-Yang Divine Art, he could not perceive the cosmic energy recorded in the basic techniques of Warriors 312 forms. Earth warriors who devour the world could cultivate because they were infected by the RR virus, but the essence of the virus effect is a form of genetic optimization. When human physical strength reaches 900 kilograms, their genes are optimized to a point where they can withstand cosmic energy, which is why the threshold for human warriors is set at 900 kilograms. However, even though he had not been infected by the RR virus, the perfected 9-Yang Divine Art had long since optimized his genes to a level that surpassed those who devour the universe, so he should be able to sense and absorb cosmic energy. But why can't I perceive it? Lu Ming's heart surged with doubt, and he felt a bit anxious. If the manual couldn't be cultivated, its value would be greatly diminished. After thinking it over, he finally arrived at only one conclusion: the different worlds and their rules could explain why the pirate world lacked cosmic energy. I wonder if this innate true chi can replace genetic origin energy. The operation of innate true chi primarily relies on the human meridians and acupoints, but it can also disperse throughout every organ and cell in the body, like genetic origin energy, and should achieve the effect of genetic origin energy. Thinking of this, Lu Ming sat cross-legged again. This time he no longer used the 5 hearts facing the sky to absorb cosmic energy, but employed the guiding technique from the manual to mobilize the innate true chi within his body, allowing it to disperse throughout his limbs and bones, and even into every single cell. As the innate true chi spread throughout his body, Lu Ming's skin, muscles, bones, and even the deep-level cells and the genes themselves were quietly undergoing changes, evolving towards a higher level. Indeed, it is effective. Lu Ming felt the continuous flow of power. His spirits lifted, but soon a trace of worry crossed his eyes. I hope that by using innate true chi to replace cosmic energy, I won't end up cultivating something that is neither here nor there, making it impossible to break through. With the existence of a lottery system, he believed his future was incredibly bright, but for now it seemed there was no other way but to proceed according to the basic martial arts 312 form, exploring as he went. Having obtained a new manual, Lu Ming's desire to cultivate surged even higher, exhausting himself every day until he squeezed out the last bit of his strength. Unfortunately, Haiyan Island was too small, lacking opponents of comparable strength for him to practice against, and without anyone to teach him, his learning of force and technique was always a bit lacking. At the same time, Lu Ming was trying to fuse the 9-Yang Divine Art with the basic martial arts 312 form to create a new method of cultivation. As everyone knows, there are no cultivation manuals in the world of devouring. There are only secret techniques for breakthroughs and methods of combat. Cultivation for martial artists relies on resource accumulation, so the 5 hearts towards heaven and guiding techniques within are not much stronger than the 9-Yang Divine Art. The 9-Yang Divine Art that Lu Ming obtained was an old version producing true chi that was extremely pure and strong, emanating a terrifying heat. After reaching the innate stage, the power of true chi became even more fearsome, capable of incinerating a person to ashes directly, which was why merely stepping on leaves during a chase had turned them yellow. His idea was to use the 9-Yang Divine Art as a foundation, combining it with the 5 hearts towards heaven's method of absorbing cosmic energy to refine the stray energy from the outside world, then using guiding techniques to allow the innate true chi to be absorbed by all cells in his body, optimizing his genes. The new technique was named the Sun True Scripture, symbolizing Lu Ming's ambition. After 6 years, 17-year-old Lu Ming had grown into a handsome young man, standing at a height of 1.9 meters, inconspicuous in the pirate world, considered a second-rate cripple, yet he was quite satisfied with himself, as the streamlined muscles concealed a terrifying explosive power. Now his strength was equivalent to that of an apprentice at the 8th rank with a punch power of 128T, a speed of 450 milliseconds, and skin tougher than diamonds, likely placing him among the top tier of the sea, if not quite as strong as top pirates like Rocks. Over the past 6 years, Lu Ming had also gradually drawn luxury balls containing a wind speed dog gourmet tablecloths, a Switch console, Kira's giant crocodile barbecue, the Crimson Queen, and the military rations he drew a few days ago. Perhaps due to the basic martial arts 312 form, draining his luck, the items from the last 6 lotteries had not improved his strength. However, Lu Ming maintained a positive mindset. He already had a cultivation method for devouring martial arts, so what did it matter if he drew some junk as a cushion? He just took it as accumulating experience for the good luck that would come later. Is it really that exciting? In the Valley of the Gods, there are not only qinglong fruits and meatball fruits, but even xiaqi is one of the prizes. Putting away the listening phone bug, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He was no stranger to xiaqi, not only because of the anime from his past life, but also because of her fame in the sea, often seeing news about her in newspapers. As the former Empress of Daughter Island, and the most beautiful woman of the sea, Xiaqi captivated countless people, most notably Roger and Rocks. 2 years ago, he had seen in a newspaper that Xiaqi had settled on Pirate Island only to unexpectedly be captured by the celestial dragons. So did Roger and Rocks go to the Valley of the Gods for Xiaqi, or is there another reason? Lu Ming pondered, stroking his chin. He did not believe that those famous sea pirates would venture into the Valley of the Gods, which was guarded by the Divine Knights, and the Navy merely for a devil fruit, nor could it be just for a woman. Perhaps Roger's pirate crew would. But Rocks would definitely not be the type to risk his life for 1 or 2 devil fruits and a woman. He must have his own purpose for going to the Valley of the Gods. Forget it, I don't want to know Rock's purpose. As long as it doesn't affect my ability to obtain the qinglong fruit, that's all that matters. Not wanting to think too much, Lu Ming got up to pack his things, preparing to take a boat to the Valley of the Gods to seize the top-tier Zoan devil fruit. Fish fruit, mythical beast form qinglong. As a transmigrator who had seen Teacher Kai's battle scenes, he knew well the power of this devil fruit. Consuming it would allow one to transform into a qinglong, granting the user immense strength, attack power, defense, resistance, endurance, and the ability to fly. In addition, the user would also gain the powers of lightning, fire, and storm. Teacher Kai was called the strongest creature on land, at sea, and in the air, thanks to this fruit. Moreover, Lu Ming desired this fruit not only for its inherent abilities, but also to use it to elevate his own bloodline level. In the world of devouring, human bloodlines are classified into 10 tiers, and after 6 years he could be certain that his bloodline was at the 9th or even 10th tier, belonging to the lowest tier. The lower the bloodline level, the more time it required to evolve one's genes, which not only slowed down one's cultivation speed, but also presented bottlenecks, making it difficult to reach higher levels. This was the main reason he coveted the qinglong fruit. The reason he believed the qinglong fruit could elevate his bloodline level was that both Zoan and Paramecia devil fruit users possessed bloodline factors. Top scientist Vegapunk could even create artificial fruits using these bloodline factors. As the highest tier devil fruit in the pirate world and a legendary mythical beast type, the qinglong fruit should be able to enhance his bloodline level. Even if it couldn't, possessing the abilities of the qinglong fruit would certainly not be a loss. Of course, whether Teacher Kaido would become weaker without the qinglong fruit and fail to become one of the 4 emperors was of no concern to Lu Ming. However, before he left, he still had one matter to attend to: informing the residents of Haiyan Island to relocate to other islands, as they would definitely be affected as a subordinate island of the Valley of the Gods. Without his presence, the fate of this island would likely be the same as that of the Valley of the Gods, ultimately sinking into the sea and disappearing from the map. Fortunately, over the years, Lu Ming's prestige in the village was exceedingly high. With the naval warships howling around the island, the residents trusted Lu Ming's words and set sail away from Haiyan Island. The eastern waters of the Valley of the Gods were shrouded in a strange tranquility. The azure sea surface was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the slowly moving clouds in the sky, as if nature was deliberately beautifying the impending fierce battle. Lu Ming stood on the deck of his inconspicuous little boat, gently stroking the anxious and low growling wind speed dog beside him. This large fire-type Pokemon had its fur standing on end, with wary flames flickering in its golden eyes. Standing on such a small boat in the vast sea clearly made it restless. "Don't be afraid, Wind Speed Dog," Lu Ming whispered, running his fingers through the fluffy orange fur of the Wind Speed Dog. "I know you don't like the sea. When it's time to act, I'll put you away. Oh, for now, stay here and keep me company." His gaze crossed the calm sea surface, landing on the silhouette of the island surrounded by hundreds of naval warships in the distance. The justice flags flying from those warships were glaringly nauseating in the sunlight. 300,000 lives. Now the Valley of the Gods has been annihilated, and the entire country of 300,000 people has either been killed or captured as slaves. This information was revealed by Jean and I, and now only the celestial dragons, the Navy, the Night Order, and a large number of slaves remain in the valley. So many slaves are gathered to host the human hunting competition held every 3 years. The so-called human hunting competition involves selecting a non-member country from the 4 seas and the Grand Line, turning the entire nation's populace into slaves with additional slaves released as prey, while the celestial dragons act as hunters, ultimately ranking based on the number of kills to win prizes. The grand prize of this competition is xia qi, followed by the top-tier devil fruits, such as the qinglong fruit. In the past, I thought the Navy stood for justice, but the more I hear, the more it feels ironic. Before receiving the intelligence from Jean and I about the Valley of the Gods, Lu Ming might have joined the Navy, but now he feels that becoming a pirate in the future is also quite good. The wind speed dog whimpered softly, nudging its head against its master's leg. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and sympathy in his heart. Even though he had long prepared himself mentally, he still found it hard to accept the news, especially since he had to go in shortly. The wind suddenly shifted, bringing with it a faint scent of blood from the island, and he could faintly hear the sound of screams. Lu Ming's hands instinctively clenched into fists. He knew that the so-called human hunting competition was about to begin. He wanted to remain indifferent, but as a modern person, the education and moral concepts ingrained in him made it unacceptable. At this moment, he could hardly imagine the despair in the hearts of those slaves, nor could he picture the scene of humans being hunted down like pigs. Every time he thought of it, he could not accept it. And such a game is held every 3 years. What a damned world, he muttered under his breath, a glint of determination and killing intent flashing in his eyes. But changing the world is not my goal. At least not now. On the island, Jean and I, Bear, and others gathered together. After Ivan Koff's calm analysis, all the slaves began to show signs of rebellion, planning to seize the prizes of this competition and use the powers of the devil fruits to escape. The prizes of this competition are the key to our escape, Jean and I confidently said, while kneeling before the transponder snail, looking at her companions. Prizes? Someone exclaimed with a puzzled face. From the intelligence I've collected, I learned that one of the prizes is the most powerful devil fruit that allows you to transform into a mythical beast, the qinglong. The other grants the ability to launch others and yourself far away to another island, and the meatball fruit is also on this island. If anyone among us can eat this fruit, we can let dozens escape from this hell and break through the Navy. It's useless. The prizes are in the center of the island. Before we find the prizes, we'll be eliminated. It's okay. I've already sent all the intelligence from this island out, and soon the pirates targeting the treasure will storm this island, causing great chaos. Jean and I said confidently, but as soon as she finished speaking, she changed her tone, saying somewhat gloomily, however, merely this won't allow our operation to succeed. We need someone among us to act as bait to attract the attention of the celestial dragons. Bait. Upon hearing that they needed to attract the celestial dragon's attention, the slaves present showed fearful expressions, lowering their heads, in unison, afraid of being named as bait. He'll do it. Bear thought for a moment, raised his hand, and said softly, I am larger in size, so I should be able to survive longer than an average person. And I don't want to see anyone die. Jean and I and Ivan looked at Bear in shock. Ivan also chose to act as bait alongside Bear to attract the celestial dragon's attention and retrieve the meatball fruit that could lead them to escape. After discussing, they immediately began to take action. Did they come? The Rocks Pirates. Lu Ming smiled as he watched the pirate fleet appear in the distance. The flag of the Rocks Pirates is highly recognizable, featuring the English initials of Rock's name, with the letter O replaced by a skull with Rock's distinctive hair, making it easy to identify. Let me see which ship Charlotte Linlin is on. Lu Ming concentrated his innate true chi in his eyes, his pupils instantly turning golden as he scanned the distant pirate fleet, searching for Charlotte Linlin's figure. This technique of concentrating true chi in his eyes is one of the small tricks Lu Ming has developed over the years, enhancing both vision and dynamic vision, proving to be very practical. Soon Lu Ming spotted Charlotte Linlin on Rock's ship. In addition, he also saw familiar figures like Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Kaido, and those standing beside them Lu Ming guessed to be Wang, Zhijian, and others. As for the remaining people, he did not recognize any of them. Big Mom is indeed beautiful now. This face, this figure is truly top-notch. I really don't know how she became that burly old woman with a face full of fat in the future. Looking at the elegant and outstanding Big Mom standing on the deck, Lu Ming couldn't help but complain. When he thought of the elderly women in the pirate world, it seemed that aside from Xia Qi, no one had escaped Oda's artistic hand. But while complaining, Lu Ming did not forget his purpose. He took out a red and white pokeball from his pocket, lightly pressed the center button, and the ball instantly expanded. Come back first, or we need to get closer in another way. A red light flashed, and the wind speed dog was recalled. Lu Ming tucked the pokeball back at his waist and stored the small boat in his storage space. He took one last look at the Navy fleet, which was gradually becoming lively in the distance, sneered, and quietly sank into the sea. To the east of the island is the Rocks Pirates. A Marine soldier immediately spotted the Rocks Pirates and reported in panic, but unfortunately it was too late. Rocks led the famous pirates of the New World straight through, charging toward the eastern coast of the Valley of the Gods. Rocks Pirates, why? Not just them, the ships of infamous pirates are coming one after another. I've never heard of such a thing. What is their purpose? Open fire. Faced with such a large-scale pirate alliance attack, the Navy on the eastern coast clearly panicked. Each of them couldn't believe why the Rocks Pirates would come to the Valley of the Gods, and the responsible Marine Vice Admiral quickly reacted, ordering the fleet to open fire immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs rained down on the Pirate Alliance's ships, but there was no effect at all. Before the cannonballs could hit the pirate ships, they were detonated in midair by the pirates using their various means, and instead the warships were destroyed by the cannon fire from the pirate ships. Useless Navy. Rocks Pirates, follow me. The deep, thunderous voice exploded from the main ship's deck, causing the entire sea to fall into an eerie silence. The figure of Rocks D. Jibek transformed into a black lightning bolt, leaping down from the ship's bow at a height of 100 meters. As his toes touched the sandy beach of the east coast, the air within 1,000 meters suddenly warped. Boom. Hundreds of dark red lightning bolts erupted around him, the shockwave generated by his conqueror's haki, cracking the coastline with countless fissures. The nearest 10,000 naval soldiers couldn't even scream before they fell like wheat being cut down. The soldiers a bit further away also collapsed to their knees, unable to grip their weapons. Monster! Monster! A naval vice admiral knelt on one knee, his sword deeply embedded in the ground, barely managing to stay conscious. He looked up at the figure resembling a demon god, seeing that Rocks didn't even glance at these minor soldiers. With a flick of his black cloak, he turned into a blur, rushing towards the depths of the island. Hey Rocks, stop right there. I'm not your subordinate, I don't think you can order me around. Whitebeard's furious voice rang out, and he jumped off the ship with Stussy. Unfortunately, Rocks had already gone far ahead and didn't hear them at all. Golden Lion Shiki floated down, his golden hair dancing wildly in the residual waves of pressure. He grinned, cigar in mouth. Whoever saves Xia Qi first wins, no problem. What are you talking about? Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, the flames of Prometheus dancing in her hands, illuminating her youthful and beautiful face. Of course, the first thing we need to get is those treasures. Clearly, as a woman, Linlin was not interested in Xia Qi. Her target was the other prizes. Then Kaido, Captain John Wang Ji, and others from the Rocks Pirates descended from the ship. As they stood together, a tense atmosphere brewed, and they began discussing their next actions. On the western coast, the Roger Pirates also successfully landed. GOLD. Roger charged onto the shore, his eyes burning with the spirit of battle beneath his straw hat. His observation haki locked onto a powerful presence in the distance, his body trembling with excitement. It's been a year. Do you know what kind of feelings I've come here with? Today is going to be a big uproar. Roger, there's no captain's privilege in this matter. Rayleigh and Jabba followed closely behind, their eyes showing signs of urgency. Clearly the main target of the Roger Pirates was Xia Qi. Thus the Roger Pirates moved from west to east, while the Rocks Pirates moved from east to west, with two mountains enclosing the Celestial Dragons and the Knights of God in between. Not long after Charlotte Linlin and the others disappeared from the coast, at a remote coast on the east side, the sea suddenly split open with a loud splash. Lu Ming stepped out of the sea, the sun, true scripture, circulating within him, instantly evaporating the moisture from his clothes. The luxurious ball hanging from his waist also swayed slightly, and the wind speed dog inside was aware that they had left the sea, its worries dissipating. Lu Ming gently stroked the spirit ball and looked towards the center of the island. Their thick smoke billowed, and the explosive flames dyed the dusk sky blood red. Amidst the shouts and cries, Charlotte, Lean, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Golden Lion Shiki joined forces as if they were in an uninhabited realm. Wherever they passed, the Navy and CP personnel were thrown into chaos, slaughtered as they made their way to the center of the island. Found you. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, the surging innate true energy boiling within him. He lightly tapped his toes, his figure transforming into a blur as he swept across the battlefield, the clashes between slaves and navy seeming to play out in slow motion on either side of his vision. The suppressed desire for battle built up over 12 years was released at this moment. Lu Ming could feel every cell in his body cheering, yearning to compete with those legendary powerhouses. But before that, he must first obtain the fruit that would allow him to reach the pinnacle. Following behind Charlotte Linlin and the others, Lu Ming encountered very few enemies, as most had already been killed by the four. However, when he saw the remnants of the celestial dragons, he would not hesitate to wield the Crimson Queen to send them off to the afterlife. Such garbage did not deserve to live. Get out of the way. At that moment, Whitebeard, running at the front, saw a tall woman with sharp teeth and sunglasses ahead, and with a fierce roar he swung his weapon, cleaving through the surrounding clouds. Clearly, Whitebeard's target was not just the woman in front of him, but also Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki beside and behind him. Slash. The invisible slash cut everything in front of him in half, including the woman, blocking the way, whose upper half, while holding a baby, collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief. After dodging Whitebeard's attack, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki, and Kaido began to hurl curses. From just that scene, it was evident that the relationships among the members of the Rocks Pirates were quite poor. Wow, that was really sudden. Dodging the slash, Lu Ming hid in the shadows, feeling a lingering fear as he looked in the direction of Whitebeard. If he hadn't kept a distance from Whitebeard and the others, that sudden slash would have hit him. That's Dragon. And that woman is holding Shanks. Lu Ming was somewhat uncertain in his heart. From his position, he clearly saw Dragon hiding behind a rock, as well as the baby in the fallen woman's arms. At this moment, Dragon's face did not yet bear the shoeprint-like pattern. That woman is Shanks' mother, but she doesn't look like it at all. The baby's appearance closely resembled the future Shanks, making it hard for Lu Ming not to have doubts. At that moment, a large number of pirates surrounded him, approximately 100 wielding swords and firearms. These people looked at Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki, and Kaido with fervor and excitement as they charged forward. If we take down these few, we can make a name for ourselves on the seas. That's right, as long as we defeat them, we'll be true pirates of the sea. Brothers, charge. There are only 4 of them. Huh. Hearing their shouts, Lu Ming was completely baffled. Who gave you little ants the courage to face those 4? Liang Jingru. Indeed, there are naive frogs at the bottom of the well everywhere, thinking they could kill Whitebeard and achieve fame. Truly, they must have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Wait, so they didn't come to the island to retrieve Xiachi? Seeing the encircling pirates, Golden Lion Shiki belatedly realized and instantly felt a surge of anger. Slash waved. With Sakura Tin and Dry Wood raised, Golden Lion Shiki unleashed dozens of slashes. At the same time, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Linlin did not hold back, lifting their great sword-spiked clubs and flames to attack. Like chopping vegetables, the hundreds of naive little pirates were slaughtered in less than a minute. I almost forgot that this is the real world, not the rarely seen world of anime where death is uncommon, bloodshed and rivers of blood are commonplace. Having witnessed such a bloody scene, Lu Ming's expression turned grim as he silently recited the Sun True Scriptures, striving to calm his shifting mindset. The innocence in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of determination and coldness. This is not an anime, but a real world. Constantly reminding himself, Lu Ming's expression softened, and he continued to fixate on Charlotte Linlin and the others. Another red-haired baby. As he looked up, Lu Ming noticed the baby in Dragon's arms identical to the one in the tall woman's embrace, and immediately realized that these 2 babies were Shanks and Shamrock, the 2 brothers. However, he couldn't tell who was Shanks and who was Shamrock. But it was highly likely that Shanks was the baby in Dragon's arms, while the one in the woman's hands should be Shamrock. That woman is actually a member of the Knights of God. Just as Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the other baby, the tall woman was bisected, yet her blood reconnected, and within moments she restored herself, standing upright and preparing to slip away, while Whitebeard and the others were distracted. Seeing this, Lu Ming understood that this woman was a member of the God group. Only the Knights of God and the 5 elders possessed the immortality granted by Aim, and he was aware of this. Perfect, let's test whether the innate true chi can break this so-called immortality. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Along the way, he had seen not only the corpses of slaves, but also many infants and children, most of whom had died in their parents' arms. Clearly, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, infants and children were merely points for ranking. Although he did not consider himself a good person, especially after his reincarnation, as his moral bottom line continued to decline, he often reminded himself to let go of the desire to help others and to respect others' destinies regardless of the outcomes, as long as it did not impact himself and his loved ones. But faced with the atrocities of the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods, he could not restrain himself. "Awaken, you sea kings." At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out from the sky, and a burly middle-aged man appeared in the air, his fists enveloped in the dual hockey of conquerors and armament, dark red lightning raging. Fistbone meteor. With a single punch, the air seemed to be sucked dry in that instant, and a terrifying shockwave descended like a meteor, crashing down on Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lingling, and Kaido. Kapu launched a fierce attack. Seeing the situation was dire, the Golden Lion activated his float fruit ability, rapidly flying towards the center of the island. "It's Kapu, run. This will only drag it out longer." Upon seeing the newcomer, Whitebeard immediately chose to retreat temporarily. "Can't we fight him?" "Enough with that." Kaido, somewhat reluctant, wanted to see how he fared against Kapu. "Forget it." Lingling, understanding Kapu's strength, directly dismissed Kaido's idea and commanded, "Zeus Prometheus." "Understood, Mama." The two homies immediately responded, flying into Lingling's hands as thunder and flames began to wreak havoc. Heaven's Fire Thunder. Lingling activated her soul fruit ability, pushing her hands forward as thunder and flames intertwined, creating an elemental storm that roared towards Kapu. Boom. The violent impact instantly engulfed Kapu, flames soaring into the sky, obscuring the scene inside, while the aftermath easily sent the surviving minions flying. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart, his figure flickering like a ghost as he chased after the female member of the god group, who had already distanced herself. Meanwhile, in a forest at the center of the island, Kuma and Ivankov also heard the massive roar and saw the towering inferno. "Who is attacking? Regardless, this is our chance, Kuma." Saying this, Ivankov led Kuma towards the center of the island where the prizes were stored. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a terrifying figure emerged, Kapu, surrounded by the hockey of armament and conqueror, standing firm like a god with only his navy uniform slightly scorched, showing no signs of injury. This little fire couldn't even cook a ribeye steak. Lingling. Seeing Kapu unharmed, sweat trickled down Lingling's forehead, and with a curse she continued to flee. Whitebeard and Kaido also quickened their pace. How did such defense fail to prevent Shiryu from piercing his body in the future? Watching the battle unfold, Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, recalling the scene where Kapu was gravely injured by Shiryu, while saving the fleeing warlord, internally mocking the situation. However strong Kapu may be, he was certainly not stronger than the combined forces of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lingling. Just as Whitebeard said, engaging Kapu would only prolong the conflict, which did not align with their pirate style. They did not come to this island to wage war against the world government. They merely came to rescue Shaki. Isn't it too late to think of leaving now? As he pondered, Lu Ming's figure had already arrived before the female member of the god group, his tone filled with disdain. "Get lost." Mafekong disregarded Lu Ming entirely, opening her mouth to unleash a laser beam aimed directly at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming said nothing more. He wanted to follow Lingling to seize the Azure Dragon Fruit, and didn't want to waste time here. The Scarlet Queen appeared in his hand as innate true chi surged into it. He twisted the sword handle, and with a hum the engine sound resonated, causing the originally bright silver blade to turn crimson, emanating terrifying heat. Swoosh. Lu Ming's figure flickered, dodging Mafekong's laser, and in an instant the scarlet blade flashed, slicing Mafekong's body into the upper and lower halves, separating and falling to the ground, while the shamrock in her hand slipped away. Lu Ming extended his left hand, steadily catching Shamrock, casually tapping the pokeball at his waist. A rainbow light descended, revealing the figure of the Wind Speed Dog. Lu Ming placed Shamrock on the Wind Speed Dog's back. "Wind Speed Dog, this child is in your care." "Woof, woof." The Wind Speed Dog responded twice, carefully cradling Shamrock as it fell. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his gaze to Mafekong, whose blood did not flow like the celestial dragons he had slain earlier. Instead, it remained connected and began to retract, restoring her bisected body. "It seems I still haven't found a way for innate true chi to destroy immortality." Lu Ming did not believe that innate true chi was ineffective against immortality. He simply thought he hadn't discovered the method. Not wanting to waste more time, he turned to chase after Charlotte Lingling with the Wind Speed Dog. Truly formidable. Being within the range of the Conqueror's hockey emitted by Carp, Whitebeard, and Kaido, Lu Ming genuinely marveled at their strength, while also keenly sensing the power of hockey. Among the three types of Haki, Lu Ming only grasped the observation Haki, which had clear training methods in the original work, while he was completely ignorant of armament Haki and conqueror's Haki due to the lack of guidance. It was a perfect opportunity to feel and master these two powers. Soon the battlefield reached the center of the island littered with corpses. Facing the onslaught of the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates, the celestial dragons felt no fear. Instead, they became increasingly frenzied, slaughtering slaves to earn points and vie for rankings. I will never. Could you not be so dramatic at this moment? How infuriating. In front of a wooden cabin, Roger and Jabba wore mournful expressions, crying out in despair. Behind them, Rayleigh held Shaki, having successfully embraced the beauty. Listen up, everyone. Shaki has been rescued. Grab some treasure, and let's make a run for it. As Rayleigh brought Shaki out, Roger immediately issued the command. The crew of the Roger pirates cheered in response, and then rushed toward the warehouse where the money was stored, eager to seize the treasures inside. Lu Ming merely glanced in their direction before pursuing Charlotte Linlein's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the wind speed dog carried Shamrock toward the east coast, where the ensuing battle was beyond its involvement. Inside a warehouse at the end of the street. Great. We got it. Ivan Koff exclaimed, clutching 3 treasure chests with exaggerated eyelashes stained with blood. Bartholomew Kuma followed closely behind, serious arrow wounds on his broad back, yet he carefully safeguarded the treasure chest in his arms. Treasure, treasure, I'm about to open it. Ivan Koff hummed a tuneless song. The moment he opened the chest, his breath caught. The azure-scaled fruit skin glimmered softly in the dim warehouse, the dragon scale patterns seemingly alive, slowly undulating. Inside the chest opened by Kuma lay a quietly resting orange fruit resembling a pineapple, with 3 meatballs on top, that looked particularly comical. He carefully picked up the fruit, his voice trembling. Is this the devil fruit? Yes, Ivan exclaimed, picking up the azure dragon fruit from the chest, and laughed, though I don't know which is which. We'll find out once we eat them. As he spoke, he intended to shove the fruit into his mouth. Boom. Suddenly the warehouse wall exploded, and amidst the splintering wood a massive pink shadow crashed in. Charlotte Linlein, towering at 9 meters high, nearly broke through the ceiling. Her crimson eyes locked onto the 2 fruits, and she cackled as she reached for Ivan Koff. Maha maha ma. The treasures belong to me. Before Kuma and Ivan Koff could react, Linlein's speed was astonishing. She grabbed Ivan Koff by the neck and slammed him into a pile of wooden boxes, while her other hand precisely caught the falling azure dragon fruit. Give me that one too. Linlein licked her lips, turning to Kuma, extending her hand to take the other fruit. The terrifying pressure made Kuma's body stiffen. Boom. Just as she reached for the meatball fruit, the warehouse roof suddenly exploded, and an incredibly swift shadow descended from above, delivering a precise flying kick to Linlein's exquisite face. Bang! A dull thud of flesh colliding resonated, and Ivan and Kuma watched as the tall woman, who had just snatched their devil fruit, had her face instantly contorted and deformed, sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Lu Ming floated down, catching the falling azure dragon fruit in his left hand. He glanced at the stunned Ivan and Kuma, and without hesitation took a large bite of the fruit. Ugh! An indescribable stench instantly filled his mouth. Lu Ming's face turned green, nearly retching his stomach out. He finally understood the taste of the devil fruit. This flavor was 10 times more horrifying than a mix of rotten fish guts and stinky eggs. It was unbelievably disgusting. Tears and snot nearly streamed down Lu Ming's face. Ivan and Kuma stared blankly at Lu Ming as he gagged, momentarily forgetting to escape, until Lu Ming turned to look at them, prompting Ivan to snap back to reality. He lunged forward, hugging Lu Ming, and simultaneously turned to the still-dazed Kuma, holding the fruit, shouting, "Hurry up and eat." Kuma. Lu Ming, caught in Ivan's embrace, was a bit bewildered, but soon realized that this future king of the crossdressers was buying time for Kuma to eat the meatball fruit that could bring them hope. What a guy who's hard not to appreciate. Lu Ming found himself somewhat admiring this disgustingly dressed man. In the entire pirate world, there are not many who understand rebellion, especially since Ivan was a slave to the celestial dragons from a young age. But admiration aside, he did not like being hugged by a man, especially not a crossdresser. Just the thought of it made his scalp tingle. Lu Ming shook his arms, easily breaking free from Ivan's grip. He turned sideways, effortlessly collecting the remaining 4 small chests, his gaze sweeping over the 2, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable tone. I came here for the azure dragon fruit, and have no interest in the meatball fruit. If you want to eat it, do it quickly. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from outside the warehouse. An invisible sound wave carrying the conqueror's haki surged in, cracking the ground and shaking the buildings. A strange wave enveloped the warehouse, and a red energy burst forth around Lu Ming, blocking this wave from entering. "Are you angry?" Such an exaggerated outburst of haki. Feeling the fluctuations of the conqueror's haki, Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he drew the Crimson Empress from his back. Inputting innate true energy into it, he twisted the hilt, and the engine roared to life, the scarlet blade instantly radiating a scorching glow. "Who would have thought that the one who has been following us would be a little brat like you?" Linlin's left cheek was already swollen, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, yet the madness in her eyes burned even brighter as Zeus and Prometheus appeared in her hands, and violent lightning and flames began to intertwine. "I initially thought your goals were aligned with those of Whitebeard and the others, but it seems your target is the devil fruit." "Naturally. I don't know that woman named Shaki, and the only reason I ventured onto this island could only be for the devil fruit. Am I supposed to risk it all for some treasure?" Lu Ming stepped out through the wall hole, gazing at the towering pink figure amidst the ruins, not denying it. Just as he raised the Crimson Empress, his expression changed, turning towards the end of the street, his voice filled with astonishment. "I did not expect that one of the 5 elders, the god of scientific defense, Jigarussia Satan, would also be on this island." In Lu Ming's impression, the 5 elders would not leave the Panga City Power Center except under special circumstances. To appear in the Valley of the Gods, especially in such a dangerous place, could not help but astonish Lu Ming. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ling froze, turning her gaze in the same direction, her frenzied expression instantly solidifying into unprecedented gravity. As a member of the Rock's pirate crew, she had long dealt with the world government, and knew better than anyone just how terrifying that white-haired elder leaning on his cane truly was. Damn it! Of all places to run into this monster here. Ling bared her blood-streaked grin, her eyes growing even more severe. "Ling, have you found those devil fruits?" At that moment, a towering youth charged down the opposite end of the street, broad-shouldered, wielding a spiked club, his height rivaling even Charlotte Lingling's monstrous frame, and 2 horn-like protrusions curling from his skull. "Kaido, the rising star of the Rock's pirate crew. The devil fruits I'd been tracking were snatched by that brat. If you want them, go take them back, but the azure dragon fruit is almost certainly already consumed by him." Though Lingling's lips curled in a faint smile, murderous intent still blazed fiercely in her eyes. "What, already eaten?" Kaido's eyes widened in shock. He whirled around, and there, not far behind Lu Ming, lay the azure dragon fruit, a jagged chunk missing from its surface. His face darkened instantly. He had come to the Valley of the Gods seeking powerful devil fruits, planning to wait for Ling to seize them first, then ambush her and claim the azure dragon fruit for himself. Never did he expect someone else to snatch it out from under him. That wretched little brat. Kaido surged forward, the ferocious conqueror's haki and armament haki coiling violently around his weapon, the Hachasai, only to be physically blocked by Charlotte Lingling. "No need for you to act this time. Others will aid us. Let's focus instead on hunting down other potent devil fruits." With that warning, Lingling turned and strode away. Only then did Kaido spot Satan, and his expression shifted subtly. He shot Lu Ming one venomous glare before following Lingling into the distance. "Just like that, they're leaving." Lu Ming scoffed coldly, tightening his grip on the Crimson Empress. His gaze locked onto the approaching Satan, not retreating an inch, but standing firm, battle fervor blazing within him. Each of the 5 elders possessed strength rivaling that of future Yonko, a perfect litmus test for his own power. Just then Ivankov and Bartholomew Kuma, freshly having consumed the Nikyu no Mi, emerged from the warehouse. They had already deduced Lu Ming was likely one of the pirates come to plunder the valley, not an agent of the world government, and thus no enemy of theirs. Ivankov opened his mouth to express gratitude, only to see Lu Ming's expression harden as he fixed his gaze down the street. A white-haired elder in aristocratic flat cap and black formal attire advanced with unhurried, chilling precision. Leaning on his cane, his eyes glacial, each step resonating like a hammer against the pulse of every onlooker. "Kuma, be careful." Ivankov instinctively stepped before him. He did not recognize Satan, but the world government insignia upon his attire spoke volumes. Satan halted 10 paces away, hands resting atop his cane, his gaze sweeping over the 3 like a blade. Crimson lightning flickered briefly around him as his conqueror's haki erupted, but no collapse followed. Before Lu Ming, an invisible barrier absorbed the onslaught entirely. "Child of the Bakwania tribe, you have only 2 choices, slavery or death. So history has—" "Sir, are you noble?" Kuma's voice trembled, head bowed low, his lifelong enslavement stirring deep-seated shame. "To be born noble, That seems strange. To be born enslaved renders birth itself meaningless. Yet deep within him rebellion flared. Fists clenching unconsciously, voice rising with newfound resolve. If only I held some power now, I would save even one person just as Nika did, for all those pitiful souls. That is precisely why you must vanish. Satan's voice was glacial. Well said. Lu Ming's voice cut through the silence, interrupting Satan mid-sentence. His patience exhausted, crimson aura swirled about him as he gripped the Crimson Empress, its searing heat radiating like molten iron, pointing it squarely at Satan. No one is born noble. Even the celestial dragons possess but one head, two arms. Slice them once, and they bleed like any mortal. On my way here I've slain many. Before he could finish, the air within a kilometer warped violently. Boom. Hundreds of crimson lightning bolts erupted around Satan, his conqueror's haki coalescing into a cataclysmic shockwave surging toward Lu Ming. Conqueror's haki. As if I don't wield it too. Lu Ming sneered, crimson light flashing across his eyes. Then an invisible force exploded outward from him, colliding heat-in with Satan's onslaught. En route here, Lu Ming had witnessed several clashes of Conqueror's haki, and after enduring repeated aftershocks, he had grasped its essence, awakening his own ability in turn. Though newly awakened, capable only of clearing minor foes and offering little advantage in combat, it proved more than sufficient to repel another's Conqueror's haki. Boom. The air between Lu Ming and Satan twisted violently, collapsing inward like a nascent black hole. Crimson lightning bursting radially from its center, shattering buildings, cracking the earth, unleashing apocalyptic shockwaves rippling outward like concentric ripples across a cosmic pond. Behind Lu Ming, Ivankov and Kuma crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by sheer, overwhelming dread, bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. Hey, you Kuma, you wish to save people. Your Nikyu Nomi grants you the power to repel anything. Use it, and you can save everyone you seek to protect. Lu Ming spoke with grave urgency. Just as he prepared to strike, he remembered the two behind him and shouted back over his shoulder while holding firm against Satan's haki. Kuma slumped and, shaking on the ground, stilled instantly upon hearing Lu Ming's words, staring incredulous at the fleshy pads of his palms. I can save everyone. In the next instant, Kuma rose, defying the crushing pressure of the clashing Conqueror's haki, extended his right hand aimed toward Ivankov, and slammed it down with desperate force, sending him hurtling toward his homeland Sorbet Kingdom. Thwack! A dull, resonant sound echoed, and Ivankov vanished, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. I can save everyone. Seeing Ivankov fly away, Kuma's eyes ignited with fervent hope. Murmuring softly, he cast Lu Ming a look of profound gratitude, then placed his palm upon himself and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the entire street stood empty, leaving only Lu Ming and Satan facing one another beneath the fractured sky. Such a practical ability. Feeling the figure of the bear flickering on the island where it passed, auras vanished. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Satan and said, "Isn't that right? Bug of the celestial dragon. You lowly ant, you seek death." Satan's eyes filled with murderous intent as his body began to swell, transforming in the blink of an eye from a 2-meter-tall man into a 6-meter-tall monster enveloped in black smoke. His legs vanished, replaced by 6 purple spider legs, and 2 enormous horns sprouted from his head. Transformed into a bull demon, Satan opened his mouth and sprayed venom at Lu Ming. A trivial skill. Lu Ming's voice carried a hint of disdain. He suddenly pushed off the ground, becoming a blurry afterimage, evading the venom and appearing in front of Satan in an instant. Just right to test the results of my 12 years of hard training. Whoosh! He swung the Scarlet Empress with force, sending a shining blade of light straight for Satan's neck. Satan's eyes glinted with ferocity, resembling a furious lion. The thick spider legs were covered in armed color haki, striking toward Lu Ming's chest like a venomous snake's tongue, while he gripped his staff, tightly swinging it down toward Lu Ming's head. A typical pirate world fighting style, simple and crude, yet extremely effective. Powerful indeed, but unfortunately useless against me. Lu Ming made a quick decision. He executed his perfected body technique, slightly pushing off the ground, using Satan's body to stabilize his center of gravity, dodging the deadly thrust and the overhead strike. At the same time, a red blade of light ignited as 3 times the power erupted. The Scarlet Empress blade flashed like a sudden fire, striking fiercely at Satan's neck amidst his disbelief. Clang! A piercing metallic explosion echoed. The blade of the Scarlet Empress, glowing red, lodged into Satan's neck 1/3 deep, unable to advance further, the armed color haki gleaming with a black metallic luster, was particularly conspicuous. Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a well-tempered dark iron pillar. The terrifying recoil numbed his tiger's mouth. Whooshed! Satan's eyes were fierce, showing no fear from the near decapitation of his neck. He tightened his grip on the staff, the air buzzing as the staff wrapped in armed color hockey, and Conqueror's hockey transformed into a black beam, crashing down toward Lu Ming. Retreat! Without hesitation, Lu Ming withdrew his sword and stepped firmly on Satan's face. Using the recoil, he had already retreated 30 meters away. So this is armed color hockey. Its defense is indeed strong, even capable of blocking my innate true energy. Lu Ming gazed at Satan from afar, astonished. He knew that his previous strike under 3 times the power definitely exceeded 700 tons, and the Scarlet Empress blade had gathered a massive amount of innate true energy, extremely sharp. Yet this single strike only penetrated a third into Satan's neck, failing to sever his head, firmly caught by the armed color hockey. This clearly showcased the old man's formidable armed color hockey. More importantly, after he withdrew his sword, the wound inflicted by that strike healed in the blink of an eye, not affecting Satan's movements at all. Who exactly are you? A voice of confusion arose. From afar, Satan, with a serious expression and footprints on his face, angrily said, "With your strength, I should have heard of your fame on the seas. But why do I have no impression of you, not even knowing your name?" "Yes, seeking death." Hearing this answer, Satan was furious, his body again transformed, changing from 6 meters to about 20 meters. His body and arms disappeared completely, becoming a massive spider, opening his mouth to spit out several streams of venom. The footprints on his face also enlarged, appearing quite ridiculous. The venom darkened the skies, sealing off all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Lu Ming's figure rapidly changed, transforming into a man-beast form, becoming a dragon man. Even though this was Lu Ming's first time activating the Azure Dragon Fruit, he appeared quite adept, not letting unfamiliarity hinder his combat. This is the mastery of power by a strong individual, just like Sabo in the original work, who was able to skillfully use the flame fruit after just consuming it, replicating Ace's techniques. At this moment, Lu Ming stood nearly 3 meters tall, his head transformed into a dragon's head, with double horns on top, his arms and legs, shoulders, and back covered in dragon scales, with a long dragon tail swishing behind him, looking exceptionally ferocious. Dragon breath. Facing the overwhelming venom, Lu Ming opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, the scorching flames instantly vaporizing the venom in the air, leaving only some residual toxic mist. "You actually ate the Azure Dragon Fruit." Satan's pupils contracted, shock written all over his face. From his earlier vantage point, he had not seen Lu Ming consume the Azure Dragon Fruit, thus unaware that it had been stolen. "What else do you think I came to this Valley of Gods for?" Lu Ming sneered repeatedly, not continuing his explanation, but transforming into an afterimage, charging towards Satan. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Empress in his hand shimmered with a crimson golden blade light as he aimed a strike at Satan's spider legs. Whoosh! This strike missed, the blade grazing past the tip of Satan's nose. Lu Ming immediately distanced himself, and after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. Originally, after 2 years of practice, the Oni and a half-meter-long Scarlet Empress had become second nature to him, almost instinctual. Now transformed into a man-beast form, standing nearly 3 meters tall, the originally large sword felt like a one-handed sword in his grasp. He instinctively treated it as his original large sword, misjudging the distance. So that's it. Satan caught on his gaze, becoming incredibly sinister. A lowly ant dares to covet the belongings of the celestial dragon. Truly despicable. All 8 legs moved in unison as Satan charged toward Lu Ming. The spider legs, originally just for movement, now defied biological structure, extending like javelins, stabbing toward Lu Ming like a torrential storm. Whoosh! Facing such an attack, Lu Ming showed no sign of cowardice. He wielded the Scarlet Empress with great speed, red blades of light illuminating the surroundings, each blade precisely striking a shadow of a spider leg, blocking Satan's relentless assault. Clang! 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 The Scarlet Empress and spider legs clashed continuously, producing the sound of metal colliding. Lu Ming remained calm, countering each of Satan's attacks, absorbing the body and sword techniques honed over 6 years, while also sensing the armed color hockey on the spider legs, learning to utilize this power. As time passed, Lu Ming had already become proficient in using the perfect level body technique and the consummate level sword technique. Coupled with his already strong observation hockey, Satan, who had initially held some advantage, gradually began to fall into a disadvantageous position. Everything around was reduced to shattered bricks with chips and debris, which became tools for Lu Ming to influence his opponent. Every step and movement of his body maximized the use of the surrounding environment, ensuring that the ruins of the building and splintered crates did not hinder him while impacting his opponent's mobility. This is the epitome of perfect mobility, capable of controlling the surrounding environment and utilizing any object within it, be it life, stone, or architecture, to execute the most precise dodges. Lu Ming had completely mastered it, unlike before when he reached the realm, but lacked practical experience to wield it perfectly in battle. He was now able to fully unleash the power of perfect mobility and perfected swordsmanship. Even against Satan's impeccable three-color haki and immortal body, under such skills, he found no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, as the battle continued, Lu Ming gradually learned the armed haki from Satan and applied it in combat, continuously enhancing his own strength. Especially with the protection of the Crimson Queen, he could freely channel innate true chi without worrying about damaging the propulsion device. After all, the Crimson Queen was merely a weapon forged by humanity in the world of Devil May Cry, with limited endurance. If too much innate true chi was infused, the propulsion device would be instantly destroyed. If it weren't for the lack of a better option, Lu Ming would have replaced it long ago. This guy relies too much on his three-color haki. Although his combat skills are not weak, they are incomparable to someone like me who has learned martial arts. The rhythm of the battle is firmly in my hands. Even if he could foresee the future with observation haki, he would still be unable to escape my control. Lu Ming became increasingly confident. With the combination of perfect mobility and perfected swordsmanship, he could inflict numerous wounds on Satan. Unfortunately, his immortal body was still unbreakable, and every wound healed completely within mere breaths. So strong, completely different from Rox and his ilk. Although his use of haki is rather immature, I find myself entirely unable to retaliate. Satan's expression was grim. He felt increasingly suffocated. He had fought against top-tier powerhouses like Rox before, but Lu Ming gave him an entirely different feeling. And that incredibly intense and bizarre power flowed along the blade and his fists into his body, directly damaging him from within. If it weren't for the strength of his armed haki and the immortal body granted by Lord I'm, perhaps his internal organs would have been burned to ashes. He could sense that Lu Ming's attacks contained a special force that was neither haki nor the devil fruit, yet could counteract both. Even his strongest strike had no effect. What an opportunity! Seeing Satan momentarily dazed, Lu Ming shouted and lunged forward. His speed reached a terrifying degree, precisely evading all of Satan's attacks as he appeared before him. He delivered a powerful kick infused with armed haki and abundant innate true chi directly to Satan's chest. Bang! The impact caused the carapace to cave in, and the gigantic spider was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before landing heavily in the central battlefield of the Valley of Gods. Lu Ming thrust off the ground with great force, swiftly chasing after the falling Satan. In the central Valley of Gods, Rox was rapidly fleeing with Eris and Teach on his back, pursued by a horde of demons along with Garen and the Divine Knights. Seeing his family, including his father and grandmother, being controlled by the David clan, Rox was furious and wanted to turn around and kill Garen and the Divine Knights. However, with his wife and child on his back, he found it difficult to exert his full strength and could only ensure their safety first. Let me down, Rox. Eris also realized she might be a burden and struggled to get down. No. If you get caught, you'll become an immortal monster. Rox was resolute, accelerating his speed. He still didn't know if this was someone else's ability, and he felt. However, Eris was no weakling, she was a former pirate. Seizing the moment when Rox was distracted, she jumped off his back, clutching Teach. Bastard! Feeling his back suddenly lighter, Rox cursed angrily, but the worry in his eyes was impossible to hide. I can't be a burden to you. If things really escalate to the point where my child and I are captured, I will kill Teach, and then take my own life. Eris' gaze was resolute as she looked at Rox and said, Rox, fight with peace of mind. We will regroup in the kingdom of Lysigia. With that, she fled towards the outside of the Valley of Gods, holding Teach. As expected of my woman. Rox's eyes filled with pride as he tightened his grip on the sword, turning and dashing like an arrow towards the enemies behind. On the other side, Carp, who had been fighting Roger, was no longer engaged in battle. He looked at the dead civilians, all around, his eyes filled with shock. He pulled out a din mushy from his pocket and dialed Sengoku's number. As soon as it connected, he roared angrily, Damn Sengoku, did you know about the situation in the Valley of Gods all along? There was a moment of silence on the other end of din mushy, then Sengoku's warning voice came through. Indeed, someone questioned this matter, and then he disappeared from the Navy. After saying that before Carp could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Damn it. Carp gritted his teeth, losing the will to fight. Boom. The sudden explosion tore through the battlefield. Two dark figures plummeted like meteorites, causing the ground within 100 meters to collapse. The violent shockwave forced both of them back several dozen meters, and debris flew like bullets. At this moment, Rox had killed all of the David clan's relatives and could no longer afford to show mercy in this life-and-death battle. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rox stepped on Garen, curiously gazing towards the direction where the shadows fell, his eyes filled with inquisitiveness. "Smash it for me." In the pit, a furious roar was heard as Lu Ming, half-beast transformed, wrapped his dragon tail around one of Satan's spider legs, immobilizing it. He swung his arm with the Crimson Queen gleaming red in his hand, unleashing a surge of innate true chi to smash down on Satan, who had yet to recover. That's right. It's a smash, not the characteristic slashing, chopping, or lifting of sword techniques. Lu Ming's thought was simple: since Satan has an immortal body and cannot be killed, then I won't use my blade or waste energy looking for a way to kill you. Instead, I will use pure power and explosive force to attack, shattering your bones, muscles, and internal organs. I don't believe Satan can withstand that. Boom. The hundreds of tons of force crashed down, and the burning back of the sword struck fiercely against Satan's massive spider-like body. With the cracking sound of the shattered shell, the body of the five elders sank again, and the entire Valley of Gods trembled with the impact. An invisible shockwave spread out, instantly dispersing the dust in the pit and revealing the scene within. Cough. Anger and shock flickered in Satan's eyes with no trace of resistance. His immortal body, which he relied on for survival, was undergoing unprecedented shocks. His internal organs were rupturing under a surge of scorching energy, and cracks appeared in his domineering aura under relentless assault. Madness burned in his dragon-like eyes. Lu Ming executed the New Year sword technique, striking down again and again, releasing the pent-up power that had been suppressed for 12 years, every blow delivered with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike caused tremors akin to an earthquake. The edges of the pit continually collapsed, and the splintered stones vaporized in the high temperature. Watching from the sidelines, Roger wore a peculiar expression. This sheer display of brute force had surpassed their combat understanding. Damn it, an immortal enemy is truly disgusting. Another strike fell, and as Lu Ming looked at the now limp Satan, whose life force still surged, he felt nauseated. Continuing like this was utterly pointless. Haha, it's Satan. Well done, little brother. Upon realizing the situation in the arena, Rox felt immensely pleased, as if soaking in a hot spring during the harsh winter, laughing heartily as he kicked the severely injured Galen thousands of meters away. How is this possible? Galen spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe what was happening before his. I must diligently practice using armament hockey and conqueror's hockey after this, mastering the utilization of hockey, or discovering a way to break the immortal body with innate true chi. Lu Ming no longer wished to continue battling Satan, but before he did, he wanted to make one last attempt, using the blazing innate true chi within him to turn Satan to ashes. He wanted to see if the immortal body granted by Satan could truly be saved once burned to ash. With that thought, he infused his innate true chi into the Crimson Empress, causing the blade to emit a terrifying heat, warping the air. With a twist of his hand, the Crimson Empress plunged straight towards Satan's chest. Just as the Crimson Empress was about to pierce Satan's chest, a massive black magic circle abruptly appeared on the ground below, followed by a terrifying surge of black energy shooting into the sky, interrupting Lu Ming's attack and sending him flying. Lu Ming flipped in the air and landed steadily, also sensing the changes in Satan. He saw that Satan had now reverted to a beastly human form, no longer possessing the previous beastly eyes, but instead had pupils resembling concentric circles with an aura and gaze that were eerily unfamiliar. A pair of demonic wings appeared behind him along with a tail. Most importantly, Satan's body, which had been thoroughly beaten, had now fully recovered. The black aura emanating from him coalesced behind him into a terrifying figure which from the outline could barely be discerned as a woman. Is that a Lu Ming instantly understood that Satan had been possessed, and all his muscles tensed. In his past life, he had just read about the chapter of the giant kingdom Elbath in the manga where a member of the God Knight Brigade had been possessed by him. Unfortunately, he had crossed over before the subsequent plot unfolded. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention, and Rox was already preparing for battle. Whitebeard gripped the sword that had descended from the clouds, staring intently at Satan and the shadow behind him. Newgate, if we engage in this fight, we won't gain any benefits. Do you still want to get involved, eh? Rox teased. Stop rambling. Whitebeard retorted, I've drank plenty of your liquor during this time. Hey, you lot, look at this. I finally acquired a power. I really want to try this move out. At this moment, a voice from afar shouted with excitement. A gigantic serpent with 8 dragon-like heads rushed over rapidly, its massive body turning everything into fragments in its wake. Having lost the Azure Dragon fruit, did Kaido acquire the Yamada no Orochi fruit instead, truly deserving of being a future emperor's? Seeing this massive serpent, Lu Ming was also startled. The Yamada no Orochi fruit possessed extremely terrifying regeneration abilities and multi-angle attack methods along with 8 lives, making it the most elite among mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. In the original work, it was merely wasted by the Kaido of the land of Wano squandering this fruit. Is this the first time I've seen you so happy? Rox laughed. While it's worth celebrating, may I ask a question? Whitebeard interrupted their conversation, pointing at the now unrecognizable Satan, curiously asking, what on earth is that monstrous thing? What did you just ask me, eh? Let me think. Rox, filled with confidence, declared loudly, what we are witnessing before us is the world. Meanwhile, Carp and Roger also sensed the arrival of I'm witnessing the transformation of Satan. The Navy and world government personnel were left in shock. Holy Satan, what form is that? Woo, it's simply a monster. Listening to the gasps from the surrounding Navy, Carp's eyes rarely displayed a hint of worry. This must be a crazy nightmare. What on earth has happened on this island? Oh, Roger burst into laughter. Let's cheer for the glorious age of adventure. I still know nothing after all. Im remained silent, coldly surveying the scene, observing the situation in God Valley. In the central battlefield of God Valley, the Navy and world government had almost no high-end combat power available. The only capable one was the severely injured Gallon. The previously transformed demons had all perished, and scarcely any of the God Knight Brigade remained. The situation was worse than she had imagined. Hey, the Azure Dragon kid over there, your strength is not bad. Oh, do you want to team up, eh? As Lu Ming pondered whether to retreat, Rox extended an invitation. Sure, but when it truly comes to life and death, I won't care about you all. Lu Ming thought for a moment, nodded in agreement. After all, he would eventually face I'm, and it wouldn't hurt to gather some information in advance. With a slight movement of his feet, he appeared beside Whitebeard. The 4 of them watched the terrifying aura of Im ahead, standing ready. Will show you the dominion of the gods. Im's voice was icy as her enormous demonic wings flapped, lifting her into the air. In front of her appeared a black magic book adorned with a pentagram pattern. Before the pages had turned, 2 streams of black energy surged from within, converging into a trident and a flintlock pistol in Im's hands. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire rang out. Lu Ming slightly tilted his head, a shadow grazed his cheek and shot behind him. With a resounding boom, the ground behind the 4 shattered as if struck by a cannon, leaving a gaping pit like an abyss. A tremendous shockwave billowed, violently flapping the garments of the 4 figures like banners. Thin streams of blood trickled down Lu Ming's cheeks. He wiped them away with his thumb, then lifted his gaze toward Imu, his heart churning with turbulent disbelief. That bullet had pierced his defenses. After all, his skin, muscles, and bones had long rivaled Diamond in resilience. And having consumed the Azure Dragon fruit, his defensive prowess had surged several tiers higher still. Yet Imu, wielding only that peculiar flintlock pistol, had breached it effortlessly. That alone meant Imu possessed the power to kill him. How strange. I feel no fear, only mounting exhilaration. Lu Ming's eyes blazed with escalating combat fervor as his primordial chi surged through his meridians like a dammed river breaking free, channeling into the Crimson Empress clutched in his palm, before he slashed forward with explosive force. A scarlet blade light flashed like lightning, swift beyond perception. Before Imu could even register the motion, Lu Ming stood before her, the searing heat of the Crimson Empress already poised at Satan's throat. Alarm shrieked within her mind. The colossal trident twisted midair in desperate parry. Clang! A deafening clash erupted. The trident and the Crimson Empress collided, showering sparks like molten stars. Boy, you're far too hasty. Didn't even wait for us. Seizing the opening, Rock's fury and murderous intent could no longer be contained. He drove his feet deep into the earth, launching himself skyward like a cannonball, his sword wreathed in Conqueror's haki and armament haki as he hurtled toward Imo. Crimson black lightning, unique to Conqueror's haki, writhed along the blade, fracturing the very air in its wake, its destructive force rivaling that of the quake fruit itself. I'll join in. Void Tremor. Whitebeard followed closely behind Rox. His Yubashiri charged with the quake fruit's power, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki descended in a single devastating arc upon Satan. the vessel Imu now possessed. Thunderbugwa. Kaido, refusing to be outdone, shifted into his human beast form, brandishing the Hachasai and charging forward, unleashing his signature technique without hesitation. Simultaneously, his neck elongated and 7 dragon heads lunged from divergent trajectories, fangs bared toward Imu. You are no match for Imu. Faced with simultaneous assaults from Lu Ming, Rock's Whitebeard, and Kaido, Imu curled her lips into a contemptuous smile, neither retreating nor evading. Her terrifying conqueror's haki erupted instantaneously, an invisible shockwave rippling outward in all directions. At the same time, her flintlock dissolved once more into swirling black mist, coalescing into a hovering shield that circled her like a spectral sentinel. Lu Ming felt as though a sledgehammer had struck his skull. His consciousness reeled, his grip faltering, before the obsidian shield hurled him backward like a discarded leaf. Whitebeard and Kaido suffered identical fates. Only Rocks, leveraging his own conqueror's haki to neutralize Imu's, pressed forward with sword in hand, yet Imu deflected each strike with her shield. This revealed a stark truth: Rocks and the possessed Satan were evenly matched in strength. The gap remains considerable. Lu Ming landed steadily, brow furrowed. His conqueror's haki was newly awakened, still insufficient to withstand Imu's overwhelming aura. Had it not been for years of tempering his spirit with primordial chi, he might well have succumbed to that psychic onslaught. But this fight is far from over. His gaze hardened. If Conqueror's haki failed him, he would abandon it entirely, relying instead on his greatest asset, primordial chi. Their disparity in power had not yet reached the realm of absolute crushing superiority. The solar scripture pulsed within him. Anchoring his mind, Lu Ming unleashed his primordial chi, propelling himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. His right arm coiled with corded muscle. The Crimson Empress seemed to breathe alive with latent fury. Blade light ignited like wildfire, tracing dozens of arcane, incandescent arcs in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of metallic clashes rang out almost simultaneously. Imu's grimoire, now open, flipped its pages autonomously. 8 tendrils of black mist spiraled forth, condensing into 8 blades gripped by Satan's 8 spider legs. As those limbs whirled, the blades spun like lethal windmills, intercepting every one of Lu Ming's strikes. The world. Then let me see just how formidable it truly is. At that very moment, Whitebeard's assault arrived, roaring defiance as Yubashiri fused the Quake Fruit's cataclysmic might armament haki and Conqueror's haki into a single transcendent blow, the pinnacle of his power. Kaido, still unrefined and recovering from earlier blows, lagged behind. Facing this coordinated onslaught, Imu attempted her old stratagem, overwhelming Lu Ming and Whitebeard with sheer Conqueror's haki, but fate mocked her. Neither man staggered, both pressed forward with relentless ferocity. Imu perceived clearly: Whitebeard countered her haki through raw innate mastery, whereas Lu Ming had deliberately forsaken haki altogether, enduring the psychic assault with a unique intrinsic energy. Suddenly, Satan's earlier report echoed in her mind, that Lu Ming wielded an anomalous energy. It must be this energy that nullifies Imu's Conqueror's haki. Understanding dawned, but her brow tightened further. Though 8 centuries upon the throne had elevated her Conqueror's haki to unfathomable heights, it had not reached an absolute, unassailable tier. Facing 3 elite warriors, even while possessing Satan, she was outmatched. Within mere dozens of exchanges, she found herself driven back relentlessly, Satan's body bearing fresh wounds and Rock's strength proving perilously close to her own. Worse still, Kaido, now fully conscious, charged toward them, Hachasai raised high. Satan bears Imu's gift of immortality. A calculated sacrifice, exchanging injury for life, would allow Imu to slay one opponent outright. Calculating swiftly, Imu fixed her gaze upon the youngest, Lu Ming, and resolved he shall. Her will stirred. The grimoire flipped rapidly, unleashing torrents of black mist. A pitch-black magical array coalesced in her palms, while another identical sigil materialized beneath Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming reacted instantly, wrist twisting, redirecting the Crimson Empress downward instead of forward. Its tip struck the earth, causing the ground for a full kilometer ahead to split asunder, revealing a bottomless chasm, and shattering the dark array beneath him. Imu did not relent. Abandoning all defense, she allowed Rock's, Whitebeard's, and Kaido's blows to strike Satan's body, her arms and 8 spider legs swinging their weapons in a tempestuous barrage against Lu Ming, caught between the exhaustion of one strike and the genesis of the next. Dangerous. Lu Ming's expression flickered, but calm held firm within him. The solar scripture surged, guiding his body through fluid evasive maneuvers. The 31-2 martial foundations encompassed far more than mere striking techniques. It integrated footwork, blade arts, fist methods, and countless other disciplines. That earlier slash, though appearing full force, had deliberately retained at least 40% of its potential, leaving ample room for redirection and evasion. In that razor-thin instant, when death brushed his sleeve, he left behind dozens of afterimages vaulting backward to widen the distance between himself and Emu. Uft, uft. Meanwhile, the sounds of dozens of bodies tearing apart echoed almost simultaneously, blood splattering and staining everything around. Satan's body was nearly completely torn apart, with no intact place to be found, held together only by a few organ tissues. How did he evade Mu's attack? The only thought left in IMS' mind was this, as his eyes fixed on Lu Ming, filled with disbelief, ignoring the preparations of Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido to deal a fatal blow to Satan's body. Swish, swish, swish. Satan's body broke into several pieces and fell to the ground, forcing Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido to cease their attacks. Huff, huff. Lu Ming gasped heavily, blood dripping down his chest and fingertips. He had not completely evaded IMS' earlier attack, resulting in dozens of wounds on his body. The weapon formed from the dark energy of the magic book not only exceeded the so-called Great Blade 12 in power, but also compressed a significant amount of haki. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, and with the characteristics of his innate true chi and the enhancement from the Qinglong fruit, he would soon recover, leaving no scars behind. That guy isn't dead, yet keep attacking. Noticing that Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido had stopped their assault, he quickly reminded them. What? Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido couldn't believe it, turning to look at the shattered Satan. They saw the characteristics of IMS possession on him. The scattered remnants of fingers on the ground began to gather and heal, and it looked like Satan was about to resurrect. The three quickly launched another attack. At that moment, 4 pitch-black magic circles appeared around Satan, and dark lightning rained down from the sky, causing the entire Valley of Gods to tremble violently, as if the lid of hell had been lifted, creating a terrifying scene. 4 figures burst forth from the magic circle, blocking the renewed attacks from Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido. They were the remaining 4 of the Gorisei, Nezushiro, Piter, Vachali, and Maz, who had transformed into their beast forms. Piter transformed into a sandworm, Vachali into a giant boar, and Maz into a creature resembling the legendary Izanami, charging toward Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido. Nezushiro transformed into a skeletal centaur resembling a horse's bone, moving like a black streak of light, wielding the first-generation Onamaru, its cold light flashing aimed straight at Lu Ming's neck. Come on, am I afraid of you? Lu Ming's eyes turned crimson. After battling to this point, his ferocity had been fully unleashed. The Scarlet Empress, infused with innate true chi, radiated a red glow. Instead of retreating, he advanced to meet Nezushiro, and the Scarlet Empress met the first-generation Onamaru in a clash, unleashing shockwaves that obliterated everything around. Lu Ming's combat skills and agility were terrifying. The Scarlet Empress moved with the finesse of an arm in his hand, striking with terrifying speed, a scorching masculine aura emanating from his body. Such powerful swordsmanship. Nezushiro murmured, not flinching. His right hand tightened around the first-generation Onamaru, the chilling aura of the underworld coiling around it, transforming into countless blades of light that enveloped Lu Ming as if seeking to freeze everything. The blazing sunlight of the sword and the chilling light of the underworld intertwined, sparking a flurry of sparks and the continuous sound of metal clashing. Such tremendous power, such bizarre power, it actually counters my underworld chill. Nezushiro was alarmed, feeling as though he could barely hold onto the first-generation Onamaru. The strength contained in the Scarlet Empress far exceeded his expectations. The intense heat energy within it caused the underworld chill to vanish without a trace, having no effect on Lu Ming at all. In just a few seconds of engagement, he realized it would be difficult to subdue this overly young lad in a short time. Ha ha ha, just this much. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Nezushiro with a mocking expression. Upon realizing that his solar true chi countered his opponents, he manifested innate true chi as a protective barrier around himself, then focused on attacking. The Scarlet Empress, bolstered by innate true chi, tore through the air, generating countless sparks from friction, ultimately transforming into a fiery blade that he swung violently. Fast. Incredibly fast. The crimson flames slashed out fiercely, ferocious and unstoppable, as if erupting like an unstoppable force. A skeletal arm was severed, soaring through the air, igniting in red flames before turning to ashes. The disarmed Nezashiru seemed unfazed, merely letting out a grunt as the front hooves of his horse form shot out like two swords, aiming directly at Lu Ming's heart and his right hand holding the sword. Despite the astonishing speed, it was utterly silent. Had it not been for Lu Ming's extraordinary senses and a perception ability akin to divine sense along with his mastery of observation haki, he might not have noticed it. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the Scarlet Empress seemed to come alive, splitting into three, like three dragon serpents tracing intricate trajectories in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Three crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Two blades accurately struck the front of the horse's hooves, while the last blade's edge spat flames, arriving just in time to block Nezashiru's truly lethal Onamaru. Such exquisite swordsmanship made Nezashiru's expression darken even further. He had initially thought that Lu Ming's previous technique represented his limit, but unexpectedly, under the influence of that other power, the swordplay's variations were so remarkably intricate. Clang, clang. As the two continued to clash, the situation on the other battlefield underwent a reversal. It turned out that Satan, possessed by Im, had unwittingly recovered completely. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Vachali Piter and Maz entangled with Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido, he launched a surprise attack. Demon Contract. Black turned Dominion. A black contract magic circle appeared beneath Rock's feet. Caught off guard, he fell into the magic circle, and then like a black and white chess piece flipping, Rock sank underground and emerged as another version of himself. The new Rocks had crimson eyes, a pair of enormous fangs in his mouth, goat horns sprouting from his head, bat wings on his back, and held a pitch-black longsword clearly transformed into a demon. Roar. As the demon Rocks appeared, he let out a furious roar, unleashing an extremely terrifying conqueror's haki that blew everything around away, including Whitebeard and Kaido beside him. Both coughed up blood, their eyes turning white, losing consciousness as they crashed heavily 100 meters away. This is several times stronger than Rock's haki before. Lu Ming felt as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer, instantly reverting from his hybrid form to human form. The Scarlet Empress was forcefully planted into the ground, barely stabilizing himself to avoid falling as he looked at the rampaging Rocks in the distance, his heart filled with shock. As for the Gorosei, Nezashiru, Vachali Piter, and Maz, they transformed into four streaks of black light and vanished from the Valley of Gods at the moment the demon Rocks unleashed his conqueror's haki, presumably returning to the realm of power. The only ones left were Satan, who had arrived on this island by boat, while Im, who possessed him, had been sent back to his original form by the conqueror's haki, and the demonic marks on his body had completely vanished. Without Im's control, the demon Rocks went completely out of control, like a wild beast that only knew slaughter, rampaging and destroying everything around him. Around him, whether it was the Navy, pirates, government agents, slaves, or celestial dragons, all fell to his sword, their blood staining the entire Valley of Gods. In the distance, two figures rushed over, wielding iron fists to intercept the slaughtering and destructive Rocks. So this is the reason why Garp and Roger teamed up. Seeing Rocks in his current state, Lu Ming understood why Roger helped Garp to kill Rocks in the original story. Given Rock's situation, if he could not be stopped, it would be a disaster for this world, especially since Rocks was targeting the members of the Roger Pirates. Neither Garp nor Roger would accept this. However, even so, Roger would guide Rocks to attack the celestial dragons, causing a significant number of them to be killed or injured in the process. I should be leaving anyway. These two can defeat Rocks now. Watching the battle between Rocks and Garp, Roger, Lu Ming made a decision in his heart, ignoring Kaido and Whitebeard, who had regained their senses in the distance. He activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming once again, and in the blink of an eye, he became a 200-meter-long azure dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Lu Ming took a deep breath, raising his dragon neck high. Innate true energy gathered within him, and a blinding light shone from his massive chest cavity as if he had swallowed a sun. The next second, a torrent of scorching energy hot enough to distort the air erupted from his mouth. Dragon breath. The blazing dragon breath surged forth like a beam of light, sweeping toward the distant gathering place of the world government agents with unstoppable force. That place was the gathering site for the world government agents as well as the celestial dragons. Wherever the beam passed, the ground was plowed open into a deep canyon, the hard earth instantly turning into crimson magma, and even the two iconic peaks of the Valley of Gods were split in twain. The celestial dragons and world government personnel suffered innumerable casualties. You all take your time fighting, or I'm leaving. Seeing the effect, Lu Ming's massive dragon head revealed a satisfied expression. Without looking back, he grasped the flame cloud and swiftly flew towards the outside of the Valley of Gods. Meanwhile, his Kinbunshika Haki and Divine Sense continuously scanned for the whereabouts of Wind Speed Dog. As he neared the eastern coast, the dragon head paused slightly, and a flame cloud, carrying the unconscious Wind Speed Dog, and Shamrock flew beside Lu Ming, continuing their flight outward. Boom! Half a day later, a world-destroying rumble echoed within the Valley of Gods, followed by the entire island beginning to sink into the sea, marking the end of the legendary era and the World King rocks. Injured and weary, Garp stood on the warship looking at the remnants of the Valley of Gods, which was now reduced to a few rocks, feeling utterly confused. Not because they had killed rocks by sinking him to the bottom of the sea at the cost of destroying the Valley of Gods, but because of what had transpired within the Valley of Gods, where the celestial dragons and world government personnel had wantonly slaughtered civilians, and the Navy not only did nothing to stop it, but also acted as accomplices. Thinking of Lu Ming, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Roger, Garp felt a deep sense of loss again. He believed that these individuals posed a threat that was not much less than that of rocks. In fact, their scattered activities might be even more dangerous. At this moment, the remaining cadres of the Rocks pirates, except for Whitebeard, showed no signs of sadness. Instead, they were all smiling joyously, for they were now free to soar high in the sky and swim freely in the seas. This new era belonged to them. Lu Ming was unaware that Garp had already seen him as a troublemaker. Passing through the sea where Hummingbird Island was located, there were no islands left, only a tumultuous sea surface. Fortunately, I had the foresight. Lu Ming felt relieved. If he hadn't moved Aunt Marcia and the others, they would likely have ended up as Sea King droppings. 2 hours later, Lu Ming spotted a tall, lush green tree from afar, standing at the center of the island, its crown nearly the same size as the island itself. I'll rest here. Lu Ming felt an odd sense of familiarity with this place, but couldn't quite place it. To avoid frightening the island's residents, Lu Ming transformed back into human form from the air, using innate true energy to propel himself down towards the interior of the island. So this is O'Hara. No wonder it feels familiar. Walking on the streets of O'Hara and feeling the rich, scholarly atmosphere, Lu Ming, holding a skewer, recalled where this place was. Windspeed Dog, carrying Shamrock beside him, curiously surveyed the surroundings. As Robin's hometown and a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the pirate world, he had some memories of it, particularly during the scenes involving Robin on Judicial Island, which had moved him deeply. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ming found the island's residents to be quite friendly, so he decided to rest there for a time. He rented a house at the edge of the island and settled down to familiarize himself with the Azure Dragon Fruit and the 3 forms of Haki. As the pinnacle of devil fruits, the Azure Dragon Fruit grants mastery over the powers of fire, wind, and thunder. Previously, during his battle with Satan, Lu Ming had only managed to barely utilize the fire attribute, still far from the realm of Kaido, who entwined attribute attacks around his weapon. In Lu Ming's view, the 3 forms of Haki hold boundless potential. They represent the power of mind and will, akin to the will secrets in martial arts. The Conqueror's Haki corresponds to willpower, the Armament Haki corresponds to willful armament, and the Observation Haki corresponds to willful destiny. However, compared to the will secrets, the 3 forms of Haki barely touch the threshold of those secrets. They are merely a simple and crude use of mental willpower, yet even so they represent the power of mental will with immense potential. But given the limits of the people in the pirate world, being able to unleash the power to split mountains and sever seas is already the utmost limit. However, in Lu Ming's hands it was different. With a lottery system, his limits far exceeded those of the people in the pirate world. The 3 forms of Haki would also grow stronger as his strength increased. But that is a matter for the future. For now, he still needed to master the advanced uses of the 3 types of Haki, such as Foresight, Flowing Cherry Blossoms, and the Entanglement of Conqueror's Haki, and explore more applications. Lying on a recliner in front of the door, Lu Ming was reviewing the gains and losses from the battle in the Valley of Gods, especially regarding IMS abilities. IMS abilities are incredibly strange. Even rocks had little resistance against them. How should I guard against this? Perhaps the world government fears the Nika fruit not because of its own powers, but because the Nika fruit has a way to immunize or even reverse IMS abilities. Lu Ming's speculation was not without reason, for he believed that the Azure Dragon, Great Buddha, Tremor Meatball Soul, and other fruits were certainly not inferior to the Nika fruit. Kaido's defeat to Luffy was not solely due to the exhaustion from consecutive battles, but also because of his ignorance regarding the abilities of the Nika fruit, which ultimately led to his failure. Had he known the abilities of the Nika fruit in advance, even if it was a comedic power, maintaining an undefeated status would not have been particularly challenging. Thus, the world government fears the Nika fruit not only for its unknowingly unifying capabilities, but also primarily for its potential to counteract IMS abilities. It seems my training plan needs to change. Understanding the laws must be prioritized, aiming to grasp the domain when I break through to the planetary level. This should allow me to disregard IMS bizarre abilities. Previously, Lu Ming had focused on refining his movement and techniques, dedicating the remaining time to enhancing his cultivation, as he believed elevating his power to surpass others in this world was the true path. Moreover, comprehending the laws above the planetary level is exceedingly difficult, so Lu Ming prioritized raising his cultivation. However, after witnessing IMS' strange abilities, he felt it would be safer to first master the power of the domain. 3 days later, on the eastern coast of O'Hara, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a large rock, with Wind Speed Dog lying nearby. Together, they trained facing the sea as the blazing innate true chi within Lu Ming circulated through large and small cycles. The great cycle absorbed the stray energy from outside. The small cycle utilized innate true chi to temper the body and nurture the spirit, achieving a dual cultivation of life and spirit. As I suspected, the Qinglong fruit has tripled my genetic multiplier, saving me a great deal of the gene optimization process, significantly increasing my cultivation speed. What would originally have taken over a decade to break through to the planetary level now feels like I can achieve it in 5 years. 5 years is not a long time, considering this is not the world of devouring, but rather the world of pirates devoid of resources, such as the spirit of grass and woodwood bud crystals or purple dew to assist in breakthrough. I can only grind away slowly. Moreover, he was using innate true chi rather than genetic primal energy, which carries certain distinction. Cultivation is not merely about absorbing external energy to grow internal energy. It requires constant nurturing of the spirit, tempering the physique, broadening the meridians, and deepening the dantian to enhance, which means without opportunities and resources, progress will be slow. Otherwise, the few planetary-level individuals who devoured Earth were precisely because Earth's people have a 10th-tier lineage and lack resources. Hong and Thunder God progress rapidly only because their mindsets are extraordinarily high. In the distance among the grass, a white-haired girl was holding a bounty notice, comparing it to the youth on the rock. After a quick glance, the girl quickly covered her mouth to suppress a gasp, her heart surging with waves of disbelief. It really is Qinglong Lu Ming. How could he be in O'Hara? I must inform Dr. Clover and the others. Saying this, the girl turned to run, but as soon as she looked up, she felt herself bump into a rock and fell to the ground. So it's you? I thought it was someone from the world government. Examining the girl before him, who looked exactly like the sly girl from his memories, Lu Ming guessed her identity. Nico Alvia, Robin's mother in the future. When did he get behind me? I'm done for. I'm going to be killed. Alvia covered her head with one hand and her mouth with the other, looking at Lu Ming in terror, daring not to breathe. Ignoring the almost frightened Alvia, Lu Ming reached out to take the bounty notice from her hand, revealing a picture of himself in his half-beast form, holding the Crimson Queen aloft. So this is my bounty notice. Qinglong Lu Ming, this person is extremely wicked, having slaughtered over 10,000 residents of God Valley. Bounty 3. 5 billion berries, dead or alive. After reading it, Lu Ming was immediately enraged and amused. Truly, the world government has no shame. They actually placed the blame for the annihilation of God Valley on us, while absolving themselves completely. They really know how to distort the truth. By the way, are there any other bounty notices or newspapers about God Valley? Lu Ming looked down at Alvia, wanting to understand how the world government reported the incident. Yes, Alvia quickly replied, fearing she might be killed by Lu Ming if she delayed, as this was the god of death, who had killed over 10,000 people in God Valley. She then took out the remaining bounty notices and a newspaper from her backpack. After receiving the newspaper and bounty notices, Lu Ming began to read. The content of the newspaper distorted the truth, all depicting Lu Ming, Roger, and the Rock's pirates as brutal and bloody, detailing how they annihilated God Valley, while Carp was praised for overcoming great hardships to defeat Rocks and protect the celestial dragon residents on the island, earning the title of hero. Yet the true cause of God Valley's destruction, related to the human hunting game, was not mentioned at all. The remaining few notices were for Whitebeard Roger and others, none of which were below 3 billion berries, all with a dead or alive status. Forget it, I had already anticipated this. Lu Ming shook his head, and with a flicker of fire in his hand, he incinerated the bounty notices and newspaper to ashes. Mr. Lu Ming, may I leave now? Alvia awkwardly spoke to Lu Ming, simultaneously making a gesture to leave. Seeing Lu Ming nod, she cautiously ran towards the tree of all-knowing. Upon seeing her graceful figure, Lu Ming smiled, and shook his head, then swiftly moved to the seaside to practice with the Crimson Queen, honing his blade skills and movement techniques. As for Shamlock, Lu Ming specifically hired a maid to care for him, as he had no experience raising children in either of his lives, so he could only leave it to professionals. After achieving perfect level swordsmanship and movement techniques, the next step is to reach the realm of intent, which requires comprehending one's unique intent. This stage is not extensively described in the Devouring novels, yet it serves as the best foundational phase. Although unclear about the differences in the laws and rules between the pirate world and the Devouring world, he still planned to choose one from the 5 elements, or wind and thunder. Not for any other reason, but because this path is feasible with templates available to reference. His newly created Sun True Scripture is the essence of the sun blazing like fire, and the Qinglong fruit itself possesses the ability to control flames. Thus, comprehending the realm of fire is the best choice, and later, he can seamlessly learn the laws of fire. At that moment, while using the Crimson Queen to smash down on Satan, he vaguely sensed a hint of flames erupting, so during this period, besides familiarizing himself with the Qinglong fruit and the 3-color domineering aura, he dedicated the rest of his time to trying to regain that feeling. 6 months had swiftly passed. During this time, the sea was in great turmoil, especially in the New World, where battles erupted every 7 days, and skirmishes every 3. With the death of Rox, the majority of pirates felt it was their time to rise, seizing islands and declaring themselves kings. However, before they could rejoice for long, the cadre of the Rox pirates struck back fiercely, particularly the Golden Lion, who led his old subordinates to form the Flying Sky Pirates, declaring themselves admirals and sweeping through most of the islands in the first half of the New World with thunderous force. Those who followed them prospered, while those who opposed met their doom. In no time, the reputation of the Flying Sky Pirates surged, with Shiki's subordinates exceeding 20,000, surpassing the numbers of the former Rox pirates. Among them were numerous experts, making it the strongest pirate crew in the New World. On the other hand, Whitebeard was not to be outdone, establishing the Whitebeard Pirates centered around his hometown with the intention of gathering adopted sons and daughters, gradually expanding his crew. Charlotte Linlin also occupied the Tato Land Sea area, just as in the original story, establishing the Bigmam Pirates and beginning her rule over the islands. There was little news about the Roger Pirates, but Lu Ming guessed they were likely searching for the true history, while also taking care of children. Of course, he was also taking care of children. Besides hiring a nanny to look after Sherlock, now known as Shamrock, he also spent some time with the child each day. Fortunately, the chaos mainly affected the New World and the Grand Line without spilling over to the 4 seas. Thus, Lu Ming lived a rather leisurely and content life. As a modern man, he was quite happy about this, focusing on familiarizing himself with the Azure Dragon Fruit and the 3-color hockey. Of course, it would be even better if no one disturbed him. Lu Ming sighed softly, setting down the Scarlet Empress in his hands, adjusting the gravity regulator to its original state, before pushing open the door and looking at the white-haired girl at the entrance, saying helplessly, "I say, Orbia, why do you come here instead of studying your archaeology? I've already learned all that. The scholars of O'Hara won't let me research the true history, so I can only come here to play." With her hands behind her back and her body leaning forward, Orbia smiled and peeked into the room. Upon seeing the sleeping wind speed dog in the corner, she pushed Lu Ming aside and strode in excitedly. Orbia may not be as capable as Robin, but she was definitely a genius with an impressive learning ability, completing O'Hara's knowledge quite naturally. As expected, she's here to see the wind speed dog. Lu Ming couldn't help but pout a bit. The fluffy coat and handsome appearance of the wind speed dog captivated not just men, but women as well. Orbia often visited him, and aside from her curiosity about the Sky Island and Fishman Island, it could be said that she primarily came to pet the dog. Feeling the added weight on its body, the wind speed dog lazily opened one eye. Seeing the familiar figure, it lay back down, allowing the girl to rub its fluffy fur, appearing utterly relaxed. It enjoyed being petted, so it didn't mind Orbia's bold actions. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only shake his head helplessly, feeling a bit regretful. Since Orbia's last visit, the scholars of the Tree of All Knowledge learned of his existence. After contacting him, they realized he was not a villain and allowed him to stay in O'Hara while they returned to continue their research on the true history. However, Orbia was quite curious about Lu Ming asking about the world outside of O'Hara, especially those peculiar places. Although Lu Ming had never been outside Sea Swallow Island, he had a decent understanding of this world from watching anime in his past life. Thus, he shared everything about the Sky Island, Fishman Island, Zoo, and other islands with Orbia, which completely piqued her interest, leading her to frequently run over to visit him. "Hey Lu Ming, After playing with the wind speed dog for a while, Orbia suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is the Sky Island you mentioned last time really real? And what about the legend of the Golden Country? Is there really a true history there? Lu Ming replied, the Sky Island certainly exists, and there is indeed a piece of the true history there. If you don't believe me, why not just set sail and see for yourself? Lu Ming said somewhat impatiently. Orbia had already asked this question several times, yet she still brought it up. Orbia knew Lu Ming was getting a bit annoyed with her questions, awkwardly sticking out her tongue before turning back to lie on the wind speed dog, exclaiming, so soft, so comfortable. Lu Ming looked at her with disdain and quickly closed his eyes to begin his training. However, the wind speed dog was enjoying it. As the only Pokemon in the pirate world, it often felt lonely, and Lu Ming spent most of his time training, rarely playing with it. So when Orbia arrived, the wind speed dog was delighted because someone was willing to play with it. Another benefit of Orbia's arrival was that she could help keep an eye on Shamrock, who was now 1.5 years old and could walk on his own. He often chased after Lu Ming, calling him Papa. A regular training routine resumed, with Lu Ming practicing swordsmanship and comprehending intent in the morning, training hockey and abilities in the afternoon, and practicing in the evening. When he had free time, he would play with the wind speed dog and Shamrock or tease Orbia for relaxation. Occasionally, he would deal with unruly navy and pirate encounters. It seemed as though the entire sea had completely forgotten about Lu Ming. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the 9 spirit pearls. The illusory light curtain in the air quietly dissipated, and 9 pearls radiating a green sheen fell from the sky, landing silently on the bed. 9 spirit pearls. That name sounds like a treasure. As he recalled the words on the light curtain, Lu Ming felt a stir in his heart and reached out to gather the 9 pearls into his palm. In an instant, a strange energy surged into his body like a warm current, instantly permeating his limbs and even reaching deep into his soul. Comfortable, more comfortable than ever. Under the nurturing of this energy, Lu Ming felt his mind clearer than ever, his thoughts washed clean. This really is a treasure. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately took out a small knife. He concentrated his innate true energy at his fingertips. The heat, like fire, yet containing vitality, flowed along the blade, and he swiftly made a cut across his fingertip. Bright red blood dripped evenly onto the 9 green pearls. Blood oath of ownership. However, the anticipated scene of blood being absorbed did not occur. Blood oath of ownership didn't work. Let me try my innate true energy. With a sudden thought, Lu Ming urged the fiery and life-infused innate true energy within him, continuously pouring it into the string of pearls in his palm. It's ineffective to recognize the master by blood, useless to refine with true chi, and there's no response from my mental power. What on earth is this? A wave of intense frustration surged in Lu Ming's heart as he almost wanted to throw the 9 beads away forcefully. Yet the gentle vitality continuously emanating from within the beads wrapped around his body, soothing his soul. The profound mysteries contained within were self-evident. He could only suppress his annoyance and reluctantly store the 9 emerald beads into his storage ring, planning to study them slowly and surely. Having drawn something unfamiliar, Lu Ming lost his desire to cultivate. He had been in O'Hara for 1 year. It was time to choose to leave and venture into the sea. He also wanted to see the sights of Sky Island, Fishman Island Zoo, and other places. Although Sherlock was still young, the wind speed dog could protect him, and as long as he didn't run into dangerous places, he should be fine. Moreover, he only wanted to roam the seas without causing trouble, so there shouldn't be too many reckless individuals. Originally, Lu Ming thought of finding a family in O'Hara to adopt Sherlock, but considering his celestial dragon identity, if discovered, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for O'Hara. After some thought, he decided to take him along, treating him as his own son. At the dock in O'Hara, a beautifully crafted 3-masted sailboat was anchored on the sea, about the same size as the original Mary, featuring an artificial grass deck. The bow was adorned with a dragon head and a green dragon coiled around a massive character for martial arts on the sail. This ship was commissioned from the island's shipwright at a cost of 30 million berries, consuming nearly 1/5 of the treasures Lu Ming had plundered in the Valley of the Gods. Not only could it sail with sails, but it also contained a boiler and electric motor, providing power via fire and lightning if necessary. As soon as he boarded the ship, Lu Ming sensed a familiar aura within the cabin. Frowning, he walked into the cabin and found the white-haired girl Nico Alvia hiding in the boiler room. I was wondering why I didn't see you earlier. Saying this, Lu Ming grabbed the white-haired girl by her collar, lifting her up as if seizing the very neck of fate. Alvia clawed and struggled like a cat, trying to break free from Lu Ming's grip, but to no avail. At the same time, she kept shouting, Lu Ming, let me go. I want to go to sea with you. Smack. Lu Ming snapped his fingers against Alvia's head, irritated. What nonsense are you talking about? Go to sea with me. Do you have the strength for that? My enemies are the world government marine admirals and those powerful pirates dominating the new world. Not those trivial third-rate pirates that came to O'Hara before. Hearing this, Alvia's expression dimmed. After a year of interaction, she had gained some understanding of Lu Ming's strength. Additionally, several reckless pirates had come to O'Hara, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by Lu Ming after being robbed of their wealth. Moreover, there are your family mentors and a handsome guy pursuing you in O'Hara. Can you really give all that up? To be honest, Alvia is very beautiful, completely resembling a white-haired robin, and I am quite drawn to her. However, her strength is simply too weak. She might manage with a gun in the seas, but once they enter the Grand Line and the new world, her level of power would be akin to courting death. This isn't the Straw Hat Pirates who have enough luck to protect an ordinary individual like Nami. Besides, Nami is not weak. Later on with the new weather stick and Zeus, she still has a certain degree of self-defense capability. Alvia fell silent, and just as Lu Ming was about to toss her overboard, she suddenly spoke up, "But you can't protect me, can you? And the wind speed dog is quite capable too. I will also work hard to improve my own strength and will absolutely not be a burden to you. I'm begging you." As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, looking at Lu Ming with teary eyes. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled, pondering, "I can't resist," and almost directly eliminated Alvia on the spot. But thinking about the enemies he might face in the future, potentially even the hidden world king, Ami felt a headache coming on. He said solemnly, "Alvia, I want to make it clear to you that I may not be able to protect you, and I'm not a good person. Who knows, one day, I might even eat you, and without any responsibility. I'm not afraid." Alvia's delicate face flushed instantly, her voice barely above a whisper like a mosquito, yet her gaze was resolute. She wanted to board the ship, not only to follow Lu Ming around the world to collect historical texts, but also because she wanted to be with Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared speechlessly at the blushing Alvia for a while, finally letting out a long sigh and placing her on the deck. "All right, since it's like this, you can come with me." "Great," Alvia exclaimed, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms in joy. The Qinglong set sail from O'Hara. "Forget it. If I'm careful, I should be able to protect her." Lu Ming leaned against the cabin door holding a bottle of fine wine, his expression complex as he watched. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he took out a box from his spatial ring, revealing a green pineapple. Strangely, the pineapple's leaves resembled feathers burning with green flames, which was the legendary immortal bird fruit that Marco would possess in the future. This fruit was one of the treasures he had stored in 4 boxes initially, with the other 3 being the glint fruit, hormone fruit, and the dog fruit, mythical beast-type Cerberus form. These could all be considered top-tier devil fruits, especially the immortal bird hormone and Cerberus fruits, which were among the very best. The immortal bird and Cerberus are both top-tier mythical beasts, and the hormone fruit is definitely worth developing in Lu Ming's eyes. Hormones are chemical substances secreted by endocrine glands and cells, essential messengers for the human body to maintain internal stability and adapt to external changes, regulating various physiological functions, such as metabolism, growth, reproduction, and emotions. If developed properly, it could be on par with the tremor fruit. Alvia, eat this. This is a devil fruit. The immortal bird fruit. Alvia reached out to take it, her expression a mix of surprise, clearly aware of the fruit's power. Hurry and eat it. At the very least, it will give you some self-defense capability. Although giving the immortal bird fruit to Alvia might seem wasteful and may not unleash its full potential, the life-preserving capability of this fruit was extremely powerful. Not only could it allow one to fly, but even if the heart and brain were damaged, as long as one didn't die on the spot, they could recover. Apart from hockey, seastone, and seawater, it basically had no weaknesses. With a little training, she wouldn't become a burden in the future and might even become an ally. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Within the conference room, the Marine High Command had assembled. "Gentlemen, according to intelligence gathered by our agents in the West Blue, Qinglong Lu Ming, having spent a year on O'Hara, has finally set sail once more. His course charts a direct path toward Reverse Mountain, indicating his intention to enter the Grand Line." Colonel Sylvia stood before a presentation board, briefing the assembled Marine officers. Affixed to it were Lu Ming's bounty poster, biographical details, and navigational charts. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, chin resting upon his interlaced fingers, his expression grave. His gaze swept across the senior officers present, Sengoku, Zephyr Garp, and Tsuru, before he spoke slowly. "Qinglong Lu Ming hails from Heian Island in the West Blue, yet his origins remain shrouded in mystery. Intelligence indicates he appeared as an infant on the island, raised by its villagers. From childhood, he devoted himself to rigorous training, aspiring to become the world's strongest man. He possesses all three forms of haki. A year ago, after receiving word from slaves within the Valley of the Gods, he orchestrated the full evacuation of Haiyan Island's populace, then entered the valley alone. There he slew over 100 celestial dragons, seized the Qinglong fruit, and engaged in battle with Charlotte Lin, one of the 5 elders, Satan Saint, and Garen Saint of the Divine Knights. His strength rivals that of Roger and Whitebeard without exception. Now that he has returned to the seas, he must have fully mastered the Qinglong fruit, his power undoubtedly amplified. He may well seek dominion within the New World. Yet the New World is already in chaos. Remnants of the Rock's pirates are seizing territory with ruthless abandon. Ushank's Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, Kaido Wangji, and John have all risen as formidable forces. Marine bases there have dwindled to near extinction. Should Lu Ming arrive in the New World, pirate power will swell beyond containment. Though pirates war amongst themselves in the absence of marines and the world government, they unite instantly against either force. Thus Sengoku resolved, above all else, not to let another sovereign rise there. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Admiral Sengoku's expression hardened as he voiced dissent. Fleet Admiral Lu Ming's arrival in the New World may not be wholly undesirable. Based on our intelligence, and the fact he warned Haiyan Island's residents to flee, he is no indiscriminate monster. Even if he cannot counter Shanks or others directly, his presence may afford ordinary people greater safety and dignity. Admiral Tsuru, now Chief of Staff, quickly added, I concur with Admiral Sengoku's assessment. She knew well that numbers meant nothing against a peer like Lu Ming. Only equals could oppose him. At present, only 3 men in Marine headquarters possessed such strength: Sengoku, and Garp. All others would fall without delay. Plopped. A burst bubble jolted Garp awake. He sprang upright, instinctively blurting, Is the meeting over? Sengoku's temples throbbed, fists clenched tight. He longed fiercely to strike this insubordinate, willful fool square in the jaw. Yet since the Valley of the Gods incident a year prior, Garp's legend had spread across the seas. With age, his defiance had only deepened. He obeyed orders in name only, obsessed solely with capturing Roger, leaving all else unheeded. Sengoku held no authority over him. Sigh. Suppressing his fury, Sengoku turned his gaze to Zephyr. Zephyr, you are assigned to monitor Lu Ming. Do not act rashly. You are not his equal in strength. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Zephyr rose and saluted. Zephyr's strength remains insufficient. Sengoku sighed inwardly. The Marine headquarters once boasted a 4th admiral, but years earlier, during the fateful clash with rocks at Mary Geos, he perished from grievous wounds. That loss diminished their apex-tier might. Zephyr was formidable, yet still far beneath Lu Ming's tier of mastery. Western blue waters near Reverse Mountain. On the deck of the Qinglong ship Orbia, clad in a black crop top and matching shorts, performed push-ups. Lu Ming sat astride her back, counting aloud, while simultaneously directing a thread of spiritual awareness into the 9-spirit pearl in his palm, attuning himself to its unique life law. After several days of study, Lu Ming recalled the pearl's origin, one of the 3 sacred relics of the supreme god of life from the Panlong realm. The 9-spirit pearl embodied the god's mastery over the life law and aided cultivators in comprehending it. The other 2 relics were the Wutia crown, symbolizing divine sovereignty, and the red rhombus crystal embodying primordial vitality. 991. Gritting her teeth, Orbia trembled through another push-up. Smack. Lu Ming playfully patted her backside and chuckled. You chose this. Don't blame me. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her arms wavered, nearly collapsing. But she steadied herself, reined in her emotions, and pressed upward with renewed resolve. At that moment, a colossal 3-masted vessel surged toward Reverse Mountain, a pirate ship marked by a skull with an iron jaw emblazoned upon its sails. Captain, to our port bow, a small, elegant vessel. Let me see. Hearing his crew's report, the captain snatched up his spyglass. Spotting only a man and woman aboard, apparently flirting, he seethed with bachelor's wrath and roared, Men, board them. Seize the girl. Cut the man to ribbons. Oh, a beauty. It's been ages since we've had a woman. The crew erupted in cheers, steering the iron jaw toward the Qinglong ship for boarding. Yet before closing within hundreds of meters, a 100-meter-long crimson slash erupted from the smaller vessel, cleaving the iron jaw cleanly in 2. Help! I don't want to die. Captain, save us. They stared in terror at the man whose jaw gleamed like forged iron. But the iron jaw captain had no mind for them. His eyes bulged wide, fixed ahead, as though witnessing some unspeakable horror. Qinglong. Lu Ming. Before he could utter another syllable, 2 more slashes streaked forth, obliterating the shattered hull entirely. Damn, Scum litters these seas. Lu Ming scowled as he sheathed the Crimson Empress, then flashed a cheerful grin toward Orbia sprawled breathless on the deck. Up you get. We're not done. 1,000 squats remain. No, not moving. While you do, exhausted Orbia rolled onto her back, limbs splayed wide, defiant, vulnerable, daring him with a glance. Alas, my temper. Lu Ming felt offended. Ever since coming aboard this ship, this little girl had increasingly disregarded him. Today he must make her understand who the true master is. He swiftly moved before Orbia placed her on his knee and delivered a resounding slap to her backside. Have you submitted yet? Not at all. Smack. Smack. Have you submitted yet? I have. Orbia, on the verge of tears, rubbed her already swollen backside and climbed up from the ground, looking at Lu Ming with a face full of resentment. Since you have submitted, why not hurry and continue? Lu Ming commanded, seemingly oblivious to her plan. Orbia was nearly furious. This unromantic man ignited azure and crimson flames all over his body. In no time the flames vanished and her sore body and swollen backside were completely restored. She then began doing squats on the deck, glaring at Lu Ming with each squat as if she wanted to consume him with her eyes. The recovery ability of the phoenix fruit is truly remarkable. Lu Ming marveled internally. In just a few days Orbia could complete over 1,000 push-ups thanks to the phoenix fruit. The azure flames lacked the properties to spread or burn things, yet they possessed an extraordinary healing ability. Although it couldn't restore stamina, it effectively alleviated soreness, achieving a continuous training effect. After training, Orbia leaned against the windspeed dog to rest while cradling Sherlock in her arms. As for why Sherlock was close to Orbia, the reason was simple. After the maid could not board the ship, the responsibility of looking after Sherlock fell onto Orbia. Knowing Sherlock's background, she showered him with maternal affection, and they naturally grew close. The Qinglong ship soon entered the upside-down mountain. Watching the water flow upwards, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the pirate world, where such violations of physical laws could occur as the ship sailed along the current into the Grand Line. In the Twin Cape, Lu Ming encountered the whale Laboon and Crocus. At this time, Crocus had yet to accept the invitation from the Roger pirates, merely standing quietly beside Laboon. After a brief greeting, the Qinglong ship headed towards the central channel, the same path taken by the Straw Hat crew in the original story. The reason for choosing this route was not due to Lu Ming's familiarity or preference for the location. After all, with his strength, he could reach Sabeti Archipelago via any route passing Fishman Island on his way to the New World. The real reason was that this route had the ancient island Little Garden and Sky Island. Lu Ming wanted to see living dinosaurs and taste their meat. If possible, he wished to catch a smaller one to raise alongside the windspeed dog. The first stop was Cactus Island, also known as Whiskey Peak and Welcome Town. However, it was not yet called Welcome Town, but Whiskey Town, which still hosted many bounty hunters. It could be said that the first island of the 7 routes was occupied by bounty hunters. The main reason was that the pirates just entering the Grand Line were generally lacking in strength and experience, making it easier for bounty hunters to seize opportunities, especially for those from East Blue and South Blue, whose strengths were weaker. The bounty hunters were all well versed in the wanted posters. Upon seeing Lu Ming, they immediately recognized him as the ruthless figure responsible for the massacre at God Valley, with a bounty of 253 billion berries, causing them to flee in terror. Lu Ming and Orbia entered a tavern. 1 juice and a bottle of apple cider. After instructing the bartender, Lu Ming sat at the bar, his gaze sweeping over the now empty tavern, saying, "What a pity. What a pity. Of course it's a pity that I was recognized by the bounty hunters. It's all because of my handsome face." Orbia rolled her eyes and turned away, ignoring this narcissist. The bartender, who was wiping a glass, broke out in a cold sweat, secretly grateful that everyone recognized this esteemed gentleman, and vacated before he arrived, avoiding provoking his displeasure. Lu Ming naturally understood that the bartender was an informant for the bounty hunters, but he didn't mind. As long as no one provoked him, he was too lazy to cause trouble. After recording the pointer, Lu Ming and Orbia left Cactus Island amidst the joyous cheers of the bounty hunters, setting sail towards Little Garden. "We're about to see living dinosaurs." Lu Ming sat at the bow of the ship, eagerly gazing at the massive island ahead. Orbia windspeed dog, look. It's a real Tyrannosaurus Rex. Triceratops, that's a Triceratops. Brachiosaurus, such a long neck. Orbia watched Lu Ming, who was playing on the neck of the Brachiosaurus like a child, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Wasn't this man supposed to be quite mature? Why is he acting so childish now? "Sherlock, you can't be like your adoptive father in the future," Orbia said earnestly, lifting Sherlock in her arms to face her. The The windspeed dog was very happy darting around the forest to expend its energy. What a handsome velociraptor. Orbia, how about we catch one to raise? No way. The Qinglong ship is that small, where would you keep a pet? Seeing Lu Ming catch another velociraptor from who knows where, and wanting to keep it on the ship, Orbia immediately refused without hesitation. It was a joke. The only pet on the ship could be the windspeed dog. Fine. Lu Ming reluctantly released the velociraptor, but soon after, upon seeing another type of dinosaur he had never encountered, his excitement returned. He rushed to play with the dinosaur, and this scene truly amused Orbia. Seeing the dinosaur, Sherlock did not feel afraid. Instead, he wanted to play too, but under Orbia's supervision, he could only obediently stay in her embrace. Thus Lu Ming played in the ancient forest all day. He was curious about every unfamiliar creature, inspecting them, and the animals of Little Garden truly suffered, as Lu Ming had thoroughly explored them all. At night, near the bones where Dory lived, Lu Ming, Orbia, and Dory enjoyed meat and drinks while chatting with the windspeed dog, munching on roasted meat nearby. It's been ages since we had guests. Dory chugged down a large barrel of wine, laughing heartily. Giant uncle, have you really been here with your friend for 65 years? Of course. Orbia looked at Dory with curiosity. Dory said proudly, although I forgot the reason for the fight with Broggy, as a warrior of Elbaf, we will never leave this island until a victor is determined. Impressive. Impressive. Lu Ming looked at Dory with admiration. Orbia rolled her eyes, and then asked Dory, Giant uncle, I read in a book that Elbaf is very ancient. Thus began a Q&A session, mainly with Orbia asking questions and Dory answering. As the oldest tribe in the world, Elbaf's history had no gaps, so Dory could answer some of Orbia's inquiries. The next day before dawn, Orbia, holding Sherlock and Lu Ming, were awakened by a tremendous rumbling sound. The two adults and the child hurried out of the cave to see that the volcanic group nearby had erupted, though on a small scale, merely in the vicinity of the volcanoes. Dong Li skillfully picked up his sword and shield, and said to Lu Ming and Orbia, I am going to duel now. I will be back soon. After saying that, he dashed toward the center of the island, while another giant resembling Zhang Fei, with a face full of beard, charged out, holding a battle axe and a round shield. Bang! The clash of axe and shield, sword and shield, created a dull sound, and an invisible shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Dong Li and Brokey, two giants, wielded their swords, axes, and shields, continuously striking at each other's vital points. There was no trace of combat technique, only the straightforward and overwhelming experience accumulated from years of battle. As the shockwave surged, Orbia tightly grabbed Lu Ming's arm to steady herself, preventing herself from being thrown off balance. In the next moment, she felt her body lifted into the air, and by the time she realized it, Lu Ming had brought her to the top of a sea king's skeleton. Here the view was open and clear, allowing her to easily see all the details of the two giants' confrontation. Is this how giants fight? Orbia was dumbfounded, watching the fierce battle between Dong Li and Brokey, unable to believe her eyes. Was this a fight between two good brothers? Several times she clearly saw Dong Li's sword nearly pierce Brokey's throat, or the edge of Brokey's axe slice at Dong Li's neck. Lu Ming watched with great interest, learning the domineering techniques of the two giants. Compared to the entanglement and hardening of human armed color, Dong Li and Brokey's use of armed color was through vibration and fluctuation. While they might be slightly lacking in defense, their destructive power far surpassed that of entanglement and hardening. Extending his hand, the invisible domineering energy gathered in his palm, beginning to vibrate rhythmically. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the shockwave transformed into a blast of finger energy, piercing through a nearby large tree. Not bad, I can try it on someone next time. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't used his innate true energy for this strike, yet its power was not diminished at all. The battle between Dong Li and Brokey continued. Both were from Elbaf, hailing from the same tribe, and their training throughout their lives had been almost identical. After 65 years of fighting, they were very familiar with each other, making it impossible to break through each other's defenses. Even though their observation hockey was somewhat unrefined, they could predict each other's moves just from the slightest shift in expression. Orbia had now regained her composure and turned to look at Lu Ming, who was watching intently, and curiously asked, Lu Ming, Dong Li and Brokey are so strong with a bounty of 100 million, yet you have a bounty of 2,530,000,000 berries, and it's your first bounty. Your strength. Lu Ming was indeed strong, as she knew this, but she had never had a clear concept of it. Now, seeing how powerful the two 100 million bounty pirates were, it made her wonder if Lu Ming, with a bounty of 2 billion, was not 25 times stronger than Dong Li and Brokey. Seeing Orbia's thoughts, Lu Ming smiled and explained, strength cannot be measured by bounty. In Dong Li and Brokey's era, berries had not inflated to the current level. Their strength would now warrant a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Oh. Upon hearing this, Orbia nodded in realization, saying, "So your strength is 2 to 3 times stronger than Dong Li and Brokey." However, Lu Ming's next response left her stunned. "Wrong." Lu Ming replied decisively, then explained, "If Dong Li and Brokey are using their full strength now, I estimate I should be at least 50 times stronger than them. I have that much confidence." "At least 50 times. Orbia looked at Lu Ming in disbelief, struggling to imagine how such immense power could be hidden within such a small frame. Lu Ming casually dug in his ear with a cotton swab, appearing very relaxed. Noticing the changes in Orbia's expression, Lu Ming thought she wanted to see his strength and smiled, saying, "In a few days, I will have a match with either Dong Li or Brokey for you to see." Upon hearing this, Orbia realized Lu Ming misunderstood her, but she still nodded, saying, "The battle between Dong Li and Brokey lasted for more than half a day until both were exhausted and covered in injuries." Lu Ming didn't worry about the two giants. Once they recovered their strength, they would return. The record pointer of the small garden required a year to fully charge, and he planned to stay here for a while, training Orbia's strength, while also learning the giants' use of domineering from Dong Li and Brokey. Moreover, with the volcanic group here, he could observe volcanic eruptions and comprehend the essence of fire. Of course, he wouldn't stay here for a whole year like O'Hara. It would only be a few months. As for the record pointer, there were many pirates who died in the small garden, and some had pointers that were already full. Bringing Orbia, Windspeed Dog, and Sherlock to the inland port near the small garden, Lu Ming used the Crimson Queen to chop down some trees. He disliked living in caves and planned to build a wooden house here for a temporary resting place. This way he could maintain the Qinglong ship and also have some privacy with Orbia. 3 days later, at the center of the island, Lu Ming held the Crimson Queen with a beaming smile, looking at Dong Li across from him. In the distance, Brokey and Orbia were preparing to watch the match. "Dong Li, go for it. Let Lu Ming see your might." "Lu Ming, didn't you say you would let me see your strength?" Hearing Orbia's encouragement, a smile crept across Lu Ming's face as the armed color slowly enveloped the blade of the Crimson Queen, transforming it into a black blade. "Uncle Dong Li, are you ready?" "Come on, Lu Ming. For the honor of Elbaf, I absolutely will not lose." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Dong Li crouched down, gripping his sword in one hand and his shield in the other, gazing seriously at the small figure across from him, not daring to make a single careless move. His body instinctively warned him that this human was extremely dangerous. "Here I come." As soon as the words fell, Lu Ming vanished from sight, instantly appearing 30 meters above Dong Li, then swung down with his sword, unleashing a 50-meter slash aimed directly at Dong Li. The reason he chose to appear 30 meters away was not that Lu Ming couldn't reach Dong Li, but to give Dong Li time to react. Otherwise, if Lu Ming truly stood in front of him with Dong Li's size, even if he reacted, he would still be unable to respond in time, and would be instantly killed by a single blow. "Too fast. I can barely react." Dong Li's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing Lu Ming materialize before him, disbelief etched across his face. An invisible ripple coiled around the blade in his hand as he swung it sideways with tremendous force. Solar Saw. A golden ripple burst forth from the sword like a serrated blade, surging to meet the colossal 50-meter slash. Clang. A piercing metallic clash reverberated through the air. Dong Li felt an overwhelming surge of power course up the blade, so fierce it numbed his palms. Only the honor of the Elbaf warriors kept him from losing his grip. Even so, he staggered backward, his expression twisted with shock. And that was merely the slash. Had Lu Ming closed the distance immediately after delivering it, Dong Li dared not imagine what fate awaited him. Did I overexert myself?" Lu Ming landed lightly and murmured softly, watching Dong Li's disheveled retreat. After a year of rigorous training on O'Hara, and amplified by the Azure Dragon Fruit, his strength had doubled to a staggering 256 metric tons, while his speed soared to 600 meters per second. Combined with refined explosive force techniques, both power and velocity had reached unimaginable heights. His mastery of the three-colored hockey was absolute armament hockey, capable of internal destruction, conqueror's hockey capable of binding, and observation hockey capable of glimpsing fragments of the future, all executed with effortless precision. Though his devil fruit abilities remained comparatively modest, he now wielded fire, lightning, and wind attributes with consummate fluency, infusing them into his strikes and blade work to elevate his combat prowess. "For the honor of Elbaf." Regaining his footing, Dong Li roared, charging forward instead of retreating. His right foot slammed into the ground, and with every ounce of strength, he brought his greatsword down upon Lu Ming. He could tell Lu Ming held back, But such restraint was an affront to an Elbaf warrior's pride. He would make Lu Ming pay for his condescension. Clang! The clash rang out once more. Lu Ming effortlessly deflected Dong Li's blade, then drew his crimson saber Scarlet Empress, engaging him in rapid ringing exchanges. The garden soon filled with a cascade of metallic chimes. Dong Li fought with desperate fury, unleashing wave after wave of invisible force from his sword, every technique at his command deployed without reserve. Yet Lu Ming moved with serene ease, his swordsmanship broad, direct, deceptively simple, yet imbued with an ineffable rhythm and raw power. Each strike shattered Dong Li's force waves and flicked aside his blade with surgical precision. TCH. From afar atop Broggy's shoulder, Olivia watched their sword duel, Lu Ming clearly dominating, and scoffed disdainfully. That Lu Ming is all talk. He bragged to me he's at least 50 times stronger than Uncle Dong Li. Yet look at this. Where's the 50-fold difference? Lu Ming did not lie. Broggy, his brow deeply furrowed, replied gravely. You are no warrior. You cannot perceive the battlefield's truth. Dong Li has already exhausted himself. Lu Ming, however, may have exerted less than 1/10 of his true strength. Is that so? Then how do you know? Observe Dong Li. His chest rises faintly. That is the unmistakable sign of extreme physical depletion. Lu Ming breathes steadily. His footwork and swordplay remain utterly relaxed, a style reserved only for opponents vastly inferior in strength. Olivia focused intently, and indeed Dong Li's breathing had grown labored while Lu Ming fought with one hand behind his back, wielding Scarlet Empress solely with his right. For minutes he stood rooted in place, moving scarcely at all, his poise effortless, his composure unshaken. At last her lingering doubts dissolved. She believed him, fully and irrevocably. Giants possess formidable strength, sufficient perhaps to contest mine, but their sheer size cripples their agility. Worse still, their combat relies entirely on raw experience devoid of refined technique. The longer Lu Ming fought, the less engaged he became. Dong Li's sword carried immense power and reach, but lacked finesse, and his observation hockey remained underdeveloped. Against someone who balanced supreme strength, blinding speed, and impenetrable defense, he simply could not land a single blow. Had Lu Ming not deliberately restrained his speed, Dong Li wouldn't even have had the chance to exchange blows. Uncle, it ends here. After this, train your observation hockey diligently. The moment those words left his lips, Lu Ming vanished, reappearing instantly before Dong Li. His left fist, wreathed in armament hockey, struck with pinpoint accuracy, sending Dong Li hurtling through the air at breakneck speed until he embedded deep within the fossilized skeleton of a leviathan. The punch carried calculated precision, not brute force, designed to stun, not injure. Dong Li would awaken unharmed, dazed but whole. Lu Ming reappeared before Olivia in a blur, raising one eyebrow with quiet triumph. Well, impressive, isn't it? Impressive, yes. Olivia nodded earnestly, then turned anxiously toward the distant skeleton where Dong Li lay embedded. But, is Uncle Dong Li all right? He's fine. I struck with calibrated force. He's merely unconscious. He'll wake naturally and slip free on his own. Hearing this, Broggy exhaled in profound relief. Earlier he'd feared Dong Li might be dead. Olivia had accepted Lu Ming's overwhelming strength, but curiosity burned anew. Lu Ming, how many warriors like you exist across the Grand Line? From what I know, more than 10 certainly. Lu Ming paused, thoughtfully tallying known titans and hidden masters alike before settling on that number. So many. Olivia gasped. Exactly why I insisted you train, to survive encounters with such beings. You need self-preservation, not just courage. Lu Ming shot her a wry, exasperated glance. I understand, she said solemnly, her earlier nonchalance replaced by grave resolve. At dawn the next day, Lu Ming awoke instinctively, only to find Olivia already gone from beside him. He rose swiftly, washed quickly, and stepped outside the wooden hut. On the nearby open ground, Olivia ran laps along the riverbank, disciplined and self-driven. Windspeed Dog trailed beside her, guiding Sherlock with quiet vigilance. At the island's heart, Dong Li stood blindfolded with cloth strips tied tightly over his eyes, while Broggy stood behind him, swinging a massive wooden club repeatedly toward his head, both immersed in intense observation hockey training. Good. Yesterday's battle shattered their illusions. Not only Olivia, but Dong Li and Broggy too have begun earnest cultivation, confronting their weaknesses with unwavering focus. Lu Ming felt a quiet satisfaction. His efforts had borne fruit. Drawing Scarlet Empress, he strode toward the volcanic range, intent on studying eruptions to grasp the essence of fire, and to refine his cultivation amid its primal fury. Another half-month passed, and Lu Ming barely touched upon the essence of the explosion and the concept of life. Though he could not yet merge these concepts into his sword techniques and body movements, he believed that through persistent cultivation, he would surely create his own unique sword style, just like the Thunder God and Hong who devoured the world. Lu Ming had just defeated a few Tyrannosaurus Rex and was preparing to cook them at the wooden cabin for lunch when he suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing 3 powerful auras approaching from the distant sea, one of which could rival his own. Such strength not at all inferior to mine. Is it the Navy pirates? Or the world government? Lu Ming was inwardly astonished. There were quite a few people with such auras across the vast ocean. Moreover, with 3 of them arriving simultaneously, the likelihood of them being from the Navy or pirates was slim, leaving only the possibility of the world government. With the Scarlet Empress attached to his back, Lu Ming exerted force beneath his feet and charged towards the inland river port of the Qinglong ship. Seeing Lu Ming descend from the sky with a serious expression, Orbia paused her training, feeling a wave of concern rise within her. What happened to Lu Ming? Ignoring her, Lu Ming turned to the distant Wind Speed Dog and commanded Wind Speed Dog take Orbia and Sherlock to find Dong Li and Brokey. Woof! The Wind Speed Dog barked loudly and transformed into an orange flash, appearing before Orbia. With a swift movement, it picked up Orbia and Sherlock and tossed them onto its back, running towards the center of the island. Orbia said little, holding on to Sherlock as they rode on the Wind Speed Dog, glancing back at Lu Ming silently, wishing, "Lu Ming, you must be safe." Lu Ming arrived at the seaside, waiting for the approaching auras. As the ship drew nearer, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity. When the ship reached within 5 kilometers, he finally recalled, this is the Roger pirates. After glancing again, he recognized the distinctive small beard on the skull's head, confirming his thoughts, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though the Roger pirates were indeed pirates, they were not unreasonable individuals. The most they would do was engage in a brawl, without taking lives, meaning Orbia would face minimal risk. Soon 3 familiar figures appeared at the bow of the ship: Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Lu Ming sensed Roger, and Roger sensed Lu Ming as well. Standing at the front of the ship, he stroked his chin in surprise, saying, "Isn't that the young man who defeated the 5 Elder Stars Satan at God Valley? I believe his name is Lu Ming." Rayleigh and Jabba were equally surprised. "It really is him. Ooh, I hadn't heard any news of him setting sail. How did he end up in Little Garden? Who cares why he's here?" Roger said nonchalantly, his fighting spirits surging with excitement. Rayleigh, "Jabba, you two better not try to steal him from me. I wanted to have a match with him back at God Valley," he said, eager for the challenge. Seeing Roger's enthusiasm, Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. As the ship was only 500 meters from Little Garden, Roger stomped on the bow, causing the Oro Jackson to sink significantly, and he leaped into the air, charging ahead towards Little Garden. "Huh, young dragon, let's have a fight." While still in the air, Roger laughed heartily and drew ace from his waist. The blade enveloped in visibly dark red Conqueror's haki, radiating a terrifying power as he roared and slashed downward. Divine evade. The dark red lightning boomed in the air as if it aimed to tear the sky apart. Lu Ming showed no fear, drawing the Scarlet Empress from his back, channeling his true energy into it, similarly enveloping it with dark red Conqueror's haki, and swung towards Roger in the air. Firewave. The crimson slash intertwined with dark red lightning, rushing towards Roger, descending from the sky. Buzz. The 2 supreme-grade weapons did not clash, rather their blades stopped just a few centimeters apart, with Ace and the Scarlet Empress halting midair. An incredibly terrifying force erupted between the 2 blades. Dark red lightning wildly intertwined and clashed, forming a visible energy sphere that emitted a piercing shriek. At that moment, the clouds in the entire sky began to churn and tear apart, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom. After the tremendous sound came a shockwave that swept everything away. The violent air waves surged outward from the 2, sending countless ripples across the sea. Little Garden also began to tremble violently, and the volcanic range to the north of the island erupted at that moment. The Oro Jackson, which had been sailing towards Little Garden, was now drifting further away from the island. I knew this would be the outcome. Rayleigh wore a helpless expression, and he and Jabba stepped forward simultaneously, unleashing Conqueror's haki to nullify the shockwave coming from the island, allowing the Oro Jackson to continue advancing towards the island. Orbia and the Wind Speed Dog were protected underneath Dong Li, looking up at the sky in disbelief, saying, "The sky is torn apart." Staring at the apocalyptic scene, both Orbia and Dong Li, along with Brokey, found it hard to believe that this was merely the aftermath of a battle. The residual force of the shockwave swiftly dissipated, and the torn sky resembled a piece of tattered cloth, unable to close for a long time. The ground was severely ravaged, leaving a shocking large crater around Roger and Lu Ming. After a single strike, Lu Ming and Roger stood with their swords drawn, the ground beneath them cracked. Kuha! Young dragon, not bad at all. Roger rested Ace on his shoulder, laughing boldly. You're not bad either, Roger. Lu Ming also laughed lightly, twisting the handle of the Scarlet Empress. The piercing sound of the engine rang out, and the originally black blade radiated a high-temperature aura, entering its three-red state. Lu Ming's use of the Scarlet Empress was different from Nero's. Nero relied on the magic power of the demonic monsters from the demon realm to charge the sword, entering the red blade state, which could not exceed the limits the blade could bear, or it would self-destruct. In the game, Nero's Scarlet Empress was initially unheld because it had been damaged by excessive use of EX, burning out the propulsion device. In contrast, Lu Ming utilized his innate true energy to charge the blade, allowing him to enter the red blade state at any moment. The armament hockey protected the internal propulsion device of the Scarlet Empress, enabling him to wield it freely. Come again. Show me your full strength. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Roger's laughter abruptly stopped. His gaze sharpened, and the ground beneath him exploded as he transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging fiercely towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, not willing to be outdone, unleashed his innate true energy beneath his feet, his figure also morphing into an afterimage as he charged forward. The blades clashed once more. The sound of metal striking metal rang out in a rapid succession, sparks flying, as each collision generated considerable shockwaves. The sword techniques of both men were as swift as lightning, so fast that the trajectories were nearly impossible to discern. Roger's swordplay was bold and sweeping, appearing simple and direct, yet each strike was imbued with exceptionally advanced domineering techniques, accompanied by a unique rhythm that Lu Ming suspected was the hallmark of a great swordsman. Although he too could deliver slashes, it relied on the innate true chi within him, marking a fundamental distinction between the two. It could be said that Roger was not lacking in technique compared to Lu Ming, and with a discernible advantage in observation and the color of his hockey, the disparity in their movements was also mitigated, rendering their strengths nearly equal at this moment. It was simply exhilarating. Lu Ming's focus deepened. Such a balanced and thrilling battle was unprecedented. His movement and sword techniques had reached a perfected state after years of training, and he was now on the threshold of a transcendent realm, yet ultimately, he lacked practical combat experience and often found himself flustered by Roger's unexpected tactics. Now, with Roger as an evenly matched opponent, he could not let such an opportunity to gain experience slip away. Kuha! What a thrill! What a thrill! Desolate spirit! Roger laughed boisterously, suddenly altering his technique. The already fierce conqueror's hockey surged even more violently, as if a celestial being was enraged, bent on destruction. Flame explosion. Faced with Roger's sudden change in tactics, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he unleashed the sword technique he had comprehended from volcanic eruptions, flipping the Scarlet Empress in his hand, wielding it as if to mimic a volcanic eruption, slashing upward. Lu Ming and Roger unleashed their powers without reservation. The clash of desolate spirit and flame explosion caused the sky, which had already begun to heal, to tear open once more, and even the sea below warped into a massive arc, unable to settle for a long time. The ground beneath Lu Ming and Roger also fractured at that moment, breaking into stones that sank into the sea, reducing the area of the small garden by 1/10 in an instant. What terrifying power! Young Azure Dragon. Roger shook his numb arm, his expression growing more ecstatic. Your hockey is truly fearsome. Lu Ming, increasingly focused, admired Roger's domineering presence, while also feeling a sense of realization. Indeed, the conqueror's hockey is not limited to intimidation, and binding it can also manifest as shockwaves and impacts, among other uses. Once this battle concludes, I must seek your guidance. After making this silent resolution, Lu Ming concentrated on his fight, perfectly merging his sword techniques, movement, innate true chi, and hockey, as the Scarlet Empress unleashed a torrent of blade light that enveloped Roger like a violent storm. Kuha! Useless. With the observation hockey activated, all of Lu Ming's attacks fell within Roger's expectations, and with merely a few simple sidesteps and retreats, he evaded all of Lu Ming's strikes, while the dark red lightning-tinged ace swept out. God's avoidance. A single move can conquer all. Roger's techniques were few and repetitive, but precisely because of this he executed them with extraordinary skill, leaving no openings. In a situation where their strengths were closely matched, aside from clashing with equally powerful techniques, the only option left was to evade. Otherwise, it would truly be a matter of God avoids me not, I am more formidable than God. To think he learned my movement techniques, Roger truly lives up to his name. I underestimated the world. Seeing Roger's method of evasion, Lu Ming was secretly astonished, yet he did not slow his movements. His arm muscles bulged as the Scarlet Empress, imbued with dark red lightning, surged toward Roger's ace. Thus Lu Ming learned from Roger's domineering technique, while Roger greedily absorbed Lu Ming's swordplay and movement. This technique seemed to open a door to a new world for him. So this is how swordplay and movement can be executed. However, Roger could only absorb the swordplay and movement techniques. The core techniques of force application were unattainable as they involved the use of innate true chi. Blade lights intertwined, domineering forces clashed. The entire sea trembled in response. The rift in the sky opened and closed, unable to heal, while the waters below were displaced by an invisible force. This was no longer a battle, but a natural disaster. Ultimately, this fight lasted a day, concluding with the small garden's destruction of 1/10. At the center of the island, the atmosphere between Lu Ming and Roger had long ceased to be tense. Roger's pirate crew, Orbia, Dong Li, and Brogy, sat in a circle comfortably. Not far away, the two children, Shanks and Sherlock, were wide-eyed and staring at each other, looking utterly bewildered, even finding their favorite roasted meat unappetizing at that moment. In the center, the bonfire blazed brightly with dozens of dinosaur meats sizzling on the fire, fat dripping down, the aroma mingling with the scent of alcohol wafting throughout the island. Lu Ming and Roger sat cross-legged opposite each other, two bowls larger than barrels of alcohol placed before them, while Orbia, Rayleigh, and Shaki sat beside Lu Ming and Roger, also having bowls of alcohol in front of them. I never expected Shanks to have brothers, and that you would be the one to have them, Roger remarked, looking at Shanks' brothers, who were arguing, somewhat surprised. I do know a bit about the situation between those two brothers. Lu Ming took a sip of alcohol, meeting the curious gazes of Roger, Rayleigh, and others, and continued to explain. Shanks and Sherlock are both sons of Garling. A few years ago, when Garling discovered the Davy family at God Valley, he also encountered a beautiful woman and subsequently left. Garling himself was unaware that the beautiful woman was pregnant. Due to the Davy family's insistence, he strongly requested that the location of this human hunting competition be set in God Valley. Upon arriving at God Valley, he found that the woman had already given birth to twin sons, but he had no feelings for her, only wishing to marry Shaki. So he killed the woman, leaving the two children entrusted to Karp's son Dragon. Lu Ming detailed the story of Shanks and Sherlock to Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki, and the three were equally astonished, not expecting Shanks to be a celestial dragon. However, none of the three paid it much mind, especially Roger, who after hearing it all simply laughed a few times, and the matter was put to rest. Lu Ming, your skills are unparalleled in my experience. Since I set sail, you are the strongest in terms of technique. Roger raised his bowl, drinking as if it were water. Roger, your hockey is terrifyingly strong as well. In response to Roger's compliment, Lu Ming felt pleased and returned the compliment as well, then remembered him and asked, by the way, have you found a way to break the immortality? Upon mentioning the immortal body, Roger's expression became serious, the demonized rocks echoing incessantly in his mind. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke, it's barely been broken. What do you mean by barely? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The abilities of that mastermind ultimately stem from the power of the devil fruit, which can be nullified with high-intensity hockey. I say barely because that mastermind's strength is too formidable. Their hockey is far beyond imagination, and my hockey isn't strong enough. Roger showed a bitter smile. Is it really still hockey? Lu Ming could guess this based on details from his past lives anime, recalling how Roger had once used hockey to nullify the abilities of the disease fruit, and how Shanks had forced the abilities of the forest fruit back into Green Bull with his conqueror's hockey from over 10 kilometers away. These are all examples of hockey. One could only say that teacher Kais saying only hockey can surpass everything is gaining more weight. As the conversation continued, Roger was surprised to learn that Oharbia was an archaeologist from O'Hara. He shamelessly approached her, pulling out a rubbing of the historical text from his pocket. Oharbia was immediately captivated. As a scholar from O'Hara, she was very interested in the loss. Miss Oharbia, do you recognize the words on this? Roger looked at Oharbia with anticipation. Oharbia nodded, continuing to lean over the rubbing paper to read the text while explaining to the three, this describes a sea chart, but it's only part of it, making it impossible to determine the specific sea area. Upon hearing this, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged excited glances, seeing the thrill in each other's eyes. Roger immediately knelt before Oharbia, earnestly pleading, Miss Oharbia, please join my pirate crew. I need your help to find Raftel. Before Oharbia could respond, Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he coldly said, hey Roger, isn't it inappropriate to poach my crew in front of me? Roger looked embarrassed, but thinking of Raftel, he steeled himself and said, Lu Ming, just let Miss Oharbia join me. I really need a partner who understands historical texts. Not a chance. Lu Ming shot Roger a fierce glare, saying irritably, if you want someone who understands historical texts, go to O'Hara and find an archaeologist, or visit Wano and look for the Kazuki clan. Rumor has it that the historical texts were carved by their ancestors. Roger was about to say something more when Rayleigh slapped him on the head and then pulled Roger to apologize to Lu Ming, saying, sorry Lu Ming, this guy isn't too bright, so don't take it to heart. Lu Ming waved his hand. I once stooped to the level of an idiot. O'Hara looked at Roger and said, Captain Roger, while I'm honored by your invitation, I don't want to leave Lu Ming. I'm very comfortable on the Qinglong. Upon hearing this, Roger looked dejected. All right. As the record pointer for the Little Garden takes a year, Roger's pirate crew stayed temporarily, but they had a permanent pointer allowing them to leave at any time without waiting a year. They stayed mainly because it was the ancient island which had a pleasant environment, and they wanted to linger a bit longer. Lu Ming took this opportunity to frequently spar with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, learning their understanding of swordsmanship and the application of haki. Roger and the others were also happy to spar with Lu Ming, learning the techniques he displayed. Both sides benefited from each other, but overall Lu Ming's gains were greater. After all, the core techniques of force application were difficult for Roger and the others to grasp purely through movement and physicality. Shanks and Sherlock also became familiar with each other, but both were still young and childlike, unaware of each other's true identities. Half a month later, Roger's pirate crew used the permanent pointer to leave Little Garden, leaving a permanent pointer for Lu Ming, which was for Sabaody Archipelago. As a dream island in the pirate world, Sabaody is a necessary island to reach the new world, and the record pointer cannot reach there. Only the permanent pointer can, making it the most sought-after item. After bidding farewell to Roger's pirate crew, Lu Ming, O'Hara, Sherlock, and Windspeed Dog stayed on the island for a while longer, leaving only after 3 months, when O'Hara had barely gained the strength to protect herself. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Broggy were leaving. Near the port of Little Garden, O'Hara stood on the deck, waving goodbye to Dongli, and Broggy, her eyes filled with reluctance. Lu Ming, O'Hara, you two must be careful. Don't die. Don't worry, we won't die. We'll bring you wine. Lu Ming replied confidently, and as the Qinglong slowly sailed away from the port under the watch of Dongli and Broggy, it headed towards Alabasta. Along the way, they encountered a few small pirates, and Lu Ming entrusted all of them to O'Hara and Windspeed Dog. The duo worked together, seamlessly, easily dispatching the small pirates and reclaiming the food and treasures from their ship. They even obtained a good blade, the Dark Blade, but Lu Ming was not interested and O'Hara didn't need it either, so it was left in the warehouse to gather dust. Wait, why are their navy here? After sailing for another week, just a day away from reaching the port city of Alabasta, Lu Ming spotted the Navy fleet from a distance. The flagship was massive, larger than half of the surrounding warships. This is the Admiral's ship. It's Zephyr. Lu Ming suddenly remembered the news from the newspapers a while ago that Navy Rear Admiral Zephyr had been promoted to Admiral, nicknamed Black Arm. The Admiral's ship in front of him didn't carry Sengoku's characteristics, nor was it Garp's dog-headed battleship, leaving only Zephyr. Lu Ming, it's the Navy. What do we do? O'Hara, holding Sherlock, asked nervously. Don't mind them, just sail straight in. Lu Ming stood at the bow, saying indifferently. If it were Garp, he might feel a bit nervous, but he had no. Upon hearing this, O'Hara was taken aback, then continued to steer the ship towards Alabasta. Sure enough, a man with purple short hair in a purple suit and a justice cloak walked up to the cannon of the warship, followed by several Vice Admiral-level Navy personnel. Admiral Zephyr, should we fire? Seeing Lu Ming seemingly ignoring the Navy fleet, Zephyr's aide quickly leaned in to ask. No. Zephy's eyes were full of unwillingness, but as commander of the fleet, he had to be responsible for every sailor's life. Order all naval personnel to hold position. You do not attack Lu Ming. Admiral. The adjutant wanted to say more, but when he met Zephy's resolute gaze, he fell silent and went to relay the order. Watching the Qinglong already within the encirclement, Zephy's resentment deepened. Was it that he did not wish to take Lu Ming into custody? Strength would not allow it. Reluctant as he was to admit it, he was indeed a step below Zhanghua, and Kapu himself had conceded that Lu Ming's power was not inferior to his. Besides, Marshal Kong's directive had been only to keep a close watch on Lu Ming. Most importantly, Lu Ming was a devil fruit user and a bearer of Conqueror's haki. The scope of his destruction far outmatched what Zephyr could contend with. He might be able to hold his own briefly, but the other sailors and admirals could very well be melted by a single breath. If he had been alone, he might have tried, but for the sake of those soldiers' lives, he could only restrain himself. The Qinglong sailed slowly amid the Navy fleet. Auerbia gripped the helm, nervously, clearly sensing the vicious stares of the vice admirals and rear admirals aboard the warships above, and she drew her neck in. Lu Ming stood steady at the prow, his expression calm as he watched it all. The Qinglong brazenly slipped out of the fleet's encirclement and continued toward the canola fields of Alabaston. Pursue. Perceiving Lu Ming's intention, Zifa gave the order decisively. He would not allow Lu Ming to raise Alabaston as had happened in Shenjigu. Clearly Zifa, like Kapu at first, did not fully understand the truth of Shenjigu. Lu Ming, what shall we do? That warship is still following us. The admiral's vessel was immense. Even from a distance Auerbia could see it, and unease rose in her. No matter, let him follow, Lu Ming said indifferently, for he understood Zifa's character well. Zifa still bore the reputation of never killing admirals, a pure dove among the navy, overflowing with righteousness and saintly compassion, highly esteemed within the service. Precisely because of this, he could not truly touch the world government's darkness. The navy merely used him as a tool. Soon Lu Ming, Auerbia, Ziluk, and Fengsigu arrived at the canola fields, wandering the town and sampling local specialties. Though he had no shortage of fine food, a change of flavor was pleasant. Zifa followed at a distance with several students, his heart full of questions. What sort of person was Lu? Could such a man truly have committed a massacre of tens of thousands in Shenjigu? As they walked, Zifa found Lu Ming was nothing like the world government's reports. He was modest and courteous to everyone, without any airs, completely unlike the image Zifa had imagined. At the same time, the new king Kobula had received news of Lu Ming's landing and urgently instructed his people not to slight or anger Lu Ming, lest the man in wrath annihilate the entire nation. After touring the canola fields, Lu Ming and Auerbia set off for the capital Erebana, where a historical record concerning Ming Wang awaited. He was not particularly interested, but Auerbia very much wanted to see it. As for the spot in the desert where Lu Fei and his crew met in the original tale, Lu Ming had no clue where it lay and did not intend to seek it out. Walking, he diverted a portion of his mind to circulate his innate true qi in large and small cycles, thinking all the while how to prompt another metamorphosis of the qi within him. Cultivation at its core is the evolution of life. For life to evolve, the energy within must first undergo transformation. After 13 years of practice, the initial 9-yang divine skill produced true qi in a gaseous state. By unblocking the Bodhi's extraordinary meridians and channels, he purified his tendons and marrow and improved his constitution. Once the Ren and Du meridians were fully opened, and he reached the innate stage, that innate true qi shifted from a gaseous form to a liquid. Later, by combining movements from the Martial Foundation 312 form, such as the 5 hearts toward heaven, and guidance techniques, he devised the solar cannon. The innate true qi became ever more ardent, and the tendon and marrow purification grew more potent, accelerating his growth. Lu Ming had long entertained the idea of compressing the liquefied true qi further to induce metamorphosis. He had tried to thicken it by compression until it resembled a lead mercury consistency, but ultimately his attempts failed. Having read countless novels in his past life, he knew that whether true qi magic or other systems, most early stage training moved from gas to liquid to solid. Thus, pursuing true qi's metamorphosis should be sound. In the Martial Foundation 312 form, there was, however, a secret art for breaking planetary, stellar, and cosmic thresholds, a technique called 9-9 energy tempering. He could glean its principles, simulate the constraining forces of planetary, stellar, and cosmic magnetic fields to compress the primal gene energy within, allowing that original energy to solidify into planetary substance. Having sorted through his thoughts, Lu Ming prepared to attempt the 9-9 energy tempering. Now an apprentice of the 9th rank, a high-grade war god in cultivation, he could try to breach the planetary tier. Even if he failed, his true qi should yet advance. I still know so little about cultivation, he murmured. How he wished for more methods. For now, he must grope forward on his own. He sighed softly and pressed his worries aside, concentrating on traveling and his practice. After 12 years of lottery-like gains, the cultivation methods he had obtained were only the 9-yang divine skill and the Martial Foundation 312 form. Though the 9-yang bore a divine name, it was at heart a low-level wuxiao art. Reaching the innate stage was its limit. The Martial Foundation 312 form was more concerned with striking techniques and did not emphasize guidance of internal energy. This likely related to the world-devouring system of cultivation, which did not stress energy enhancement. At higher realms, resources could be used to accumulate power, so that universe's systems prioritized combat and insight rather than in-depth internal energy research. With one system overly basic and the other neglectful of internal energy, it was unsurprising he had little understanding of cultivation. Lu Ming, look. There is the king's honor guard. Awakens cried. At Awakens' exclamation, Lu Ming looked up. Ahead on the road amid 10 maids and guards a carriage was slowly approaching toward them. As they approached within 100 meters, the carriage and the honor guard came to a halt. A young man and a beautiful woman stepped down from the carriage. The young man clearly bore the features of the future old King Cobra, while the woman bore a striking resemblance to Wei Wei. After Cobra and his queen disembarked, they hurriedly approached Lu Ming and Orbia, slightly bowing in greeting before Cobra spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. I am Cobra, and this is my Queen Anna. Welcome, Mr. Lu Ming to Alabasta. Please follow me. He gestured for Lu Ming and Orbia to enter the carriage. Orbia turned to Lu Ming, who thought for a moment before nodding and saying, let's go. We cannot let the goodwill of a king go to waste. Seeing this, Cobra sighed in relief, then with Anna warmly welcomed Lu Ming, Orbia, and Sherlock into the carriage. The Windspeed dog also wanted to jump up, but was instead tucked into a luxurious ball and handed to Orbia. Once Lu Ming was seated, Cobra hesitated for a moment, cautiously saying, Mr. Lu Ming, may I ask what brings you to Alabasta? Noticing Cobra's caution, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on the benefits that strength brings. Oh, wherever he went, he was treated with respect. He then revealed a friendly smile and softly said, you needn't be so cautious. I am not a malicious person, or as long as others do not provoke me, I generally do not strike first. As for my visit to Alabasta, one reason is that the record pointer led me here, and the other is that there is a historical text in the royal tomb of Alabasta that this lady beside me wishes to see. Orbia nodded at Cobra and said, I am an archaeologist from O'Hara. I hope for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Cobra frowned slightly, looking troubled as he said, Mr. Lu Ming, are you also interested in? As a king, Cobra was aware that the historical text in the royal tomb recorded ancient weapons, and as the royal family of Alabasta, one of their responsibilities was to guard the location of the underworld king. He could not let Lu Ming, who was powerful, approach it, fearing it would bring unimaginable disaster to the entire nation. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, rest assured, I am not interested in the underworld king. If I wanted it, I would have gone directly to the kingdom of Wano. Why bother coming here? Hearing the terms underworld king and kingdom of Wano, Cobra's pupils constricted. He clearly did not expect Lu Ming to actually know the location of the underworld king, but at the same time he felt relieved. Since Lu Ming knew but chose not to pursue it, it meant he was indeed not interested in the underworld king. In that case, once we reach the palace, I will personally take Miss Orbia to the royal tomb. Thank you, Your Majesty. Orbia quickly expressed her gratitude, a smile gracing her lips, looking quite pleased. Sitting in the king's carriage, Lu Ming and his companions faced no obstacles along the way. Cobra noticed Lu Ming was quite amiable, not at all like the fierce and bloodthirsty image portrayed in the newspapers. He relaxed a bit and engaged in conversation, occasionally cracking a few risque jokes. Lu Ming was taken aback by this demeanor, thinking to himself that Cobra was quite an unorthodox character. However, in this way they had somewhat become friends. After arriving at the palace, Cobra hosted a grand feast, inviting Lu Ming and Orbia. One must say it was indeed a royal banquet. The flavors were truly delightful, even surpassing those of a gourmet chef's creations. In the hot spring area, Lu Ming to the side, is the women's hot spring. Cobra leaned closer to Lu Ming, grinning lasciviously. Cobra, I must say, as a king, how can you peep at the women's bath? Lu Ming rolled his eyes and retorted, with that time you might as well think about how to strengthen Alabasta. Otherwise Alabasta might very well become the next God Valley. Hearing the term God Valley, Cobra's lewd expression vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Lu Ming, I wanted to ask at the dining table earlier what exactly happened at God Valley. I see you are not a malicious person, so why do the newspapers claim that you pirates destroyed God Valley? Do you really want to know? Yes. Cobra nodded. All right, then I will tell you. Lu Ming organized his thoughts and slowly said, the 30,000 people of God Valley were actually killed by the joint forces of CP0, the Divine Knights, and the Navy. The reason is quite simple. The Celestial Dragons selected God Valley as the venue for the human hunting competition, and the king of God Valley disagreed. So the Celestial Dragons ordered the country to be destroyed. Afterward, the Celestial Dragons released slaves into God Valley to prepare for the competition. However, unexpectedly, one of the slaves released the prize for the competition, attracting a large number of pirates interested in the prize. During this time, Carp Roger and Whitebeard joined forces to kill Rocks. I then seized the Azure Dragon fruit, killed many Celestial Dragons, and even attacked one of the Elders, Saturn. Cobra's complexion had already turned extremely grim, his expression dark and foreboding. How could they do that? Cobra gritted his teeth. As a king who loves his people and is dedicated to them, he could never comprehend the actions of the world government and the Celestial Dragons. What is impossible? In this world, strength is paramount. Only those with power can rule. If you still cling to the notion that the world government and navy will solve everything for you without nurturing strong individuals within your own country, then one day Alabasta will inevitably become the next God Valley. I will consider it. Cobra nodded seriously. After learning the truth about God Valley, he lost all interest in soaking in the spring. He bid farewell to Lu Ming and hurriedly left the hot spring area, clearly going to investigate the veracity of Lu Ming's claims. Lu Ming said nothing more, comfortably enjoying the embrace of the hot spring, closing his eyes to rest. The next day, Cobra was up early, taking Orbia into the royal tomb to see the historical text that their royal family had safeguarded for generations. Lu Ming was not interested in this, so he strolled around Alabasta. Currently, Alabasta had not yet suffered the scourge of crocodile and was thriving with smiles visible on the faces of the common people, unlike the numbness he encountered on previous islands. It was evident that Cobra was indeed a good king. As he passed by a tavern, Lu Ming sensed Zifa's aura inside, and after some thought pushed the door open and walked in. Upon entering, most of the patrons in the tavern stood up, looking at Lu Ming warily. Clearly, they were disguised Navy personnel. Lu Ming ignored the Navy and walked straight over, plopping down next to Zifa, and called out to the bartender, 2 bottles of apple wine. The bartender glanced at Zifa, saw him nod, and then cautiously placed 2 bottles of apple cider in front of Lu Ming. What exactly is General Zifa following me for? Lu Ming pushed one of the bottles toward Zifa, and curious, took one for himself. Oomph. Zifa snorted coldly and said, "It's naturally to prevent you from taking action against Alabasta, causing a tragedy like that in the Valley of Gods." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming paused in his drinking, looking at Zifa with some surprise, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be a general and yet not know the truth about the Valley of Gods at all. You can't really believe the truth is as the newspapers claim that I, Roger, and Rox destroyed that country, can you?" "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just suddenly feel sorry for you. And don't follow me anymore, or I might do something I wouldn't even know myself." After the warning, Lu Ming downed his drink in one go, then turned and walked away under Zifa's company. After finishing the historical text, Lu Ming bid farewell to Cobra. His identity was special, having been classified as a pirate by the government with a bounty reaching 3.5 billion berries. Cobra's excessive enthusiasm could raise the government's suspicions. Cobra understood this as well, so he didn't try to retain him, but simply gave Lu Ming some local specialties from Alabasta to eat on the road. The Qinglong ship departed from Alabasta. Next up is Sky Island. Looking at the recording pointer on his wrist, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. In the pirate world, there were 3 places he most wanted to go: Sky Island, Fishman Island, and Sabaody Archipelago. These 3 islands were all fantastical existences he had longed for, and now he could finally visit one of them. How could he not be excited? "What's wrong?" Eurybia asked curiously, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's waist. "It's nothing." Lu Ming shook his head, turned around to hold Eurybia in his arms, feeling her softness, and chuckled. "I'm just a bit excited to be going to the first place of my dreams." "The first place of your dreams?" Eurybia's cheek rested against Lu Ming's chest, and she spoke with confusion. "It's Sky Island." "Sky Island?" Eurybia raised her head excitedly, saying, "Isn't that the place you told me about, the golden country where the historical text is located?" "Exactly." Lu Ming nodded. "Then let's hurry, I can hardly wait." With that, she broke free from Lu Ming's embrace, ran to the bottom of the Qinglong ship, ignited the boiler, and opened the outer wheel for rapid advancement. "Hold on tight." The recording pointer pointed straight to the sky. Lu Ming did not want to go to Jaya Island. At present, Jaya Island was not yet the future gathering place for pirates, and going there would only cause trouble for the local residents. Yellow flame clouds appeared beneath the Qinglong ship, propelling it straight into the sky, heading toward the direction indicated by the recording pointer. The Qinglong ship soon reached the Sea of Clouds. As they entered the sea, Lu Ming distinctly felt a sense of weakness in his body, immediately realizing that there was an aura within the Sea of Clouds that rendered devil fruit powers ineffective. He promptly activated the innate true chi within him to form a protective membrane around his body, isolating the aura of sea prism stone, which dissipated the feeling of weakness. Meanwhile, Eurybia had already collapsed on the deck of the Qinglong ship, with Windspeed Dog using its paws to hold her down and prevent her from falling off. Sherlock had also jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Amidst the vast Sea of Clouds, a large number of creatures suddenly appeared, including sharks and octopuses, all rushing toward the Qinglong ship. "Is this the empty fish?" Seeing these strange fish, Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He extended his finger and shot out a dozen chi blasts, piercing through several empty sharks' bodies. Instantly, these empty sharks shrank like deflated balloons, turning into palm-sized creatures in the blink of an eye. After collecting these palm-sized empty sharks, Lu Ming began to observe them. He had just discovered that these balloon-like creatures before being pierced were as powerful as normal sharks. Unfortunately, he couldn't discern much more. He stored the few empty sharks away, planning to taste them when they reached Sky Island. Near the divine island of Upheaval, the sea of clouds suddenly cracked open with a loud noise. The Qinglong ship burst through the clouds and landed steadily on the surface of the sea of clouds. Eurybia and Windspeed Dog panted heavily, clearly having held their breath for a long time while crossing the sea of clouds. Sherlock was fine as Lu Ming protected him with true qi and was unaffected by the sea of clouds. Instead, he found the journey amusing and was chuckling. "Are you feeling better?" Lu Ming walked over to help Eurybia up, asking with some concern. "I'm fine, just inhaled quite a bit of cloud air, feeling weak." Eurybia shook her head. She had absorbed a lot of cloud air containing the essence of the ocean, leaving her body feeling extremely weak and difficult to recover for a while. "I'm sorry, but it's all my fault for not taking the proper route," Lu Ming said apologetically. Originally, they should have ascended from the thinnest part of the Sea of Clouds to reach Sky Island, but he had used his fruit abilities to force his way in the direction of the recording pointer, arriving directly at the magnetic divine island of Upheaval. The two briefly discussed and decided to rest at Upheaval for a while. At present, Upheaval had not yet fallen under Enel's rule, as in the future, it was still under the control of the Sky Islanders, while the Sandians were also trying to reclaim their homeland, and both sides were still at war. However, neither side had expected anyone would charge directly from the Sea of Clouds to the vicinity of Upheaval, so no one noticed Lu Ming, Eurybia, and Windspeed Dog's landing. This place seems to have been baptized by war. Looking at the artillery craters on the ground in the distance, Eurybia's eyes were filled with confusion. "It's just a war between the indigenous people of Sky Island and the indigenous people of Jaya Island. It's nothing serious." Lu Ming merely looked at the craters on the ground with indifference. To him, this was just a scuffle between villages, and not many people would die. In the days that followed, Eurybia continued to use the little internal power she had to expel the cloud air on the Qinglong ship, while also taking care of Sherlock. Windspeed Dog stood guard nearby, and Lu Ming ventured alone into the depths of Upheaval, in search of the temple, hoping to find the Thunder Fruit. Unfortunately, he found the temple, but did not find any trace or description of the Thunder Fruit. "I remember Enel is from the Sky Island people. Could it be that the Thunder Fruit is not in Upheaval, but in Baika?" Sitting on the roof of the temple, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. As the strongest natural-type fruit, he naturally wanted to obtain the Thunder Fruit. Leaving it for Enel would be too wasteful. But now that the Thunder Fruit was not in the temple as speculated by netizens in his past life, it was somewhat troublesome. Baika is the hometown of Ainalu, and for a place to be called a hometown, it must be inhabited. Yet finding a tiny fruit on such an island is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Hey, who are you? Hurry and get down from the temple." As Lu Ming was lost in thought, a furious voice suddenly rang out from below. Looking down, he saw an inhabitant of the empty island brandishing a spear and glaring at him with ill intent. Lu Ming smiled at the empty islander, then his figure vanished in an instant, leaving the empty islander with a bewildered expression. Since the Thunder Fruit was not in the temple, Lu Ming decided not to waste time in Upheaval, lightly stepping on the vines and soaring towards the top in search of the legendary Golden Bell. Soon Lu Ming spotted the tilted Golden Bell on a small island near the top of the vines, along with the historical text on its pedestal. "This is a lot of gold." Lu Ming touched the Golden Bell, swallowing repeatedly. He wasn't interested in the so-called historical text, but rather fascinated by the gold. After all, who doesn't love money? However, in the end, Lu Ming chose to give up. Though the gold was enticing, the Golden Bell was a treasure of civilization. He couldn't dismantle it for the sake of gold, and besides, he wasn't short on money, having looted quite a bit of gold and silver in the Valley of the Gods. Forget it'll go down and bring Urbio up. Lu Ming jumped off the edge of the island cloud, the mist beneath him supporting his feet as he headed towards Urbia's location. Now his development of the Qinglong fruit was quite impressive. Even without transformation, he could use his abilities of flame, wind, and lightning to fly, which was a very ordinary feat. Because of this, Lu Ming felt increasingly convinced that taking the Qinglong fruit was the right choice. "Hey, the people on the ship, surrender now." At this moment, the Qinglong ship was surrounded by soldiers from Upheaval, and the leading soldier, gripping a spear, shouted sternly at Urbia on the deck. "Windspeed Dog, go." Although Urbia was weakened by the mist of the clouds, Windspeed Dog was unaffected. Having been with Lu Ming for over 6 years, Windspeed Dog not only had a personalized training method created for it, but also trained for over 5 years. This led to Wind Speed Dog being not only twice the size of a typical Wind Speed Dog from the Pokemon world, but also possessing strength that surpassed imagination, rivaling a Navy Vice Admiral. The untrained Empty Island soldiers were no match for it. Upon hearing Urbia's command, flames erupted around Wind Speed Dog, transforming it into a fiery shadow, charging into the group of Empty Island soldiers, executing one of its signature fire-type moves, Flame Charge. In just a moment, these Empty Island soldiers were knocked to the ground, writhing in pain, with burns all over their bodies. Unfortunately, Wind Speed Dog, being a Pokemon, had a kind nature and wouldn't kill. If it were Lu Ming, these Empty Island soldiers would have been split in half by now. Who are these people? At that moment, Lu Ming's figure descended from the sky, looking curiously at the unconscious Empty Island soldiers surrounding the Qinglong ship. Oh, these people spotted me earlier and wanted to take me away, so I had Wind Speed Dog knock them out. But they actually have wings on their backs. However, those wings are too small to support their flight. This was Urbia's first encounter with the Empty Islanders, and she couldn't help but feel curious. I think they must not have fully evolved yet. Perhaps in a few thousand years their wings will grow larger, allowing them to truly fly in the sky and become what they call angels. Lu Ming said with a smile, pausing slightly before continuing. By the way, I found the golden bell and the historical text above Upheaval. Do you want to take a look? Let's go. Upon hearing this, Urbia jumped into Lu Ming's arms, urging him to hurry. She didn't want to miss out on anything with historical significance. Lu Ming immediately released Flame Cloud, carrying Urbia, Sherlock, and Wind Speed Dog into the sky. They soon arrived at the island cloud where the golden bell was located. Urbia was shocked by the giant bell that resembled a small mountain, but what attracted her even more was the historical text on the pedestal. However, after reading it, Urbia's expression shifted slightly to disappointment, as it only recorded ancient weapons with not a jot of information about the missing century. Where do we go next? After adjusting her emotions, Urbia asked with a smile. I plan to visit Angel Island first, then head to Baika Island to search for a devil fruit. Lu Ming thought for a moment and revealed his plan. Alright. Before leaving, Lu Ming wrote Lu Ming was here in gold with his fingertip before taking the two and the dog back to the Qinglong ship. Navigating the ship through the white sea, they reached Angel Island. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the residents, Lu Ming began to explore the island, using some items from the Empty Island to trade for a large quantity of shells, just as Usopp had taught him. He bought sound shells, light shells, water shells, image shells, cloud shells, wind shells, and wind spray shells, among others. In short, he bought a lot of shells that were available to him, and he was having a blast trying them all out. He even began to plan whether he could use the image shells and sound shells to shoot a movie. Urbia shook her head helplessly at Lu Ming's somewhat childish behavior. After exploring Angel Island, Lu Ming set off with the map of Baika Island he had purchased. However, the residents of Angel Island warned him that the people of Baika Island were very exclusive and looked down on the people from Qinghai, advising him to be cautious. In response, Lu Ming wore a disdainful expression. Exclusive? Looking down on the people from Qinghai? So what? When I arrive, they will surely treat me with respect, treating me like a grand lord. Whoosh. Before the ship could even land on Baika Island, the sound of something piercing the air rang out, followed by a spear embedding itself into the side of the Qinglong ship. On the shore ahead, a group of Empty Islanders glared at them ferociously, and the leader boasted, "Qinghai monkeys, Baika Island does not welcome outsiders. Get out of here, or the next spear won't land on the ship so easily." Saying this, the leader picked up another spear from a nearby soldier and made a throwing motion. Good, good, good. I haven't made a move yet, and you guys are already starting. Lu Ming's eyes burned with rage as he extended his finger, releasing a burst of energy. With a whoosh, the leader's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The captain is dead. Run. The surrounding soldiers displayed terrified expressions, and some of the smarter ones turned and fled. It's not over yet. Lu Ming's form began to change, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a massive blue dragon over 200 meters long, spiraling through the air as a storm gathered around him, capturing the attention of all the residents of Baika Island. Lu Ming poked his head out, calling out towards Baika Island. His voice, bolstered by innate true chi, reverberated throughout the island. Residents of Baika, listen up. You have 3 days to find a golden fruit marked with lightning patterns on the island, or you shall meet a dire fate. With that, he took a deep breath, raising his dragon neck high, and a dazzling light emanated from his vast chest, as though he had swallowed a sun. In the next moment, a torrent of scorching energy hot enough to warp the air erupted violently from his mouth. Heat breath. The blazing dragon breath shot forth like a beam of light, instantly evaporating the white sea a kilometer away from Baika leaving behind a gaping bottomless void. Gulp. Someone's throat quivered and the residents of Baika Island instantly reacted with someone shouting, "A monster." Everyone began to scatter in panic, but alas, Baika Island was not large, and where could they possibly escape? Soon after the initial chaos, some began to realize this point. They looked up at the menacing green dragon, and after a shiver began to search the island thoroughly. Lu Ming, what kind of fruit is the golden one with lightning patterns? On the ship, Orbia leaned closer to Lu Ming, asking out of curiosity. It's the natural system thunder fruit. Lu Ming did not hide it. If they don't find it, you wouldn't really destroy the entire Baika Island with a single heat breath, would you, eh? Orbia asked, tentatively, fully aware of the destructive power of Lu Ming's heat breath. It could obliterate not just the clouds forming Baika Island, but even a true island under its might. Of course not, I'm just trying to scare them. This island isn't big. If they truly can't find it in 3 days, it means that fruit is not currently in Baika, and it also signifies that I have no fate with the thunder fruit. Lu Ming leaned on the railing, watching the still chaotic Baika Island in the distance, smiling as he explained. My lord, we have found the fruit. 2 days later, the village chief of Baika, trembling, handed a golden fruit with lightning patterns to Lu Ming, precisely the thunder fruit he had been yearning for. After inspecting it thoroughly to ensure it had not been bitten, Lu Ming put the fruit away and then asked, "Do you have any similar fruits here?" Yes. I'll have someone fetch it right away." The village chief nodded repeatedly, clearly frightened, and soon a completely white fruit resembling a cloud was brought over. This is the cloud fruit. I didn't expect such a small Baika would have 2 natural system devil fruits. Lu Ming was quite surprised, knowing that the cloud fruit was not weak. Not to mention the thunder clouds and rain clouds, even the unique island clouds and iron clouds could elevate this fruit to the top tier. Seeing Lu Ming satisfied, the village chief cautiously ventured, "Sir, what about Baika?" Lu Ming understood the village chief's intentions and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Now that I have the fruit, I'll be leaving." Thank you. The village chief nodded vigorously, his face filled with humility. Just as he had said before, once he arrived at Baika, the people here would definitely treat him with respect. Lu Ming did not trouble the villagers of Baika further. He piloted the Green Dragon ship away from Baika Island with Orbia, and after briefly exploring the nearby Sky Islands, he returned to Qinghai, based on the recording pointer. Supported by the flame clouds, the Green Dragon ship landed on the sea without any damage and then headed towards Changwon Island. Changwon Island is composed of dozens of islands, and due to the peculiar geographical factors between them, the creatures on the entire ring island are particularly large, not just the plants but the animals as well. You could even see dogs over 100 meters long and horses several dozen meters tall. These peculiar creatures piqued Lu Ming's curiosity, and he even played with a dog over 100 meters long, marveling at the strength and resilience of its spine. After touring Changwon Island, Lu Ming decided not to linger any longer. According to the recording pointer, he headed towards the 7 Water City, planning to upgrade the Green Dragon ship there to withstand the waves of the New World and harsh environments. As the most famous shipbuilding island in the pirate world, 7 Water City is one of the essential islands for pirates heading to the New World, as only here can they build ships capable of sailing in the New World. The Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates and the Thousand Sunny of the Straw Hat crew were both crafted here. Lu Ming also planned to have Tom build him a ship, one that is easy to operate and can adapt to various environments. As the ship sailed slowly, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the training room, holding the 9-spirit pearl, its light enveloping his entire body, refining both his body and soul. The innate true chi circulated within him in a method of 9-9 refinement, producing a powerful binding force in his dantian that continuously compressed the true chi inside. In another room, Orbia was training under 3 times the normal gravity, her expression focused and serious. Lu Ming's earlier heat breath left a lasting impression on her, and with the encounter with Zephyr, her sense of crisis surged. Windspeed Dog was silently honing its hockey nearby, while Sherlock stayed in his room, playing on his. Indeed, mastering the method is key. This time, although I only completed the 9-9 refinement 9 times, I can feel the true chi becoming denser. The azure flow of energy around Lu Ming dissipated instantly, as he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. His power had increased again. Not only was his true chi enhanced, but he also gained insights into the realm of fire and the realm of life, with the fire realm entering the threshold and the life realm progressing rapidly due to the 9-spirit pearl. Now my strength should exceed 400 tons. According to the concept of devouring the world, it should be at the peak warrior high level. Next, I just need to elevate both my physical quality and innate true chi strength beyond 700 tons to break through the planetary level using the 9-9 refinement technique. Ming roughly estimated his strength, and then walked out of the training room heading to the deck to take out a fish. Sailing on the sea is a rather monotonous task. Even with the switch to play games, it still felt dull. Aside from training, fishing, and recharging Orbea, there was essentially nothing else to do. It was precisely for this reason that Ming felt immensely grateful to have Orbea aboard. Otherwise, with just him, Sherlock, and Wind Speed Dog, he truly did not think he could last long on this ship. Ming, look. Orbea ran out from the cabin holding up a blackened middle finger, excitedly shouting, "Look quickly, I've developed armament hockey." Seeing that middle finger, Ming's face was filled with black lines. However, when his gaze fell upon that layer of pitch-black substance, he was taken aback in his heart. I didn't expect Orbea to have such great talent learning the armament hockey in just a few days. Learning hockey requires certain physical qualities, but it is not absolute. As long as one masters the method, even without meeting the physical standards, one can learn hockey, just like the warriors of Nine Snake Island, though the intensity may not be enough to significantly enhance their combat power. However, being able to condense some armament hockey in just a few days is enough to show that Orbea's talent is quite strong. "Aren't I impressive?" Orbea boasted. "Impressive. Impressive. Let me reward you." Saying this, Ming pulled Orbea into his embrace, pressing his lips against her seductive red lips to taste. Orbea was initially taken aback, but soon she began to reciprocate. After a good 10 minutes, Ming finally released Orbea, who was slightly out of breath, and smiled. "Orbea, how is this reward?" Orbea rolled her eyes in silence, giving Ming an annoyed glare before turning back to the cabin to continue her training. Since she had already succeeded in her training, she had to seize the opportunity to thoroughly master this power. After Orbea left, Ming turned his head to continue fishing to pass the time. The Qinglong ship soon arrived at the port of the Seven-Water City, where shipyards were everywhere. The largest was Dock No. 1, with Tom Shipbuilding Company being the biggest company in Dock No. 1. Let's first find the fishman Tom and ask him to help design a ship that can be controlled with fire and lightning. After handing the Qinglong ship over to the staff at Dock No. 1, Ming took Orbea to the Tom Shipbuilding Company, purchasing various local specialties like water meat, roasted meat soup, and stewed meat along the way. The taste is not bad yet, can be added to the menu. Remembering the foodie's tablecloth, Ming felt fortunate to have drawn this item, as he could replicate any food he had eaten. However, there were some limitations. He could not replicate extraordinary foods such as the roasted meat from the Kyra giant crocodile that he had once drawn. But for him at this moment, it was enough to have food that satisfied his hunger while being delicious and nutritionally balanced. Most importantly, he could taste Huaxia cuisine, allowing him to reminisce about his past life from time to time. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Tom Shipbuilding Company, a building with distinct ship features. However, some hidden auras around made Ming furrow his brows. CP agents. They've set their sights on the design of the king of the underworld so early. After a moment's thought, Ming guessed the identities and intentions of these people. In his past life, some netizens speculated that the Seven-Water City was where the Hammer War Group manufactured the king of the underworld, leaving behind the design blueprints, which were passed down through the shipbuilders here. Until this generation, it had reached the hands of the best shipwright, the fishman Tom. Forget it, let's focus on shipbuilding for now. With my hand raised in the air, I lowered it, letting out a slight sigh. Before the ship is built, it's better not to stir up trouble and leave a good impression on Tom, so he can help make a good ship. Pushing open the door to enter the company, Ming inquired with the beautiful receptionist, and the two headed to the second floor. Upon entering the office, they saw a fishman with horns over 3 meters tall sitting behind a desk, one hand holding a ruler and the other holding a pen, drawing blueprints for a sea train on paper. Not far from him sat a stunning beauty dressed in revealing clothes. It was the shipbuilding master of the Seven-Water City, the fishman Tom, and his secretary, the white fishman Coco. "Who are you?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Tom raised his head, and noticing he did not recognize the visitor, showed a look of confusion. However, Coco beside him narrowed her pupils, revealing an incredulous gaze. She hurried to Tom's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then retreated behind him. "It seems this person has recognized me. What brings Mr. Ming to me?" Knowing who Ming was, Tom felt a bit scared, but still pretended to remain calm. "I'm here to have you build a ship." Ming smiled, waving his hand to reveal 2 boxes of money and a piece of paper on the desk. "Here are 200 million berries. Please help me build a brigantine using Adam's treasure wood. As for the appearance, it should be based on the Qinglong ship I have docked. The paper contains my requirements. Of course, if the money is not enough, you can tell me who I can pay more." In this era, berries had not inflated to the level of the era of Luffy, and 200 million berries was enough to manufacture a brigantine based on Adam's treasure wood. Tom said nothing more, but picked up the paper from the desk and began to read. He found it contained various requirements for rooms, bedrooms, lawns, baths, kitchens, training rooms, etc. He even did not need cannons. The only challenge was that it needed to be powered by fire and thunder. However, for someone who had seen the design of the king of the underworld, those challenges were nothing. It can be manufactured, but it will take 2 weeks to complete everything. Alright, I will go to Doc now. Want to pick it up when it's done. Report to Spandon, the rebel Lu Ming has landed in Seven Water City. In Justice Island, upon hearing the news from the telephone bug, Spandane spat out all the tea he had just drunk, then shouted incredulously at the telephone bug, "What did you say?" That monster with a bounty of 4.3 billion has actually arrived in Seven Water City. That's right, sir. He just visited Tom's shipbuilding company and is now wandering around Water City. Should we continue to track him? Get lost. Tracking what? You want to die? Everyone retreat. We'll talk about the king of the underworld's blueprints after that guy leaves. Spandane cursed loudly. He wanted to obtain the king of the underworld blueprints to get promoted and wealthy, but the premise was that he had to stay alive. Otherwise, even if he got the blueprints, it would only benefit others. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who was wandering around Seven Water City, felt the gaze watching him suddenly disappear, a smirk of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. They are quite perceptive. I won't make a move on you for now. Currently, he was in a densely populated area. If he recklessly killed those agents, it would only cause chaos. He had initially thought about finding a secluded alley to eliminate them all, but he didn't expect them to be so perceptive and choose to retreat voluntarily. Just as Lu Ming was contemplating, a figure in the distance caught his attention. He saw a young man ahead, tall with short black hair, wearing a light purple kimono tied with a black-purple belt, with a purple scarf wrapped around his neck, and a katana hanging at his waist, sitting in front of a small gambling stall, eagerly staring at the dice cup in front of him, excitedly rubbing his hands. This is a smile from my youth. Big, big, big. It seems I've won. Seeing the result of the dice cup matching what he heard, the young man shouted excitedly, scooping all the money from the stall into his arms, then looking at the owner, signaling him to continue without counting. MD cheating on me. You'll pay for this. It seemed that after losing too much, the small stall owner, infuriated, yelled at the young man, as if the louder voice would grant him reason, while drawing a long knife from behind and slashing down. Bang! Just as the stall owner raised his knife, his entire body along with the knife instantly collapsed to the ground, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon him, causing his bones to crack, and even the ground beneath him began to crack. It truly is a smile from my youth. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled. While the outfits might be similar, the abilities of the fruits surely could not be the same. He never expected that in his youth Yi Xiao was a user of the gravity fruit and wielded it so well. The stall owner was merely injured and unable to move, which posed no threat to his life, showcasing Yixio's control over gravity. Yi Xiao stood up, taking half of the money from his arms and placing it in front of the stall, preparing to leave. Although he enjoyed gambling, he only relished the thrill and fun of it, never intending to ruin others. Once Yi Xiao left, the gravity pressing down on the stall owner instantly disappeared. Let's go, we'll follow him. Lu Ming called to Orbaya, then followed without hiding his figure. After winding around, the three finally stopped in front of a ramen stall. Yi Xiao smiled and said to the owner, "A bowl of buckwheat noodles, please." Turning to Lu Ming and Orbaya, his voice was equally gentle. "You two have followed me all this way. What would you like to eat?" "It's on me. Owner, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen with 2 eggs. Seeing that Lu Ming was entirely unreserved, Orbaya shyly held up a finger to the owner, saying, "Just a bowl of miso ramen for me, please." The three sat on the chairs in front of the stall, with Lu Ming sitting next to Yi Xiao. "I wonder what the infamous rebel Lu Ming is following me for." Yi Xiao clearly recognized Lu Ming. "I just want you to join my team." Lu Ming did not hold back, directly stating, "I just witnessed the events that transpired and found you to be an interesting and talented individual, perfect for my team." Yi Xiao was taken aback for a moment, picking up the chopsticks on the table to take a bite of buckwheat noodles, dipping it into the miso soup before replying, "You should give up on this idea. I will never choose to be a pirate. I never claimed to be a pirate. It's just a label the world government has pinned." Lu Ming chuckled and continued, "Besides, I have no intention of discussing it with you. Once we finish this bowl of noodles, I'll just take you with me." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao's sword at his waist extended half an inch, then pressed down forcefully, a terrifying gravity bearing down on Lu Ming. His control over power was extremely precise, perfectly enveloping Lu Ming without affecting the stall Orbaya or the ramen shop owner. Yet Lu Ming behaved as if nothing was wrong, picking up his chopsticks and slurping down the noodles from his. Having long trained his body using gravity, Yixio's gravity had no effect on him whatsoever. Even the wooden stool beneath him remained entirely unaffected under Lu Ming's control. Yixiao was still too young, appearing only around 17 or 18, and had not yet reached the terrifying strength described in the original work, managing to manipulate gravity only about 5 or 6 times his weight. Is this the worth of a top-tier powerhouse? My gravity has no effect whatsoever. Cold sweat dripped from Yixiao's forehead, not expecting such a result. He had always been very confident in his swordsmanship and abilities. After nearly a year of sailing in the Grand Line, he had never encountered anyone stronger than himself, not even the fiercest pirates. But now it seemed he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vastness of the world. However, he had his pride. The samurai spirit passed down through his family forbade him from yielding to evil, and he had long made a resolution to eradicate all evil in the world. Thus he would not easily submit to those he deemed evil. Lu Ming noticed Yixio's thoughts, and taking the freshly served noodles from the owner said, while eating, "Actually, you don't need to be so wary. I may not be a good person, but I am definitely not an evil one." "Then why is your bounty so high? Isn't the God Valley incident you're doing? I don't believe the world government would issue a bounty on a good person for no reason." This classic 3-question sequence showed that Yixiao still had a favorable view of the world government, the very entity that maintained relative stability in the world, who otherwise he wouldn't have joined the Navy and become an admiral in the future. In his view, Lu Ming was a thoroughly wicked person who otherwise the world government would not place a bounty of 4.3 billion berries on him. Hep. Lu Ming scoffed twice, then slowly replied, "You can't really believe the world is black and white, and that the world government is so benevolent, right?" "Yes. The world government maintains a semblance of stability in the world, but that only applies to member nations. Places like God Valley, which are not member nations, are not under its protection. And the God Valley was not destroyed by us pirates, but by the God Knights, the CP organization, and the Navy. The Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates only sought the treasures for the Celestial Dragon's human hunting competition. After all, how do you think I obtained my Qinglong fruit? By the way, you might not know about the human hunting competition. The so-called human hunting competition is an event held by the Celestial Dragons every 3 years wherein they release slaves onto the lands of non-member nations and hunt them down with knives and guns, with the one who kills the most winning a prize. The king of God Valley was destroyed for refusing to allow the competition to be held in his country. As for why my bounty is so high, it's simple. I killed celestial dragons to save some slaves, later fought against the world government's highest rulers, the Gorosei, and also killed some members of the God Knights. The world is not black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray." Lu Ming spoke piece by piece, mixing 9 truths with 1 lie, such as claiming he killed celestial dragons to save slaves, which was a lie meant to instill disappointment in Yixiao towards the world government. Although he had no intention of saving slaves during the process of killing celestial dragons, he also indirectly saved many slaves. Yixiao grew increasingly silent, his expression darkening as he slurped the buckwheat noodles. His observation haki was quite unique, allowing him to sense others' malice and goodwill, and to judge whether someone was lying. He felt no malice from Lu Ming. On the contrary, there was an abundance of goodwill, making him realize that everything the man said was true. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" After speaking, he looked at the still silent Yixiao and invited again. "Now do you want to join my team?" Yixiao did not refuse directly, but countered, "Mr. Lu Ming, what is your purpose for going out to sea? Or rather, what do you want to achieve?" "My purpose for going out to sea is quite simple: to see the sights of this world that I have never encountered. After wandering around for a while, I plan to occupy a few islands in the New World and do what I can cultivating the land and farming." Lu Ming spoke with a smile, revealing his intentions not because he lacked ambition, but because his ambitions had never been confined to this small pirate world, but rather extended to the myriad realms. With the existence of a lottery system, he believed he would surely reach higher worlds in the future, so why waste time in this world? His choice to occupy islands was merely to have a temporary place to settle. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Yixiao looked at him in astonishment. He hadn't expected the man's ambition to be so simple, completely different from his own world domination thoughts. "Can you tell me your answer now? Do I have a choice?" Yixiao smiled wryly, then resolutely said, "If I see you doing something that crosses my bottom line, I will leave without hesitation." "Suit yourself." Lu Ming chuckled, not taking Yixio's words to heart. Not to mention that the education ingrained in him set his bottom line far above the overly righteous people in the pirate world, but even if you joined my pirate crew, wanting to leave was out of the question. After the 3 finished their noodles, Lu Ming paid, and they strolled leisurely in the city of Water 7. During this time, Yixiao became somewhat familiar with Lu Ming, discovering that he was very approachable and spoke politely with ordinary people, not bullying the weak due to his strength, which was completely different from his expectations. He even saw Lu Ming haggling with the shop owner over items of interest. Even when the owner's tone was unfriendly, he merely retorted a few words and did not resort to violence due to his strength. 2 days later, in a wood-carving shop on the outskirts of the slums of Water 7, Lu Ming was holding a small carving knife, diligently learning the basic carving methods from the shop owner. He was meticulous and serious, carefully scraping the wood with the knife, and shavings kept falling. Not far away, Yixiao put down the tiger wood carving he had been working on and looked at Lu Ming with a mixed expression. At that moment, Orbia came to his side and smiled, saying, "Isn't he quite handsome? Lu Ming is far kinder than you can imagine. I can hardly see him killing innocents." Indeed. Yixiao nodded. At least that was how he had seen Lu Ming during this time. Lu Ming, however, was completely unaware of the conversation between Yixiao and Orbia, focusing solely on learning wood carving, a sudden interest that had sparked within him. A day prior, while passing by this wood carving shop, Lu Ming suddenly recalled how many protagonists in his past life used wood carving to gain insight into the Tao, the most famous being our classmate Wang Matzi. He wanted to imitate this and see if it would be beneficial. After all, it wouldn't take too long. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and now Lu Ming could carve wood into the shapes he desired, though he lacked the spirit and charm. Next, he just needed to practice on his own, while Tom's workshop had already sent someone over saying that the new Qinglong ship was ready. It must be said that the efficiency of people in the pirate world is indeed high. A dual-masted sailing ship measuring 60 meters in length and 40 meters in height would take at least 2 months for people from his past life to build, but here it only took a week and was beautifully decorated. The ship's bow still resembled a dragon's head, though it appeared slightly more ferocious than the Qinglong ship. The main body was made of Adam's treasure wood, with the rest filled with hardwood. The ship had everything Lu Ming wanted: a lawn, kitchen, bathhouse, library, aquarium, and more, showcasing Tom's superb craftsmanship. It's really impressive. No wonder it's the #1 shipbuilding company in Water 7. The craftsmanship is unmatched. After exploring every nook and cranny, Lu Ming did not hold back his praise. After completing the handover with Tom, he named the new ship Qinglong No. 2. While No. 1 had been sold to Tom's company, moving their belongings onto Qinglong No. 2, the three boarded the ship, setting sail steadily for their next destination, the Sabaody archipelago. Lu Ming, there is a merchant ship ahead, but it's a bit strange. In the lookout tower's training room, Yixiao reported to the broadcast while observing the merchant ship. On the deck, Lu Ming continued carving figures without pausing. It was just a merchant ship, nothing to be alarmed about. Instinctively using his observation hockey, Lu Ming's actions halted and his brow furrowed. So many auras, could it be human traffickers? Lu Ming's expression instantly turned grim as he set down the wood carving and approached the railing, looking towards the distant dual-masted sailing ship, shouting to Yixiao. "Yixiao, how many people are on the deck, and what are they dressed like?" With a telescope in the lookout tower, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Yixiao picked up the telescope to observe. He quickly grasped the situation on the deck of the merchant ship. There are a total of 27 people on the deck. Besides a middle-aged man with a big belly, the others look fierce and intimidating. They don't seem like merchants. Yixiao frowned. Although merchant ships usually have guards, they would never appear this menacing. Moreover, that middle-aged man with a big belly made him feel quite uncomfortable. It seems I guessed correctly, that's a slave trader's ship. Lu Ming's face darkened frighteningly. In his past life, he had witnessed a child from his village being taken away by human traffickers. His parents had exhausted their wealth, but could not retrieve the child, and in the end the mother even went insane from the grief. Coupled with the education ingrained in him, it made him detest human traffickers immensely. "What slave traders?" Yixiao exclaimed in shock. Orbia's face also turned extremely grim. Most countries in the pirate world do not have slavery, and the existence of slaves is merely to serve the celestial dragons and a few nobles. Moreover, slaves are not bought, but are captured from villages, ships, and various countries by these people through various means. Some slave traders even specifically target those who interest the celestial dragons for abduction. Just like last time at the Valley of the Gods, the grand prize winner Xiaoqi was abducted by slave traders from Pirate Island to the Valley of the Gods because many celestial dragons had taken a liking to the Empress of Nine Snake Island, and the Roger pirates went to the Valley of the Gods for Xiaoqi. Lu Ming learned all this during his chat with Roger last time. These slave traders dare to venture even to places like Pirate Island, indicating just how crazy they are. Yixiao, come with me. Lu Ming said coldly, then flew towards the slave trader's ship, with Yixiao closely following behind. Before approaching the merchant ship, Lu Ming could hear the fearful whispers and cries of the captured people inside the cabin. There was no need to guess this was indeed a genuine slave trader's ship. Hurry up! 2 devil fruit users who can fly will surely be favored by the nobles. Seeing Lu Ming and Yixiao flying towards him, the portly middle-aged man was overjoyed and turned to his subordinates behind him to give orders. Upon hearing this, the subordinates quickly hid in the hidden compartments left on the ship, with only a few strong ones following closely behind the middle-aged man, waiting for the fat sheep to arrive. Welcome! Lu Ming and Yixiao were swift, and as they approached the merchant ship, the middle-aged man came forward to greet them. Before he could say a word, a flame blade aura met him, and he desperately tried to dodge, but unfortunately the blade's speed was too fast, slicing him in half and turning him to ashes. After dealing with the middle-aged man, Lu Ming and Yixiao used their observation haki to lock onto those responsible for capturing, swiftly cutting them all down. Let's go. We need to see what's down there. After beheading the last enemy, Lu Ming pushed open the cabin door with the Scarlet Queen and walked towards the place he sensed with his observation haki. As soon as they entered the cabin, Lu Ming and Yixiao were hit by a nauseating stench. Especially Lu Ming, whose senses were far beyond ordinary, could smell various odors. Urine, blood, filth, all mingled together. These beasts. Yixiao gritted his teeth, wishing he could return to the upper deck and tear those people. Before them were rows of cages, each filled with various people. Most were beautiful women, with a few fishmen and male warriors among them. They all huddled in the corners, their bodies covered in scars, and the ground was littered with all sorts of filth. Swish! A flash of blade light passed by, and all the cages were sliced in half. Come out. The slave traders have all been killed, and the keys for the collars are on them. Yixiao sheathed his sword, raised his head to reveal a gentle expression, and smiled at all those who had been imprisoned. When he saw no one moved, Yixiao slowly exited the cabin, with Lu Ming leaving space for these people. These people had been forcibly taken, trafficked, and murdered through various means by the slave traders, and their trust in others had long been shattered. It wasn't until Yixiao and Lu Ming left that they rushed out of their cages searching for the keys. Outside, Yixiao and Lu Ming leaned against the railing, the sea breeze blowing through their hair, but Yixiao's face was slightly pale. Lu Ming took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Seeing Yixiao's expression, he knew he was having difficulty accepting this situation. To prevent him from doing something foolish, he quickly comforted him, saying, "All right, don't look so glum. Cheer up, you just saved a whole ship of people." This wasn't just him making a fuss. Yixiao really couldn't handle it. In the original story, he had blinded himself after witnessing such things too often. Yixiao asked, "Captain, why does this world have so many filthy and despicable things?" "Because there are problems with the world order, because of injustice, and even more so because of profit." Lu Ming took a drag on his cigarette and slowly explained, "I've heard this saying, when there is a 50 profit, someone will take risks. For a 100 profit, people dare to trample all laws. When there is a 300 profit, people will commit any crime, even risking execution. The profit from the slave trade is far greater than even 300, especially under the leadership of the celestial dragons, with nobles from all over the world following suit. The profits involved are beyond human imagination. It's just a trivial matter of life." Yixiao fell silent, digesting Lu Ming's words. After a while he asked, "Is there no way to change this? For example, by specifically targeting these slave traders to prevent such things from happening?" "It's difficult. The ideal state would be to change it from the system, but unfortunately the roots of the world government are rotten to the core. Even the Navy is just a violent tool of the government. Such things will only increase in the future." "Are the roots rotten?" Just as Yixiao was lost and thought the slaves in the cabin had already removed their collars and come out. Leading them was a burly man, and from the skull tattoo on his chest, it was evident he had once been a pirate. "Thank you for saving us, Lord Qinglong." The pirate saw Lu Ming and showed a fawning smile, leading the others and bowing to Lu Ming, with some even kneeling down. "All right, I didn't save you for nothing." Lu Ming waved his hand, urging them to stand, and continued, "I need you to help me find the financial reports on this ship. If there are any devil fruits, they need to be brought to me immediately. Understand?" "Understood." The pirate nodded and then turned to the others, shouting, "Why aren't you going to look for them?" The group of rescued individuals scattered across the ship to search, and soon the deck was piled high with various treasures, berries, and even 2 devil fruits. Unfortunately, they were both ordinary zoan types, but still good. One was a tiger fruit, and the other a monkey fruit. After gathering the treasures and devil fruits, Lu Ming and Yixiao returned to their ship, the Qinglong, leaving the slave ship to those people, allowing them to choose whether to go home or become pirates. Seeing this, Yi Xiao said nothing and just followed Lu Ming back to the ship, heading towards Sabaody Archipelago, known as the Island of Failure and Island of New Departures, is located near the Navy headquarters and formed by the world's largest red tree, the Urukuman mangrove, with its roots always exposed above the water. This place is also a necessary route for pirates illegally entering the New World, relying on the special resin secreted by the red trees to coat their ships, thus allowing them to reach Fishman Island and venture into the New World. The Qinglong docked at the port of Red Tree No. 52. Red Trees No. 5059 are mainly shipyards and coating artisans where pirate ships are coated before heading to the New World. After inquiring, Lu Ming chose the best coating master to do the work. The coating master looked at the size of the Qinglong and stated that it would take half a day. Lu Ming had no objections and thought it would be a good opportunity to enjoy this dreamy island, experience its local customs, and conveniently attend the auction in the area of Red Tree No. Want to see if he could find a few devil fruits. As for the issue of slave trading, Lu Ming believed it could be controlled temporarily, but not forever. Everything would be addressed when he had the ability. After renting a bubble car, Lu Ming rode with Orbia Foam Sogo Sherlock and Yi Xiao to explore the Shangbodi Islands, mainly targeting areas 1 to 49, including the Lawless Zone's soap bubble park, tourist attractions, and specialty shops. The Shangbodi Islands truly lived up to their reputation as a dreamlike archipelago. Not only was the scenery and bubble culture delightful, but the commerce and tourism industry were also exceptionally prosperous, with a variety of people everywhere, all very enthusiastic. Perhaps because Lu Ming was too famous, or maybe the people of the Shangbodi Islands were exceptionally well informed, the fear in their eyes was impossible to hide when they saw Lu Ming. Many times before he even approached, they had already dropped their belongings and fled. Looking at the empty stalls once again, Lu Ming was filled with helplessness. He just wanted to buy some local specialties from the Shangbodi Islands. But why did everyone react this way? It seemed that the reports from the world government had tarnished his reputation to the extreme. Pahaha, I didn't expect you to have this day, Lu Ming. Orbia couldn't help but laugh out loud in the bubble car. Stop laughing, or it'll make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow. Lu Ming shot a glare at Orbia, causing her pretty face to blush. However, she did not avert her gaze, instead looking at Lu Ming with a charming expression. Forget it, let's head straight to the lawless area. Lu Ming helplessly picked up a wig from an empty stall, turned around, and hopped back into the bubble car, heading towards the auction at the Red Tree No. 1. They were lucky today, as there happened to be an auction rumored to feature a devil fruit and a famous sword, and he planned to get his hands on the devil fruit. In Lu Ming's eyes, the most precious items in the pirate world were these devil fruits, and nothing else could compare. In the pirate world, many people had trouble recognizing faces. By slightly dressing up with the wig, he easily entered auction house No. 1 without being noticed. The group casually found a spot at the back to sit and waited for the auction to begin. Currently, the auction house was not under the control of Don Quixote da Flamingo, but rather a shadowy organization of which Lu Ming was unaware of the specifics. Just as the auction was about to begin, a burly man wearing a bubble hat slowly walked in, followed by 6 bodyguards dressed in black suits and wearing masks. Suddenly, the entire auction house fell silent. Except for Lu Ming and his companions, everyone else lowered their heads, fearing to be noticed. Is this what the world nobles, the celestial dragons, look like? Yi Xiao coldly observed, instinctively tightening his grip on the knife at his waist. This was his first time seeing a celestial dragon. He had only heard about them before. Lu Ming had mentioned some of it. Indeed, those with high status are somewhat unreasonable. All right, let's participate in the auction first. Lu Ming patted Yi Xiao's shoulder, signaling that the auction was about to start. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and focused on the host. The host waited until the celestial dragon was seated before starting the auction, with the first item being a beautiful slave girl wearing a collar and having blindfolded eyes. Sit tight, it's not the time yet. Yi Xiao instinctively tried to stand up, but Lu Ming's hand landed on his shoulder and his voice echoed in his ear. Only then did he sit still, his eyes fixed on the beautiful girl on stage. Ultimately, the beautiful girl was bought by a noble in the front row. Following that, a variety of slaves were auctioned, including pirates, long-arm tribes, long-leg tribes, etc. And several rare slaves were all purchased by the celestial dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is the paramecia type door fruit, which allows the ability to open doors and exit freely in any place, including through air, flames, and even human bodies. It is a very powerful fruit, starting at 200 million berries. This fruit, I must get it. Lu Ming was startled. The Dorador fruit was considered one of the top-tier fruits with great potential as discussed by netizens in his past life, and he had to obtain it. I bid 500 million berries. As soon as the host's words fell, a celestial dragon seated in the VIP area shouted out, instantly silencing the entire auction house. Everyone held their breath as any bid from a celestial dragon, even just one berry over the starting price, was not to be contested by others. 501 million berries. Just then a light voice came from the back of the auction house. Everyone in the auction house couldn't help but shudder, wondering who was so bold, yet they dared not turn to look, only sitting up straight, heads lowered, as if they had not heard or seen anything. 700 million berries. 701 million berries. 1 billion berries. 1 billion and 1 berries. You want to die? After being humiliated 3 times in a row, the celestial dragon finally couldn't hold back. He turned and shouted at the source of the voice while drawing his golden flintlock pistol and pulling the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, but that lowly ant did not explode as he had imagined. He was somewhat incredulous, and after firing several more shots, the bullets scattered, aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. Swish! 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 Lu Ming's right hand flickered quickly in the air, catching all the bullets in his grasp. Damn it, how dare you resist? Kill that guy! The celestial dragon, furious, pointed at Lu Ming and his companions, ordering, and capture that woman to be my 19th wife. Also bring that dog back to me. Ooh, I've never seen this kind of dog before. Yes, Lord Richard. The 6 CP agents nodded. 4 of them exchanged glances, and their figures instantly vanished. The next second they appeared directly above Lu Ming, using the 6 powers of the Navy's shave technique. Each of the 4 targeted a specific individual. 2 extended their index fingers towards Lu Ming and Yi Xiao, while the other 2 spread their arms to embrace Orbia and Fengsuago. You want to die? Pooh, 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 pooh. Lu Ming's voice was icy as he gently flicked his right hand. Several bullets shot out, and the 4 agents who were leaping towards him crashed down onto the chairs ahead, blood oozing from the holes in their foreheads. What a... For members instantly dead. The CP agents surrounding Richard could hardly believe it. After scrutinizing Lu Ming closely, one of them sat down heavily, his pants instantly turning yellow as he stammered, Qing Long Lu Ming. Wow. The entire venue erupted in chaos as the nobles stood up in unison, the scene suddenly becoming incredibly chaotic. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming stood up, and an invisible wave swept through the entire auction house. At that moment, the nobles inside turned pale, and except for Yi Xiao, Sherlock, Fengsuago, Orbia, and the slaves in the auction house, everyone else fell unconscious, the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoing throughout. Lu Ming strode toward the stage first, Yi Xiao, Orbia, and Fengsuago hurrying closely behind him. Stepping onto the platform, Lu Ming casually crushed the auctioneer's skull beneath his boot, walked to the protective dome, shielding the Min fruit, shattered it with a hand, seized the Min fruit, and stowed it in his storage space. Yi Xiao exchanged a few words with the slaves, then dashed backstage in search of the collar keys, freeing the slaves who had been confined there along the way. 2 sweet-faced twin girls of only 14 or 15 approached Lu Ming, trembling, as they cried out, Lord Lu Ming, may we follow you? Yet their eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Lu Ming recognized the 2 girls as the slaves just bought by the Tianlong man. They were not pure humans, but hybrids of human and furfolk, pure cat-eared maidens. The Tianlong man had been ecstatic at the sight of them, and had spent $1 billion on the spot. Lu Ming said in surprise that once Yi Xiao brought the keys, they could return home, asking why they would want to follow. He warned them that he was classified by the world government as one of the most ferocious pirates, always liable to be hunted by the world government and Navy admirals, and that following him would not be safe. The sisters shook their heads, eyes full of sorrow, voices hollow, as they said they had no home left, that their father, mother, uncle, and aunt had all been slain, leaving only the 2 of them. Lu Ming lowered his head and fell silent. He reached toward the collars pressed against their necks, and immediately a regular beeping sound began to emit. The 2 sisters trembled, fear filled their eyes, yet they stood upright, stubbornly meeting Lu Ming's gaze. A trace of satisfaction passed across Lu Ming's face. With both hands he flung the collars toward the Tianlong man. The collars detonated at his side, and with a thunderous explosion, the Tianlong man and 2 CP agents were torn to pieces. Lu Ming asked for their names. I am Lisha, the first answered. I am Lena, the second replied. Upon hearing Lu Ming's question, the 2 sisters glanced at one another, each finding joy reflected in the other's eyes, as they hurriedly spoke their names. Before long, Yi Xiao returned with keys to all the collars, tossing them toward the freed slaves so they could free themselves. After a glance at the shattered Tianlong man, Yi Xiao came to stand before Lu Ming. At Navy headquarters in Malinfond, Wakong, set down the transponder snail, and rubbed his temple, feeling a headache. He looked toward Zhanghua, who sat in the office drinking tea, and said, "Zhanghua, go to the Xianghua archipelago. Act now. Lu Ming killed a Tianlong there, and the Wulao Xing has ordered immediate action." "All right," Zhanghua replied. Zhanghua rose reluctantly, adjusted his uniform, and left the office. Soon a massive warship departed from Malenfond was steaming toward the Xianghua archipelago. "What a troublesome season it is," Kong murmured as he stood at the window and watched the warship fade into the distance, his face clouded with worry. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his crew, Awakens among them, charged recklessly toward Red Tree Port number 52, sending every marine and pirate along the route into unconsciousness with bursts of conqueror's haki, leaving them incapable of resistance, a pirate's triumph without battle. They soon reached the coating yard. The Qinglong had finished its plating, its hull wrapped in a glimmering multicolored bubble membrane that felt like stepping on cotton, springing with every step. Taking the operation manual from the coating technician, Lu Ming followed the steps exactly. The Qinglong slowly slipped from the harbor. Lu Ming dove into the sea, removed the lead ballast and plugs embedded in the hull, and the air-filled bubbles enveloping the ship expanded until the vessel was wholly encased, forming a vast internal space. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, a dozen whistling projectiles came hurtling from afar as shells arced toward the Qinglong. Yishao drew his long blade from his waist and slammed it down with such force that the shells, weighed as if by 1,000 tons, plummeted into the sea, sending towering sprays of water skyward. Lu Ming burst from the water and hovered steadily in midair, turning toward the origin of the bombardment. A colossal Navy warship bore down upon them, a huge character, meaning Buddha, clear on its sail. At the prow stood a burly middle-aged man with frog-like goggles and a long beard braided into a rope, wearing an admiral's cap. This was the current Navy Admiral Zhanghua, wielder of the animal-type Rinrin fruit, mythical beast model the Defo fruit, who is also nicknamed Defo. Our Bia and the others recognized Zhanghua as well, and grew tense, every gaze turning to Lu. Lu Ming cast them a reassuring look and signaled for the Qinglong to begin submerging, then faced Zhanghua. "Hey Zhanghua, this must be our first meeting," he said with an easy smile. "I have long heard of your renown." Zhanghua ground his teeth and spat. "Yes, Lu Ming, you bastard. Could you not have gone to the New World quietly? Why kill a Tianlong and cause us such trouble?" Lu Ming replied with a smile that he was sorry, but the scum had tried to harm those at his side, and he could not let the matter go if he wished to save face. Lu Ming had already guessed that Zhanghua wanted to fight. No matter the outcome, a confrontation would allow the world government to be placated and avoid giving them an excuse to act otherwise. As they spoke, Zhanggua's body began to radiate golden light and swell in size until he towered as a 30-meter golden Buddha. His immense weight depressed the bow of the three-masted admiral ship until it sagged. Buddha fist. Zhanghua made no pretense of courtesy. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a single devastating blow. An invisible shockwave roared forth like a discharged cannon, crossing hundreds of meters to strike before Lu Ming. With a powerful thrust of his feet, the giant form vaulted into the air and began to bear down upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming reacted instantly. The Crimson Empress flashed free, its cold gleam cleaving the oncoming shockwave in two. He shifted into a hybrid combat posture and met the descending Zhanghua head-on. Clang! Lu Ming felt the impact travel along the blade into his arm, a vibration that left his limb slightly numb, though still within his tolerance and not likely to hinder him greatly. Zhanghua trembled inwardly at the realization that this was a monster possessing such power at such a youthful age. He felt a stinging pain through his fist and was shocked to discover he had been wounded. Though the Defo fruit was not renowned solely for defense, its natural toughness coupled with Zhangua's consummate mastery of armament haki usually rendered him impervious to harm. Yet the force channeled through Lu Ming's blade far exceeded his expectations. After only that single exchange, Zhanghua realized with a chill that he had gravely underestimated the excessively dangerous young man before him. Zhanggua's eyes narrowed slightly, a grave expression crossing his face as he focused intensely on the battle, executing the Navy's 6 styles to perfection, unleashing various derived techniques like a torrential storm against Lu Ming. Each strike contained a terrifying destructive power capable of splitting mountains and seas, but those with comparable strength would notice that Zhanggua's attacks were not aimed at Lu Ming's vital points, nor at the Qinglong ship behind him. In an instant, Lu Ming transformed into his beast-human form, wielding the Crimson Empress to attack, using a method similar to Zhanggua's. Boisterous thunder, but little rain. The two engaged in a tacit battle in the sky, a scene that appeared to outsiders as world-destroying. The terrifying conqueror's haki enveloped them, causing even the sky to split in two, unable to heal for a long time. Ixia had long put down the long knife in his hand, revealing an expression of disbelief. He had realized that the two in the air were merely acting. Their fierce attacks seemed formidable, but only a few had landed on him, resulting in little more than torn clothing. Orbia, lacking the strength of Ixia and unable to perceive the conqueror's haki, failed to recognize the subtleties of the situation and continued to look up with a worried expression at the battle she could not see clearly. Bang! After exchanging over 100 blows, leaving each other with seemingly serious, yet actually negligible light wounds, Zhanghua felt it was enough. He deliberately left an opening, and Lu Ming seized the opportunity to punch him in the chest, the force not particularly heavy. Whoosh! Zhanghua flew backward like a cannonball, landing in the sea beside the warship. The navy on the ship jumped into the water to retrieve Zhanghua. At this moment, the Qinglong ship had completely submerged into the sea, and Lu Ming's figure flashed as he dove in, disappearing beneath the waves alongside the Qinglong. Soon Zhanghua returned to the ship drenched. Looking at the now calm sea, he pretended to be disappointed and ordered set sail for home. "It's fine, I'm okay." On the Qinglong, Lu Ming gently patted Erbia's head while circulating the Sun True scripture, his injuries healing in an instant, returning to his handsome face. Seeing Orbia still worried, Ixia quickly explained the captain was just acting with Zhanghua. Their fight looked fierce, but in reality, it was nothing serious. They both only sustained superficial injuries, and for beings of their caliber, a good sleep would suffice. "Oh!" Lisa and Lena exclaimed in surprise, incredulous, as they asked Brother Ixia, "Are you saying that General Zhanghua didn't come to capture Lord Lu Ming?" After a short time together, the sisters had grown familiar with the crew, and their titles had become much more. Ixia stroked his chin and explained, "It's not that simple. After all, the captain killed a celestial dragon, and Zhanghua definitely wanted to capture him. However, the captain's strength is too great. If he fought seriously, not only would Zhanghua have no confidence in capturing him, but he could also potentially destroy the entire Sabaody archipelago." So they both tacitly decided to just spar, allowing Zhanghua to return and report. Though he spoke lightly, Ixia's heart was not at ease. The strength displayed by Lu Ming and Zhanghua was overwhelming, making him feel powerless, unworthy even to intervene. He needed to strengthen himself quickly. "No wonder you picked up and then set down your sword, Brother Ixia. You realized they were acting?" Lena observed closely, having watched every movement of the crew on the ship, and naturally noticed Ixia's change in demeanor. At this point, Orbia was completely reassured, hugging Sherlock as she sat beside Lu Ming. The Windspeed dog had long returned to its pokeball, feeling extremely uneasy in the underwater environment, choosing to sleep inside. Lu Ming then took out a gourmet tablecloth, explaining to the two sisters that it was a tablecloth made from the fruit of gastronomy. He conjured a large amount of food, while chatting, mainly asking questions while the sisters answered, getting to know each other's specialties. Sister Lisa had followed their mother to learn navigation from a young age, making her an inexperienced navigator, thus filling the gap of having none on Lu Ming's ship. Sister Lena had learned some culinary skills for a time, barely qualifying as a cook. "From now on, you two will be the navigator and cook of the Yan Huang pirate crew," Lu Ming said, ruffling the sisters' heads with a smile. Then his tone turned serious as he added, "However, both of you must hurry to strengthen yourselves. You should at least have the strength of a vice admiral in the future, understood?" "Yes, Captain," the two sisters replied loudly. The reason they didn't call him Lord was due to Lu Ming's request. He felt it was strange and preferred them to call him Captain. "Lu Ming, when did we establish the pirate crew, and why is it called Yan Huang?" At this moment, Orbia, curious, leaned closer to Lu Ming. Having followed him for so long, she was well aware that he had not established a pirate crew, nor had he mentioned a name for it. How had it suddenly come into existence? It was just established. "As for Yan Huang, that is my route." As he spoke, Lu Ming's eyes filled with a nostalgic hue, surprising Orbia. It was the first time she had seen him display such an expression. The Qinglong continued to sink with the ocean currents, the once slightly illuminated sea becoming pitch black, relying solely on the ship's lighting equipment to provide some brightness, preventing the three women from feeling afraid in the dark environment. As for the large fish and sea kings attracted by the light, they were stunned and scared away by Lu Ming's conqueror's haki before they could approach the ship. Uncertain how long they had traveled through the darkness, a light finally appeared ahead, revealing an enormous tree far larger than the tree of knowledge Lu Ming had seen before. Near its roots, there was an island shrouded in giant bubbles, through which many pipes could be seen, along with mermaids and fishmen swimming inside. "Is that Fishman Island?" Lu Ming leaned over the side of the ship, his eyes turning crimson as he gazed at the scenery within Fishman Island. Orbia, Ixia, and the two sisters Lisa and Lena were all extremely excited. Both Fishman Island and Sky Island were legendary islands, even in the hearts of people in the pirate world. most people even doubted their existence. Soon the Qinglong entered Fishman Island through the entrance. After docking at the port designated for incoming ships, the group began to explore the island. To be honest, Lu Ming found Fishman Island quite disappointing. Though it appeared dreamlike in the anime with an incredibly good environment, the reality was that most of the buildings were made from shellfish, which seemed novel but not visually appealing. Most areas were bare coral, and the air was filled with a fishy smell which lingered on the fishmen as well. Let's just go directly to the Mermaid Cafe. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ming felt as if he were strolling through a seafood market from his past life. Aside from the initial curiosity from the fishmen, all that remained was the fishy smell, which quickly dampened his spirits. He suggested immediately. As soon as the proposal was made, it received unanimous approval, and the group hurried towards the Mermaid Cafe. Fortunately, the environment of the Fishman Cafe was quite satisfactory to Lu Ming. There was almost no fishy smell, and the mermaids did not carry the odor typical of fishmen. Most importantly, the mermaids were dressed very lightly and were exceedingly hospitable. After drinking some coffee, Lu Ming entrusted Sherlock to Lisa and Lena for care, leaving a smile to protect them, while he took Orbia to the sea forest to examine the historical text located there. There's even a mermaid here. As they approached the historical text, a small figure stood ahead. Based on the classification of mermaids, it was a goldfish mermaid dressed much more conservatively than the others. Lu Ming found her somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Who is it? Before they could get close, the goldfish mermaid sensed the unfamiliar aura and quickly turned in confusion, but soon her face displayed a look of horror as she sat down abruptly, trembling and saying, "Qinglong Lu Ming. So it's the future Princess Yihim. No wonder I felt familiar." Lu Ming suddenly understood, but a look of confusion crossed his mind. But how could such a petite body give birth to a child comparable to the giant Neptune, especially when Bai Xing is even more comparable to Neptune? Does she also possess the ability of the fertility fruit? The Yihim in front of him looked no more than 10 years old, standing under 1.5 meters tall, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. If Lu Ming remembered correctly, in the original story, Yihim could injure herself just by hitting someone. Her body was pitifully weak. How could she give birth to such a large child? Orbia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and quickly stepped forward to help Yihim up, smiling and comforting her. "You don't need to be afraid. Lu Ming is not a bad person and won't do anything to you." Lu Ming looked at Orbia speechlessly. He didn't look like a bad person, so how could he possibly harm? Perhaps it was because of Orbia's words or the warmth she displayed that Yihim's fear dissipated significantly. She bowed to Lu Ming and said eagerly, "Lord Lu Ming, I was rude. I don't mind." Lu Ming waved his hand and then turned his gaze to the coral-covered historical text, asking, "Can you understand the historical text?" "I can't understand." Yihim shook her head and explained, "I saw records about this historical text when looking at the history of Fishman Island in the Dragon Palace, so I thought I would come and take a look, and then I ran into you, Lord Lu Ming. I see you learned about it from the hidden books in the Dragon Palace." Lu Ming nodded, then found a relatively clean coral to sit on. Orbia then went to study the historical text, which contained an apology letter from Joy Boy to the Mermaid Princess. In Lu Ming's view, the power of the Sea King was the most terrifying among the three ancient weapons. It was the only racial innate ability, and the combined strength of countless supersized Sea Kings could easily destroy the world. It's a pity that Bai Xing has not yet been born, or otherwise he would want to take Bai Xing as one of his trump cards. However, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as he builds a good relationship with Neptune and Yihim, obtaining Bai Xing in the future shouldn't be too much of a problem. The content of the historical text was not extensive. With Orbia's expertise, she quickly finished reading the letter. Yihim, curious about its contents, looked at Lu Ming, and Orbia quietly relayed the contents to Yihim. An apology letter from Joy Boy to the Mermaid Princess. So the royal family's generations-old command was for us to assist Joy Boy. But who exactly is Joy Boy? Yihim murmured repeatedly. Hearing this, Lu Ming understood in his heart. It seems that although Fishman Island has records about Joy Boy, the heritage must have been interrupted, unlike the abundance left by Elbaf. Next, Lu Ming remained silent, allowing Orbia and Yihim to communicate well. The knowledge tree in O'Hara also had records about Joy Boy, so they had a common topic. Their forms of address quickly changed to sister and younger sister. Lu Ming, next I want to go with Yihim to Dragon Palace City. The collection there should have traces of the blank 100 years. We may need to stay here for a while. That's just right, I'm also very interested in Dragon Palace City. Let's go together with a smile later. Sounds good. Yihim nodded. After returning to the Mermaid Cafe to pick up a smile, the group set off towards Dragon Palace City under Yihim's guidance. On the way, Lu Ming learned that Yihim was already the fiancée of Prince Neptune, meaning that golden fish mermaids of this era were all candidates for royal consorts. Lu Ming speculated that this marriage was likely to ensure the smooth birth of the Sea King. Upon arriving at Dragon Palace City, Lu Ming and his group were received with the highest specifications. At the banquet, Lu Ming also tasted the specialty foods of Fishman Island. They were quite good. However, aside from Neptune and Yihim, he hadn't seen any other characters from the original story on Fishman Island. So after a simple chat with Neptune, Lu Ming returned to the Qinglong to rest, as the fishy smell in the air was truly unbearable. Orbia, on the other hand, was taken to the Fishman Island library by Yihim and temporarily stayed there. Lisa, remember to adjust your breathing. Lena, your movements are becoming deformed. In the following days, Lu Ming mainly focused on training Lisa and Lena, as well as cultivating himself. It must be said that the talent of the mixed blood siblings was truly strong, perfectly inheriting some advantages of felines and humans. Their bodies were flexible, and their coordination was terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming created a simple internal cultivation method based on the characteristics of the two, allowing their strength to improve rapidly. Additionally, Lu Ming also created an internal cultivation method for a smile, which helped him cultivate inner strength. Coupled with the pressure from the gravity fruit, his strength grew quickly. Lu Ming would often feed him moves to train his swordsmanship. As for Lu Ming himself, he didn't slack off either. He took time each day to comprehend the laws of life from the 9-spirit pearl, while also developing the Qinglong fruit. Not only focusing on the physical body, but he also placed great emphasis on mastering the 3 attributes of fire, wind, and thunder, striving to develop powerful moves and auxiliary skills, ultimately reaching the point of awakening. The Qinglong ship stayed at Fishman Island for a month, during which Lu Ming became friends with Neptune and Iji, and also met Fisher Tiger, a tiger-fish fishman from Fishman Street, who would become the captain of the future Sun Pirates. At this time, Tiger was only around 20 years old, his strength not yet reaching that of the original story, and he had not been captured by the celestial dragons to become a slave. He was merely the leader of a gang on Fishman Street, dreaming of a day when fishmen could live peacefully with humans. Beside the Qinglong ship, at a makeshift dining table, Lu Ming, Orbia, Yishao, Neptune, Iji, and Tiger sat together eating and chatting. When Iji and Tiger asked how to interact with humans, Lu Ming offered a perspective completely different from that of Yishao and Orbia. Iji, Tiger, I know both of you wish to change the future of fishmen and mermaids and seek peaceful coexistence with humans. But in my country there is a saying that has been passed down for ages: weak nations have no diplomacy. This wisdom has been earned over 5,000 years of history. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. If you truly want fishmen and mermaids to coexist peacefully with humans, the first step is not to seek recognition from the celestial dragons or humans, but to enhance the strength of your nation, whether as a whole or individually. Fishmen and mermaids are inherently stronger than humans, and with the legacy of Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, improving their strength is not a difficult task. Afterward, they could venture into the new world to hone their skills and identify the strong. When your nation has more than 3 powerful individuals at the level of generals, even the world government will weigh their options and reconsider their relationship with Fishman Island, and they may even propose peaceful coexistence between Fishman mermaids and humans. As for the slave traders, they would need to think twice before attempting to capture fishmen and mermaids as slaves. They would have to consider whether they could provoke a behemoth like Fishman Island. By that time, you can think about actions like coexisting with humans. Upon hearing Lu Ming's viewpoint, Iji and Tiger fell silent. They wanted to refute him as his ideas were completely contrary to their lofty ideals, but they had to admit that Lu Ming made a lot of sense. When one's strength reaches a certain level, combined with the natural geographical advantages of Fishman Island, things might indeed be different. Lu Ming, aren't you from Haifeng Island? The Valley of the Gods doesn't have a 5,000-year history, does it? At that moment, Orbia asked curiously, while Yishao and Neptune also put down their food, looking at Lu Ming with interest. I merely grew up on Haifeng Island, though I am not from there, and the Valley of the Gods is not my homeland. Did I not tell you before? My roots trace back to Yanhuang. That is my true homeland, a colossal entity with a history exceeding 5,000 years. As for where the country is, perhaps you will find out in the future. With that, Lu Ming revealed a mysterious... At that moment, Orbia suddenly recalled the characters Lu Ming had written on the gold base in the Sky Island, and immediately understood that they were Yanhuang characters. This greatly piqued her curiosity about Yanhuang. How could a country with over 5,000 years of history not intrigue her as a historian? Unfortunately, no matter how she inquired, even using seduction and promises, she could not extract more topics from Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, may I join your pirate crew? I want to pave a path for Fishman Island fishmen and mermaids, and see how vast the world is. After the gathering tiger approached, Lu Ming bowed deeply and earnestly said. Eg and Neptune said nothing, only watching silently. They believed that Tiger would make the most important choice, and all they could do was offer their blessings. Lu Ming glanced at Eg and Neptune, and seeing no objections from them nodded, and agreed, saying, "All right, you will be the helmsman of the Yanhuang pirate crew from now on. If you want to leave in the future, just let me know in advance." "Thank you, Lord Lu Ming." "No, thank you, Captain," Tiger responded joyfully. Afterward, Lu Ming instructed him to return to Fishman Street to handle his personal affairs, while making arrangements for the gang, regretting that Jean Bei was still too young, otherwise having him join would have been even better. During the time Tiger was away, Lu Ming also gave Neptune many suggestions, the most important being to enhance the overall strength of the nation and individuals. Secondly, he advised rectifying Fishman Street, bringing it under the nation's rule, and ensuring it does not become a lawless zone, as that would breed darkness and eventually backfire on the entire nation. A day later, Tiger returned with a green package on his back, and the Qinglong ship had been coated, ready to set sail for the new world again. This new world is indeed chaotic. Lu Ming casually tossed the pirate he had in hand into the sea, saying somewhat impatiently, "Yes, this was the 7th wave of pirates in the last half-month. Since the Golden Lion took control of the first half of the New World under his policy, the number of pirates in the first half of the New World has exploded, leading to immense chaos with various kingdoms in panic. Many people seeking to survive had no choice but to become pirates." Xiao's brow furrowed, as well his voice filled with gravity. He knew there were many pirates in the New World, but never expected there would be so many far beyond his imagination. "This won't do. We need to find a place to settle down." Lu Ming turned to glance at the Qinglong ship, speaking with a hint of seriousness. On the Qinglong ship, Wind Speed Dog was protecting Lisa, Lena, Orbia Tiger, and Sherlock. The strength of the 5 was insufficient in this area crowded with pirates relying solely on him, and Xiao might not be enough to ensure safety, especially when facing a pirate crew like the Golden Lion. If the Golden Lion occupied him with the number of cadres in the Golden Lion pirate crew, Xiao would not be able to hold them off. Orbia, which kingdom nearby, is relatively corrupt. The Magaro kingdom, the entire kingdom, is in the hands of the royal family and nobility. They even embezzle the relief grain meant for commoners, and every year they must pay tribute of gold to the celestial dragons. It is the largest and most corrupt among the surrounding countries. Upon hearing this, Orbia was taken aback, then mentioned a country from the collected intelligence. The Magaro kingdom is not the most corrupt among the surrounding nations. That title belongs to the Magi kingdom. However, she understood Lu Ming's objective, so she chose the relatively larger Magaro kingdom. The Magaro kingdom consists of 2 adjacent islands with a city on each island, covering an area far larger than the nearby Dressrosa and Magi, as comparable to Perdon. In that case, we shall head to the Magaro kingdom. Depart. Lu Ming waved his hand decisively. Mojialuo kingdom, one of the many nations in the New World, lies in the first half of that vast sea. The realm comprises 2 islands, Mojialuo Island and Mosaluo Island. Across both isles, the populace is gaunt and hollow-eyed, moving through their days in numb submission as they toil in the fields. Nearby, hundreds of burly soldiers patrolled in ranks, vigilant to prevent any sloth or uprising. In the city, the nobles lounged with their beauties, indulging in extravagance, utterly unconcerned with the fate of the common people. To them, those peasants were little more than beasts made to labor. "Your Majesty, scouts report that the ship Qinglong, commanded by Lu Ming, is rapidly approaching Mojialuo Island. They do not appear friendly." Inside the royal palace, the kingdom's first General Bulayan knelt on one knee before King Cha Li Ba-shir, delivering the scouts' intelligence. Cha Li Ba-shir paced the room, cold sweat beading on his brow, his face a portrait of anxiety. "What shall we do? What shall we do? This Lu Ming is a pirate famed like Jin Shitsi. How are we to resist him? Wait, pay them. Pirates raid for wealth." Struck by the thought, Cha Li Ba-shir clapped his hands eagerly and turned to a portly courtier. "Wozen, ready 1 billion belly in treasure, and come with me to greet Lord Lu Ming." He then glared at Bulayan. Bulayan set an ambush near the harbor. "If that Lu Ming proves insolent, send him to the heavens." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bulayan bowed, then rose to make the preparations. Far at sea, the Qinglong glided toward Mosaluo harbor. The pirate crew gathered on deck to discuss the plan for taking the kingdom. Lu Ming never fought an unprepared battle. "Mosaluo may not be beyond our strength, but they could use tricks. With my power, it matters little, yet your lack of strength could leave you vulnerable," Lu Ming cautioned. Hearing him, the others bowed their heads. His words cut to the truth. They all understood that seizing an island was as much about securing resources as it was about improving their own power. Yi Xiao had felt his own insufficiencies ever since arriving in the New World. Every pirate they met demanded strenuous effort, and many captains and first mates matched him in strength. Were it not for the captain, I might not survive a week, he admitted. Therefore Qinglong will anchor a kilometer from the harbor. I will act alone. I leave Qinglong, and Oer by Ye's charge to Yi Xiao. Ensure their safety. Understood. Yi Xiao nodded. At Mojiuo Harbor, large lines of defensive troops formed two ranks, as if awaiting a grand arrival. Under the guard of some soldiers, great heaps of gold and jewels lay displayed. King Charlie Bosher stood at the front with his ministers, anxiously watching the sea. A dragon-shaped ship approached slowly. When everyone expected it to dock, it halted a kilometer offshore. A figure leapt from the vessel, and in the blink of an eye hovered above the harbor. They looked up to see a striking youth 2 meters tall, clad in a black coat, and bearing a great blade on his back, standing steadily in the air and gazing down with a frigid and motionless stare. Charlie Bosher, greetings from Lu Ming. Charlie Bosher hurried forward with his minister's hand over his chest and face suffused with humility. He motioned toward the piled treasure and pleaded, "This is prepared for you. I beg you to show mercy and spare Mojialuo Kingdom." Lianyu. Lu Ming did not speak further. With a single intent, a strand of invisible wind flowed from him, rippling outward. The crowd felt a gentle breeze upon their faces and mistook it for a sea wind. Keep your focus. At the general's signal, detonate the man named Lu Ming. Is this the famed pirate? He does not look that formidable. A chorus of whispers ricocheted through the minds around him. Lu Ming regarded Charlie Bosher with mockery. He feigned admiring the offered treasure to lower their guard, while covertly planting massive explosives beneath it, preparing a lethal strike. He had not lost his sense for survival. It was a pity for the soldiers guarding the treasure. Ignorant of their fate, they had been made mere cannon fodder. My lord, have you reached a decision? Charlie Bosher asked again, mistaking Lu Ming's silence for deliberation. Charlie Bosher, I see your sincerity, Lu Ming said with a satisfied smile. His form flickered beside the king, and he lightly patted the man's shoulder. Charlie Bosher smiled in relief, believing his plan had succeeded. Whether Lu Ming accepted the treasure and left, or was blown apart by the buried explosives, the king thought his own loss would be little. But Lu Ming's next words chilled him to the bone. Save such petty tricks for others. Mojialuo Kingdom, I claim you. Kill him, yet the treasure will still be mine. Before Charlie Bosher could react, a huge hand tore through his chest. In Lu Ming's grip was a beating heart. The king instinctively looked down, his mouth opened, and no sound came forth. An audible hum filled the air. An invisible, domineering aura spread across the island, the sort that silences and overwhelms. Soldiers hiding in shadows, and even General Bulayan, felt a crushing impact surge into their heads. Their eyes whitened, and they collapsed into unconsciousness. With those threats neutralized, Lu Ming beckoned toward the distant Qinglong. Let us go. The captain. Yi Xiao lowered his spyglass and signaled to Oer by Ye and the others. Taish steered the Qinglong into the harbor. Yi Xiao, deal with the explosives buried beneath the treasure. Be careful not to trigger them. Oer by Ye, take the records. Feng Su Dog and Taish gathered of the king nobles and officials. I am not a mere murderer. Those with notorious reputations will be bound and handed over to the commoners to mete out justice, while those with reputations worth keeping will remain to serve me. No sooner had Yi Xiao and the others arrived than Lu Ming set them to work. He began purging the leadership of Mojialuo Kingdom, cutting out the rot at its core. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, so long as they committed no grievous crimes, he generally spared them. The arrival of the Yanhuang pirate crew threw Mojialuo into panic. Many feared slaughter. Yet soon the people discovered the crew targeted only the wicked nobles, corrupt officials, avaricious merchants, and members of the royal house. They did not slaughter the common folk. Rather, they seized grain and treasure from the ruling classes and distributed it to the populace, improving their lives. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the former kingdom of Maguro, now the Republic of Yanhuang, at the base of the Yanhuang pirate group, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his couch, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, his mind sinking within. Within his Dantian, luminous particles resembling planets were continuously orbiting along a specific path, and their number was steadily increasing. 1011. All the way to 81. These luminous particles moved along a peculiar trajectory, and the innate true qi, which was initially as thick as lead mercury, began to gradually converge towards the center of the Dantian, compressing further, becoming increasingly viscous, with a lustrous sheen forming at its core. It was evident that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the critical juncture of breaking through to the planetary level, yet he was very confident as this type of cultivation had been repeated countless times. In fact, after acquiring the great yin art and the divine mechanism refinement a year ago, he could have broken through then, but the devil fruit he possessed brought him certain shackles delaying his progress until today. A year ago, just as Lu Ming was on the verge of a breakthrough, he discovered that a consciousness within his body was interfering with the orbit of his luminous particles, which ultimately led to his failure to succeed in the breakthrough. That consciousness was the illusion beast species, the Qinglong fruit. Upon sensing this consciousness, Lu Ming understood that the so-called awakening meant subduing or eliminating it, otherwise he would end up like those in Impel Down, who had failed to awaken, becoming beastmen controlled by the consciousness of animal-type fruits. Fortunately, in the first year after arriving in the kingdom of Maguro, he drew the great yin art, which was immensely powerful, allowing him to easily obliterate that consciousness within his body. After the fruit's awakening, Lu Ming's genetic level increased from the original 3 times to 5 times, necessitating a readjustment of his cultivation plan, which led to his breakthrough today. The speed of the 81 luminous particles movement accelerated, compressing further until they formed a crimson orb of light at the center of the dantian. This was a sphere of light brimming with life energy. Apart from being covered with flames, thunder, and storms on its surface, the essence of this sphere was composed of numerous red, transparent crystals shaped like cubes densely aggregated into a planet. Suddenly, a strange wave spread out from within the orb. Buzz! Inside the dantian, the crimson orb began to rotate, and an invisible force expanded, enveloping Lu Ming's entire body and diffusing outward. As this force spread throughout his body, Lu Ming felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation, with the bones, marrow, tendons, muscles, and fascia within all undergoing metamorphosis. This sensation is marvelous. Lu Ming felt as if his entire body were soaking in a comfortably warm hot spring, with essential changes occurring throughout his body under the nurturing of the spring water. The transformation from apprentice level to planetary level mentioned in the original work is a qualitative change, the first leap in the level of life. After breaking through, one can breathe without needing to fly freely and even survive briefly in space. This transformation lasted a full day before it concluded. In the skies above the Republic of Yanhuan, Lu Ming felt as if he had no weight, floating there effortlessly. Everything felt instinctual, completely different from the sensation of flying using flame cloud and true qi. This is planetary level. I have finally reached it. As he gazed down at the 2 islands below, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotions, also realizing the true power of the planetary level. With the miniature planet within him rotating, he could generate a magnetic field to control it, which not only countered gravity, but also provided support in battle. With a flick of his hand, the reforged Scarlet Empress appeared in his grasp. He lightly drew it across the distant ocean, and it was as if an invisible force split the sea, creating a chasm of 10,000 meters that could not heal for a long time. This is so powerful. This strike did not require much force. It was entirely the power of my own magnetic field, comparable to the full strength of many great swordsmen, a feat I could never have imagined or accomplished before. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but become excited. By the way, warriors who break through to planetary level also gain special abilities. What will mine be? With this thought, Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the new true qi he referred to as true essence immediately merged into every part of his body. Then his body underwent a rapid transformation, becoming the beast-human hybrid he was very familiar with, though his height had increased from over 3 meters to an astonishing 6 meters. In addition, he sensed another change. So my special ability is the dual transformation of the Qinglong fruit into beast-human form and beast-like behavior, or is it that the Qinglong fruit has caused my special ability to manifest like this? Feeling this special ability, Lu Ming's mouth twitched as he suddenly felt as though he had lost 10 billion, his heart aching terribly. However, it must be said that there was change. He had gained a stronger control over the elements of fire, wind, and lightning. Compared to before, when he could only wrap the attacks around his weapon or body or directly unleash them as attacks, much like Teacher Kai in the original work. Now he felt that aside from not being able to elementalize, there was no difference between him and natural type ability users. He could do everything they could do, which was a significant enhancement. There should be other changes as well. Lu Ming's figure moved slightly as he dove into the sea. This time he did not use true essence to form a barrier on his surface. Instead, he allowed his body to soak in the water. The anticipated sense of helplessness did not come, and instead he felt as comfortable as he did on land. So this means I have completely transformed the Qinglong fruit into my own, not only becoming my special ability, but also conveniently removing the curse of the sea. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with joy that could not be hidden. Although he had never minded this weakness in the sea, how could he not be happy without a weakness? In fact, the greatest gain from this was not these 2 points, but rather that Lu Ming could now manifest a domain. The domain of life. With the 9-spirit pearl, his comprehension of the laws of life was beyond imagination. Although he had not yet stepped into the threshold of these laws due to his cultivation level, forming a domain was still no problem. With the enhancement of the domain, his strength could increase by more than double. Inside the underground base, Lu Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together. He hadn't used this year's lottery, yet aiming to see if the increase in strength would affect the quality of the prizes. He was quite satisfied with the results of the previous 4 years of lotteries, having gained the Great Yin Art and the Divine Mechanism refinement. Now he was curious if this lottery would confirm his hypothesis about strength affecting prize quality. Ding! The lottery has begun. The familiar spinning wheel reappeared in his sight, still spinning so quickly that it was impossible to discern the prizes marked on it. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt somewhat melancholic. It was still a lack of strength that was to blame. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a dual portal to the spirit cage world. A rectangular stone door appeared before Lu Ming, standing about 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Within the door frame was a grayish-white light curtain rippling like water. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the stone door, entering Lu Ming's sea of consciousness through the center of his brow. Instantly, he received a surge of information, establishing a connection with the dual pass door, successfully recognizing its master. The dual pass door, a special prize from the lottery system. It possesses 5 functions: one-way traversal, two-way traversal, isolation detection, filtering, and subpermission separation. One-way and two-way traversal are just as their names imply. Isolation detection completely blocks all forms of investigation. Unless one's cultivation reaches a certain level, no means can detect the dual pass door or explore its principles. In other words, apart from what the naked eye can see, no other methods can detect it. Filtering ensures that the worlds cannot influence each other. For example, the mana ecology of the spirit cage world cannot pass through the dual pass door to permeate the pirate world, absorbing the essence of life. As Lu Ming absorbed the information and marveled at this prize in the spirit cage world, at Longu Village, an ecological base by Yukue sat atop an abandoned nuclear warhead, focused intently on her game. This was one of her ways to relieve stress and ease her emotions during the apocalypse. She would come here to play games whenever she took a break. Boss, look, a stone door has appeared here. Suddenly, a startled voice called out from a distance. Bai Yukue quickly set down her controller, turned around, and froze in place. Before Xiao stood a stone door, the grayish-white light curtain rippling within, capturing her attention. How did this stone door appear? Bai Yukue was filled with confusion, even suspecting the presence of a higher-dimensional civilization. Xiao, don't go near that door. Seeing Xiao reach out to touch it, Bai Yukue quickly stepped forward to stop her, pulling Xiao behind her. Her right hand clenched the Alea consciousness, gazing at the stone door with a grave expression. If this truly was a higher-dimensional civilization, recklessly entering could cost them their lives. After observing for a while, the stone door showed no abnormalities and nothing emerged from within. Bai Yukue then let out a slight sigh of relief, slowly approaching the stone door. As she neared the light curtain, she extended her Alea consciousness into it, feeling no resistance. When she withdrew it, the blade showed no signs of change. Xiao, get the camera and selfie stick. Upon hearing this, Xiao quickly ran to where the camera was stored, grabbed a long selfie stick, attached the camera, and handed it to Bai Yukue in front of the stone door. Bai Yukue skillfully turned on the camera and cautiously extended it into the light curtain. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was still immersed in the shock of the dual pass door, completely unaware of an object stretching out from within the light curtain. After a few seconds, Bai Yukue retrieved the camera, pressed play, and began to observe the captured footage. She saw a handsome young man sitting on a comfortable and luxurious bed, lost in thought. Although surrounded by stone walls, the materials were evidently valuable, indicating that this was likely some underground base. The video ended here, and Bai Yukue fell into deep contemplation. Xiao, stay here. I'm going in to take a look. A few seconds later, she turned to Xiao and instructed. Boss, no. What if something happens to you? What will happen to Longu Village? What about humanity? Xiao shook her head, spreading her arms to block Bai Yukue, her tone resolute. Don't worry. You saw the video too. There's just a young man behind the door. Given my strength, nothing will happen. Bai Yukue smiled to reassure Xiao. Then, under Xiao's shocked gaze, she decisively stepped into the light curtain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No, I need to tell Dad and the others. Xiao shook her head, feeling it was unsafe, and turned to run outside the base to notify Xiatian and the others. In the underground base the moment Bayukue stepped inside, Lu Ming sensed it. After all, a person is not an inanimate object like a camera, they exude an aura. When he looked up he froze in place, unable to help but exclaim, "By boss, you know me, eh? And what is this stone door?" Upon hearing this, Bayukue paused, a hint of suspicion in her voice as her gaze began to survey the surroundings, confirming her previous judgment. This was indeed some underground base, albeit with a somewhat outdated style lacking modern technological products. Since this young man before me knows me, it indicates he is also one of the terrestrial forces. I wonder if he is from Hela or Jian. Bayukue regarded Lu Ming thoughtfully. The only people who would call her boss apart from the villagers of Lungu village would likely be from the other three terrestrial forces. However, the young man's attire was completely different from what she knew of those forces, making it impossible for her to guess which faction he belonged to. "I suppose I know you," Lu Ming replied somewhat awkwardly, then turned his gaze to the stone door, pondering slightly before saying, "As for the stone door, it is a dual-pass door, a gateway connecting two worlds." Bayukue looked at Lu Ming, bewildered, her heart stirred by waves of shock. Such a plot typical of novels was unfolding right before her eyes. It took her a full minute to stabilize her emotions, then uncertainly asked, "You are a traveler?" "Yes." Lu Ming paused before nodding in acknowledgement. "That's right, I am indeed a traveler, and I've been in this world for 24 years. Lu Ming wasn't surprised that Bayukue could guess his identity. After all, before the spirit cage apocalypse began, Bayukue was not only a brain scientist, but also a struggling girl known for live streaming her awkward sleeping poses, so she had undoubtedly read similar novels and recognized his identity. Rather than finding excuses to brush off the future discovery, it was better to acknowledge it openly. "So this door is your golden finger." The moment these words were spoken, it confirmed that Bayukue definitely had read similar web novels. Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging this point. "Then what about this world? Have you watched One Piece? Or should I say Pirate King?" Lu Ming asked softly. If he remembered correctly, the spirit cage world contained a plethora of audiovisual works identical to those of Blue Star, just with different names. He was confident that if he mentioned the name, Bayukue would definitely guess it. "Are you saying this world is the world of One Piece? The one where Luffy is the protagonist?" Bayukue pondered for a moment, recalling the uncompleted anime from the old world, but she still found it hard to believe, casting a tentative glance at Lu Ming. "So you recognize me by a similar means?" "Yes. I simply arrived a little early in my crossing. The Linglong anime had not concluded. I only saw you clash with the Mark Beast. You forced its genes from a double helix into a triple helix, and your fate was left uncertain." Lu Ming nodded, his mind replaying fragments of Linglong. He summarized the plot for Bayukue in plain terms. Since his identity was already exposed, a modest spoiler felt trivial. "So my plan worked." Bayukue stroked her chin and spoke with unruffled calm. She showed no fear or despair at the prospect of her uncertain fate. "I would not call it an outright success. The creative team behind Linglong is notorious for sudden twists. Who knows what reversals may still await." Lu Ming was unsurprised by Bayuekue's composure and replied softly, "Still, you need not fret too much. Since my double traverse gate links to your side, there will be more ways to purge the mana ecology than the attack plan alone. Sooner or later we will find a solution. What must I give in return? I can offer almost anything I possess." Bayukue nodded in assent, then shifted tone and asked quietly. She did not believe mere emotional resonance from watching an anime would secure Lu Ming's adult's deal in interests and bargains. Besides, in her experience, protagonists in transmigration novels loved to form harems. Those who play important roles in the story often end up as members of that harem. But if it meant saving the world, being one of the young man's consorts was not objectionable. She could even bring Sui Xing and Xiado along. After nearly a century, she had long since made peace with matters of the heart. "Boss, by how magnanimous." Lu Ming gave Bayukue a thumbs up, then grew serious. "I need you and your team to join me. Provide the technology, resources, and techniques of the Linglong world. In return, I will help you resist the mana ecology and seek a genuine cure. How does that sound?" "Deal." Bayukue rose, and the two clasped hands, sealing the pact. "This is for you. A benefit for our pirate crew cadres. The contents should help with your injuries." With the transaction complete, Lu Ming did not skimp. He tossed Bayukue a shernong. Inside were the Yanhuang pirate crew cadre's basic provisions: 3 Xian beans, 3 vials of life force, a hockey primer, an inner force compendium from novice to advanced texts on transmutation and item mastery, the Navy 6 techniques, and 3 magic beads artifacts. After a brief lesson in using the shernong, Bayukue did not inspect everything immediately. She resumed explaining and comparing the situations of their respective worlds. From what she gathered, the Linglong world's lighthouse had not yet reached the Aoya continent. The plot had not begun in earnest, though it would likely start within a year at most. Bai Yuekue also learned from Lu Ming about the present state of the Yanhuang pirate crew in the New World. After 5 years of development, the Yanhuang pirate crew had grown markedly in strength and influence. Yi Xiao had yet to attain the original works admiral level, but certainly stood at an admiral deputy rank. Our Bia, bolstered by the phoenix fruit, had likewise reached admiral deputy. Li Sa, Li Na, and Tej possessed rear admiral strength. Especially Li Sa and Li Na, whose resonant thunder and cloud fruits made many veteran rear admirals no match. Only age and a lack of final tempering kept them from true admiral status. Feng Sigu was slightly stronger, approaching quasi-admiral. As for 7-year-old Xiaoluk, he remained a mischievous child, capable in parts, but not formidable. Under Lu Ming and Auerbia's guidance, his values were sound. He would not bully the weak nor look down on others. In addition, Ximping had joined the pirate crew. His strength was respectable, reaching the rank of Major General. The New World had stabilized from chaos into a pattern of 2 supremos and many powerful factions. The 2 supremos were the Luo Jie pirate crew and the Jin Shitsi pirate crew. Luo Jie's crew were all peerless fighters, far beyond what the fledgling forces of Lu Ming or Baihuzi could match. Jin Shitsi's strength lay in sheer numbers, making his overall power the greatest in the New World. Among the other great forces were the Yanhuang pirate crew, the Baihuzi pirate crew, the Dema pirate crew, the Baishou pirate crew, and the Wangji pirate crew. Jin Shitsi had once visited Yanhuang, but was repelled by Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming spent 5 years holed within the Yanhuang Republic without any sign of expansionism, Jin Shitsi abandoned thoughts of extinguishing the Yanhuang crew. He preferred not to provoke an adversary of equal might, who kept to his bounds. Inside the Longgu village base, Xia, Tianlai Wulan, Outing Qiushi, and Nan Jixing were already quarreling fiercely. Xia Do had been scolded until she crouched in a corner like a frightened quail. When Lu Ming had seen Bai Yuekue, he had temporarily closed the traversal function. When the 4 elders arrived, they discovered the light screen was not passable, as Xia Do had claimed. The 4 instantly assumed Bai Yuekue was in grave danger and berated Xia Do for her thoughtlessness. She had sent Bai Yuekue in alone. Now their boss was in peril. What would Longgu village do? At that moment, the light screen rippled, and Bai Yuekue's figure appeared. The 4 ceased their quarrel at once and hurried forward to inquire about the other side. Boss, nothing happened to you, right? Why is it that once you entered, we could not pass through the light screen to the far side of the stone gate? Also, boss, who is that young man? What lies beyond the stone gate? Bai Yuekue rolled her eyes in exasperation and began to explain, focusing on the situation within the pirate world. Aside from her own familiarity as an elder from the old society, the others knew practically nothing about the pirate world. She therefore did not tell them that the other side was an anime world, nor that their own world might also be of that nature. This secret she and Lu Ming kept to themselves. What? Another world, one completely untainted by the mana ecology. Hearing Bai Yuekue's explanation, the group could not help but exclaim and pressed close to her side. Indeed, that world not only lacks the mana ecology, it also possesses other devil fruits, hockey, physical arts, swordsmanship, and myriad extraordinary powers. Lu Ming also gave me this, Bai Yuekue continued. He said something within may resolve my cellular Bai Yuekue nodded and produced the Shernong Lu Ming had given her. Because it had not been tempered with inner force, she had to operate it manually. She pressed a button, and out came 4 books, 3 beans, 3 vials, 3 beads linked together, and a sheet of paper. Everyone crowded forward with eager faces to examine the items scattered on the ground. When Bai Yuekue picked up the sheet, she was startled. The script was Halua script. Though she had not stayed long on Lu Ming's side, she knew their writing was usually Jin script. She had not expected Lu Ming to use Halua script. After reading the above content, Bai Yuekue finally understood why Lu Ming said that the things inside were useful for her injuries. The immortal beans can heal all internal and external injuries except for diseases and guarantee that the consumer will not feel hunger for 10 days. The water in the green bottle is even more remarkable, capable of directly replenishing life force and healing all damage. Her cellular degeneration issue arose after entering the abyss, and while it indeed presented itself as a disease, it was a result of the energy within the abyss. She was unsure whether it classified as a disease, so she could only try it herself. She first took an immortal bean and swallowed it whole, immediately feeling her body lighten, as if a 1,000-pound shackle had been removed. However, the issue of cellular degeneration was not resolved. She tried to mobilize her life source, activating its potential, but the problem persisted. It seems the immortal beings are treating the accumulated injuries within me. Calming her internal life source by Uekue realized that her cellular degeneration was likely a self-inflicted disease caused by the abyss akin to radiation damage to the human body. She then picked up the green ceramic bottle on the ground and drank all the life water inside. Suddenly a faint green light enveloped by Uekue, and she felt as if she were in a hot spring with a peculiar energy spreading from her stomach throughout her body, accompanied by a tingling sensation that was not unpleasant, but rather quite comfortable. Xia Tianlai and the others all looked at by Uekue with eager expressions. If there was indeed a solution to the boss' cellular degeneration, it would be wonderful for Longu village, as Bai Uekue would no longer be restricted when investigating the ecology, and they would face fewer sacrifices. The so-called life water was actually a product created by Lu Ming after mastering the art of divine machinery, extracting life energy from the 9-spirit pearl and infusing it into the water. Because it was pure life energy, it could fundamentally repair any injury. A few minutes later, the green light around Bai Uekue dissipated, and her skin became whiter and smoother than ever before, resembling that of a young girl. "Boss you?" Xia Tianlai asked uncertainly. "I should be healed now." Bai Uekue smiled and nodded. This time, even without activating her source potential, she understood that her cellular degeneration issue had been completely cured. "Then boss, since you and Lu Ming have reached an agreement, can we go over there to take a look?" Xiaodo leaned close to Bai Uekue, clinging to her arm and acting cutely. "Yes. Boss, we also want to go see, if possible, Longu village." The others also looked at Bai Uekue with anticipation. Xia Tianlai was even more proactive, but just as he was halfway through his sentence, Bai Uekue interrupted him. "I understand everyone's thoughts. We have had enough of the disturbances caused by Monas ecology and want to live in a world without it. I have also discussed this need with Lu Ming, and he agreed. However, we cannot give up here, as this is a world of resources he will never abandon, and we also possess technology he does not. Xia Tianlai Qiu you two, along with Sui Xing Xiado, Qian Li and Guayin, come with me for another visit. Lu Ming is going to hold a meeting to announce our inclusion and arrangements, and everyone will get to know each other. The rest should guard Longu village well, and when I return I will make arrangements for everyone." The people mentioned were all very excited, their hearts beginning to dream of another world. In the underground base of the palace, Bai Uekue led 6 people through the double-gate door. A group of them pushed open the base's main door. "Are you Lady Bai Uekue? His Majesty has been waiting for you in the conference room." The maid guarding the base door stepped forward to bow after hearing the door open and seeing Bai Uekue leading the group. Bai Uekue said nothing more, simply nodded and followed. "What language is she speaking? I don't understand it at all." "This is Jin language. I can only grasp the general meaning. I don't understand how to communicate. Why are those soldiers all wearing armor?" Along the way, aside from Bai Uekue, the others were wide-eyed. The palace was enormous, with a clear view of the lawn outside, patrolling soldiers passing by from time to time, the distant ocean and mechanical puppets working in the castle, all so novel and incredible, as if they were in a fairy tale world. Seeing this, Bai Uekue could only smile, as such a beautiful environment was hard to find in the spirit cage world, and to them it was no different from a fairy tale. "We've arrived. His Majesty the Queen and the officials have been waiting inside for quite some time." Soon everyone arrived at a large door with loud noises clearly heard from inside. The maid Lucia skillfully pushed open the door and gestured for them to enter before guarding the door. Bai Uekue nodded and led Xia Tianlai and the others inside. What greeted their eyes was an enormous room, very spacious, with only an exaggeratedly large rectangular mahogany table in the center. At the head of the table, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed. To his left was a girl with a slightly protruding belly and a head full of white hair, followed by 2 identical cat-eared twins, a red-haired boy about 7 years old, and next to the boy sat a large dog resembling a lion. The first seat on the right was empty, but there was a white character written in Chinese on the back of the chair, which Bai Uekue understood was meant for her. Following that were a samurai in a purple kimono, a red fishman, and a fishman resembling a whale shark. "Wow, boss, look, it's a cat-eared girl and a fishman." While Bai Uekue observed, the people from Longu village behind her were also watching. Upon seeing Lisa, Lena Tiger, and Jinbei, innocent Xia Do excitedly exclaimed, clinging to Bai Yuki's arm. Though Lisa, Lena Tiger, and Jinbei could not understand Chinese, the looks in their eyes as they gazed at them like peculiar creatures made them feel somewhat offended, causing them to clench their fists. "Not good." Nearby Sui Xing reacted quickly, hurriedly covering Xia Do's mouth, looking apologetic, and bowed to the 4. "All right, you 6 can sit at the back." Bai Uekue rolled her eyes helplessly, pointing to the seats behind Jinbei, and Sherlock indicating for everyone to sit. The mahogany table was so large that even if 3 or 4 dozen people sat, it would be more than enough. She then pulled out the chair next to Lu Ming on his right and sat down. The people from Longgu village exchanged glances, each finding a spot to sit. With intentional shoving and arrangement, Xia Do was placed next to Jinbei. Wanting to cry, without tears, Xia Do forced a smile at Jinbei, carefully sitting beside him, not daring to move an inch. Seeing this, Jinbei couldn't help but chuckle. He was not a petty person, and after realizing these people were companions, he had no more reservations, and instead welcomed Xia Do and the others. All right, since everyone is present, let us begin the meeting. Seeing the assembly complete, Lu Ming spoke first, drawing all eyes toward him in silent anticipation. Let us warmly welcome Bai Yuekue and her team as they join the Yanhuang pirate crew, becoming cherished members of our family. Give them your applause. A classic opening, but every attendee graciously obliged with enthusiastic applause. Next came introductions. Due to the language barrier, Lu Ming served as impromptu interpreter. Each person raised their hand upon being introduced. Soon the round of self-introductions concluded, and the meeting turned to its central purpose. You may find my sudden inclusion of Bai Yuekue's group unexpected, perhaps even puzzling. Where do they hail from? Why the linguistic divide? Meeting the probing gazes of Bia and the others, Lu Ming explained Bai Yuekue and her companions originate from another world. Another world? Bia and the rest stared in stunned disbelief and rapt curiosity at Bai Yuekue's group. Precisely. Some time ago, while experimenting with the door fruit, I inadvertently opened a gateway to that other realm. Bai Yuekue was the first person I encountered there, and after discussion she and her team agreed to join our crew, forging mutual exchange of resources between our worlds. Can a devil fruit truly accomplish such a feat? Clearly Yishao and the others remained skeptical. Though devil fruits were extraordinary, bridging entire worlds lay far beyond the power of any single fruit. Yet Lu Ming paid no mind. Belief or disbelief mattered little. He would attribute the stone gate's origin solely to the door fruit. Captain, what is by Mrs. World like? Yishao furrowed his brow, puzzled. I've named her World Linglong. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Bai Yuekue. With her quiet nod, he began. That world possesses no devil fruits, no overwhelming martial prowess. All advancement rests upon science and technology. Yet long ago catastrophe struck, giving rise to a unique ecosystem known as the mana ecosystem. With concise, vivid language, Lu Ming outlined Linglong's reality. Upon hearing it, Yishao, Bia, and the others stood aghast, unprepared for such dire straits where humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Then, Captain, what would you have us do? Yishao asked again. Lisa, Lena, Tiger, and Jinbi likewise fixed their gaze upon Lu Ming. We shall aid Longgu village against the mana ecosystem, without endangering our own lives, while studying their agricultural, military, aerospace, and other scientific technologies. This will dramatically boost our productive capacity, solving our growing population crisis and chronic food shortages. Over 5 years, guided by Lu Ming's strategic adaptation of Linglong's knowledge, the Yanhuang Republic had blossomed into a veritable Eden of the New World. Waves of migrants flooded into Yan Island, formerly Makaro Island, and Huang Island, formerly Mozoro Island, swelling their combined population to 600,000. Though land grew scarce and grain prices soared, countless still clamored to settle there. Bear in mind, both islands spanned barely 50 square kilometers, scarcely larger than Dressrosa, and much of that area remained untouched, primeval forest strictly forbidden for habitation or exploitation. Naturally, Bai Boss's world will extend us reciprocal support, advancing our education, agriculture, healthcare, and even combat training. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Lu Ming laid out his vision before the assembly. I trust Lu Ming unconditionally. In 5 years he has proven, time and again, how profoundly right his choices have been. Bia gently cradled her belly as she spoke first. I trust our leader too. Without him, my sister and I would likely be dead. Whatever the captain commands is just and wise. The others voiced unanimous assent. No dissent, no hesitation. 5 years had forged in them an almost absolute faith in Lu Ming, not only among this circle, but across the Yanhuang Republic itself. His word was law, his will their unwavering course. Bai Yuekue and her companions watched speechless, astonished by the sheer depth of Lu Ming's authority. Then let us proceed. I'll now outline the assignments. Seeing no objections, Lu Ming turned first to Yishao. Yishao, you will select over 1,000 soldiers from the Azure Dragon Legion, each matching or exceeding a Marine lieutenant commander in strength. Divide them into 10 squads. Once they master the Guiyuan method, deploy them in rotations to Linglong to assist Longgu village, under Bai Yuekui's command. Understood, Captain. Yi Xiao nodded firmly. As both a senior officer of the Yanhuang pirate crew and Grand General of the Yanhuang Republic, he oversaw all national military operations. Tiger and Jinbi, you two shall travel to Fishman Island and escort Queen Oiheim here. Her observation haki will prove invaluable in identifying spies sent by the world government or rival factions. Let her assist Yi Xiao in vetting those 1,000 loyal soldiers. The existence of Linglong must remain utterly secret. Yes, boss. Tiger and Jinbi bowed solemnly. Lisa and Lena, you will scout uninhabited habitable islands worldwide. Select 2 matching Yen Island and Huang Island in size, and deliver their eternal pose to me. Once I relocate them, you'll oversee construction on both. Got it, boss. Lisa and Lena shared a knowing smile and nodded. Orbia, you're expecting so heavy or strenuous tasks are off limits. Your role will be to supervise and organize all materials brought back from Linglong, categorizing, archiving, and systematizing them meticulously. When addressing Orbia, Lu Ming's expression softened. She nodded in agreement. 3 months pregnant, certain duties were indeed unsuitable. By boss, you'll oversee Longgu village. Once the islands are relocated, one shall belong to you. The Twin World Gate will also be installed at your base there. Also, please assign personnel to translate incoming Linglong documents, and train educators who will later teach at our schools here. Finally, Lu Ming turned to Bai Yuekui and laid out his directives. Agreed. Bai Yuekui nodded, then shifted her gaze to Qiushi seated beside Xiao. Qiushi, you'll manage translation and teacher training. Arrange it as you see fit. Rest assured, boss. Qiushi met her gaze with quiet confidence. What followed were myriad logistical details, seemingly minor, yet deeply intricate. The meeting stretched well into the afternoon. Then came the quintessential pirate tradition, a grand feast. As sumptuous dishes filled the table, Longgu village's delegation gaped, drooling openly, having never tasted such abundance, a refinement. At night, Lu Ming, slightly tipsy, took a shower and prepared to rest. As he entered the bedroom, he saw Orbia already lying on the bed. Why did you decide to come and sleep with me today? Lu Ming smiled as he got into bed, gently embracing Since she became pregnant 3 months ago, Orbia was afraid that Lu Ming would be unable to control himself and harm the child. Thus the two had seldom shared a bed. However, when Orbia longed for Lu Ming's embrace, they would sleep together. Lu Ming, you are not from this world, are you? Upon hearing this, Orbia did not act coyly as usual in Lu Ming's arms, but instead asked a serious question. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Ming was surprised and curiously asked. Because of the language. I had my suspicions long ago. At first I thought that your words were merely a few lesser-known languages in this world. However, I asked Dr. Clover to search the Tree of Omniscience, and he found no records of Chinese characters or the Chinese language. It was only today when you were communicating with Miss Bai that I noticed the nostalgia and excitement in your eyes while you spoke with him, and how you often unconsciously use Chinese to communicate. That was when I fully confirmed my suspicions. After she finished speaking, Orbia raised her head, looking at Lu Ming earnestly and stubbornly. Indeed, my clever Orbia, you guessed it perfectly. Lu Ming held Orbia more tightly, not denying it, and then explained, actually, I don't know how I came to this world. I just woke up one day and found myself on Haiyan Island, having turned into a baby. My original country is called Huaxia, and my people are recognized as the descendants of the dragon, the Yanhuang children. Then what about Bai Yuekui and their world? What is its connection to what you call Huaxia? The civilization she belongs to can be considered a continuation of mine. Lu Ming thought for a moment and provided a vague explanation. He then gently patted Orbia's back and said softly, all right, let's sleep now. There are some things you will naturally come to know later. Orbia nodded and closed her eyes in Lu Ming's embrace. 3 days later, at the Qinglong Army's base, Bai Yuekui's team had finished their tour and inspection of Yin and Huang Islands, and were observing the training of the Qinglong Army from the outskirts. The Qinglong Army consists of nearly 20,000 troops, and under the influence of the Smile gravity fruit, their training intensity and strength are nothing short of terrifying. Even the weakest among them can rival elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, generally possessing the strength of a lieutenant, while the elites are at the major level. Wulan Ao Deng was also assigned by Bai Yuekui to the Qinglong Army, responsible for imparting the methods of returning to origin. Boss, they are all so strong. I feel like the weakest among them can take on dozens of ugly monsters. Boss, can we become as strong as them? Shanda couldn't believe his eyes. So we must work hard too. Lu Ming has already provided us with the methods and tools to become stronger, and we can't fall too far behind them," Bai Kuei said with a gentle smile. She need not worry about her own strength, having fully recovered. Her speed exceeds supersonic, and her strength surpasses 100 tons. According to Lu Ming, her power is comparable to a rear admiral in this world. Moreover, she has been practicing the techniques Lu Ming provided, and her strength has been steadily increasing. Now Longgu village has begun to mass-print the 4 cultivation manuals given by Lu Ming, distributing them to the warriors of returning to origin and awakening for training. In addition, there are gravitational regulators replicated by Lu Ming using the divine machine, which although inferior to the original can still amplify gravity by dozens of times within a certain space sufficient for their training. She suddenly believed that humanity would certainly be able to overcome the mana ecology. Boss looked quickly. At that moment, Su Tong pointed to the sky in astonishment. Bai Yu and the others quickly looked over, and they saw 2 black dots rapidly approaching from the distance, growing larger. Soon everyone realized that they were 2 massive islands supported by orange flame clouds. This is what Lu Ming meant by moving 2 uninhabited islands over. Even Bai Kuei couldn't help but swallow hard at this sight. It was truly astonishing. 2 islands, each over 50 square kilometers, were being carried over like this. What immense power must be required to achieve this? Boss, I suddenly feel like those large, ugly monsters aren't that terrifying anymore, Xia Do couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, boss, I feel the same way. The others also nodded, dumbfounded. Buzz. A harsh broadcast suddenly echoed throughout the Yanhuang Republic, followed by an "Attention everyone! Attention everyone! His Majesty the King is planning to add 2 new islands for us, which may cause tsunamis or earthquakes. All residents fishing outside and those by the sea should move towards the city, where safety will be ensured by the Qinglong Army, the Fishman Squad, and the officials." The broadcast repeated several times. Upon seeing the 2 islands hovering in the sky, all residents, though shocked, spontaneously and orderly moved towards the city at the center of the islands. Fishermen still at sea also quickly returned to the island, heading for safe areas. The Qinglong Army, the Fishman Squad, and Yishao all arrived at the prearranged locations, each on high alert, ready to strike against the tsunami caused by the falling islands. Lu Ming floated between the 2 islands, waiting quietly. Once everyone was in position, he gently waved his hand, and the island on his right slowly descended towards the pre-planned sea area. After the fruit transformed into a special ability, Lu Ming's application and control of the fruit's power reached an incredible level. Yet even so, when the islands of such mass fell into the sea, the ocean still rippled, then intensified, ultimately turning into surging waves sweeping out in all directions. Ocean shoulder throw. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. 300 million volts lightning dragon. Iron cloud barrier. Soldiers, fuse your slashes together. As the waves finally formed a tsunami crashing towards the Yin and Huang Islands, all those on high alert unleashed their respective techniques to reduce the tsunami's power. By the time the residual tsunami reached the islands, it was merely a large splash. With the experience gained from the first island, the arrival of the second island was met with greater composure from the people. Although it still caused earthquakes among the 3 islands, the intensity was noticeably much lower than the previous occurrence. Once the 2 islands were securely placed, Lisa immediately arranged for a construction team to settle on one of the islands, prioritizing the construction of residences for Longgu village while secretly building an underground base for the dual passage gates. Bai Kuei also sent residents from Longgu village to assist. At the same time, all the fish artisans on the island dived into the sea to reinforce the foundations of the 2 islands as much as possible to prevent future collapses due to ocean currents or earthquakes. Naval headquarters. Lu Ming actually moved an island from the North Sea and another from the Great Routscom Belt. What exactly does he intend to do? Steelbone Kong looked at the intelligence report handed over by the colonel in front of him. Gazing at the island wrapped in orange flames in the photograph, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. He was not only troubled by Lu Ming's intentions in relocating the island, but also by the rapid increase in his strength. From the size of the island in the photograph, it was evident that Lu Ming's abilities had awakened, and it had been awakened for quite some time. Marshal, based on the intelligence conveyed by our spies in the Yanhuang Republic, Lu Ming's relocation of the 2 islands was due to the overpopulation issues on Yin Island and Huang Island. The current population of the 2 islands has already exceeded 600,000, and the Qinglong Army under the Yanhuang pirate group has surpassed 20,000. Sylvie reported the information gathered by the spies with a serious expression. Isn't this larger than the Sky Pirate Group's scale? I initially thought Lu Ming's regional development was slow, but it seems everyone underestimated him. He silently built such a massive force. With Lu Ming's own strength the strongest in the New World should now be the Yanhuang pirate group. Is this not another rocks? Steelbone Kong felt an even greater headache. He found himself somewhat nostalgic for rocks. Although the New World during Rock's era was dangerous, it was certainly not as threatening as the current times. The Golden Lion Whitebeard, Lu Ming, Charlotte, Lingling, Kaido, each of them was not weaker than the previous Rock's pirate group. Each one was a presence that the Navy and the world government dared not provoke easily. Go draft a bounty notice and raise Lu Ming's bounty by 5 billion. Also inform about the situation in the Yanhuang Republic. The Golden Lion will definitely not sit idly by or let them tear each other apart. Steelbone Kong waved his hand, issuing the final command. A day later, New World Sky Pirate Group's base. Kekakek, to say that the Sky Pirate Group is inferior to the Yanhuang Pirate Group, what a joke. The Golden Lion tore the newspaper in his hand to shreds, roaring with rage. He couldn't wait to lead the Sky Pirate Group to the Yanhuang Pirate Group's base and annihilate them entirely, but remembering Lu Ming made his chest ache. He had suffered a crushing defeat in that battle 2 years ago. Before he even reached the Yanhuang Pirate Group, he was intercepted by Lu Ming and his men. His pride in his hockey swordsmanship and float fruit was utterly humiliated in front of Lu Ming, leaving him with an added wound on his chest. His vice-captain and crew had barely fared any better, and as for the pirate fleet, forget it. They couldn't even last 3 seconds against Lu Ming's conqueror's hockey before being completely wiped out. Go gather the devil fruits and recruit those famous pirates in the New World. I want the world to see how powerful my Sky Pirate Group is. Yes, Captain. The subordinates quickly responded, fearing that a moment of delay could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gazed at the treasure map in his hand, lost in thought. With more and more sons by his side, he realized the importance of money, otherwise his sons would go hungry. Old Man looked quickly. At that moment, Marco approached with a newspaper and handed it to Whitebeard. Kuah, stupid sons, this is just a little trick by the world government, and the Navy, no need to pay attention. After reading it, Whitebeard scoffed and tossed the newspaper into the sea, loudly declaring, and at the palace of the Yanhuang Republic in the New World, the world government only has these tricks, they don't hold any real weight. Lu Ming's hand flashed with fire, burning the newspaper and bounty notice to ashes. He looked towards the bustling direction of Marlin, revealing a disdainful smile, then turned back into the great hall, loudly saying, "Notify Jinbei and Sherlock, let them gather at Luo Island." Soon Jinbei arrived at Luo Island with Arlong and Sherlock. "Let's go." Seeing everyone had arrived, Lu Ming waved his hand lightly, leading the three across the dual passage gate into the spirit cage world. On the other side, Bai Kuei's team had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lu Ming, they hurriedly welcomed him, smiling. "Lu Ming, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I was delayed by a minor issue." Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly, but when he caught sight of Bai Kuei, he paused for a moment. The life essence within Bai Kuei, which had been as calm as water, was now flowing like a stream through her meridians, maintaining a small circulation of cultivation in her movements. This was a characteristic of reaching great mastery in internal martial arts. Although Lu Ming had imparted the cultivation of internal energy to the high-ranking officials and cadres of Yanhuang, due to cultural constraints, even the likes of Orbia had only reached the minor mastery stage, with great mastery still a distant goal. Thus, Yixiao and the others still focused on hockey rather than on the internal energy that could fundamentally enhance strength. Now Bai Kuei showed him a different development of internal martial arts. "It seems you have made considerable progress during this time. This is thanks to the internal martial arts method you provided, allowing me to gain better control over my life essence." Bai Kuei smiled. Her potential for life essence was already quite special compared to others, allowing her direct control over it, forming a dynamic force field and light sphere for attacking, defending, healing, and interacting with mana ecology. Therefore, her control over life essence was exceptionally strong. Moreover, since internal energy is a collection of essence, chi, and spirit, its nature is quite similar to that of life essence, which is why she could progress so rapidly. "Very good." Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction before getting to the point, saying, "How far along are you with the investigation I asked you to conduct?" Well, currently there are 7 regions that might still preserve complete technological data from the old society, of which the lighthouse clearly retains a large amount of technological information, and the closest to Longu village is Area 13 of Hela. However, that area is a densely populated ecological zone where we previously detected king-level devourer beasts, and it's nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Bai Kuei nodded, recounting the areas she had investigated to Lu Ming. "Where is the lighthouse now?" "I don't know, at least it's no longer on the Aoya continent. Since the emergence of the mana ecology, all satellites have been damaged and lost contact. We cannot locate through satellites and can only rely on the ground signal towers, which limits our exploration distance, especially since the ground is filled with the devouring beasts. Hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Bai Yukuei shook her head. In that case, let's head to Hyla District 13. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much more. The lighthouse retains the most technology from the old world, but that doesn't mean there isn't corresponding technology left on the ground. It's just that those places are too dangerous for anyone to seek out. The convoy soon set off with the whole team traveling in a cyber Audi and a pickup truck. On the road, Sherlock was curious, touching and poking around. Although the pirate world also has transportation tools similar to jet skis, it lacks cars primarily because the pirate world consists mostly of islands, rendering cars rather ineffective. Lu Ming did not stop, but engaged in casual conversation with Orbia in the driver's seat. As they passed a certain stretch of road, Jinbei and Arlong peeked out to observe the dense masses of flesh and earth on either side of the road. Boss, were these all originally humans? Jinbei's expression turned dreadful. He glanced briefly, and the number of flesh and earth was already in the hundreds, each face twisted in agony, hinting at the despair they felt before death. Lu Ming had yet to speak when Bai Yukuei's eyes dimmed, her voice filled with sorrow. Before the disaster, the planet's population should have been around 8 billion. But now globally it is estimated to be only about 30,000. 8 billion. Only 30,000. Jinbei and Arlong looked at Bai Yukuei in disbelief. The thought of 8 billion dead, leaving just 30,000 was beyond their imagination. All right, stop thinking so much. Lu Ming interrupted Jinbei's question, focusing his gaze on the flesh and earth outside the window. Now that we are here, humanity cannot perish. We will ultimately clear the mana ecology. We believe in you, boss. Jinbei and Arlong nodded heavily. In their hearts, Lu Ming was omnipotent. On a hillside, a few people looked from a distance at the base not far away, where Lu Ming and his group, after a day and a night of travel, had now entered a state of return to origin, trying to ascertain the distribution of the devouring beasts within the base. There really are a lot. Lu Ming put down the binoculars, somewhat surprised. This is just the outer perimeter. The number here may be less than 10% of what lies within this ecological dense area. Most should be hidden inside the ecological base in a dormant state. The devouring beasts themselves do not possess life essence, but require to devour the life essence of other beings to survive and evolve in the mana ecology, Bai Yukuei reminded at the right moment, then explained further. However, with the current global population of living beings being scarce, the life essence is in short supply. To survive, they generally enter a state of hibernation, only awakening when life essence is nearby. In that case, can I assume that there is still some life essence within these devouring beasts? Lu Ming inquired. Exactly. The devouring beasts need life essence too. Bai Yukuei seemed to think of something, displaying an incredulous expression. Are you suggesting we can destroy the mana flower by hunting the devouring beasts, allowing the life essence to return to Earth? I've reviewed the materials you provided and noticed that the birth rate in Longu village has been declining, along with the existence of the source essence repositories and life iteration systems. Based on my previous observations. Lu Ming paused briefly, then continued. I think it's because the life essence of Earth itself has been taken away by the mana ecology, resulting in a continuous decline in life essence on Earth. This leads to the inability to foster life, hence the declining birth rates. You must have discovered this, hence the source essence repositories and life iteration systems. Since both the devouring beasts and the mana flower contain life essence, if we kill and destroy them gradually, the life essence of Earth itself should increase, and the number of newborns should also rise, right? Actually, this method was attempted by some individuals in the early stages of the disaster. Bai Yukuei remarked. Someone tried it. That means it's not feasible. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming furrowed his brows, thinking he had come up with a simple and direct solution. After all, with his current combat power, traversing the Linglong world should pose no problem. It's not entirely impossible. At least the devouring beasts could be dealt with by humans at that time, who had missiles, neutron nuclear bombs, and super electromagnetic cannons. Bai Yukuei recalled the events during the disaster, her gaze falling on the massive vines that spanned the Earth. What truly brought humanity to the brink of extinction were the mantle vines, which rooted deep underground, targeting the areas with the most advanced technology. This is also why most ecological dense areas are located in the most technologically advanced regions. They continuously released mantle vine spores, and when a large number of spores landed in suitable environments, mana creatures would sprout. Humans inhaling them would have similar outcomes. Perhaps it's because Earth is now covered with mana ecology that the remaining mantle vines are in a dormant state, granting the surviving humans a sliver of breathing space. Lu Ming and the others also turned their gaze toward the gigantic vines, displaying expressions of solemnity and helplessness. The ones on the surface are easy to deal with. Lu Ming could guarantee that a few dragon breaths would incinerate all the mantle vines before him. However, how many mantle vines are underground and how deeply are their roots buried? It's impossible to know how to resolve this. Perhaps we can find a way from the devil fruits. When we return next time, I will ask Orbia to help keep an eye on the forest fruits. Perhaps using plants to counter plants will yield results. Lu Ming sighed deeply, turning his gaze back to the distant base. Now let's hurry and enter the base to search for technological data. The group organized their weapons and equipment before slowly advancing toward the base. Along the way, Lu Ming was not idle, using his divine sense to lock onto the locations of the devouring beast's life essence seeds, rapidly firing with his fingers to shoot down all the encountered devouring beasts. The devouring beasts began to go into a frenzy, but as the group maintained their return to origin state, they dashed around like headless flies. Occasionally, those that approached the team were easily taken down by Jinbei, Arlong, and Sherlock. Xia Dou and the others watched in astonishment, never having imagined that the devouring beasts could be so easily killed. As Lu Ming approached the base, he discovered that it was a military facility with remnants of tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and rocket trucks scattered everywhere. District 13 is the most mysterious research base of the Hella Empire, where controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, SATA, super-large electromagnetic cannons, and neutron flow nuclear bombs were developed. It is also, like Jiuquan City, one of the first places where the mantle vines appeared at the onset of the disaster. Seemingly noticing the surprise in Lu Ming's eyes, Bai Yukuei smiled and explained, "You made a great..." Lu Ming gave Bai Yukuei a thumbs up in response, and with a wave of his hand, over 100 identical girls with blush appeared before them, a new type of Ru Hua that combined the puppet technique from the Dian art and the ingenious refinements. Once the Ru Hua landed, their hands transformed into screwdrivers, chainsaws, and various tools, beginning to pack all the discarded tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and rocket trucks at the base into their devouring bags. For this operation, Lu Ming brought nearly 2 years' worth of devouring bags, totaling 1,000 units, each containing at least 10 cubic meters of space, capable of holding 10,000 cubic meters of items. Even if he couldn't empty the military base, it would be absolutely no problem to transport important documents and equipment. The commotion caused by the Ru Hua attracted the attention of nearby snake dogs, spiked eels, and earth roars. Although the mechanical puppets lacked a source of life, the devouring beasts reacted to the noise and rushed towards them. Little ones, move fast, and don't let them damage these Ru Hua. Seeing this, Lu Ming decisively issued the order, while the likes of Jin Ping, Along, Sherlock, and Bai Yukuei had long been waiting, drawing their weapons and charging towards the surrounding devouring beasts. The powerful Jin Ping and Bai Yukuei chose to act alone, while the weaker ones like Sherlock, Along, Xia Dou, and Sui Xing opted to work together. The individuals who had exited the return to origin state appeared as beacons of light in the eyes of the devouring beasts, especially Jin Ping and Bai Yukuei, who shone like the sun. Upon seeing these two suns, the devouring beasts could hardly take their eyes off them and rushed towards them. "Come on, Fishman, Karate Shark, Tooth Fist." Facing the attacking devouring beasts, Jin Ping showed no fear. Instead, he was unusually excited. He rooted himself in a stance, delivering a powerful punch into the air, causing ripples to form as waves spread outward. This was the result of Jin Ping's punch shaking the moisture in the air with a frequency strong enough to shatter ordinary people's internal organs. Those devouring beasts that came close became completely immobilized, their internal spiritual seeds shattered. Subsequently, their bodies turned into a mass of mud, leaving only a skeletal frame behind, counting to 10 in total. "Good move, but I'm not bad either." Seeing this, Bai Yukuei couldn't help but praise her, expression turning icy as she swiftly drew the Allay awareness, unleashing dozens of sword lights that pierced through the bodies of the devouring beasts, cleaving their spiritual seeds in half and ending their lives. Though Along, Sherlock, Xia Dou, and others were not as efficient as Bai Yukuei and Jin Ping, they were able to handle the situation with ease by working together. Shanda utilized a biological resonance device to disrupt the flow of source material within the devouring beasts, rendering them unable to move. Su Tong used a source material induction gun to precisely locate the positions of the devouring beasts' spiritual seeds, while Sui Xing and Along eliminated the marked devouring beasts. Sherlock stood beside Xia Dou to protect her. Whenever a devouring beast approached, Xia Do his sword would instantly be drawn, cleaving the beasts in half. As for Lu Ming, he did not exit the return to origin state, instead strolling leisurely among the devouring beasts, his crimson empress resembling the grim reaper's scythe mercilessly reaping the lives of the devouring beasts. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar, followed by a warehouse nearby collapsing with a boom. A 50-meter-tall, over 100-meter-long serrated jaw beast adorned with enormous bone spikes emerged from the ground, surveying its surroundings before finally fixing its gaze on by Yu Kuei and Jin Ping. Charging forward like a truck, the serrated jaw beast moved swiftly on its 6 legs, heading straight for Bai Yu Kuei. Wherever it passed, buildings and tank wreckage were crushed into fragments. It's a mutated serrated jaw beast. Through the perspective of the manipulated dog, Xia Do couldn't help but exclaim, "No, this size is only that of a mutated type. How large and powerful would a king-level devouring beast be?" "I can hardly believe it," Sherlock said, having seen the levels of the devouring beasts: basic, mutated, king, and avatar. Aside from the avatar, the enhancements of the other levels were substantial. "Actually, I'm not clear either. The boss never showed us the information about king-level beasts, and I've never seen one." Xiao Do stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sherlock replied, "I thought the serrated jaw beast was king-level." Lu Ming was also somewhat surprised. He initially assumed that such a large serrated jaw beast was king-level, only to find out it was still a mutated type. This made him even more curious about the ever-mysterious king-level devouring beasts. As the serrated jaw beast drew closer to Bai Yu Kuei, she tightened her grip on the Alay awareness, crouching slightly ready to deliver a fatal strike. Lu Ming activated his fruit ability, undergoing partial beastification, transforming his right hand into a dragon's claw. He extended his index finger, aiming at the serrated jaw beast as a fireball the size of a fingernail began to coalesce at his fingertip, slowly rotating. Just as the serrated jaw beast was about to pounce on Bai Yu Kuei, the fireball at Lu Ming's fingertip shot out, in an instant transforming into a blazing meteor that struck directly into the serrated jaw beast's body, embedding itself within the giant spiritual seed. Boom! The fireball exploded inside the spiritual seed, causing the serrated jaw beast to roar in agony, its body swelling up as flames erupted from its 7 orifices like a flamethrower. While this mutated devouring beast's spiritual seed is really tough, it didn't shatter even after. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. That strike had considerable power. Despite the fireball being only the size of a fingernail, he had compressed a large amount of true essence into it, making its power comparable to a missile. He did not expect it to fail to shatter the serrated jaw beast's spiritual seed. Fishman Karate secret technique, martial Li Guan. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Ping lunged forward in an arrow-like dash, leaping high and smashing a water ball down onto the back of the serrated jaw beast. The tremendous impact caused the back of the serrated jaw beast to instantly cave in, scattering its massive bone spikes. A small water ball penetrated the serrated jaw beast's body, piercing through the spiritual seed and emerging from its abdomen, creating a large crater. Bai Yu Kuei was not idle, either, seen flickering around the serrated jaw beast, her Alay awareness piercing through the bodies of the devouring beasts, repeatedly, accurately striking their internal spiritual seeds. When her actions ceased, the serrated jaw beast collapsed to the ground, its blood and flesh flowing across the ground like sludge, leaving only a massive skeletal frame behind. The appearance of the serrated double jaw beast did not stir much commotion. Lu Ming swiftly dismembered the remains of the serrated double jaw beast, giving Bai Yu Kuei several devouring sacks to store them, as such large transformed bones should yield a substantial amount of marrow crystals. In Longgu village, marrow crystals are not merely currency. They also serve as energy sources for various devices possessing effects such as stabilizing magnetic fields and simulating signals. Everyone continued to carefully harvest the approaching devouring beasts and spine bones, while the Ru Hua were also diligently gathering useful weapons. After collecting all the useful items, outside, the group headed towards the base, followed by hundreds of Ru Hua, with the entrance being the warehouse trampled by the serrated double-jaw beast. The Ru Hua quickly cleared away the collapsed stones to reveal a massive pit below from which spine bones occasionally crawled out. Before they could approach Lu Ming and the others, they were swiftly dispatched by the Ru Hua using wrenches and chainsaws. The military base above District 13 was merely a facade. The real research facility lay underground. Looking down into the vast pit, one could see that the base extended 10 floors down, reaching 200 meters beneath the surface. Unfortunately, from Lu Ming's perspective, the underground base had suffered severe damage, with many exposed devices already destroyed and crushed into metal discs. I hope the most crucial data hasn't been damaged. Lu Ming said as flames manifested beneath the feet of the group, and Ru Hua soaring down to the next underground level. He planned to scour each floor one by one, intending to take any useful supplies and equipment. The efficiency of the Ru Hua was terrifying, systematically checking each room. As for the devouring beasts, they posed no threat to the group. When encountering transformed ones, they were often taken out before they could act, having been struck by Lu Ming's fireballs, which detonated into remnants. Inside the base, all of the mana flowers were easily uprooted, an area where Bai Kuei had considerable experience. Perhaps the heavens were favoring them, as the core hard drives of the base were undamaged. Lu Ming cleared them all out, and after obtaining what they sought, the group quickly returned to Longgu village using the double passage door to get back to Luodao. Within the underground base of Luodao, there were computer clusters moved over from Longgu village for experiments, combined with some intact devices found in District 13 sufficient to extract all the data from the hard drives. Lu Ming conducted a simple inspection and discovered not only the coveted data on controllable nuclear fusion and the artificial intelligence SITA, but also information on agriculture, communications, rockets, anti-gravity systems, various missiles, neutron flow nuclear bombs, as well as weapon data on tanks and aircraft. This thrilled Lu Ming. After organizing the data, he immediately arranged for scientists from the Yanhuang Republic to begin research, starting with the simplest firearms like rifles and sniper rifles. The pirate world boasts numerous talents, particularly competent scientists. For instance, the future Vegapunk possesses technology that is 500 years ahead of the world, while the comparatively weaker Judge can create clones, not to mention Caesar and Queen, showcasing how formidable scientists can be in this world. After witnessing this, Lu Ming attempted to cultivate his own talents and even personally went to Punk Hazard, Vegapunk's hometown, to invite several scientists to serve the Yanhuang Republic. However, there had been no tangible results until now. Fortunately, with the technological data from the Spirit Cage world, these individuals could finally be of use. 2 months later, the external Yanhuang Republic had not changed much aside from the increased number of cars on the island. However, only Lu Ming and other core leaders understood the magnitude of the changes. First, the weapons in the hands of the Green Dragon Army and the Fishman Squad had all been upgraded. Not only were they equipped with alloy weapons, but their fire guns had also been replaced with handguns, rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles. The cannons previously used on ships and for island defense had also been replaced with howitzers, cannons, and rockets. An Air Force squad was also being formed. In the secret base located in Luodao, rocket and communication systems were being constructed vigorously, and it wouldn't be long before the first satellite was launched, establishing a unique communication system for the Yanhuang Republic. Where could that guy Vegapunk be right now? In the palace, Lu Ming set down the document in his hands, his thoughts becoming active. The last time he visited Punk Hazard, Vegapunk had already been forced to halt the semi-mechanical transformation of animals due to funding and technical issues, and had disappeared without a trace. All he had obtained were some of Vegapunk's research materials. He had always kept this brain fruit user a genius scientist with technology 500 years ahead of the world in his thoughts, even sending people specifically to search for him, but unfortunately, he had never found any trace. Though the loan shark King Du Feld remained active in the underground world, he had never released any news about the formation of MADS. It seems Vegapunk had yet to encounter an investor willing to fund his research. Let's see if we can find something. Have Orbia keep an eye on Du Feld. As soon as there's news about the formation of MADS, he'll fly over immediately to capture Vegapunk. With that thought, Lu Ming picked up the phone and called Orbia, briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, on Magnet Island, Lena stepped on the island clouds, followed by hundreds of soldiers clad in dragon-patterned armor, rapidly flying towards the castle at the highest peak of Magnet Island, where the current King Valry resided, who is also the father of future Valpo. Lena's target is none other than King Valry, specifically the potentially existing Gomu Gomu fruit and the fungi fruit within the treasury of the Magnet Kingdom. As one of the undeveloped divine fruits, the Gomu Gomu fruit is needed by Lu Ming to produce various precious materials that are difficult to synthesize in reality, such as alloys and carbon fiber, including the future prominent Valpo alloy. With this fruit, the various technologies brought from the Spirit Cage world could be rapidly implemented, bringing him closer to transforming the entire Yanhuang Republic into a modernized nation. Meanwhile, the fungi fruit can release and control various spores, being a top-tier paramecia fruit with immense power capable of creating a top-tier powerhouse for the Yanhuang pirate group. It is also one of the 2 fruits Lu Ming prepared to counter the Spirit Cage world's ground vines, the other being the Mori Mori fruit. The development of devil fruits is heavily influenced by the creativity of their users, especially for paramecia. As long as the user has a sufficiently creative mind, it is feasible to develop abilities to control ground vines and mana flower spores, and even to create spores targeting ground vines and mana ecology is not impossible. In that case, ending the mana ecology would no longer be a dream, allowing Lu Ming to secure a vast and stable rear. Therefore, Lu Ming was determined to acquire these two fruits, even if it meant destroying Magnet Island. The clouds beneath their feet dissipated as Lina and the hundreds of Qinglong army landed before the suddenly gun barrels and cannon muzzles extended from every corner of the castle, aiming at Lina and the others. However, before anyone inside the castle could fire, the Qinglong army behind Lina had already taken action. Dozens of soldiers wielding thick-barreled sniper rifles decisively opened fire, and soon the castle echoed with screams of awe which quickly faded into silence. If modern people were present, they would realize that those soldiers were armed with anti-material sniper rifles. As for recoil, it was a joke. Considering the physical capabilities of the Qinglong army, it was nothing at all. So naive, Valerie. Looking at the tightly shut castle gate, a hint of disdain flashed in Lina's eyes. Her right hand transformed into dark thunderclouds, fingers splayed towards the castle gate as she softly uttered Thunder Dragon. Brilliant blue lightning flickered, morphing into a massive dragon that crashed against the castle's heavy iron door. In the blink of an eye, the iron door melted into a pool of molten metal, flowing onto the ground and quickly solidifying. The King Valerie, who had just emerged from the door, wore a look of terror. It still doesn't compare to my sister's Thunder Dragon. If it were her, she could probably evaporate that iron door in an instant. Lina gazed at her right hand, flickering with lightning, disappointment evident in her eyes. Then, taking cat-like steps, she swiftly appeared before Valerie, her petite frame exuding an overwhelming aura under her icy gaze. "You're Valerie, right?" Lina said coldly. "Don't kill me. I am the king of a member state of the world government, and I've already notified the Navy. They will be here soon." Valerie, terrified and trembling, crawled backward on the ground, yet he still attempted to threaten Lina. The guards around him wanted to step forward to protect him, but before they could act, a blood hole appeared in their foreheads. "I ask you, are the Tunton fruit and the Junjun fruit in your treasury?" Lina looked down at the corpulent Valerie with disdain, speaking plainly. "I don't know about the Tunton fruit and Junjun fruit, but I do have 2 devil fruits in my treasury," Valerie quickly confessed, frightened. "Go find them." Lina waved her hand at the Qinglong army behind her. Immediately, one soldier responded and led a team into the castle with their guns drawn, following the maid straight to the treasury. "We found them, boss." Lina. Soon the soldier returned, holding 2 devil fruits in his hands. He respectfully handed them to Lina before leading his team back to formation. "Indeed, they are the Tunton fruit and Junjun fruit. The boss was right." Looking at the purple fruit resembling a metallic maw and the gray fruit resembling a mushroom, Lina instantly recognized them as identical to those recorded in the devil fruit compendium. Placing the 2 fruits into her devouring pouch, she ignored Valerie and activated the fruit's ability. The island clouds rose beneath everyone's feet, carrying them towards the Qinglong ship below, leaving behind the terrified King Valerie. At that moment, in the outer sea surrounding Drum Island, 3 warships sped towards Drum Island. "Everyone pay attention. The opponent is the Cloud Lady from the Yanhuang faction, and her strength should not be underestimated. Be very cautious." On the ship, Fire Mountain was loudly instructing the soldiers. Just then he received a call from Marshal Kong instructing him to cooperate with Admiral Dalmesia to capture the Cloud Lady Lina and investigate the recent changes in the Yanhuang pirates. But everyone in the Navy knew that the Yanhuang pirates were not to be trifled with, and the terrifying casualty rate after engaging with them warranted a pre-battle briefing. Fire. Soon a massive 3-masted sailing ship resembling a Qinglong appeared ahead of the warships. Admiral Gumir, commanding the operation, immediately recognized it as one of the Yanhuang pirates' Qinglong ships and ordered to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of cannon fire erupted as dozens of shells streaked through the sky towards the Qinglong ship. With that initial velocity, do they really think they can hit someone? Seeing the incoming shells, Lina wore a look of disdain. During her time with Lu Ming at the Lu Island base, she had learned some knowledge about artillery. She casually called for her soldiers to shatter the incoming shells and decisively ordered, "Let these ignorant Navy men see what real cannon fire looks like." "Yes, boss." Lina. The Qinglong soldiers on the ship also became excited, quickly adjusting the cannons on the ship to aim at the distant warships. Boom, 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 boom. 6 cannon blasts erupted almost simultaneously. Gumir, Fire Mountain, and Dalmesia saw 6 black dots appear in their eyes, and the next second the dots vanished. Two gusts of strong wind rushed by, stinging their cheeks, followed by the deafening sound of explosions behind them. Turning around, they saw that all three warships had each taken 2 hits, splitting in half and slowly sinking into the sea. Ow! Ow! The wails of soldiers echoed continuously, with over 10% of them being blown to death and over 30% heavily injured by shrapnel from the explosions. Such significant casualties had rendered the Navy incapable of fighting back. Gomer Fire Mountain and Dalmaja's expressions turned extremely grim. Such a battle had never been seen in Navy history. They were defeated upon merely sighting the enemy, suffering such severe casualties. Damn Cloud Lady! The Yanhuang pirates are unforgivable. The three of them acted in perfect harmony, simultaneously unleashing their moon steps as they charged towards the Qinglong ship. Tat! 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 On the Qinglong ship, 50 Qinglong soldiers stepped forward in unison, forming 3 lines. As they watched the 3 approaching Navy rear admirals, their Gatling guns sparkled with blue flames, firing in alternation, bullets pouring like a rainstorm towards Fire Mountain and his comrades. Armament hockey hardening. The 3 of them reacted quickly, immediately hardening their bodies with armament hockey in an attempt to withstand the gunfire. However, it proved that they were overly confident. While they might withstand a bullet or 2 under such a dense barrage of bullets, soon blood splattered from their bodies, and before long they fell into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Is the Gatling gun really this powerful? Seeing this scene, a look of astonishment flashed in Lena's eyes. She had witnessed the power of the Gatling during testing, but she didn't think it was that strong. At most it could threaten a Navy rear admiral. Yet she did not expect that so many machine guns combined could so easily defeat a Navy vice admiral. If Lu Ming, Bai Yuegui, and the others were present, they would surely inform her of the terrifying power of machine guns, which were not like in games where a single bullet couldn't kill. Historically, tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and other weapons were initially designed to counter machine guns, but later it was discovered that these weapons were very effective, leading to generations of upgrades. Naval Headquarters. Hearing the report, Kong couldn't help but rise in anger, slamming his hand down to shatter the desk in front of him. He looked at the 3 beloved generals wrapped in bandages and shouted loudly, "You mean to say you didn't even see the face of the Cloud Lady and were defeated by the Qinglong army, suffering over 40% casualties?" Listening to the roar, Gu Meyer and the others all lowered their heads. As the commanders of this operation, they had to take full responsibility. Yes, the new weapons of the Yanhuang pirate group are indeed terrifying. The speed of the cannonballs fired by their artillery is astonishing. Before we could react, our warship was blown in half. Then when we tried to use the moon step to approach the Qinglong ship, we were heavily injured by gunfire. If it weren't for the officers desperately pulling us out of the sea, we would have surely perished in the depths. Marshal, the new weapons of the Yanhuang pirate group are truly terrifying. If all 20,000 troops of the Qinglong army are equipped with such weapons, there will be no force in the world that can stand against them. Ultimately, the highest commander of this operation, Gu Meyer, stepped forward to recount the events of the mission without shirking responsibility, but more importantly to convey just how frightening the weapons of the Yanhuang pirate group were. Just relying on firearms could leave a naval vice admiral in such a state. Heaven knows what more formidable weapons the Yanhuang pirate group is hiding. Kong looked at the miserable state of the 3, then at the bullet casings taken from them, still faintly smelling of gunpowder and blood, and fell into deep thought. He was well aware of Gu Meyer and the others' strength, otherwise they wouldn't have attained the rank of vice admiral in the Navy. The fact that they had been beaten to this extent made the power of those weapons all too clear. Moreover, from their words, had it not been for the Cloud Lattice urgent need to return, they likely would have been completely wiped out. After a moment, Kong turned to his secretary, Colonel Sylvie, and asked, "Are there any updates from the CP organization regarding the weapons of the Yanhuang pirate group?" "Report, Marshal." "None." Sylvie shook his head and replied, "Since 2 months ago, when the Yanhuang Republic started cleaning up domestic spies, we have had very little information regarding their internal affairs. It seems they are deliberately hiding something, as even Lu Ming has rarely made an appearance. Investigate. Reinforce the personnel to find out what Lu Ming is doing. Hurry and collect information on the Yanhuang pirate group's weapons. Also inform the Naval Science Department to intensify research on weapons. We must develop weapons of equivalent power." Kong commanded decisively. "Yes, Marshal." Inside the underground base of Luo Island, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground with a massive furnace floating in front of him, towering over 5 meters in height and 6 meters in diameter. The furnace had 2 cloud-like ears and 4 openings around it, allowing a view of the interior, while red flames blazed fiercely below, continuously refining the furnace. Game enthusiasts would notice that the shape of this furnace resembles a synthesis furnace. This is the container Lu Ming prepared for the swallow fruit, as well as the future vessel for his alchemy and artifact refining. With the knowledge of the divine mechanism, Lu Ming can use his methods to allow objects to consume devil fruits, thus gaining the powers of those fruits. The ability of the swallow fruit is to turn what it consumes into a part of its body or to synthesize new items, making it perfectly suited for a furnace. Of course, the current purpose of this furnace is to produce high-strength alloys or other materials, providing a foundation for scientific research. For example, tungsten alloys from the past life had a melting point of 3,400 degrees, and no container could hold them. Often before tungsten could even be purified, the external container would melt first, causing impurities in the alloy, preventing it from achieving the desired effect. Thus, the nation devised the space alchemy furnace plan, aiming to produce tungsten alloys in small quantities to lay the groundwork for large-scale production on the ground. The function of this furnace is similar to that of the space alchemy furnace, first solving the issue of a small amount of alloy, then using these alloys for mass production of the required metals, achieving technological advancement. Boss the swallow fruit is here. Just as Lu Ming was focused on refining the furnace, Lena's figure walked in with the swallow fruit and the mushroom fruit in hand, her expression full of delight, seeking praise. Well done, Lena. Lu Ming smiled and reached out to pat Lena's head. Hearing the praise and feeling the warm hand on her head, Lena leaned against Lu Ming, closing her eyes in pure enjoyment, resembling a cat relishing its owner's petting. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. When Lisa and Lena, the two sisters, were in front of him, they loved to be praised, and even more so to be patted on the head, making Lu Ming often feel like he was raising a pair of little cats. He took the swallow fruit from Lena's hand, enveloped it in true essence, and tossed it directly into the furnace. With a slight tremor of true essence, the entire fruit instantly turned into liquid, then vaporized, enveloping the entire furnace. Lu Ming focused intently, manipulating the true essence with precision. First, he used the soul binding technique from the puppet technique of the great Yen art to anchor the demon within the devil fruit, employing transformation techniques to refine the demon in the swallow fruit into the furnace, completing the process of allowing the furnace to consume the swallow fruit. And indeed, there was a demon residing within the devil fruit, a fact Lu Ming discovered when he awakened the Qinglong fruit. The entire process was remarkably short, lasting only a few seconds. Once the mist from the fruit completely dissipated, Lu Ming withdrew the flames he was controlling, revealing a brand new furnace standing at the center of the room. Boss, is that it? Lena asked in astonishment. Of course. What else would you think? Lu Ming replied matter-of-factly. I thought it would be complicated. After all, I've never heard of letting an object gain the ability of a devil fruit before. Lena scratched her head awkwardly. Lu Ming smiled and offered no further explanation, directly moving to the top of the furnace, opening the lid behind him, and pulling out a silver ingot and an iron ingot from his storage ring. He tossed them into the furnace, and the silver ingot and iron ingot seemed to be drawn by some other force, colliding with each other and miraculously merging into a silvery black metal ingot. Taking the metal ingot out, Lu Ming examined it carefully and found it possessed the toughness of silver and the solidity of iron. It seems this artifact has succeeded. From now on, you shall be called the Solar Melting Furnace. After naming the furnace, Lu Ming called over those from the Science Academy. Upon learning that the Solar Melting Furnace could automatically synthesize alloy materials, they all reacted like children, eagerly taking out prepared metal materials to begin experimenting, completely leaving Lu Ming, the creator, aside. Let's go, we need to find Boss Bai. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and set off with Lena to seek out Boss Bai in the Spirit Cage world. In the world of the Spirit Cage, Longu village has transformed completely in just 2 short months. The elderly and children in the village have all been relocated to live on Luodao. The food has improved, no longer dominated by fungi. The meals now feature a variety of vegetables, fruits, and meats with an increased number of diners. Electricity is no longer rationed by time, as the entire village is brightly lit with various mechanical devices visible everywhere. Longu village had not been technologically backward due to a lack of skills, but was limited by materials and resources. After all, simply surviving had taken all their effort, who would focus on science and technology. However, now things are different. With the provision of materials and resources from the Yanhuang Republic, the overall technological level of the village has greatly improved. Your Majesty. As Lu Ming and Lena entered the Spirit Cage world, the soldiers of the Qinglong army stationed there immediately saluted. There were about 100 of them, a portion selected from the thousands of Qinglong soldiers by Xinping, while the rest remained in Longgu village following Bai Yukui's orders and assisting in the village's development. These individuals were all incorporated into the Yanhuang pirate group the moment they were selected, with access to training methods such as Hockey Navy 6 styles and internal strength, making them official core members of Yanhuang. Lu Ming smiled and nodded in response before leading Lina to find Bai Yukui. At the ecological research base of Longgu village, which was originally a starship dock, it was transformed into a forward station for Longgu village and an ecological research base. All research concerning the devourer beasts and humanoid ecological weapons is conducted here. Since the connection to the pirate world and the new hope Lu Ming brought by Yukui has spent most of her time at the ecological research base, focusing on studying the devourer beasts and mana ecology in order to find other methods to combat the ecology, while the attack plan will be determined later based on circumstances. In the deepest part of the base, Kalova was operating the latest biological weapon within the life source connection device. Not far away, within a tempered glass dome, a tiger man with white hair styled in a middle part was engaged in combat, wielding his claws against a humanoid biological weapon. The tigerman who had consumed the tiger fruit was the taciturn individual. A month ago, Lu Ming distributed the various devil fruits he had except for the Dordor fruit. The hormone fruit and tiger fruit were given to Bai Yukui for her to allocate. Bai Yukui assigned the tiger fruit to the taciturn individual who possesses a body similar to a non-Newtonian fluid. He is currently participating in the biological weapon tests, and thanks to the tiger fruit and nearly 2 months of training, he can barely resist the biological weapon. As for the hormone fruit, it was obtained at the pleading of Xiado. Xiado has transformed from a petite legal lowly into a stunning beauty, standing at 1.80 meters with an impressive figure. However, her often naive expression starkly contrasts with her appearance, leading to frequent teasing from others. The shining fruit was given to the strongest member of the Qinglong army, while the hound fruit in its Cerberus form was locked away in Sherlock's room, as he was unable to decide whether to consume it. Wow, training, huh? Lu Ming walked deeper into the base, greeting those present with a smile. Everyone turned to look, quickly saluting. This is the mushroom fruit, also known as the fungi fruit. It is a lower version of the forest fruit and can release and manipulate spores. If one has enough creativity and knowledge, it should help in combating the mana ecology. You decide who to give it to. Saying this, Lu Ming tossed the fruit to Bai Yukui. Everyone from Longgu village looked eagerly at the devil fruit in Bai Yukui's hand. With the precedents set by Xiado and the taciturn individual, everyone knew the power of the devil fruit. Look at the taciturn individual, who initially he could only endure, but facing the humanoid biological weapon's heavy punches exceeding dozens of tons, he was no match at all. Now with the enhancement of the tiger fruit, in just a month he can barely contend with the humanoid biological weapon, although Kalova's leniency in the tests is suspected. As for Xiado, there is even less to say. The power of the hormone fruit has not only transformed her body, but also significantly enhanced her physical attributes. Because she has become a beauty, she was teased by Qianli for not matching her image, leading to her angrily making Qianli act as a woman for 2 days. Now Qianli avoids her. They'll hold on to this fruit for now, and then we can discuss who to give it to later. Bai Yukui thought for a moment. If it were simply about increasing combat power, it could be given to anyone. However, the mushroom fruit represents a glimmer of hope against the mana ecology and must be given to someone with sufficient knowledge about mana spores and ecology. Combat power is secondary. Most of the people present were combat personnel, and there were not many who met the requirements. All right then. Everyone reluctantly nodded in disappointment. Lu Ming did not say much and understood the feelings of the crowd. People from the spirit cage world indeed lack the physical attributes compared to those from the pirate world, and their improvement is relatively slow. However, due to cultural and knowledge exposure, they have made rapid progress in internal strength. However, achieving combat power on par with the pirate level requires a long time, and it is understandable that they wish to use devil fruits to bridge that gap. At this moment, the tests in the venue had concluded. The taciturn individual, bruised and battered, staggered out with multiple bones in his body broken. Jyoga rushed forward to kiss him, healing his injuries. Kalova also controlled the humanoid weapon back to its dormant chamber, transforming back into liquid as she exited the device. Once restored to her human form, she immediately approached Bai Yukui to report on the situation of the humanoid weapon. Boss, it can only be controlled for half an hour. Any longer, and it will go out of control. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Yukui nodded. The humanoid biological weapon was created through ecological fusion experiments of cranium clones combined with technology, such as armor and neural links, and it is inherently similar to the devourer beasts. It has no morality or intelligence, only a thirst for life source, so losing control is normal. Boss the Cauldron has arrived in the Uya continent, and is currently hovering over the southern plains. Alright, I understand. At that moment, Bai Kuei's earpiece received Xia Dou's slightly naive voice. She casually replied, then looked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the lighthouse has arrived. Good, let's check on Mark and take a look at the lighthouse and retrieve your Abysswalker armor and ASH. Lu Ming nodded, revealing an intrigued expression. As a transmigrator, he naturally wanted to meet the original characters, and he was no exception. On the hillside not far from the R-49 spaceship, Lu Ming, Lina, and Bai Kuei stood in the front. Behind them were 10 soldiers from the Qinglong army and the awakening team from Longgu village as they gazed at the massive convoy stopping near the wreckage of the R-49 spaceship, with several groups of people disembarking totaling around 100. The moment these people exited, they began to disperse. Leading them was a burly man with a buzz cut, who cautiously led a team toward the interior of the spaceship. The other teams searched the surroundings for useful supplies while remaining vigilant. Lu Ming, how do you plan to handle the lighthouse? Bai Kuei asked curiously, her eyes flashing with intrigue as she looked at the leader Mark. If it can be subdued, then we will. If not, we will deal with it later. You are responsible for recovering the life source material as long as we don't leave it for the mana ecology. I hold no particular affection for the lighthouse, nor do I harbor any animosity. However, to end the mana ecology of the spirit cage world, we must unite all humanity, and naturally Lu Ming wishes to subdue the lighthouse. What about the dual crossing gate? Of course, we won't inform them for now. We'll tell them once they become our core. Once we capture the lighthouse, we will arrange for them to live in Longgu village. Given the current strength of the Yanhuang Republic, accommodating over 10,000 more people is not a problem. Lu Ming stated without a hint of hesitation. Not everyone is Bai Kuei. The dual crossing gate would directly open in front of her. As for the villagers of Longgu village knowing about the dual crossing gate, that would simply be Lu Ming's compromise after Bai Kuei risked her life to guarantee it. Even so, the inhabitants of Longgu village on Luo Island are mostly elderly and children. The eligible villagers still spend most of their time in Longgu village assisting Yanhuang in searching for resources and technology from the old society. As for the people of the lighthouse, it is even less likely. Only those among them who demonstrate sufficient loyalty and capability will qualify to enter the core of Yanhuang and learn about the existence of the dual crossing gate. While the two were conversing, Mark and the others had already delved deep into the R-49 spaceship. As in the original work, 4068 caused a commotion which was discovered by the spine, resulting in casualties. Simultaneously, it also startled the slumbering pack of snake dogs both inside the spaceship and nearby, which surged towards the scavengers with greed. Mark and the others escaped from the spaceship under the pursuit of the snake dogs. Mark, Erica, and others quickly entered the gravity suits, maneuvering them to cover the retreat of the scavengers. However, even so, there were still casualties. A large number of snake dogs swarmed from all directions, attacking the scavenger team. The snake dogs were extremely intelligent, with most of them distracting the gravity suits, while a few attacked isolated scavengers and citizens. Those who were isolated basically did not escape being pinned down by snake dogs and drained of their life source to become fertilizer. On the battlefield, 3 white shark gravity suits fired in crossfire to cover the evacuation of the transport personnel desperately engaging in battle with the snake dogs. Meanwhile, not far away, 1 white shark gravity suit was straining to push a heavy transport truck stuck in a sand pit, attempting to pull it out. Who is driving white shark now? 19. Why isn't the transport truck moving? Mo Chung stood atop a military transport truck, using the machine gun on the roof to shoot at the snake dog pack rushing down the hillside, anxiously inquiring over the communication channel. Forget that for now, the devourer beast is coming. On the other side, Fei Shua warned angrily, her sniper rifle accurately headshotting 1 snake dog after another that approached. Unfortunately, the scavengers from the lighthouse had no understanding of the devourer beast failing to inflict effective damage on the snake dog pack. This resulted in the number of snake dogs near the transport truck not decreasing, but rather increasing. Some snake dogs had already climbed onto the transport truck, biting and throwing people off, and then the remaining snake dogs swarmed in to drain those people's life sources. Seeing this scene, the citizens on the truck fell into deep despair, while the instinct to survive drove them to kick violently at the snake dogs climbing onto the truck. It's over. Just as one snake dog's massive mouth was about to bite one of the citizens, a dull gunfire echoed from the mountaintop, and the citizens saw the snake dogs in front of them explode with gaping holes, their immense momentum sending their bodies flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Before Mo Chung and the others could regain their composure, the continuous gunfire did not cease, and the snake dogs in front of them were explosively riddled with large holes. In Mo Chung and the others' eyes, the devourer beasts that should not be killed suddenly had several of their flesh turned into black-red sludge flowing to the ground, leaving only skeletal remains resembling canine bones. They're dead. Those devourer beasts are actually dead. Seeing that the skeletons showed no signs of recovery, Mo Chung and the others, shocked by the unexpected support, finally confirmed that these devourer beasts were truly dead. Aren't devourer beasts supposed to be invincible? Why did they suddenly turn into bones, and what is that black-red sludge? Fei Xue and the others nearby also narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Look, there are actually people on the giant rock in the northwest. Just as everyone was astonished, Erica's exclamation suddenly rang out over the communication channel. Everyone immediately looked in the direction mentioned, including Mark. They saw a dozen figures standing on the giant rock on the hillside in the northwest, gazing at them from afar. The foremost among them were 10 individuals in matching uniforms, crouching low and wielding oversized sniper rifles, continuously shooting at the approaching devourer beasts. Beside them, 5 individuals in different clothing were operating 5 mortars, bombarding the snake dog pack in the unoccupied area in ways that those snake dogs were blown back, some even turned into skeletons. Why aren't the devourer beasts attacking them? Ran Bing found it hard to believe her eyes, even rubbing them. Fei Xue, Mo Chung, and the others felt the same. They saw the snake dogs rushing in from the northwest completely ignore the figures on the giant rock charging straight towards them. This was a new survival method for the Qinglong army, the return to origin warriors and ordinary awakeners who lacked the strength to roam freely in the spirit cage world. With a massive supply of resources from the pirate world, they need not worry about consumption and could maintain a return to origin state while utilizing firearms to shoot. Now the snake dog pack only had eyes for the citizens and scavengers radiating life source, completely disregarding the source of the gunfire. Occasionally a few drawn by the noise would come up, but they were generally killed by Yu Kuei's divine sword, leaving no opportunity to relay any messages. It's so satisfying to have someone draw fire while shooting. Team leader Duke exclaimed excitedly as he finished firing another round, momentarily distracted while retrieving a new magazine from the pouch. Suddenly, he recalled the rockets and cannons at the outpost in Longgu village and turned to Lu Ming, saying, "Your Majesty, when can we achieve freedom with rockets and artillery?" "What are you thinking?" Lu Ming rolled his eyes and slapped Duke on the back of the head, saying irritably, "You want freedom with rockets and artillery. You need to pay for that." Hee. Duke chuckled sheepishly, then focused back on shooting. It's not that Lu Ming didn't want freedom with rockets and artillery, it's just that reality did not allow it, as the necessary copper and iron were far too scarce. Although the pirate world is vast, most of it is made up of islands, and the exposed mineral resources are not abundant. Furthermore, most of them are controlled by the world government and the navy, making prices exceedingly high. The Yanhuang Republic may not be poor, but it is certainly not rich either. Much of the money spent on importing minerals comes from synthetic diamonds made using equipment from the Linglong world and collected gold and jewelry. Additionally, there is a mining team specifically for underwater minerals, but due to the pressure and technical issues underwater, the yield is still quite low. The Linglong world actually has sufficient mineral resources, but they are mostly within the range covered by the mana ecology, making extraction impossible. They can only wait until they have methods to deal with the mana ecology before attempting to mine. Across the way, Mo City and his companions still could not believe their eyes. Survivors on the surface. Don't joke around, the lighthouse hasn't found survivors for over 20 years. What's more, they had already deemed the surface a realm of the devourer beasts. Yet the fact before them forced them to admit that there were indeed people on the surface, and they appeared to be doing just as well as they were. Take this opportunity to retreat quickly. The relatively calm Mark was the first to snap back to reality, and he immediately issued the command. Mo City and the others obeyed the order and directed the convoy to swiftly retreat along the path. They came glancing back at Mark and others who remained behind to cover their retreat. Once the convoy had retreated sufficiently, Mark quickly changed direction and drove the gravity vehicle towards Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to meet these surface survivors. Previously, he had thought there were no survivors on the surface and shared the same lack of hope for humanity's survival there as other lighthouse inhabitants. But now, having seen people on the surface with his own eyes, he was eager to learn how they managed to survive. Seeing this, Ran Bing also rode her motorcycle to follow behind. Mark actually came over. This guy really has some guts. Lu Ming teased with a smile upon witnessing Mark's actions. Yeah, Bai Kuei chuckled as well. Mark's behavior appeared too naive to the two. In this apocalyptic wasteland, the first rule of survival is to trust no one. Yet Mark boldly approached them. If it were the cannibalistic forces from the Aoya continent, he would probably be left as nothing but bones. Thank you for saving my life. I am Mark, the leader of the Lighthouse Scavenger Team. May I ask who you are? Mark parked his gravity vehicle 10 meters ahead of the stone, maintaining a relatively safe distance, and cautiously inquired, his tone tinged with indescribable excitement. The shock he experienced in such a short time was overwhelming. Not only was there human existence on the surface, but he also learned that the devourer beasts could actually be killed. If they could obtain methods from these people to avoid detection and death by the devourer beasts, how many fewer lives would be lost among the scavengers? Ranbing parked her motorcycle beside Mark's gravity vehicle, holding an electromagnetic sniper rifle. It seemed she wasn't aiming at Lu Ming and the others above, but if they showed any intent to attack, she was confident she could send a bullet into the enemy's forehead in an instant. We are from Longu Village. You don't need to thank us, we just don't want the mana ecology to absorb more life essence. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then come down from that big pot less often and send fewer heads. That would be our greatest thanks. Lu Ming looked down at Mark and said earnestly, I'm afraid that's difficult for us to comply with. The resources at the lighthouse are limited. We must come down to collect resources periodically to ensure the lighthouse can function normally and that the people there can survive. Mark's tone was very serious. Then you should pray that you encounter us again next time. Lu Ming smiled at Mark and waved his hand. The Qinglong army put away their anti-material sniper rifles, and Xiado and the others also stowed away the mortars, preparing to retreat. Wait, what do you mean by that? As Lu Ming and the others were about to leave, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in Mark's eyes. He quickly maneuvered the gravity vehicle to fly in front of Lu Ming, asking solemnly, It means very simply that the mana ecology of Earth is about to evolve, and at that time the devourer beasts on the surface will become even stronger. It's not impossible for flying devourer beasts to appear. Lu Ming explained succinctly, then bypassed Mark to continue walking. Bai Kuei glanced at Lu Ming and immediately understood what he meant. Lu Ming intentionally revealed some information, especially the detail about flying devourer beasts, which would surely make the lighthouse and Mark anxious. They would undoubtedly seek help, which would provide them an opportunity to enter the lighthouse. Flying devourer beasts. Mark was frozen in place, unable to imagine how the lighthouse would respond if the devourer beasts could fly. After a moment of thought, the only conclusion he reached was that the lighthouse would be breached by the devourer beasts, and everyone would ultimately be consumed by life essence, turning into meat and soil. Wait. Mark blocked Lu Ming's path again. He bowed to Lu Ming and said seriously, May I invite you all to the lighthouse for a discussion so that the people there understand that survival is possible on the surface? Are you sure? Lu Ming replied with a smile. Oh, just as I thought. Bai Kuei smiled. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Mark indeed made the choice to invite trouble in. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort for her and Lu Ming to gain entry to the lighthouse. Although Lu Ming could fly directly to board, he was unsure if revealing his strength would attract the attention of the higher dimensional civilization behind mana. Thus, he had not released the return to origin status in the Linglong world and fought using pure physical strength. Of course. Mark nodded earnestly. All right then. I also want to check out the lighthouse. Lu Ming smiled, and then turned to the others, saying, Duke Suishing, you two take the others back to the village. I'll accompany Boss Bai to the lighthouse, and we will return on our own afterward. Understood. Duke and Suishing nodded, leading the awakened and Qinglong army away. Lu Ming sat on the gravity body of Mark, while Bai Kuei occupied the back seat of Ranbing's motorcycle, and the two followed Mark. On the way, they encountered a few scattered devouring beasts, but they were all left behind by Mark and Ranbing. Once the group caught up, Lu Ming, Mark, Bai Kuei, and Ranbing all squeezed into one vehicle, staring at each other in silence. Finally, Mark couldn't hold back any longer and quietly asked, May I ask how to kill a devouring beast, or were you just lucky? The devouring beast has only one organ within its body, the spirit seed, which is its core. Only by destroying this core can you kill the devouring beast, otherwise it will quickly recover due to the ecological effects. Bai Kuei explained with a smile. Then how did you avoid being detected by the devouring beasts? Ranbing followed up with her question. The devouring beast locks onto its target by sensing the fluctuations of human life essence. Strong emotional fluctuations activate the life essence, making it easier to attract the devouring beasts. Thus, the three great laws of the lighthouse were born. Our method is to master and control the life essence through training and meditation, completely suppressing it to avoid any fluctuations so the devouring beasts cannot detect us. Bai Yuekawei continued adhering to her usual principles without holding back any information. In this apocalyptic wasteland, especially against enemies like the mana ecology that evolve upon receiving life essence, humanity is bound together by fate. She has always upheld the attitude of helping those who are weak and in need. Of course, when faced with cannibalistic forces, she would not hesitate to order their destruction. After all, the ultimate goal is singular: to prevent the mana ecology from obtaining more life essence. Can we master the life essence? Ran Bing pressed further. As long as one is human, they can master it, but it takes time. If you want to learn, I can teach you when we reach the lighthouse. Thank you so much. Ran Bing hurriedly expressed her gratitude. However, at this moment, Mark began to sense something amiss. Bai Yuekawei actually knew the reason behind the 3 great laws of fact. Even he, a future candidate for City Lord, did not know. Moreover, the hints in her words indicated that she was very familiar with the lighthouse. But how does she know? Mark's voice trembled as he realized he might have made a wrong decision. With Mark's question, Ran Bing also became aware of the situation, turning her gaze towards Bai Yuekawei, who appeared to be around 20. Lungu village has sheltered your travelers before we learned about the lighthouse from them. Bai Yuekawei provided a reason that convinced Mark, omitting her own past visit to the lighthouse. Satisfied with the answer, Mark nodded in belief, yet he still felt something was off. The convoy arrived at the plain where the lighthouse floated. This location was excellent, with no human constructions or mana flowers within 100 kilometers, and naturally no devouring beasts either. Upon the convoy's arrival, the height of the lighthouse lowered and the lift descended, allowing the convoy to orderly reach the platform and slowly ascend. Is this really the lighthouse? This feels so novel, it's hard to imagine this used to be a prison for holding criminals. Lu Ming sat atop an armored vehicle, curiously surveying the surroundings. The lighthouse is a prison. His whisper caught the attention of Mark and Ran Bing. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears, but both were qualified scavenger commanders and suppressed their doubts for the moment. The convoy was taken to the middle layer by the lift, and as they progressed towards the garage, 2 entirely different scenes unfolded between the upper and lower layers. The upper layer was filled with well-dressed, clean individuals, some exuding an air of superiority, while holding glasses of red wine, excitedly welcoming the scavengers' return and occasionally engaging in conversation. In contrast, the lower corridor was packed with the dust people who cheered for the scavengers' return, but their cheers were filled with repression, like a powder keg waiting to ignite. Although the 3 great laws suppress their emotions, making it hard for them to express themselves, emotions are inner activities. These people's feelings were far more intense than one might expect, so strong that Lu Ming could hear their thoughts with a slight perception. Are those 2 the surface survivors reported by Captain Mark? They don't look like they've been through the apocalypse. Instead, they resemble 2 noble young masters and ladies. These upper and dust people naturally saw Lu Ming and Bai Yuekawei. They found it hard to believe that the 2 could be surface survivors, as neither of them bore the marks of a weary journey from the surface, especially Lu Ming, whose clean attire was undoubtedly luxurious. I'm sorry, they just haven't seen survivors in a long time, Mark said apologetically, as everyone commented on Lu Ming and Bai Yuekawei. It's fine. Lu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. In the Republic of Yanhuang, he had seen even more exaggerated spectacles. Every time he went out, crowds of citizens would gather, and it was impossible to disperse them. This little discussion was nothing. At this moment, in a special observation room above, Lord Morgan was also curious about the surface survivors. He approached the window to look down, and when his gaze fell upon Bai Yuekawei sitting atop the armored vehicle, his pupils constricted and his body trembled uncontrollably, revealing an expression of disbelief. It's her. It really is her. Why is she still alive and so young? My lord, what's wrong? Who is she? The commander of the City Defense Army, Victor, immediately noticed Morgan's unusual behavior. He hurried over to support Morgan, asking in confusion, Victor, quickly, gather the City Defense Army. Charles, you 2 summon the law priest. Then we will go welcome her together. Yes. Victor had never seen Morgan like this, but it made him realize the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly went to gather the City Defense Army. Charles immediately followed suit. My lord, what happened? Jing then stepped forward to support Morgan, her expression grave and puzzled. She then turned her gaze to Bai Yuekawei, failing to notice anything unusual. Help me over there, I want to go see her myself. It seems someone has recognized you, Boss Bai. There are indeed many people here to welcome you. As they approached the area of the hunters, Lu Ming said with a smile to Bai Yuekawei beside him. It doesn't matter as long as you are here. Bai Yuekawei replied with a smile. Mark and Ran Bing, who were listening to the conversation from the side, were puzzled and did not understand what the two were talking about. However, they soon realized the reason when they pushed open the gate to the hunter area. What greeted them was not a welcoming party, but the fully armed City Defense Army law enforcers and the hunters who had remained behind. At the moment the gate opened, Mark clearly saw that the guns of these people were all pointed at by Yuekui and Lu Ming. "Mark, Ran Bing, come here quickly," Victor called out nervously. Mark and Ran Bing exchanged a glance and walked toward the City Defense Army, feeling somewhat dazed. The other hunters quickly followed behind them. Lu Ming and Bai Yuekui did not stop these people, allowing the City Defense Army and law enforcers to surround them. As Mark and the others left Lu Ming's side, the City Defense Army parted to create a passage, and Jing Nin supported Morgan as he approached. "Bai Yuekui, is that really you? After so many years you have not aged a bit, but have instead become even younger." Morgan stared at Bai Yuekui for a few moments before finally confirming that this was indeed the person who had saved him decades ago. "Morgan, long time no see. I never expected you to still be alive." Bai Yuekui said, her right hand already gripping the Alea consciousness, ready to attack at any moment. "What a—" Everyone looked at Morgan and Bai Yuekui in shock, especially Mark and Ran Bing, who could not believe that Bai Yuekui actually knew Mayor Morgan and that it was decades ago. But no matter how Bai Yuekui looked, she appeared to be only around 20 years old, completely not resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. Most importantly, Mayor Morgan was so wary of Bai Yuekui and Lu Ming. The fighting force gathered here was nearly the entirety of the lighthouse, yet even so Mayor Morgan remained extremely cautious. "Are you here this time to take back what belongs to you?" Morgan asked gravely, ignoring the astonished gazes of Mark and the others. "What a— Shouldn't we take it back?" Before Bai Yuekui could speak, Lu Ming interjected, looking at Morgan with a mocking expression. "You have taken the Clotho system and the abyssal armor for so many years, so it's about time you return them, isn't it?" "What a— Mayor, is what he said true? Did we really take their things?" After hearing Lu Ming's words, Mark could no longer sit still. He could never have imagined that the mayor, who he thought was dedicated to the survival of the lighthouse, without selfish motives, could actually be this kind of person. The gazes of the others also focused on Morgan, eager to see how he would explain. "What happened back then has nothing to do with me. Besides, Mayor Gray took those two items for the survival of the lighthouse. To protect the lighthouse, you can harm others. How shameless can you be? Moreover, you know better than anyone what Mayor Gray was actually thinking back then." Lu Ming would not give Morgan any face and directly exposed the truth. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he pointed a finger at Morgan and said softly, "All right, I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Now you can tell me your answer. Will you let us take the items or not?" "No, neither the Clotho." Bang! Morgan's words were cut short as his head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying out like a fountain. Lu Ming kept his word, not wanting to hear any more of Morgan's words. Perhaps his original intention was always to do good for the lighthouse, but his unfriendliness towards Longu village was enough for Lu Ming to kill him. To have listened to him for this long was already a testament to Lu Ming's upbringing. If it were someone like Kaido or Big Mom, they would have completely wiped out everyone. Everyone stood there in a daze, hardly able to believe their eyes. The mayor, whom they respected, had just died without any warning. Even Bai Yuekui did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive, killing Morgan directly. "Mayor." In the end, it was Victor who reacted first, shouting angrily, "Fire! Avenge the mayor!" Victor's words awakened everyone present, especially Mark, who now regretted bringing Lu Ming and Bai Yuekui to the lighthouse. Otherwise, Mayor Morgan would not have died. They all manipulated their gravity suits, raising their guns to aim at Lu Ming's head. But before they could act, Lu Ming's pupils slightly dilated, and the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping the entire lighthouse. Bang! 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 Everyone felt as if their heads had been smashed by a hammer, fainting as they collapsed to the ground, the dull thuds mingling with the sounds of metal clashing. So this is the conqueror's haki. It truly is terrifying. Seeing this, Bai Yuekui felt a bit emotional. It was her first time directly experiencing the eruption of conqueror's haki. Let's get the abyssal armor first." Lu Ming smiled slightly. With his current level of conqueror's haki, it was estimated that very few people in the entire pirate world could match him. It was effortless for him to stun everyone in the lighthouse. He first took the identity badge representing the mayor from Morgan's headless corpse, then headed directly towards the Ecological Research Institute with Bai Yuekui. The lighthouse also had an Ecological Research Institute. However, compared to the Ecological Research Base in Longu Village, this one focused more on researching the abyssal armor. There was virtually no research on mana ecology and devourers, mainly due to a lack of sufficient materials. Along the way, they saw people lying on the ground everywhere, and the two encountered no obstacles at all as they easily arrived at the Ecological Research Institute managed by Jelly. The Research Institute was well-equipped, even more so than the Ecological Research Base in Lungu Village. In several of the largest culture dishes, half-fleshed and soil-turned corpses floated inside, the result of life essence extraction from the abyssal experiments. Such a wealth of equipment is quite an unexpected gain. Using his spiritual sense, Lu Ming quickly discovered the abyssal armor hidden within the metal chamber. Not knowing how to open it, Lu Ming took out the Crimson Queen and made several cuts, directly slicing open the chamber door, revealing the menacing armor inside. "Boss Bai, are there any requirements for wearing the abyssal armor?" Lu Ming asked curiously as he took the abyssal armor out of the metal chamber. The abyssal armor is made from ecological chimeras, and it is essentially a product of ecology. It requires the absorption of life essence to operate. I personally have injected both the Angel and Miracle K drugs, which provide ample life essence. Additionally, my life essence potential is inherently the manipulation of life essence, allowing me to easily maintain the balance of consumption while operating the armor, which is why I can handle it effortlessly. Seeing that Lu Ming wanted to wear it, Bai Yuekue promptly explained. "So it is the source of life." Lu Ming realized this and approached the armor of the Abyssal One, which opened automatically. Viscous crimson liquid wrapped around Lu Ming's body, as if it had come to life, unlike the intense heat that Charles experienced in the original text. Knowing he was not a perfect match, Lu Ming still stepped into the Abyssal One. Bai Yuehue, standing aside, did not stop him. She knew that since Lu Ming dared to wear it, he must have absolute confidence that nothing would go wrong. Moreover, she did not believe the Abyssal One's armor could contain him. As the armor closed around him, the previously dull eyes of the armor suddenly burst forth with crimson light, resembling two bright bulbs. Lu Ming could feel the armor trying to absorb his vitality and true essence. However, with his mastery over his own vitality, due to his domain of life, he could control it effortlessly. A slight rotation of the miniature planet within him completely contained his vitality and true essence. With no vitality and true essence to absorb, the Abyssal One instinctively attempted to crush Lu Ming and expel him. Creak. The sound of flesh being compressed echoed from within the armor, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. "Lu Ming, are you okay?" Bai Yuehui asked, her face turning pale with worry. "I'm fine. I just want to experiment with the mechanisms of this armor," Lu Ming replied casually. He had sensed that the pressure from the Abyssal One's armor was immense enough to turn even a Navy Vice Admiral into mush. However, his physical attributes far exceeded those of a Navy Vice Admiral. Even when he first entered the War God realm, his body was as hard as diamond. Moreover, he was now at the planetary first level, making his body stronger than any organization in the pirate world. The pressure from the Abyssal One's armor could barely scratch him. As his true essence began to circulate, actively flowing into the armor, Lu Ming wanted to test the limits of this armor. With the infusion of true essence rich in vitality, the Abyssal One's armor, which had previously resisted, began to actively respond to Lu Ming, almost as if it had become an extension of his limbs. Bang! A punch was thrown, the air crackled, and the force of the punch created a basketball-sized hole in the metal wall of the lighthouse, clearly revealing the data room behind it. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed as several clear cracks appeared at the elbow joint of the Abyssal One's armor. The Abyssal One's armor actually cracked. Bai Yuhua's pupils constricted, hardly believing her eyes. As the creator of this armor, she knew better than anyone how tough the Abyssal One's armor was, and yet it was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. To be honest, this thing is not even as good as the Yudo armor. Lu Ming's voice carried a hint of disappointment. The Yudo armor amplified its power and defense through true essence, relying solely on the quality of the true essence. It had a low lower limit, but a high upper limit. In contrast, the Abyssal One's armor was an exoskeleton type. Its most notable feature was that it provided a significant amplification for weaker users, but once the user's strength exceeded the armor's capacity, it would become a shackle representing a high lower limit and a low upper limit. Thus it was somewhat inadequate for Lu Ming. Although strength is one thing, appearance is another. However, having already mastered the art of crafting, Lu Ming found it incredibly easy to forge an armor that was both aesthetically pleasing and powerful. So he decided to return it to Bai Yuehui. With that thought, the armor of the Abyssal One opened, and Lu Ming stepped out. He then turned to Bai Yuehui, who was still in a daze, and reminded her, "Put it away. It still has some utility for you at this stage." Bai Yuehui nodded repeatedly, taking out a devourer bag from her pocket to store the Abyssal One's armor. At the same time, as Lu Ming emerged from the Abyssal One's armor, the central control room of the lighthouse activated the system that had been submerged in a large culture dish clotho. The synapses of the massive right brain began to move, and the electronic tubes surrounding the system. In the hunter's armory, the unconscious Mark suddenly opened his eyes, the confusion in his gaze fleeting. He hurriedly got up and staggered to the headless corpse of Morgan, filled with remorse. He desperately wanted to reach out and touch Morgan's corpse, but his outstretched hand halted in midair. All of this was because of him, otherwise Lord Morgan would not have died. The remorse in his eyes was replaced by hatred. At that moment, Mark's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the armored vehicle with the Dawn insignia, slowly walking over. On the other side, Lu Ming, using his divine sense, first located the hidden Flynn laboratory deep within the lighthouse, and regarding the unconscious Flynn, Lu Ming simply crushed him. Once Baiyuehui carefully reassembled Ash's body and retrieved some devices from the laboratory to extract Ash's consciousness. She then found the Clotho system in the central control room. It's actually in revival mode. Seeing the state of the Clotho system, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. If he remembered correctly, in the original text, the Clotho system only revived when Mark became an ecological composite, not now. Interesting, it seems the mana ecology has already noticed my presence. In that case, I no longer need to conceal myself. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Baiyuehui merely glanced at the right brain floating in the culture dish before checking the Clotho system. She quickly found the dedicated connection device and connected Ash's body to the Clotho system, then used the computer to extract Ash's system. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Oh, did you wake up so soon, or did this right brain's revival awaken Mark? Lu Ming sensed the presence of someone outside with his observation hockey. Who else could it be but Mark? However, what truly piqued his curiosity was how Mark had awakened. Although he had previously controlled the intensity of his conqueror's hockey to avoid turning anyone into an idiot, it was still enough to keep them unconscious for 2 or 3 days. But thinking of Mark's identity, he ultimately focused his attention back on the Clotho system. Only this initial right brain of mana could connect with Mark and awaken him. Boss Baiyu, take your time. He'll be right back. With Baiyuehui focused on extracting Ash's consciousness, Lu Ming said softly and pushed the door open to step outside. Not far away, Mark, clad in the Dawn gravity armor, approached step by step, each step heavy. Why, Lord Morgan clearly sacrificed everything for the lighthouse. Why did you kill him? Mark's voice was icy as he relentlessly questioned Lu Ming, while drawing the serrated blade specially equipped for the Dawn, its blade spinning rapidly as he brought it down towards Lu Ming's head with great force. He did not lose his composure and used the specialized grenade launcher. He simply attacked with the serrated blade. Otherwise, the lighthouse would have collapsed before he even struck. Bang! Before the blade could descend, Lu Ming's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, accompanied by a dull thud and a cracking sound, Mark was horrified to find the high-strength alloy Dawn gravity armor on his body shattered. Mark felt a tremendous force erupting from his chest, his body flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the distant metallic wall, warping even the metal with the impact. If it weren't for Lu Ming showing mercy and the gravitational wreckage absorbing some of the impact, he would. Even so, Mark sustained multiple fractures and could hardly muster any strength. He remained conscious, solely fueled by his hatred, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have died 1,000 times over. Lu Ming stepped forward and crushed the serrated blade under his foot, then grabbed Mark and dragged him out of the gravitational wreckage like a dead dog, bringing him back to the central control room and tossing him to the floor. Do you still need him, Mark? Lu Ming quietly asked, leaning against Baiyu-Kuei's workstation. Upon hearing Mark's name, Baiyu-Kuei, who had been rapidly typing on the computer, paused and turned to look at Mark, who resembled a lifeless dog, unable to utter a single word, his expression somewhat complicated. After the death of the original, as the only living source material among the clones, Mark might be the only one who could potentially become an ecological composite for humanity to enter the bloody vortex, making him extremely important. However, Lu Ming's presence offered her a new option, one that seemed more promising. Yes, I still need him to help me validate some ideas. After a long contemplation, Baiyu-Kuei took a deep breath and solemnly said to Lu Ming, "All right." Lu Ming nodded, gestured, and sent a stream of true essence to sustain Mark's life. The consciousness of Ash had become too entwined with the consciousness in the initial Bodis right brain. Extracting it would require painstaking effort, and Baiyu-Kuei had toiled for half a day to retrieve just a sliver of data. Boom. Just when everything was running smoothly, the anti-gravity system of the lighthouse suddenly failed, causing a massive tremor and the entire lighthouse began to plummet freely. Bai Yukue acted swiftly, catching ASH's floating body to ensure it remained connected to the Clotho system. But the others in the lighthouse were not so fortunate. Those who had fainted began to float. If they fell for a few more seconds, many would be thrown out of the lighthouse. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the devouring beasts were surging towards the lighthouse from all directions, an overwhelming number that filled him with dread, including many king-level devouring beasts. The only entity capable of controlling such a multitude of devouring beasts besides the high-dimensional civilization behind the mana ecology was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. More importantly, this situation revealed that the high-dimensional civilization was constantly monitoring and manipulating the world's trajectory through some means, even ensuring that humanity's survival was their doing. Simultaneously, Lu Ming realized that although high-dimensional beings are advanced, their strength may not be sufficient, or otherwise they wouldn't react this way in the face of danger. They could use the swarm of devouring beasts and the mana ecology to counterattack instead of directly descending to confront Lu Ming. Realizing this, Lu Ming smiled. Looking at the descending lighthouse, he may not understand the technology to directly activate the anti-gravity system to halt the descent, but he had enough power to prevent it from falling. If he could suspend islands in the air, a mere lighthouse was nothing. Orange-red flames encircled the lighthouse. In the next moment, the lighthouse's descent abruptly stopped, firmly anchored in the air. The floating lighthouse crashed heavily onto the deck, but fortunately, they had been stunned by the conqueror's haki and felt no pain. Lu Ming remained firmly anchored to the deck, not moving an inch. Once the lighthouse stabilized, he waved his right hand, causing over 100 entities resembling flowers to emerge, rushing towards the surrounding corridors and capturing anyone in their path into the devouring pods. He had almost forgotten that there were still flower-like entities in the storage ring. "Boss, what's happening at the lighthouse?" "We're seeing a massive swarm of devouring beasts rushing towards it." At that moment, Bai Yukue's communicator, which she had on her, rang at just the right time, and the anxious voice of Sui Xing came through. "Confined, it's just that a big guy's consciousness has awakened and wants to wipe us out." Bai Yukue briefly explained her situation, then asked, "What's the situation in the village? Has the beast tide reached there?" "The beast tide hasn't arrived yet, but it won't be long. Our Longu village is right on their path." Sui Xing reported the situation. Upon hearing this, not only Bai Yukue, but Lu Ming also furrowed his brows. The consequences of the awakening of the consciousness in the initial body of mana were significant, not to mention Longu village. The other three major forces on the Australasian continent would undoubtedly be affected and might even face destruction. Although the ground forces possessed the ability to shield against the perception of devouring beasts, such a massive beast tide wouldn't need perception, it could simply trample through. If lives were lost and the source material was exposed, that entire force would face annihilation. The other three major forces had numbers comparable to Longu village, totaling nearly 3,000 people. At that point, it could provide mana ecology with enough source material to complete this ecological evolution. Longu village faced the same predicament, especially since they utilized shielding devices to neutralize all mana ecology in a certain area. Once the swarm of devouring beasts passed through there, it would be akin to wolves stumbling into a sheep pen. Even with Longu village's formidable combat power, they couldn't withstand such a multitude of devouring beasts. Most importantly, Lu Ming needed Longu village, the only pure land on the surface, as a springboard to help him gradually conquer and extend his reach across the entire world. Sui Xing used the artillery in the base for defense first. If it proves impossible to hold a range for people to head to the other side, you and the other squad leaders will be the last to enter, and when it's time to pass through, let me know, and I'll remotely shut it down to prevent the devouring beasts from getting through. Lu Ming took the communicator from Bai Yukue and decisively issued the orders. "Yes, Your Majesty." The resolute voice of Duke came from the communicator. After putting down the communicator, Lu Ming turned to Bai Yukue and said softly, "They'll leave the flower-like entities here to assist you. Continue extracting ASH's consciousness while I go to Longu village to clear the beast tide there. And be careful, without the suppression of ASH's consciousness, the consciousness within the initial brain may very well take action against you." "I will be cautious." Bai Yukue nodded seriously, clearly aware of this. Lu Ming nodded, turned, and exited the central control room. Outside, a dragon's roar echoed as a 500-meter-long azure dragon emerged, shrouded in mist, disappearing into the horizon. "Are you even human?" Hearing the dragon's roar from outside, and recalling Lu Ming's terrifying strength as well as the sudden fall and hover of the lighthouse, Mark finally understood why Morgan had questioned the two defenseless individuals with such strained breath. Of course we're human, but according to your definition, we should be classified as superhumans. As ASH's consciousness was being extracted, the synapses within the Clotho system became increasingly active, churning the nutrient solution in the petri dish into a whirlpool. Superhumans. Mark suddenly recalled the old world documents he had read, which chronicled humans with extraordinary abilities, and immediately understood that both Lu Ming and Baiyu Kuei were superhumans, as were the surface survivors he had seen earlier. Transformed into a Qinglong, Lu Ming soared towards Longgu village at an astonishing speed, exceeding 16 Mach, comparable to the flight speed of a planet-level psychic capable of engulfing worlds. At such a rapid pace, it took Lu Ming only a few minutes to travel from the lighthouse to Longgu village. By this time, numerous corpses of the devouring beasts lay around the outskirts of Longgu village, remnants of those that had originally occupied the area. Upon receiving orders from a higher dimensional civilization, they had dashed towards the lighthouse. Unfortunately, they had not run far before being obliterated by the villagers of Longgu village using rocket launchers. Meanwhile, more and more devouring beast groups were approaching Longgu village in overwhelming numbers. After multiple rounds of bombardment, the rocket and artillery fire from Longgu village had become sparse, far less ferocious than at the beginning. Duke and Suishing had already sent the non-combatant villagers through the dual portal to the pirate world, while they, along with the Qinglong army, the Awakeners, and the Guiyuan warriors, prepared to abandon the rocket launchers and grenade launchers, opting instead for firearms and weapons. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The Qinglong army, Awakeners, and Guiyuan warriors all looked up to see a 500-meter-long dragon weaving through the clouds, its azure scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Great! It's His Majesty. That bunch of ugly creatures is done for. The Qinglong army cheered in unison. Suishing and the other Awakeners and Guiyuan warriors stared in awe, having seen Lu Ming only a few times, and due to the brief encounters they had never witnessed him in his dragon form. Now seeing such a magnificent Qinglong soaring in the sky left them stunned and speechless. Since obtaining the Qinglong fruit, Lu Ming had rarely used his beast form. Most battles were fought in human or human-beast forms. This is not to say that the beast form is weak. In fact, it is the strongest overall, with unparalleled destructive power and area damage. It's just that he was more accustomed to fighting in human and human-beast forms. However, against the devouring beast horde, nothing was more suitable than the beast form. The massive dragon head emerged from the clouds, its eyes as large as lanterns fixated on the approaching devouring beasts in the distance, exuding a fierce intensity. Then it raised its head and a red glow illuminated its chest, as if it were swallowing the sun. Heat breath. In the next moment, Lu Ming opened his enormous dragon mouth, and the blazing sun was expelled, transforming into a torrential stream of energy hot enough to distort the air. The searing dragon breath surged forth like a beam, sweeping towards the horde of devouring beasts where the density was alarmingly high. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands. Wherever the beam passed, everything was evaporated. Be it the amorphous serpentine dogs, ground roars, spiked eels, or the burdened beasts, as well as the transformed serrated jaw beasts, flowering beasts, and frequency beasts, even the king-level devouring beasts disappeared without a trace. Only a chasm made of red-hot magma remained. Is this one of the rulers of the New World? It's simply a monster. Suishing stood at the observation window of the outpost, his mouth agape. This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Ming unleashing his full power. Such astonishing destructive force made him realize just how terrifying the rulers of the New World and the pirate world truly were. There were still many devouring beasts in the distance, so Lu Ming's attack did not cease. Lu Ming's dragon mouth opened once more, and a ball of wind appeared within. As the wind ball spun, the air in the surroundings began to converge and compress into it, ultimately forming a high-density energy sphere resembling a black hole surrounded by several rings of stars resembling the structure of Saturn. Spiral wheel of ruin. He swallowed the black hole-like energy sphere, and then with a snap of his jaws, the black sphere burst forth as a stream of black light. Boom! Wherever the black light passed, the space seemed to distort, and numerous devouring beasts were sucked and instantly shredded into pieces. The powerful suction drew the surrounding devouring beasts in, vanishing like moths drawn to a flame within this terrifying attack. The flowing light eventually landed on a king-level devouring beast, and in silence the black sphere expanded into a massive 3,000-meter diameter black ball, erasing everything within its coverage. This technique is one of Lu Ming's most destructive moves, utilizing his wind manipulation ability to continuously compress air, ultimately forming a high-density plasma that can erase everything at a molecular level. However, the preparation time is too long, making it impractical in battle, but it is just right for dealing with these devouring beasts. The massive body of the Qinglong spiraled continuously in the sky, storms and thunder converging, dozens of tornadoes accompanied by lightning rained down, killing countless devouring beasts, and the land, contaminated by mana ecology, had been plowed countless times. The scene outside Longgu village resembled the onset of an apocalypse. Yet to the Qinglong army and awakeners inside Longgu village, this spectacle represented safety. Under Lu Ming's relentless attacks, all devouring beasts that needed to pass through Longgu village to reach the lighthouse were temporarily eradicated, rendering Longgu village safe for the time being. The devouring beasts further away would take several days to reach Longgu village, giving them ample time to reorganize their defenses. On the other side, after Bai Yu Kuei's unremitting efforts, Ash's consciousness was finally successfully extracted. The mechanical body, once lying flat on the table, suddenly lit up its eyes. She slowly sat up, looking at Bai Yu Kuei, her cold mechanical voice revealing a hint of warmth. "Yu Kuei, long time no see." "Ash, long time no see." Looking at Ash, who had regained consciousness, Bai Yu Kuei smiled gently and took a few steps forward to embrace her. Mark stood aside, dumbfounded, unable to believe that the consciousness extracted from the Clotho system truly recognized Bai Yu Kuei and seemed very familiar. Now he somewhat believed that the Clotho system was taken from Bai Yu Kuei by the lighthouse. "Yu Kuei, hurry. Destroy the primordial body's brain." After embracing Ash, Bai Yu Kuei released him. The aging processor finally registered the urgency and urgently instructed her. Bai Yu Kuei nodded, stepped back from Ash, drew the Alea blade from her waist, and infused it with life essence. Its azure patterns flared to life along the blade. With a single sweeping strike, a sapphire-hued slash surged forth, piercing through the colossal bioreactor and cleaving the massive right cerebral hemisphere in two. Squelch. White matter sprayed violently as both the bioreactor and the primordial body's right brain split cleanly apart. The once pulsing luminous neural synapses dimmed rapidly, their rhythmic undulations slowing to a near halt. In an instant, Bai Yu Kuei unleashed over a dozen more strikes, reducing the right cerebral hemisphere into dozens of jagged fragments. They clattered onto the floor, their faint bioluminescence extinguished entirely, and all synaptic activity ceased. Meanwhile, in Longgu village, Lu Ming, now fully restored to human form, hovered midair when he suddenly noticed the tide of Mephisto beasts surging toward the lighthouse had ground to a halt. "Huh, what just happened?" Lu Ming frowned in astonishment, utterly bewildered, until a realization struck him. He pivoted sharply toward the lighthouse, then shot forward like a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. "Ash, what is the primordial body's status within the mana ecosystem, and why did you command me to destroy its brain?" Confirming the right cerebral hemisphere was utterly lifeless, Bai Yu Kuei sheathed her blade and turned to Ash. "For years my consciousness has been entangled with its own. I've gleaned fragments about the mana ecosystem and those higher dimensional entities." Ash slowly rose, gazing at the scattered cerebral fragments as he began explaining. "Higher dimensional beings exist beyond physical form, as pure consciousness. Unable to directly influence our world, they engineered a beacon for that purpose. The primordial body was the first such beacon. Through controlling the growth of mantle vines, the primordial body absorbed life essence from Earth, triggering multiple mass extinctions. It suffered catastrophic injury during the Permian volcanic cataclysm, nearly perishing. Though it barely survived, it could no longer transmit life essence to the higher dimensional entities. Thus it gestated a new beacon, yet fell into deep slumber before this successor could emerge. So Cranios is that new beacon." Bai Yu Kuei felt a quiet surge of relief. She had acted decisively when Cranios began aligning fully with the ecosystem, eliminating it before the new beacon matured. Had it thrived, humanity might truly have faced extinction. Perhaps too, Cranios chose death willingly, touched by genuine affection for Bai Yu Kuei. Ash continued recounting insights gleaned over years from the primordial body's right cerebral hemisphere. Having heard Ash's account, Bai Yu Kuei grasped the truth behind the mana ecosystem. Life essence was in essence soul stuff. The higher dimensional civilization manipulated mantle vines and Mephisto beasts through the primordial body to harvest it, sustaining their own existence. Yet life essence alone wasn't the reason for humanity's intended annihilation. The true catalyst was humanity's encroachment upon immortality, whether through Bai Jingyu's miracle drug K and Professor Huan's angel serum enabling carbon-based immortality, or the Gila Empire's proposal of silicon-based consciousness uploading. Immortality meant infinite knowledge and unbounded evolution, eventually breaching higher dimensions and threatening their supremacy. Mark, paralyzed and silent beside them, absorbed every word, stunned by the revelation of the mana ecosystem and the Mephisto beasts, yet deeply intrigued by the enigmatic cranios by Uekue had mentioned. ASH, now that the primordial body's right brain is destroyed, do you believe our Operation Going stands a chance? By Uekue asked. There is a probability of success, but only if Mark remains lucid amid the higher dimensional entity's mental seduction, his heart unwaveringly anchored to humanity, never swayed toward the ecosystem. ASH lowered his head, calculating with the last vestiges of processing power in his current frame. Otherwise, he becomes the next primordial body. A chance is enough. Bai Uekue nodded solemnly. Mark stared blankly, bewildered that the conversation had pivoted so abruptly to him, and unsettled by the implication that he bore some hidden connection to the primordial body. But how could that be? He was born in the lighthouse, a human, wholly human. How could he possibly be linked to the primordial body? At that moment, Lu Ming entered. His gaze swept across ASH's lifelike synthetic face and bright eyes, then flicked downward to the scattered cerebral fragments and shattered glass, immediately deducing why the Mephisto beasts had lost their target. With a mere gesture, the cerebral fragments ignited, consuming themselves in flames before turning to ash in an instant. Ms. Bai, congratulations. It appears your mission succeeded. Afterward, Lu Ming approached Bai Uekue with a smile, but his eyes never left ASH. This was a super-intelligent AI, the very reason the Bai clan and Zhouchuan City were obliterated. The Coastal Alliance had fixated on ASH despite possessing SITA, their own advanced AI, within the Gila faction, proof enough of ASH's unparalleled power. You must be Lu Ming. I witnessed your emergence within the primordial body's consciousness. They are profoundly curious about you. ASH extended a mechanical greeting, his tone laced with quiet inquiry. So I was under surveillance all along. Lu Ming's expression confirmed it. He turned to ASH, cutting straight to the point. What you wish to know, I'll reveal upon our return. For now, I require your aid in advancing our technology. Agreed. ASH nodded without hesitation. A slow, knowing smile spread across Lu Ming's face. A super-intelligent AI's utility extended far beyond technological acceleration, propelling Yin Huang into hyper-development. Yet Lu Ming's deeper intent lay in using AI to augment cultivation, accelerating his ascent to transcendent realms. Even the mana ecosystem of the Linglong world might one day yield to AI-assisted solutions, granting him dominion over an entire world's resources. 3 days later, inside the makeshift camp erected on the outskirts of Longgu village, Ran Bing, Mo, Cheng Fei Shui, and Erica stirred awake, gazing upon an utterly unfamiliar landscape, austere military tents reminiscent of early 20th century field deployments. These tents had been requisitioned from the pirate world, specifically allocated to house the lighthouse's evacuees. Over 10,000 refugees, 10 per tent, filled more than 1,000 tents covering half the verdant meadow surrounding Longgu village. At each tent's entrance stood a Qinglong soldier, maintaining order and preventing unrest. Is everyone all right? Ran Bing shot upright, her expression taut with urgency as she scanned the faces of those around her. We're fine, but where are we? Mo Ching shook his head, still dazed and ravenous from waking. This is unlikely to be the beacon. It's far more probable we've awakened in a survivor settlement on the surface. Don't forget, we witnessed Lu Ming slay Lord Morgan just before losing consciousness. And haven't you noticed? All our weapons have vanished. Fei Shui, the calmest and most lucid among them, immediately recognized the gravity of their predicament and voiced the warning. Where's Mark? Instructor Elon surveyed the tent, relieved to see fellow hunters, but his face darkened instantly upon realizing Mark's absence. At Fei Shui's prompting, Ran Bing and Mo Chung likewise realized Mark was not among them. Ran Bing's face drained of color, her mind already conjuring visions of his death. Could he be in another tent? Mo Chung whispered. It must be so. Hope flickered across Ran Bing's face. She leapt from her cot, heedless of her frailty. After 3 days without food, yanked the glucose-4 needle from her arm and bolted toward the tent flap to search for Mark. Ran Bing, wait. Fei Shui, ever composed, stepped swiftly between her and the exit. We know nothing of this place. Rushing out recklessly won't save Captain Mark, and may well seal our own fates. Ran Bing, a seasoned hunter and Mark's deputy, immediately steadied herself. Fei Shui's words had pierced through her panic. Her earlier frenzy had been born solely of terror for Mark. Now the 10 hunters gathered cautiously, reconnoitered their surroundings, and began devising an escape plan. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Ming had deliberately grouped them together, not out of convenience, but to force confrontation with reality. Only the beacon's elite would be assembled, thus lesser hunters would never warrant such attention. Only one guard stands at the entrance, and he's unarmed. With our combined strength, subduing him should pose no challenge. Reconnaissance confirmed it. A single drowsy, weaponless sentry slumped by the door. As the beacon's finest hunters, they could neutralize him silently, effortlessly. They dismantled Elon's cot, each taking a wooden leg, and crept forward with painstaking silence, eyes locked on the guard's position. The moment Feishue raised her club, the guard snapped awake, his gaze sharpening like forged steel. In one fluid motion, he spun, seized her weapon, and, with a contemptuous squeeze, reduced the hardwood to splinters before their stunned eyes. Now attack. Elon gave the signal. Ran Bing, Mo Chung, and Eliza lunged forward, brandishing bedframe legs like crude clubs. You dare strike back? The guard roared, and instead of retreating, charged into their formation. One punch felled each hunter like a sapling in a gale. Within seconds, Elon and his comrades lay curled on the ground, gasping in agony. This was restraint, mercy. A single blow could have ended any life there. How utterly presumptuous. Register your identities, collect rations, and await assignment. Your duties will be allocated collectively by the village council. With that, the guard turned away, ignoring the groaning hunters, and resumed his post. Only after long minutes did Elon's group stagger upright, leaning on one another as they limped outside. Beyond the tent stretched a sea of over 1,000 canvas shelters. But what arrested their breath was the beacon itself, impaled beside the outpost like a fallen titan. Its lower platform was buried deep underground. Its upper tiers were braced by thick iron chains tethered to 15-meter iron spikes driven into the earth, preventing collapse, yet testifying to brutal force. What else held their gaze was the emerald grass beneath their feet, a living tapestry they'd only ever seen in faded textbooks. Line up for registration. The guard pointed toward a serpentine queue already snaking into the distance. Feishue's gaze followed his gesture. Beacon citizens stood obediently in line, flanked by soldiers, rifles at the ready, eyes vigilant, sweeping the perimeter with unwavering discipline. Among the queue, former Beacon elites clenched their jaws in silent fury, yet submitted. Dusties, however, wore quiet smiles. Earlier registrants had confirmed here elites and Dusties were treated as equals, no privilege granted by birth. More profoundly, every soul received a true name. Every life, down to genotype 9033 deemed irredeemable elsewhere, was healed, honored, seen. Though seething inwardly, Ran Bing and the others complied, disarmed, overmatched, and awed by the Green Dragon Army's quiet, unassailable authority. As they walked, Ran Bing questioned every Beacon citizen she met. Had anyone seen Mark? The answer was always no. Not Mark, nor Jingnan, Charles, or Victor. Her heart plummeted. A cold, nameless dread coiled within her chest. After registration, they joined the line for the temporary mess hall, and found tables laden with fresh vegetables, ripe fruit, and tender meat, fare richer than anything served to elites aboard the Beacon. A chill ran down Elon's spine. Already Dusties volunteered to serve Longu village, swearing loyalty in exchange for purpose. Within days, defections surged, not only Dusties but elites too. Technicians and engineers were entrusted with vital roles. Laborers were integrated into farming, construction, and craft, each given dignity through contribution. Meanwhile, in the Beacon's conference chamber, Lu Ming sat in Lord Morgan's former seat, observing Charles, Jelly, Victor, and Jingnan below. His fingers traced his jawline, calculating how best to resolve each. Charles and Victor were non-negotiable. Both had to be eliminated. Charles, the late Lord's son, was petty, vindictive, and ruthlessly opportunistic, a consummate schemer. Even his nominal growth in Season 2 changed nothing. To Lu Ming, such men possessed only one viable end: annihilation. Victor, Morgan's most loyal disciple, would inevitably seek vengeance for his master's death. Lu Ming felt no fear, but for the stability of the Lingsong world, elimination remained the sole prudent course. Jia Li and Jing Nan were prodigies, geniuses in ecological research and command management, rare talents indeed. Lu Ming had no intention of killing them. He planned to put them to use. As for Singe, the future commander-in-chief of the city defense forces, Lu Ming frankly thought less of him than of Chersi, a consummate hypocrite. When he failed to hold the lighthouse, he shamelessly shifted all blame onto Chersi to absolve himself. Duke, take him and the core members and clerics of the Guangying Church down and have them killed. We have no need for any unstable elements here. Lu Ming turned to Duke and pointed at Chersi, Wakaduo, Singe, and the core members of the Guangying Church standing behind them. Yes, your majesty, Duke answered, then turned and summoned his squad, leading away the individuals Lu Ming. Some might argue that beauties like Fan Lu and Fondi could be spared, but both had been so thoroughly brainwashed by Chersi since childhood that their loyalty was terrifyingly absolute. They were fanatical believers who would do anything for their faith. Besides, Lu Ming was not the sort to be undone by attractive women who otherwise in the Heise world, he would long ago have had a harem of 3,000 beauties. As for Jing Nan and Jia Li, would you be willing to join Lungu village and contribute to humanity's fight against the mana ecology? Lu Ming asked plainly without beating around the bush. Of course, Jia Li declared at once. As long as the mana ecology is removed, do whatever you ask of me. Very well then, Lu Ming said with a smile, you will follow boss by an ecological research henceforth. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, motioning Jia Li to Bai Yuki's side. Then he looked at Jing Nan and asked, and you Jing Nan? Jing Nan asked, can you spare Chersi? Jing Nan did not answer directly, but posed the possibility. Lu Ming retorted, what do you think? Jing Nan answered, if you release him, I will obey you in everything. Hearing Lu Ming's intention not to spare Chersi, Jing Nan grew agitated and hurriedly assured him, I will restrain him, and he will cause no trouble to anyone. Lu Ming frowned. He was not surprised by Jing Nan's pleading. After all, Jing Nan was Mogan's adopted daughter, and Chersi was Mogan's son. They were like siblings. It was natural for an elder sister to plead for her younger brother. Jing Nan, Lu Ming said, curious and sharp as someone who had spent her life following the 3 great laws, do you truly hold such deep feelings for Chersi? Moreover, I am the man who killed his father, Lu Ming added. You know what the Guangying Church is. But Jing Nan cried, he is my brother. I have already lost my father, and I cannot stand to see him die. Jing Nan's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled with sobs. All the people of the lighthouse present stared at Jing Nan in stunned disbelief. They had realized that the former city lord Mogan was the father of Chersi and Jing Nan, and that the former lord had violated the 3 great laws he himself had established. Jing Nan, Lu Ming asked with puzzlement, you who have lived by the 3 great laws all your life, are your feelings for Chersi truly so strong? I don't know, Jing Nan said through reddened eyes, but I simply do not want Chersi to die. Lu Ming replied, frankly, I admire your talent and ability. Oh, I lack someone like you in managerial roles. But if you are unwilling, I will not force it, Lu Ming continued. From now on you will remain on the outskirts of the village. His meaning was plain, Chersi must die. Jing Nan could not help but burst into tears. Lu Ming did not spare Jing Nan a glance. He rose and accompanied by Yuekue and several others left the lighthouse. Lungu village was short on hands while the lighthouse numbered over 10,000 people. Without proper management, disaster would come. Fortunately, the people of Lungu village were capable, and all weapons belonging to the lighthouse folk had been confiscated. It would be difficult for the scavengers or the city defense troops to mount any effective rebellion. Escape was even less possible beyond the shield tower's protection. To be weaponless was to court death, who few would dare attempt it. For more months passed, and the lighthouse people had been thoroughly integrated into Lungu village, working on the assembly lines of newly built factories. After Bai Yuekue extracted the life-essences from Chersi and the others, Jing Nan cremated their bodies and scattered the ashes over the lighthouse. Afterwards, to protect the lighthouse people, she voluntarily joined Lungu village, overseeing them, but kept away from the true core. In the end, Lu Ming spared Make. Beyond trusting Make's saintly character and temperament, the main reason was Ash's assertion that to end the ecology, an ecological chimera must enter the Xingxuan and sever the connection between higher dimensional beings and the mana ecology. Now Make, together with Ran Bing and other scavengers, followed the Qinglong army to clear the surrounding Shurji beasts. They had learned Guyuan, and their combat power had grown considerably, but because they were not core members, the true methods of increasing strength, inner force, domineering aura, and body techniques had not been disclosed to them. After entrusting the Linglong world to Bai Yuekue, Lu Ming returned to the Heise world and remained in the palace by Auerbia's side, leaving him with far less time for cultivation. Auerbia had reached her due date and was about to give birth. Lu Ming had already probed with his spiritual sense and confirmed the child was a girl. He was now certain that Luobin had become his daughter. Lu Ming had long since chosen a name for his daughter, Lu Ku, rather than to conform to the original Ni Ku Luobin. A week later, in the palace delivery chamber, anguished moans poured forth while Lu Ming paced anxiously at the door. This was his first time as a father in 2 lifetimes. How could he not be nervous? Clear, crisp newborn cries rang out. Lu Ming shouted with exhilaration that she had been born. I am a father, he cried, his voice full of joy. He could sense that Auerbia and Lu Ku were both healthy and vigorous without the slightest danger. Soon the midwife emerged and respectfully informed Lu Ming that mother and daughter were safe. Lu Ming said, "Go to finance and collect 100,000 belly as my reward." "Thank you, your majesty," the midwife replied. Lu Ming paid no heed to the midwife's thanks. He rushed into the room, and seeing Hourby is sweaty but smiling, and little Lu was sleeping beside her, he began to smile as well. The palace held a grand 3-day banquet, and the entire nation observed a 3-day holiday to celebrate the birth of the Yanhuang Republic's princess. Across the seas, the great powers had taken note. They had already focused on the Yanhuang Republic because of its new weaponry. Now the birth of Lu Ku drew even greater attention to Yanhuang. Since the world government announced the news of the new artillery and firearms of the Yanhuang Republic, many reckless pirates have rushed here to seek the truth. These pirates have come both as allies and as lone wolves, with many boasting bounties exceeding 500 million berries. However, most have become stepping stones for Lisa Lena Jean Bay, and others, only a few powerful ones, have temporarily retreated, yet they remain undeterred. The most representative of them is Bandy Valdo, a paramecia-type Momo fruit user who can amplify his speed and the speed and volume of objects he touches by 1 to 100 times, belonging to the top tier of devil fruits. According to intelligence from the Yanhuang Republic, Bandy Valdo is not a bad person. He primarily seeks to experience the islands and nations of the sea, embarking on an adventure around the world. However, recently he has been forced to attack ships of the world nobles, and is being hunted down by both the Navy and the CP organization, hoping to seize some new weapons from the Yanhuang pirates for self-defense. Bandy Valdo, huh? Just because you dared to attack the ships of those celestial dragons, what harm is there in me gifting you a few naval cannons? With the help of ASH, this super artificial intelligence, the cannons on the Yanhuang Republic's warships have long been replaced, from howitzers and smoothbore guns to true naval cannons, with large, medium, and small calibers, all available. The current standard Qinglong ship of the Yanhuang Republic can be said to be the truly invincible warship of the entire sea, as the Navy and world government have encountered it several times, but were sunk by the ship's cannons before even getting close, resulting in heavy losses. This is also why the world government announced the news of the Yanhuang Republic's new artillery and firearm. In the sky of the first half of the New World, 9 floating islands are clustered together. On the central island, the Golden Lion looks at the anti-material sniper rifle in his hand, sulking while smoking a cigar. Indigo haven't Whitebeard, Roger, Charlotte, Lean Silver Axe, and Wang Ji sent any news yet. Grad, Charlotte, Lin and Silver Axe have already replied. They are willing to attack the Yanhuang pirates together to seize the schematics of the new artillery. Although Whitebeard and Roger have not replied, their goals are the same, and they are currently heading straight for the Yanhuang group. It is Wang Ji who has not made any moves and remains on Pirate Island. Indigo remarked, "Ha, this is fantastic. Once I have the design schematics for Yanhuang's new weapons, my dream of ruling the sea from the sky will no longer be a dream." The Golden Lion was overjoyed. Since he spent a hefty sum to acquire the Yanhuang anti-material sniper rifle from the black market and personally tested its power, he has become a staunch believer in the world government's reports. He even personally contacted Charlotte, Lin and Whitebeard to obtain the firing schematics for these weapons. At the same time, Lu Ming also received intelligence from the intelligence department. The Golden Lion's flying pirate crew is approaching the Yanhuang Sea on the 9 islands in the sky. Big Mom Charlotte, Lean accompanied by Perispero and Katakuri, has set out from Totland towards the Yanhuang pirates. Whitebeard has departed from Wano country, bringing along the newly joined Kazuki, Odin, Marco, Javista, Inuarashi, and Nico Momoshi. The Roger pirates have just passed Fishman Island, also heading towards the Yanhuang pirates. Finally, unable to hold back. It seems that my daughter's full moon feast will be quite lively this time. After reading the intelligence, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He clearly knows who among these people are enemies and who are friends. Charlotte, Lean, Golden Lion, Silver Axe. This time let you all experience what a saturated Immediately Lu Ming wasted no time gathering Yi Xiao and the others to the conference room, handing over the intelligence in his hand for them to view one by one. Have you all finished reading? Among these people, aside from Roger and Whitebeard, the intentions of the other pirate crews are already quite clear. A great battle is unavoidable. What are your thoughts? Captain, do you want to face them head-on, or do you prefer to keep them at bay? If it's a direct confrontation, it would be best to choose the unmanned island of Tereki in the southwest. Once the battlefield reaches the Yanhuang Sea, it will hinder us. If the captain wants to keep them at bay, we can just use our howitzers to bombard them, Yi Xiao said after pondering. The others also turned their gazes to Lu Ming. Currently, the Yanhuang pirates are not inferior to anyone in either direct combat or long-range strikes. Even if the Golden Lion Charlotte Lean and others join forces, they are not afraid. However, the final method of warfare still needs Lu Ming to decide. Since their target is our artillery and firearms, let them see the power of these cannons and guns. Without hesitation, Lu Ming opted for the latter, but then he shifted his tone. However, while artillery and firearms are effective against sea enemies, they are not very effective against someone like the Golden Lion who attacks from the air. We do not possess aerial weaponry, so I will personally deal with the Golden Lion. As for Charlotte Linland and Silver Axe, while the power of the shells is strong, it might not be effective against them. Who among you will deal with them? Everyone present understands how strong the top-tier powerhouses of the sea truly are. After all, one stands right in front of them. Lu Ming has tested the power of those cannons himself, which they witnessed in its entirety. They are well aware that the power of the shells is not very effective against top-tier experts armed with hockey. The Golden Lion Charlotte Lean and Silver Axe are attacking from 3 different fronts. If Lu Ming goes to deal with the Golden Lion, then if Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe remain unchallenged, the two may very well land despite the cannon fire. Leave Charlotte Linlin to me. Wearing the Abyss Walker armor, I should have the qualifications to fight her. Bai Kuei was the first to declare, full of confidence in his own strength. Then Lena will accompany you. She is a Yun fruit user, so if you can't handle it with Lena around, escaping should not be a problem. Lu Ming nodded in agreement after pondering for a moment. Since Bai Kuei obtained the cultivation methods for internal strength hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy, his strength has been steadily increasing, and he is now no weaker than Yixiao. Coupled with the Abyss Walker armor, he indeed has the qualifications to battle Charlotte Linlin. Then leave Silver Axe to me. Yixiao took on another enemy. Lisa, you focus on Bandivaldo. With the Thunderfruit, he is definitely no match for you. Lu Ming is very confident in Lisa because she currently possesses the strength of a general and is of a similar type to the future Kizaru. Lisa's progress is not any less than Bai Kuei's. If Bai Kuei's progress is in terms of body internal strength and hockey, then Lisa's is purely the development of the Thunderfruit, possessing knowledge of electromagnetism from the world of Linglong, making her mastery of lightning extraordinary, and her hand-cast electromagnetic cannon attacks are beyond imagination. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ke's full moon banquet was approaching, and even some scholars from O'Hara attended. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not present as he was far away in the sky above a certain location away from the Yanhuang Sea, suppressing his fury as he gazed at the 9 islands floating in the distance. The leading island was surprisingly the smallest, only 10 times larger than a warship, with a lion's head carved from stone at its front representing the flying sea pirates led by the Golden Lion. We must act swiftly, I do not want to miss my daughter's full moon banquet. Yin Lang. Lu Ming swung the Scarlet Empress, and a slashing strike transformed into a wave of fire thousands of meters long, racing toward the island where the Golden Lion was. The crew of the Golden Lion was discussing how to conquer the world with the weapon design they had obtained, when they saw a massive wave of flames sweeping toward them, blotting out the sun. Are you kidding me? An attack of this magnitude will kill us. The Golden Lion's first mate, Pika, user of the Kilo fruit, stared in shock at the towering wave of fire. Lu Ming, I have never given up on my training. My current strength surpasses that of years ago. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. The Golden Lion instantly arrived at the front of the island, his face revealing a look of anger as he raised his Sakura 11 and withered wood, slashing down at the wave of fire. He unleashed dozens of strikes capable of splitting mountains. At the same time, he summoned the seawater floating in the air, transforming it into a fearsome giant lion over 100 meters tall that charged at the wave of fire. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Lion Might Royal Domain Roll. The flames and the slashes collided with the water lion, creating a massive shockwave that caused the Golden Lion's island fleet to sway in the air, seemingly on the brink of collapse. The originally misty sky became instantly clear, devoid of any clouds. At this critical moment, Lu Ming transformed into his beast-human form, towering at 6 meters tall. Between the 2 massive dragon horns, a fireball gathered resembling the sun, surrounded by storms and thunder, making Lu Ming appear godlike. The Scarlet Empress in his hand also grew immensely, nearing 4 meters in length, its crimson blade radiating brilliantly in the sunlight. After a while, the energy of the slashes was exhausted, and the sky finally returned to calm. The cadres of the flying sea pirates on the island revealed expressions of survival, letting out sighs of relief. However, before they could relax for a few seconds, Lu Ming's next wave of attack arrived. Lu Ming was surrounded by blazing sunlight, storms, and thunder gathering on the blade, as he swung it, transforming into a pure energy dragon over 1,000 meters long, exuding an aura of destruction as it roared toward them. Azure Dragon Break. This is a joke. Is this really an attack a human can unleash? Can we truly win? Not only did the minions of the Flying Sea Pirates show despair at the sight of the world-ending slash, but many cadres also revealed hopeless expressions. Lion might earth roll. The Golden Lion roared angrily, not caring whether there were allies on the island to his right. He pointed his Sakura 11, activating the power of the float fruit, causing a small island spanning over 10,000 square meters to begin twisting and transforming. Oh. Have mercy, Captain. The thousands of pirates on the island let out desperate cries, unable to escape, only able to watch in despair as their bodies were engulfed in the earth and rocks, ultimately transforming into dozens of giant stone lions over 1,000 meters tall, roaring toward the Azure Dragon. What a twisted float fruit. Ming couldn't help but feel emotional upon seeing the stone lion. The float fruit possesses two extraordinarily perverse characteristics. First, its ability seems to embody the concept of floating. Any inanimate object touched by the Golden Lion can float, and its upper limit remains unknown. The second characteristic is that the energy consumption of the float fruit is terrifyingly low, almost negligible. It is these two characteristics that place the float fruit firmly in the ranks of top-tier fruits and have established the Golden Lion's reputation as a flying sea pirate. However, the float fruit is not without flaws. Its attack power is insufficient. Aside from the method of dropping heavy objects from the air, it has virtually no direct combat capability. This is why the Golden Lion has focused on developing the float fruit through refined control and training in swordsmanship to compensate for this weakness. Facing the obstruction of the stone lions, the Azure Dragon swept through, distorting the air in its wake. The stone lions, built of earth and rock, were completely shattered, turning to dust that scattered in the air. After shattering, the Golden Lion's attack, the power of Azure Dragon Break showed no signs of weakening, continuing its unstoppable charge toward the Golden Lion and his flying fleet. The Golden Lion flew rapidly to the right, barely evading Ming's attack, but the flying fleet behind him was not so fortunate. 6 of the remaining 8 islands were destroyed on the spot, leaving only massive debris floating in the air, with countless pirates on the islands suffering casualties. Watching the now half-destroyed Sakura 11 in his hand, the Golden Lion's expression darkened, filled with resentment. From the previous attack, he could tell that Ming had grown far stronger than 2 years ago, and he simply was not a match, unable to withstand even 10 moves. Damn it, 2 years ago, I could still hold my ground against him. Why has the gap between us widened so much in just 2 short years? The Golden Lion cursed through gritted teeth as armed color and conqueror's color enveloped Sakura 11 and withered, charging rapidly toward Ming. Lion might, Thousand Cuts Valley. Thousands of sword energies capable of splitting mountains and tearing seas were unleashed by the Golden Lion. Shiki, you will die for this. This time I will not let you go as I did 2 years ago. Facing the storm of sword energies, Ming's eyes showed no trace of wavering. Instead, they were filled with fiery rage, anger directed at the Golden Lion and his men for interrupting his attendance at the full moon banquet. Boom! Flame clouds gathered beneath him, forming a platform that allowed Ming, a planetary-class warrior, to unleash his terrifying strength. He shot forth like an arrow, with a scarlet flame igniting at the tip of the Scarlet Empress, leaving a trail of fire in the air. So fast. The Golden Lion's face was filled with shock. He could only see a fleeting shadow. His observation Haki barely sensed Ming's attacking direction, and he gathered all his armed color and conqueror's color into Sakura 11 and withered, unleashing a full-force strike. Slash waved. Flame explosion. Ming squinted slightly, his movements showing no hesitation as he swung the Scarlet Empress to meet the attack. Crack. Peasiched. The sounds of metal breaking and flesh being sliced echoed simultaneously. Ming's Scarlet Empress, shimmering with a red light, sliced through Sakura 11 and withered like a hot knife through butter, the blade easily cutting through the Golden Lion's flesh, and crimson flames engulfed him in an instant. Ming steadied his figure, watching the ashes slowly fall from the sky as he casually slung the Scarlet Empress over his shoulder. The residual flames on the tip of his blade flickered in the air, and then his gaze fell upon the islands and wreckage crashing down from above. The Golden Lion has roamed the New World for such a long time. He must have collected some devil fruits. I should go check it out. After a brief contemplation, Ming waved his hand, and the small island with the lion statue, which the Golden Lion had turned into a ship, was halted mid-fall by the flame cloud. He then flashed onto the ship. As Ming searched for treasures and devil fruits, the residents of the Yanhuang Republic witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. They saw numerous rocket vehicles positioned at designated spots with over 300 in total. Each vehicle had 24 cannon barrels, and the Tumterlong multi-barreled cannon mouths pointed towards the sky, having already locked onto the Big Mom pirates and the Silver Axe pirates over 100 kilometers away under ASH's precise calculations. Fire all launch at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless rockets ascended into the sky, firing in wave after wave. Flames obscured the heavens, quickly forming a terrifying giant net. The flickering tails of flame resembled meteors streaking across the sky, disappearing into the distance. Just the sight of it sent chills down one's spine. On the sea, the queen of the Big Mom pirates, Mama, aboard the Song of Praise, was rapidly advancing. In the center of the deck, Lin Lin was stuffing her mouth with desserts, swallowing greedily. Compared to her slender figure 7 years ago, Mama had begun to gain weight. Though she had yet to reach the extreme obesity of her future 4 emperors era, she was already showing signs of it. Mama, we will soon reach the Yanhuang Sea. But the closer we get to the Yanhuang Sea, the stronger my unease becomes. Katakuri approached Mama to report the current situation, though the unease within him made it hard for him to stay calm. After a moment of inner turmoil, he finally chose to speak up. Mama Katakuri, don't worry. I am very strong, and that little brat Lu Ming will definitely not be my match. Mama spoke with great confidence, shoving a piece of cake into her mouth. Above, a pirate was holding a telescope, observing the movements in the distance. Suddenly, he noticed a multitude of black dots appearing in the distant sky. Moments later, the black dots rapidly enlarged. Only then did he horrifically realize what those countless black dots actually were. His pupils constricted sharply as he sounded the alarm, urgently shouting below, Mama, there are missiles. The Yanhuang pirates are attacking. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the pirate crew. Katakuri, who had been communicating with Mama, suddenly saw a flash of red light in his eyes. In his mind, a picture emerged of countless rockets falling from the sky, covering the sea within a 3-kilometer radius of the Song of Praise. Under the bombardment, the entire Big Mom pirates would be annihilated, and even Mama herself would perish from falling into the sea, unable to struggle. Everyone prepare for anti-air. Katakuri shouted loudly while his hands transformed into machi, pressing down forcefully onto the Song of Praise. Machi wall. The wooden deck of the Song of Praise transformed into rice cake under the effect of the awakened fruit, and then these rice cakes began to writhe, forming layers of machi walls that enveloped the entire ship. Candy wall. Though Perispero was unsure of what was happening, he trusted Katakuri's mastery of observation haki, and hurriedly activated the sweets fruit, transforming everything around into candy to erect walls behind the machi defense. Zeus Prometheus. At this moment, Charlotte Lin Lin also sensed the incoming rockets with her observation haki, her expression turning extremely grave. No longer dismissive as before, she first commanded her 2 homies beside her, then activated the soul fruit's ability to infuse her soul into the machi and candy walls created by Katakuri and Perispero, transforming them into homies. Yes, Mama. Zeus and Prometheus instantly flew out of the ship through the gaps. Mama. As the machi and candy homies appeared, they excitedly called out to Mama, while their machi and candy bodies began to darken from top to bottom, using armament haki to harden themselves. This was one of the strongest features of the soul fruit. It is well known that haki is a manifestation of one's will, and since the homies contained Lin Lin's soul, well, they too could wield haki. At that moment, above the Song of Praise, thousands of rockets had already arrived. Zeus and Prometheus transformed into thunderclouds and fireballs, continuously spewing lightning and fireballs to detonate the rockets in midair. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed one after another. Zeus and Prometheus only managed to detonate the first few dozen rockets before the remaining missiles broke through their defense and fell onto the black machi wall below. The sheer number of rockets was overwhelming, making it impossible to defend against them all. It should be noted that to accommodate Charlotte Lin Lin, over 200 of the 300 rocket vehicles were prepared specifically for her. In a simultaneous volley, a total of over 4800 rockets were fired, making it impossible for just 2 homies to defend adequately. Moreover, many rockets fell into the sea, stirring up monstrous waves. As countless splashes surged beneath them, Zeus and Prometheus could only ascend into the sky. Under the relentless bombardment of the rockets, the machi wall shattered layer by layer, and soon only debris remained falling aside into the tumultuous waves created by the exploding rockets. Next was the candy wall, which, if nothing unexpected happened, would similarly be blown apart by the rockets. The first round of bombardment quickly came to an end. Mama, is this the new weapon of Yanhuang? Its power is indeed impressive, but it will soon be mine. Linlin stood amidst the debris of mochi and candy, laughing arrogantly. Congratulations, Mama. If we possess such a powerful weapon, no one on this sea will stand against my Big Mom pirates in the future. Parasparrow stretched his tongue long and hurriedly congratulated her. Katakuri, however, frowned deeply, his face filled with seriousness. He felt that it shouldn't be this simple. Although these rockets were incredibly powerful, they were still not enough to harm the formidable Big Mom pirates, a fact that Lu Ming, who possessed the same strength, would certainly understand. Unless... As this thought crossed his mind, Katakuri's expression changed dramatically as he turned to look in the direction from which the rockets had come. Sure enough, countless black dots had reappeared in the sky, and he urgently shouted, "Big Brother Mama, the Yanhuang pirates' attack is not over yet." Saying this, he once again manipulated the mochi to form walls to protect the song of praise. Parasparrow and Linlin, alerted by Katakuri, also realized that the attack was not finished and hurriedly reformed candy walls and infused their souls to transform them into homies preparing to defend against the missiles. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions surged. Katakuri and Parasparrow desperately activated their abilities, channeling rice and candy into the new homies to maintain the integrity of their defenses. Lingling had already reached Zeus, gripping Napoleon tightly as she swung it at the incoming rockets. The sheer number of rockets was overwhelming. Even with the combined efforts of Lingling, Zeus, and Prometheus, they barely managed to destroy 100 before the rockets broke through their defenses. Boom, boom. The rockets exploded, engulfing Lingling in flames. Shrapnel and shockwaves swept through the area, causing her internal organs to tremble. She could muster no strength to resist, allowing the rockets to bombard her. Only a small fraction of the rockets were aimed at Lingling. The majority landed on the singing song and the surrounding sea, sending clouds of wood chips, rice, and candy debris flying. Under the bombardment of the rockets, the singing song was quickly rendered battered and broken. One rocket breached the defenses of the rice and candy wall, landing in the crowd, resulting in a violent explosion that sent limbs mixed with wood chips flying. Soon the second round of bombardment ended. Katakuri, Parasparrow, and Lingling managed to repel the second wave of attacks through their cooperation. Gasping for breath, Katakuri looked at the partially destroyed singing song, the corpses and severed limbs on the deck, the smell of gunpowder in the air, and the wails of injured comrades falling into silence while desperately trying to regain his strength. Beside him, Parasparrow was clearly drained from the previous onslaught. Though his consumption wasn't as severe as Katakuri's, it was still significant, and his abilities were not on par with Katakuri's. Lingling, having infused items with souls twice in a row, was beginning to lose consciousness, and her hunger for souls was about to manifest unknowingly. In the distant sea, a massive ship resembling a whale was racing towards the Yanhuang Sea, belonging to the Whitebeard pirates after departing from Wano country. "Old man, look over there," Marco exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Whitebeard followed Marco's gaze, and in the distance, he saw countless flames forming a blazing serpent across the sky, which persisted for nearly a minute before vanishing. "That's the Totland Sea. Those flames must be Lu Ming's new weapon. It's capable of such long range." Looking towards the direction where the flames had disappeared, Whitebeard pondered briefly, realizing what the flames were feeling, a secret shock within. At the same time, in a certain sea area of the New World, the Roger pirates also spotted a blazing serpent across the sky, though it was much thinner than what Whitebeard had seen. After all, Silver Axe's strength was not worthy of Lu Ming's full attention. 80 rocket vehicles had already given him enough face. After the second round of bombardment ended, the third and fourth rounds. Boom, boom, boom. Flames surged from the singing song. Despite the desperate efforts of Katakuri, Parasparrow, and Lingling to block them, a large number of rockets still rained down on the singing song, causing the massive ship to crack under the explosions, with pirates aboard being killed one after another. "Damn it! How many more rounds are there?" Katakuri, nearly exhausted, cursed through gritted teeth as he spotted more black dots reappearing in the distant sky. Parasparrow beside him was filled with despair. He had reached his limit. If more attacks like this continued, the singing song would surely sink, and the Big Mom pirates would be completely annihilated. Strawberry cake. Life and death. Lingling, gazing at the pastries turned to ashes, fell completely into a state of soul hunger. Her eyes were filled with madness as she cast a soul incantation, absorbing the soul power of all non-family pirate members aboard to replenish her own depleted soul. The creation of homies from the soul fruit required consuming her own soul. Having created enough homies to protect the singing song 4 times in a row had significantly drained her soul, and she desperately needed to replenish it. The remaining pirates aboard the Singing Song, already severely injured from the rocket bombardment, had no ability to resist against Big Mom and were drained of their souls, turning into heaps of skeletal remains resembling meat and soil. At this moment, the fifth round of bombardment arrived, but Katakuri and Perispero were completely exhausted. However, in the face of life and death, the two forced out the last bit of strength to use their abilities to create a rice and candy shield to protect their younger siblings. Strawberry Cake. Ling Ling seemed oblivious to the rockets that were about to fall from the sky, and her only focus was on the strawberry cake. She howled at the sky, her frenzied voice intertwined with her conqueror's haki sweeping outwards in waves. All rockets within the shockwave exploded, but the impact of the explosions neutralized Ling Ling's voice infused with conqueror's haki, giving the remaining rockets a chance to descend. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions shook the heavens, mingled with the cries of the pirates. Ling Ling and the others had no chance to catch their breath. A continuous rain of rockets fell upon them, accompanied by the relentless explosions as the Big Mom pirates' iconic Singing Song sank into the depths of the sea. Strawberry Cake. Zeus was rapidly flying towards the Totland Sea, with a severely battered Ling Ling lying on the cloud, her eyes vacant, constantly murmuring. Beside her, Katakuri and Perispero leaned against Ling Ling, apart from the rising and falling of their chests, proving they were still alive. They were no different from the dead. Perispero had even lost a leg and an arm to the explosions, staining Zeus red with blood. Aside from the three of them, there were no others on Zeus. The thousands of elite soldiers they had led to the Yan Huang Republic were all buried beneath the rockets and the sea. It's finally over. After a minute of waiting and seeing no more black dots in the sky, Katakuri, who had barely held on and not fainted, finally let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully exhale, his eyes widened in despair. From the direction of the incoming rockets, a massive three-masted ship with a dragon-head prow was racing towards them. On the dragon's head stood two tall figures, one clad in menacing black armor adorned with bone spikes, her beautiful face coldly gazing ahead with white hair fluttering in the wind. The other figure, surrounded by white mist, was petite with a long tail that swayed playfully, appearing very cute. Katakuri recognized one of them as the cloud girl Lina from the Yan Huang pirates. The newcomers were none other than Bai Yukue and Lina, hurrying aboard the Qinglong. As expected, just like Lu Ming guessed, the rocket shells cannot kill Charlotte Ling Ling. Looking at the dissipating massive cloud, Bai Yukue felt no surprise, as everything was within anticipation. To think she could escape using the power of clouds, but isn't it a bit overreaching to play with clouds in front of me, a user of the cloud fruit? Lina scoffed disdainfully, then transformed into a cloud of mist, chasing after them at a speed even faster than Zeus. What a childish temper! Seeing this, Bai Yukue could only smile helplessly. She turned to look at the thousands of Qinglong troops behind her and commanded, "You all provide cover with the naval cannons. Don't give the Big Mom pirates a chance to breathe." After her command, she soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, and pursued them. The Qinglong troops were quick to respond. The moment they received Bai Yukue's command, several squad leaders immediately organized their teams, adjusting the firing angles of the naval cannons to target the rapidly flying Zeus in the distance. Fire! With the order given, over a dozen naval cannons fired simultaneously, the shells tearing through the air, rushing towards Zeus. "Zeus, hurry up. They're about to catch up," the extremely weakened Katakuri urged, mustering his spirit. He knew full well, "My brother and I are heavily injured, and we have no fighting strength left." Mama was also in a state of hunger pangs, and was no match for those two women. Through the perception of observation haki, he clearly understood how strong the two chasing after them were. In his prime, Mama's battle power could definitely win, but in the current state there was no choice but to flee. Moreover, my brother's injuries are severe. If not treated in time, he could very well die. Focusing on Perispero's severed leg and arm, Katakuri's heart tightened. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then the sound of something slicing through the air echoed once more. Here they come again. Katakuri felt despair. How much did the Yanhuang pirates love firepower coverage? Strawberry Cake. Ling Ling murmured the name of the cake. She didn't get to eat, slowly sitting up, her crazed eyes fixed on Bai Yukue and Lisa as she summoned Napoleon to her hand. Prometheus seemed to sense something and flew directly to her feet, lifting her up as they charged towards Bai Yukue and the others. Zeus did not participate in the battle. Instead, he continued to rush towards Tato land with Katakuri and Perispero. Although Ling Ling was in a state of hunger pangs and acting wildly, she was not completely devoid of reason, otherwise she wouldn't have saved Perispero and Katakuri. However, it was only Katakuri, her beloved son, Had it been any other child, they would have likely been killed. Elbaf spear mighty nation. In a frenzy, Lingling raised Napoleon high and forcefully swung it forward, unleashing a gigantic sword energy shockwave that instantly obliterated all the shells fired from the naval cannons. She then stepped on Prometheus and rushed towards Bayukue and the others. How powerful! Watching Lingling effortlessly deal with dozens of shells, Bayukue was secretly astonished, yet felt no fear at all. Clad in the abyssal armor, she charged forward. Lena, on the other hand, wanted to ignore Lingling, attempting to bypass her with the cloud mist, but Lingling, who was consumed by hunger pangs, viewed everything as an enemy. She raised Napoleon and unleashed a royal sword-breaking edge. With no other choice, Lena could only passively defend, joining Bayukue in the assault against Lingling. At the same time, on another front, Silver Axe did not possess the same strength as Lingling. Facing the 5 rounds of rockets raining down, the Silver Axe pirates were obliterated in the first round of attacks, all members perishing. Silver Axe barely saved his life by jumping into the sea, but as he surfaced, he encountered a smiling face filled with a gentle expression. Gravity Blade, fierce tiger. Without wasting words, a smile raised his hand to unleash the strongest move. Having spent a lot of time with Lu Ming, he had been influenced by Lu Ming's philosophy. It was better to eliminate enemies than to show mercy, lest he harm his own. The terrifying gravity began to distort space, morphing into a massive, fierce tiger that instantly swallowed Silver Axe. Severely injured, Silver Axe could hardly resist and was torn into pieces by the distorted gravity, falling into the sea. Return. Stowing away the gambler's firearm, a smile commanded the Qinglong troops to return. Bang! Bayukue, clad in abyssal armor, collided her fist with Lingling's. The terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outwards, destroying the clouds, and sending waves rippling across the calm sea below. Through the abyssal armor, Bayukue still felt a tremendous force traveling through her fist, causing her arms to go numb and her body to be thrown backward. How strong! Even with the abyssal armor, I can't compete. And this is just the crazed Charlotte Lingling. I can't imagine how powerful she must be at her peak. Bayukue steadied herself, secretly astonished as she watched Lingling charge towards her. Having lived for over 100 years, she understood the principle of knowing oneself and the enemy, thus avoiding defeat. She had already reviewed Charlotte Lingling's data and knew her weaknesses. In a state of hunger pangs, Lingling only sought destruction and would not dodge. Yet even so, when their attacks landed on her, they could not even break through her defenses. Cloud Blast. Lena, however, did not think as much as Bayukue. All she did was continuously enhance her attack power and struck at Lingling. With a single punch, a massive thundercloud fist over 10 meters long infused with hockey smashed down towards Lingling's head. When the thundercloud fist struck Lingling, it exploded with a deafening roar, releasing over 100 million volts of electricity, overwhelming her with such intense lightning that she couldn't help but scream in agony. With such a powerful electric shock, even if she doesn't die, her body must be numb. Lena laughed triumphantly, but inwardly shook her head as she could release lightning, but she couldn't manipulate it like her sister Lisa. Otherwise, that 100 million volts wouldn't be direct current, but alternating current. Having learned electromagnetic knowledge alongside her sister Lisa, she understood that alternating current was the most terrifying aspect of lightning. If she were to strike out with the same intensity as Lisa, she would probably instantly fry the hefty woman before her. All beings arise from existence. Perfect purity is the same as nirvana. Unbeknownst to when, the abyssal user had tightly grasped the Alea consciousness, slowly drawing it out. Bayukue recited incantations, pouring a vast amount of life essence into it, while the blade was wrapped in hockey, testing whether this strike could break through Lingling's defenses in a state of paralysis. Boom. At that moment, while the two thought Lingling was in a paralyzed state, her right hand suddenly grasped the remaining thunderclouds around her, which surprisingly took on a solid form like dough. In the next second, after a brilliant flash of white light, the surface of the thundercloud exhibited distinct female features, even adorned with golden hair. This was Hela, the home eyes created by Lingling after Zo's betrayal. Mom, I'm here to help you. The moment Hela appeared, she transformed into a thundercloud, beginning to consume the surrounding lightning, aiding Lingling in her predicament. Swish. Seizing the moment while Lingling's paralysis hadn't worn off, Bayukue's figure instantaneously appeared before her, and the Alea consciousness traced a graceful arc in the air, striking precisely at Lingling's neck. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Bayukue felt as if she had struck a piece of tempered steel. A black substance covered Lingling's skin, blocking the Alea consciousness, rendering Bayukue's full force strike completely ineffective. Heavenly great freedom god. Lingling grasped Hela beside her, and under the influence of the soul fruit, Hela instantly transformed into a vast thundercloud, shooting out countless bolts of lightning that seemed to possess consciousness, chasing after by Yukue and Lina. Lina's expression showed no signs of change as she transformed into a thundercloud as lightning struck her body without causing any harm. Instead, she absorbed the electricity into the thundercloud, and after briefly storing it within, unleashed a thick pillar of lightning aimed at Lingling. The lightning pillar struck Lingling squarely, but the effect was not as expected. With Hela the thundercloud homized by her side, Lingling's resistance to electricity was significantly greater than before. She merely hesitated briefly before charging toward Bayukue mounted on Prometheus. Bayukue lacked the defensive measures that Lina had. Despite multiple evasions, she could not escape the lightning strikes. Hit by the bolts, the overwhelming current rendered her entire body numb, sapping her strength as she began to plummet toward the sea below. Fortunately, Bayukue was clad in the abyssal warrior armor, which mitigated most of the lightning's power. Otherwise, this strike could have left her gravely injured or worse. Sister Bai. Seeing Lingling charge toward Bayukue, Lina exclaimed in shock, desperately trying to intervene, but it was too late. Lingling was already beside Bayukue, swinging her Napoleon down. Elbaf Spear Nation Destroyer. A massive sword energy shockwave enveloped Bayukue, intent on cleaving her into dust. In this seemingly life-and-death moment, Bayukue's gaze remained unfazed. Having lived for nearly a century, she had faced numerous crises in the apocalyptic world of the spirit cage, far more dangerous situations than this. The essence of life surged through Bayukue's body like a bursting dam, instantly restoring her awareness from her previous paralysis. With a wave of her right hand, the blue glowing Alea consciousness heavily struck the massive sword energy that was about to hit her. Boom. A shadow fell from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into the sea and creating towering waves over 100 meters high. Where the shadow landed, a vacuum of nearly 100 meters in diameter formed. Sister Bai. Lina stared blankly at the sea, her mind echoing Lu Ming's words, "If you can't win, run," filled with regret. She wished she had escaped with Bayukue when they were first overpowered. After over half a year of companionship, Bayukue had, through her near century of experience, skillfully bonded with Lisa and Lina, becoming very close allies. Otherwise, Lina wouldn't be calling out Sister Bai. Strawberry cake. Lingling murmured repeatedly, suddenly turning her head to look at Lina in the air as if she were gazing at a strawberry cake. With a slight push of her foot, Prometheus propelled her directly toward Lina. Puff! A figure suddenly burst out from the sea below, blocking Lingling's path. It was Bayukue, who had been knocked into the sea by Lingling. At this moment, her abyssal warrior armor was soaked with a gaping wound on her chest, yet no blood seeped out, indicating that she was unharmed. As Bayukue emerged from the depths of the sea, a blue orb of light formed between her palms. At the moment it was level with Lingling, she forcefully hurled the orb away. The orb exploded, scattering the seawater contained within, which splashed onto Prometheus. With a hissing sound, the flames that had once enveloped Prometheus like the sun were instantly extinguished, causing him to wilt. Lingling lost her footing and fell off the shrinking Prometheus, plummeting toward the sea below. Seeing this, Hela quickly chased after her. Sister Bai. Lina exclaimed in delight. Lina, retreat. We're no match for her. Bayukue flew to Lina's side, her mask opening to reveal a pale face. She looked down at Lingling, who was about to be caught by Hela, and decisively said, Lina nodded, still haunted by the previous scene. The two transformed into a streak of light and arrived at the Qinglong, which then sped toward the Yanhuangsi area. Meanwhile, the frenzied Lingling regained her footing, but there was no sign of Bayukue and Lina around her. She could only instinctively scream, "Strawberry cake," as she flew toward the Totlansi area. On the other side, Lu Ming had also thoroughly looted the Fly Sky Pirates, finding a total of 3 billion berries and 3 devil fruits, the Kilo fruit, the Steel fruit, and the Warp fruit, all of which were quite remarkable. After collecting all the treasures, berries, and devil fruits into his storage ring, Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light and returned to the Yanhuangsi area. Is this the Yanhuang Republic? It truly is prosperous. At the Huang Island port, the Orjexin was docked and Roger stood at the bow, hand on his head, exclaiming in astonishment at the bustling Yen city. Rayleigh, Jabba Shanks, and others also looked in shock at the prosperous city before them. The Roger pirates had traveled far and wide for years, encountering countless nations, but they had never seen a city so crowded and thriving. It seems that Lu Ming not only possesses remarkable strength, but also excels at governing. Rayleigh, let's go. It's been years, I wonder how Lu Ming is doing. Roger clapped Rayleigh on the shoulder and jumped off the ship, rushing toward the palace, while Rayleigh and Jabba shook their heads helplessly and hurried to follow. At the palace gates, Charlotte stood with a long sword at his waist, leaning against the door frame, waiting for his brother Shanks to arrive. He had received news to wait here, as the Roger pirates were about to land, and Lu Ming had not concealed his true identity from him. Similarly, Roger had not concealed Shanks' identity from him. Both were eagerly anticipating this meeting. Captain Yutian, this time we are going into the territory of Qinglong. Lu Ming, a figure renowned alongside my father. You must not act recklessly. In the distance on the deck of the Moby Dick, the second squad members watched as Guanyu Yutian displayed an eager expression, quickly stepping forward to advise him. The other members of the second squad all looked equally exhausted. As members of the second squad, they not only had to charge into battle, but also frequently had to dissuade their foolish captain from making reckless decisions, having nearly lost their lives several times because of him. Oh, a figure renowned alongside by Xiaoji. How exciting! Upon hearing this, Guanyu Yutian showed no signs of restraint, instead placing his hands on Yinma and Tianyu Yuzhan, revealing an eager demeanor. Ugh, it's backfiring. Several squad members' expressions immediately drooped. Yutian, the foolish sons are right. You must behave this time and not act recklessly as before. Otherwise, even I may not be able to protect you. At this moment, Whitebeard spoke with an extremely serious expression. Just moments ago, he received news that Lu Ming had single-handedly annihilated the flying sky pirates in the air, and even the notorious Golden Lion Shiki had been confirmed dead, while Lu Ming only had a slightly dirty hem without a scratch on him. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, he was well aware of Shiki's strength, which was not inferior to his own, yet Shiki did not even have the qualification to injure Lu Ming, illustrating just how powerful Lu Ming truly was. Though he had always been quite confident in his own strength, he was not blindly, so he understood that he likely was no longer a match for Lu Ming. If Yutian continued to act recklessly, it could indeed lead to death. By Xiaoji, I understand. Yutian had never seen Whitebeard so serious and nodded earnestly. Inside the palace, Lu Ming sat on the throne, holding Lu Ke, listening to his subordinates' reports. The Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had both landed and were heading towards the kingdom. They really know how to choose their timing. Lu Ming sighed and handed Lu Ke to the nearby Orbia before walking out of the palace. He could guess a bit about the reasons for the arrival of the two pirate crews. The Roger pirates had spent so long roaming the seas and the Grand Line to search for the historical texts, and now they must be looking for Orbia to interpret them. As for Whitebeard, he was likely here to procure cannons, rockets, firearms, and other weapons. Shanks, you better not lose. Go for it, Shanks. You're so close to defeating Sherlock. The betting has begun. Bet on Shanks winning on the left, bet on Sherlock winning on the right. Sherlock, make sure to open up Shanks behind. At the palace entrance, Shanks and Sherlock were engaged in a sword duel, while members of the Roger pirates cheered, some stoking the fire and others placing bets, creating quite the ruckus. Buggy, wearing his signature red nose, loudly cheered for Sherlock just to see Shanks in a predicament. Although Shanks had more experience overall, he was not as competent as Sherlock. He truly wondered how Lu Ming trained them. Roger took a swig of wine, and with his observation hockey, could clearly sense that Sherlock's aura was significantly stronger than Shanks. Indeed, there is quite a difference, mainly in physical fitness. Rayleigh and Jabba nodded, recognizing the cause. Logically speaking, Shanks, having traveled extensively with the Roger pirates and engaged in numerous battles, should have seen his strength grow much faster than Sherlock's, yet the reality was the opposite, as Sherlock's growth was simply unmatched by Shanks. What Roger didn't know was that a significant part of Sherlock's strength over Shanks stemmed from internal energy and gravity training. I say, Roger, you really have too much time on your hands to be so interested in watching two youngsters fight. Lu Ming, coming out of the palace, teased upon seeing the lively Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. Huh, don't you find it interesting to see siblings fight? Roger laughed heartily in response. By the way, congratulations on having a princess. Huh, I'll let you meet Lu Ke later. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Gulalala. Roger, I didn't expect you to be interested in Lu Ming's new weapons. At that moment, a familiar laughter echoed from afar. Everyone turned to see a tall man with a crescent-shaped beard wielding a naginata approaching with a group of various-looking pirates. It was Whitebeard and his Whitebeard pirates. Yaha, I'm not interested in those weapons at all. Roger laughed in response. All right, chatting here isn't appropriate. Let's go inside the palace and talk while we eat. Seeing that the two wanted to continue chatting at the palace entrance, Lu Ming quickly invited them inside for a more detailed discussion. Inside the banquet hall of the palace, various delicacies and wines were laid out by the maidens, nearly filling the entire hall. All right, everyone, the banquet has begun. Lu Ming announced loudly upon entering the banquet hall. Wow, so much delicious food and wine. Members of the Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates cheered upon seeing this, quickly dividing into groups of several to begin feasting and revelry. Soon various voices of discussion, insults, singing, and games filled the air, creating a chaotic yet lively atmosphere. With a bruised face, Shanks carefully picked up a bottle of wine, swaying his head from side to side, and noticed Roger Rayleigh and others sitting together drinking and chatting with Lu Ming and Whitebeard, revealing a triumphant smile as he quickly found Sherlock and Buggy, and the three began to secretly drink. Lu Ming noticed this and originally wanted to say that minors should not drink, but then thought that in the pirate world everyone's physical constitution was remarkable, a little drinking now and then wouldn't hurt. Luke, who was also affected by such an atmosphere, giggling with laughter. The banquet lasted a full day, concluding only in the early hours of the next morning. In the banquet hall, pirates lay sprawled across the floor, snoring like thunder. Lu Ming, Roger, Whitebeard, and Guanyue Yutian sat at the central table, where Roger spread out several papers of historical texts for Orbia and Guanyue Yutian to assist in interpretation. These were not the chronicles of ancient weapons from the original story, but rather the true history of the blank 100 years, primarily detailing the war between the massive kingdom and the 20-nation alliance along with the outcomes. Though the historical texts were scarce, only a small portion remained. Roger and the others still managed to deduce the general context. Will the world ultimately be submerged beneath the sea? After Orbia and Guanyue Yutian reached their conclusion, everyone present fell silent, except for Lu Ming, who already knew the truth. None had expected such an ending for the world. Baihuzi, perceptive of Lu Ming's demeanor, took a sip of wine and asked, "Lu Ming, you do not seem so." All eyes turned to Lu Ming. He replied, "Yes, I had my suspicions before." He explained that when he had chatted casually with Tej and Punuin and other fishermen, he overheard that the number of ruined underwater cities was vast, and many lay in shallow seas within 200 meters, combined with the Skydweller settlements and the various bridge-built kingdoms. He had formed his hypothesis then. Lu Ming offered a brief explanation. No one doubted him. Fishmen and merpeople do not only live on Yuan Dao, the entire seabed hosts their dwellings, and many prefer the ocean to any land-like environment. After some discussion, the matter was set aside. Baihuzi proposed purchasing weapons, especially ship cannons and various firearms, and after a moment's thought, Lu Ming agreed. The Luo Jie pirate crew and the Baihuzi pirate crew lingered for 2 more days before departing from the Yanhuang pirate crew. During that time, Luo Jie took Guanyue Yutian from Baihuzi. Watching the 2 ships fade into the distance, Lu Ming wondered whether because of him Guanyue Yutian's early arrival at Luo Jie would alter the meeting with Tianyue, and whether that annoying brat Tao Jisho would still be born. While the Yanhuang, Luo Jie, and Baihuzi pirate crews held their feast, the entire sea was stunned by Yanhuang's earlier deeds. Not only had Lu Ming single-handedly annihilated the Feikong pirate crew, but the rocket had nearly extinguished the Dema pirate crew and had destroyed the Yinfu pirate crew. The fiery serpents from the rocket's ascent were witnessed not only by Yanhuang residents, but by pirates, marines, merchants, and nations in nearby waters. Within the halls of power, the Wu Loxing's faces were dark. We underestimated the potency of Yanhuang's new weapons. One of them alone may be insufficient, but when concentrated as Lu Ming did, their force rivals that of ancient armaments. Nasi Shoulong said with a scowl. Moreover, Lu Ming's personal strength exceeded expectations. To single-handedly destroy the Feikong pirate crew shows he surpasses Luokisi by far. He is a colossal threat, and Lord Emu has ordered that Lu Ming must be removed. Wachili added, "Leave this to the Navy. Whether they invoke the super extermination order or dispatch their admirals, let them decide." Maz's suggestion won others' support. The Yanhuang pirate crew's strength had slipped beyond their control. A rash assault by the world government would cost heavy losses, so better to leave the headache to the Navy. Also, Satan, how goes the research into powering the Tianwang? Centuries have passed, has no method to activate the Tianwang been found? On hearing this, Nasi Shoulong and the others turned their ire toward Satan. If the Tianwang could be activated, there would be no need to fear the Yanhuang pirate crew. "Give me more time, I have some leads," Satan said through gritted teeth. "You had better hurry. If Lord Emu grows impatient, your life may be forfeit," Wachili warned. Cold sweat beaded on Satan's brow. After the Divine Valley incident, he had already left a poor impression with Emu, and another failure might truly cost him his life. Meanwhile, Kong answered the Wu Loxing's call and felt veins bulge on his forehead, his fury barely contained. "Damn the Wu Laoxing. They passed the job to us and issue the super extermination order. Is such an order capable of handling the Yanhuang pirate crew?" After hanging up the communication snail, Kong paid no heed to others in the office and launched into a tirade, his language as harsh as his temper. News of the Fakong pirate crew's annihilation reached the Navy at once. When they learned Lu Ming's clothes were only slightly stained, Kong realized Lu Ming and his Yinhuang pirate crew were beyond what the Navy and world government could easily resolve. In the office, He Zhanghua and ZFA wore grave expressions. With the Yinhuang pirate crew's current might, even the super extermination order cannot contend with them. Then only one method remains: strike them one by one, or lure Lu Ming out alone and marshal the Navy and world government to besiege him. Only then is there a sliver of hope. Chief of Staff, he spoke solemnly. But Lu Ming wields the Qinglong fruit. Flight is his instinct, making an ambush exceedingly difficult. Zhanghua, also grave, explained the difficulty. Among the rookies there is one called Bo Lu Salinuo, a Shanshan fruit user, but he is too weak to threaten Lu Ming, let alone hold him. Leave Bo Lu Salinuo to me. I will train him personally until he can delay Lu Ming long enough to give the Navy a chance to encircle him, ZFA declared with utmost seriousness. ZFA spoke with conviction. Since his family was slain by pirates a year ago, he had harbored implacable hatred. Having stepped down from admiral to instructor, he hoped to forge more Navy strongmen and capture more pirates. Very well. It's decided. Kong approved the plan, picked up the communication snail on the desk, and dialed the Wu Laoxing again. At that moment, Lu Ming was unaware of the Navy's plotting, and even if he knew, he would not care. His strength continued to grow, and by the time they judged Huang Yuan sufficient, he would have reached immeasurable heights. Why fear the Navy and world government? What a joke! Who will kill whom remains uncertain. For now, his energies were devoted to cultivation, to his daughter, and to launching Yanhuang's first satellite. Indeed, with ASH's assistance, the first satellite was finally completed. One could only marvel at the craftsman's speed in the pirate world. What might have taken years in the Linglong world was achieved here in months. This communications and reconnaissance satellite not only solved communications, but enabled real-time surveillance across the pirate world. Most importantly, with a satellite in place, satellite guidance became possible, paving the way for missile development and elevating Yanhuang's military strength. A key reason Lu Ming chose to sell ship cannons to Baihuzi. To that end, Lu Ming relocated 8 islands from across the world to surround the 4 Yinhuang Isles. Once the Yinhuang Republic's industrial base was established, he would, like his mother, reveal one generation, conceal another, and develop the next. At the Luo Island satellite base, a 30 turtle rocket stood quietly. Staff members surrounded it, conducting final checks on the Yaoguang No. 1 satellite with only an hour left until launch. On the launch platform, Lu Ming held Lu Ku, excitedly gazing at the massive rocket. The SH connected its right hand to a computer, continuously performing checks. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Launch. As the countdown ended, Lu Ming pressed the launch button with force. The tail flames erupted from the bottom of the rocket, propelling it into the sky, where it soon vanished. Optical radar normal. Tracking signal normal. First and second stage separation normal. Entering planetary orbit normal. Satellite deployment normal. With ASH's continuous announcements, the satellite finally stabilized into the orbital path of the pirate planet. With a beep, the communications signal light finally illuminated. We did it. We succeeded. As they watched the lights illuminate, the staff on scene erupted into cheers, and Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Alongside missiles, mobile phones, and the internet were about to emerge, heralding the life he had always dreamed of. Following the successful satellite launch, Yanhuang began researching controllable nuclear fusion to produce nuclear power plants, preparing to fully usher in the industrial era. With ASH and the solar furnace in place, various problems were easily resolved. 3 months later, Lu Ming faced another opportunity for a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qing Tian Hua Long Ju. Isn't that the martial art learned by Lin Dong, known as the 3 words? Looking at the martial arts manual drawn from the lottery interface, Lu Ming felt a bit dazed. The Qing Tian Hua Long Ju was extremely powerful, regarded as one of the top martial arts in the martial world. However, if he remembered correctly, practicing this technique required the qi of the heavenly dragon as a foundation. While he had completely absorbed the essence of the Qinglong fruit, he certainly lacked something like the qi of the heavenly dragon. As he caught the book falling from the sky, Lu Ming began to flip through it. Inside were texts and illustrations demonstrating various peculiar postures, breathing methods, and the trajectories of spiritual energy circulation throughout the body. I should be able to cultivate successfully through other methods. Fortunately, Lu Ming had prior experience with the detailed explanations of the 9 Yang divine art, the great evolution technique, and the divine machine refinement. He could understand the contents within. The Qing Tian Hua Long Ju was a purely body-refining martial art based on the principle of continuously tearing apart and then reassembling the flesh using spiritual energy. The principle seemed uncomplicated, but actual manipulation was fraught with difficulties. Simply tearing apart the flesh was easy. The challenging part was the reassembly phase. Mere repair wouldn't yield body-refining effects and could even result in hidden injuries. The Qing Tian Hua Long Ju utilized the qi of the heavenly dragon during the reassembly process to gradually transform the body into that of a dragon. Lu Ming, having comprehended the domain of life, possessed true essence infused with immense vitality. Coupled with the life force within the nine-spirit pearl, he could substitute life force for the qi of the heavenly dragon, likely achieving similar effects. As for the three stages producing the Qinglong skin, Qinglong scales, and dragon transformation body, Lu Ming, with the Qinglong fruit, felt that he didn't need them as he already possessed similar abilities. Without hesitation, he began to channel his true essence, tearing apart every inch of muscle, sinew, skin, and bone according to the methods recorded in the Qing Tian Hua Long Ju. The intense pain caused Lu Ming to stifle a groan, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. This is too painful. In 2 lifetimes, Lu Ming had never experienced such agony, and he nearly faltered. However, to sharpen his will and enhance his strength, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Once his body had been sufficiently torn apart, Lu Ming utilized the methods from the Qing Tian Hua Long Ju to infuse life force throughout his body. Instantly, a pleasant tingling sensation emerged, causing him to involuntarily moan. My body has indeed strengthened significantly. It seems my method is effective. My genetic level seems to have improved as well. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. Achieving planetary level cultivation required condensing a miniature planet within his body, marking the beginning of his training. The energy generated by this miniature planet was most suitable for enhancing the body, but could not elevate genetic levels. However, now that he was utilizing life force to cultivate the Qing Tian Hua Long Ju, his genetic level had actually improved, which was akin to a low-tier version of the 9 Tribulations Secret Manual. An increase in genetic level meant he possessed greater strength and endurance at the same tier, significantly boosting his power. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Yanhuang Republic had become the most prosperous, peaceful, and powerful entity in the New World. Aside from not having skyscrapers, it was entirely a modernized nation, and no force in the entire New World dared to provoke it. It wasn't that Lu Ming didn't want to build skyscrapers, but because the personal combat power in the pirate world was excessively strong. A moment's inattention could result in destruction, and building tall buildings would be extremely dangerous. Additionally, they introduced various electronic products such as mobile phones and computers, attracting merchants from around the globe and establishing a significant reputation. However, this also attracted wolves. Many pirates, unable to resist greed, frequently raided Yanhuang's merchant caravans. Consequently, Lu Ming had no choice but to arrange for Jinbei, Tiger, Lisa, Lena, and Sherlock to take turns escorting the trading caravans. Their repeated appearances also boosted their fame, especially Sherlock, who had killed many raiding pirates with his formidable swordsmanship. With his internal power manifesting as white light on his sword, he was dubbed the Pure White Blade with a bounty of 300 million berries. Lu Ming's cultivation had progressed from planetary level 1st stage to planetary level 3rd stage, and his domain of life reached the 6th stage. Additionally, he comprehended the domains of fire, wind, and lightning, enhancing his strength at least 5-fold. However, outsiders were unaware of this, as Lu Ming had not left the Yanhuang pirate group in 3 years. The few battles he had engaged in were merely crushing victories, failing to demonstrate his true strength. During this time, Roger had visited once, seeking methods to cure his terminal illness. He had invited Kuroka's coming to Lu Ming with a mere hopeful attitude. To his surprise, Lu Ming provided him with a pleasant surprise. With the medical technology from Nirvana Biotechnology and the life force within the 9-spirit pearl, curing his terminal illness was incredibly simple. Roger went to a specialized medical chamber, ASH scanned him with a device, and quickly identified the cause of his illness and infection from a certain ancient virus. A single injection cured Roger. After sending Roger off, curiosity flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In the original story, Roger chose to disband the pirate crew and surrender to the Navy primarily due to his impending death, hoping to gamble one last time before he died. However, now that Roger had been cured, Lu Ming believed he would undoubtedly make a different choice. He was eager to see what changes a pirate king without a terminal illness would bring to this world. The world of the spirit cage is developing rapidly. With Lu Ming continuously providing resources and cultivation methods, humanity gained the qualification to counterattack. Under the leadership of Bayukue, a city named Hope was established centered around Longu village, covering an area of 20 kilometers. Thanks to the power of the shielding tower and the Junjun fruit, there is no trace of the mana ecosystem in the area covered by Hope City. The Junjun fruit was handed over to Su Tong by Bayukue. With Bayukue's assistance, Su Tong successfully developed a spore that could neutralize the mana ecosystem, and with the shielding tower's functionality, there was no existence of the mana ecosystem within Hope City, allowing humanity to focus solely on fending off the attacks from the devouring beasts. Inside the palace, another worthless draw. This makes it 3 times in a row. A flame ignited in his right hand, reducing the tattered hat to ashes. Lu Ming's face displayed his frustration. This time, he drew a hat with holes even worse than the garbage from the previous 2 times. Forget it, I'll just consider it a cushion for the next draw. Lu Ming sighed, deeply planning to go for a walk. Just then Orbia wanted to take Lu Ku back to Ohara, and he intended to join her, treating it as a chance to unwind. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was taking her back to Ohara, Orbia nearly jumped with excitement. She gave Lu Ming a firm kiss on the cheek and hurried back to her room to change clothes. Great! We can go out and play. Lu Ku also cheered, rushing to her room on her wind speed dog to gather her toys and clothes. Soon at the dock of Flame Island, a double-masted sailboat coated in a film quietly docked there. It was much smaller than the surrounding Qinglong warships, the very ship Lu Ming had crafted in the City of 7 Waters, the Qinglong. Set sail. At Lu Ming's command, the helmsman immediately maneuvered the Qinglong into the sea, heading towards Fishman Island. Report to the Marshal. Lu Ming has set off from Flame Island with his wife and daughter, currently heading towards Fishman Island with the ultimate goal of O'Hara. The Qinglong he is on is one of the earliest pirate ships and is not equipped with large-scale destructive weapons. After the ship vanished from sight in a small alley near the port, a plain-dressed fishmonger was reporting Lu Ming's departure information to the other side via a transponder snail. Finally willing to leave the flame yellow sea, Kong thought to himself, and then picked up another transponder snail on the table, his face serious as he said, Lord Gorosei, I just received news that Lu Ming has left the Flame Yellow Republic with his wife and children. If you wish to kill him, this is the best opportunity. After a while, Kong hung up the transponder snail and commanded Sengoku, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Sengoku, this time the Gorosei will personally take action to encircle and kill Lu Ming. Last time at the Valley of Gods battlefield, I tricked Carp into coming. This time, if he knows it's a cooperation with the Gorosei, he definitely won't come. So this time I will personally lead the team. You handle all matters at the Navy headquarters for now. Understood. Sengoku nodded solemnly, showing little emotion. Meanwhile, in the Totland Kingdom, within a castle resembling a cake. Mamama, the dogs of the world government dare to come to my territory. Do they really not fear me killing you? Sitting on the throne, Charlotte Linlin gazed coldly at the 3-masked CP0 agents below. Charlotte Linlin, we have come to share some news with you. Hearing the cold, killing intent, the 3 CP0 agents felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies involuntarily shivering, yet they forced themselves to say, Lu Ming has left the Flame Yellow Sea with his wife and children. Now the Flame Yellow Republic is only guarded by a few members of the Flame Yellow pirate crew. Don't you want to avenge the humiliation from that battle 3 years ago? Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Linlin's mind echoed with the sound of countless rockets, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. She could accept her failure, but she could not accept that she had not even seen Lu Ming's face before being blown to such a pathetic state by rockets. As she thought about this, her conqueror's haki involuntarily erupted, causing the 3 CP0 members to drop to their knees, as if a great mountain was pressing down on them, rendering them unable to rise. Mamama, this is indeed a good opportunity. After a while, Linlin regained her composure, a fierce smile appearing on her lips as she looked at the CP0 below and said, however, the world government's hand is reaching too far. As she spoke, 3 figures flew out around Linlin. Homies Prometheus, Zeus, and Hera. Retreat. The 3 CP0 agents felt like they were facing a great enemy and hurriedly used Soru to run outside. Unparalleled sweet donut. At that moment, a low shout came from the entrance. 3 enormous donuts made of glutinous rice appeared on the ground, and then 3 massive arms wrapped in armament haki burst out from the donuts. With a loud bang, the 3 CP0 members were sent flying back. Great job, Katakuri. Prometheus, Zeus, and Hera rejoiced as flames and thunder intertwined, enveloping the 3 CP0 members. With a loud explosion, the flames and thunder erupted, obliterating the 3 CP0 members into fragments. Go gather all the cadres and prepare to attack the Flame Yellow Republic. After taking care of CP0, Lin stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura as she coldly said, "The humiliation from 3 years ago will make the Flame Yellow Republic pay the price this time." At this moment on the Qinglong, which had already left Fishman Island and was heading towards the west, Lu Ming was completely unaware of the approaching danger. He stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze gradually relaxing his mood. Orbia, Lu Ku, and the wind speed dog were playing joyfully nearby, creating a warm scene. However, the soldiers of the Qinglong on board remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the surroundings. Additionally, their tablets were connected to dozens of satellites overhead, with ASH constantly providing intelligence, allowing for the immediate detection of any enemies. Just then, Lu Ming's phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from ASH. Quickly answered. Lu Ming's satellites have observed a large number of naval warships and world government vessels gathering in the waters near O'Hara. It is estimated that there is a 90% chance that the target is you. Do you need me to provide fire support? Before long, Lu Ming's phone rang again, this time with a message from ASH. Lu Ming, Charlotte Lingling has gathered a large number of pirates from the Totland Sea area and seems intent on attacking the Yanhuang Republic now that you have left. Still not giving up. In that case, once my side engages, I'll reward her with a neutron flow nuclear bomb. I only tested it in the spirit cage world before. This time, I can see how much power such a bomb has in the pirate world. Lu Ming did not believe in coincidences. Upon hearing about Lingling's actions, he was already certain that the Navy and the world government's target was him. The neutron flow nuclear bomb was a type of bomb developed by the Hella Empire in the spirit cage world, which was radiation-free and pollution-free, powerful enough to devastate a city as large as Juchuan City. According to the information ASH gathered about the military base, over 300 of these bombs had been successfully produced. The route of the Qinglong ship had not changed, but for the safety of Orbia and Lu Ming still took out a sphere resembling a pokeball from his storage ring. This sphere, called a spaceball, was crafted by Lu Ming after analyzing the pokeball, specifically designed to hold living beings. The interior had enough space for a basketball court along with a villa, fresh water, food, and energy. The purpose was to be able to gather everyone around him in times of danger without affecting his own combat capability. He did not want the tragedy of ZFA to repeat itself. A day later, just as the Qinglong ship was about to reach the sea area near O'Hara, a large number of coded Navy warships and world government vessels surged up from the sea, surrounding the Qinglong ship like a giant holding a child. On the bow of a massive warship in front of the Qinglong, the current Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the Qinglong. On both sides, the world government ships, including Satan Nasishu and Maz, gazed coldly at Lu Ming. The Knights of God, led by Galen Saint, were already prepared for battle. The cannons of the warships and the world government were all aimed at the Qinglong. In such a tightly secured encirclement, not even a fly could hope to escape. Lu Ming, surrender. That way we can spare your wife and daughter, Kong said with righteous determination. Standing on the Qinglong, Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unafraid of the heavy encirclement. He sneered, "Kong, this should be our first meeting, right? Spare my wife and daughter. Do you think I would believe that?" Orbia held Lu Ku and approached Lu Ming, her face showing no fear, calmly observing everything around her. Kong's expression changed, sensing that something was amiss. Lu Ming and Orbia's reactions were too calm, as if they had been waiting for them here all along. "ASH, the missiles can be launched." Lu Ming smiled at Steelbone Kong, and then pulled out his phone to call ASH. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lu Ming's order, ASH instantly opened all missile silos on Hong Island and Abandoned Island. Hypersonic missiles shot out in succession, splitting into two groups, heading towards the Holy Land, myriad, and Marine Headquarters, Marineford. A launch silo on Xian Island also opened, and a missile carrying a neutron flow nuclear warhead flew towards the direction of the Totland Sea. Blue. A minute later, the phone bug in Kong's pocket rang. He frowned and quickly answered. "Not good, Admiral Kong." The Yanhuang Republic's Hong Island and Abandoned Island launched a total of 21 rockets. However, the targets were somewhat peculiar. This time, they did not launch directly into the sky, but part of them headed towards the Holy Land, myriad, and Marine Headquarters, Marineford, with one aimed at the direction of Totland Kingdom. "Wait a minute, those rockets are strange." Kong was somewhat bewildered. They knew about the rockets. For the past 3 years, every so often the Yanhuang Republic would launch one. Initially, they were on high alert, but over time they realized the rockets only went into the sky and stopped paying attention. But now those rockets were actually heading towards the Holy Land, myriad, and Marine Headquarters, Marineford, which made him realize there was a problem. "Lu Ming, what is going on with those rockets?" Kong shouted loudly. "Those are not rockets. They are the latest weapons developed by Yanhuang Missiles. If equipped with split warheads, 10 of them would be enough to flatten an island like Marineford, ensuring that no living thing remains. Calculating the time, they should arrive in 3 minutes. Lu Ming replied with a smile, his voice echoing in everyone's ears under the enhancement of true essence. Steelbone Kong, Satan, Nasishu, and Maz's expressions turned extremely grim as they loudly commanded, "Open fire." In an instant, cannonballs rained down on the Qinglong. At the same time, the group took out their phone bugs to call Marine headquarters in the Holy Land, urging them to prepare for anti-air. A spaceball appeared in Lu Ming's hand. A beam of white light emitted from the opening, enveloping the entire Qinglong. Amidst the shocked gazes of Kong and others, the Qinglong began to shrink slowly, eventually disappearing into the ball. Then, with a strong wave of his right hand, a fierce wind arose, forming a wall of wind. The cannonballs struck the wall of wind without even causing a ripple. "You already knew we were ambushing you, didn't you? And you being here is just to attract the main combat forces of the Marine headquarters and world government, so that you can exploit their weakness and use missiles to bombard." Looking at Lu Ming, who stood unscathed in the void, Kong's face darkened to the point of dripping water. "That's right. Are you saying that only you can attack me, but I can't fight back?" Lu Ming's expression turned cold, and his body began to transform into a 7-meter beastly figure, tightly gripping the formidable Scarlet Empress. "Hurry! Kill him quickly!" Satan, unwilling to listen to Lu Ming's nonsense any longer, took on the form of a bull demon, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball with his 8 legs. At the same time, Nasishu and Maz transformed into a horse demon and Izumo Mitama, while Steelbone Kong activated Moon Step, all charging towards Lu Ming. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out from Lu Ming's center. Facing the 4 attacking like starving tigers, Lu Ming's face was filled with disdain. His conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic eruption, as if an invisible giant hand tore the sky in half, the clouds rolling like turbulent waves. The terrifying haki pressed down on Satan, Nasishu, and Maz, forcing their fruit abilities back to their human forms. Even Steelbone Kong, a master of physical combat, was unable to approach Lu Ming, akin to leaves caught in a whirlwind. The 4 tried to use their conqueror's haki to suppress Lu Ming's, only to find that their haki was trapped within, unable to break free. At the same time, a deafening explosion rang out in the Totland Sea, as the mushroom cloud from the explosion of the neutron flow nuclear bomb soared into the sky, instantly reducing Charlotte Lingling's pirate fleet to ashes, and she disappeared without a trace. What powerful conqueror's haki! This conqueror's haki is even stronger than that of the former Joy Boy. Steelbone Kong and the 3 elders looked at Lu Ming in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality, especially Satan and the others. They had lived through 100 years of blank history and had witnessed Joy Boy's terrifying haki. But now the haki Lu Ming unleashed was even stronger than Joy Boy's, forcing their abilities back into their bodies and reducing their battle power by at least 1/3. On the warships of the world government and the Navy, aside from a few Navy personnel with Rear Admiral strength agents and members of the Knights of God, everyone else had fainted, with the weaker ones even suffering brain death. "Satan, I hope the immortality granted to you by him is still useful this time." Lu Ming slowly raised the Crimson Queen in his hand. Satan and the others could sense the overwhelmingly strong armament haki and conqueror's haki emanating from the blade, causing alarm bells to ring in their minds. The 4 observant ones even noticed that beneath the pitch-black armament haki were 3 peculiar glows of red, green, and purple, which posed a far greater threat than the haki coiling around the blade. The glows represented the domains of fire, wind, and lightning that Lu Ming had newly comprehended. Although they were only at the 1st level, when compressed into the blade, they could unleash power beyond limits. With Lu Ming's current planetary level 3rd stage strength, no one in the pirate world could match him, not even the Hidden M. This was no longer a gap in strength, but a crushing difference in life levels. Swish! Lu Ming's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing not far behind Satan in the next moment. Neither Steelbone Kong nor the 3 elders had any reaction. Quick! It was simply too fast. These people couldn't even see how Lu Ming moved. From a distance, Garen only saw Lu Ming's figure flicker and then arrive behind Satan. And the yellow ape Polyusolino, who was expected to stop Lu Ming, was currently trembling on a warship. "You want me to stop such a monster? Don't joke with me." Yellow ape cursed inwardly and simply laid down on the ground, pretending to faint. "Satan, behind you!" Garen shouted loudly. "What?" Hearing Garen's warning, Satan turned to see what was behind him, but his body wouldn't respond, and he couldn't even utter a word. He saw a crack appear on his body, and in the next moment his body crumbled inch by inch from the fissure, turning into a mass of black fragments that were blown away by the wind, disappearing into the air. He's dead. Satan is dead, just like that, Nasushro exclaimed in disbelief. No, it's impossible. Even Joy Boy couldn't do this. How did you manage it? It's just armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. Don't forget that hockey can suppress the powers of devil fruits. The so-called immortality is merely IMS devil fruit ability. As long as the hockey is strong enough, immortality can be destroyed. With that, Lu Ming swung his blade again, striking the nearest mass. Puff! Maz met the same fate as Satan, being cleaved in two, his severed body disintegrating into black fragments and dissipating in the air. Die! At that moment, the remaining elder Nasushro finally reacted. He abruptly drew the original demon sword from his waist, which condensed the cold air of the underworld along with highly compressed armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, instantly slashing out hundreds of times. Lu Ming walked forward leisurely, his pace neither fast nor slow, quite relaxed and casual. His invisible divine sense spread out in conjunction with his observation hockey, enveloping a radius of 10,000 meters. He could sense even the smallest speck of dust within that range, making it easy to evade Nasushro's ultra-fast slashes. Every seemingly casual step had already placed him in front of Nasushro, making it impossible for him to land a hit. A few steps later, Lu Ming stood before Nasushro, raising the Crimson Queen high before delivering a powerful downward strike. Move quickly. Nasushro's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but scream in his heart. But faced with the scythe-like strike of the Crimson Queen, his body simply wouldn't listen, as if an invisible force suppressed him, preventing his thoughts from reaching his body. Puff! Nasushro turned into black fragments and vanished, and Lu Ming's gaze shifted towards Steelbone Kong. Lu Ming, this time the Navy has lost. But please spare those ordinary soldiers, they are innocent. Steelbone Kong's expression was calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. He looked around at the warships with a complex gaze and finally made a request. Innocent. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, finding it somewhat amusing. Are you joking? Kong, if your world government hadn't thought of dealing with me, how would this have been the outcome? I originally thought that after so many years your Navy and the world government would understand that I don't like going out and just want to peacefully farm at home. But unexpectedly, even so, you still don't want to let me off. So why should I spare you? Consider this my plea to you. Kong's expression turned grim, and he directly knelt down, bowing his head in request. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't save the surviving elite soldiers this time, the Navy might decline from then on. The once stable Four Seas and the Grand Line could very likely descend into chaos, sparking another world-spanning war. Lu Ming frowned slightly, looking at the kneeling Steelbone Kong, feeling a ripple in his heart, but soon his gaze became incredibly resolute. I'm sorry, but I don't have a habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain. With that, a flash of blade light passed, and Kong's head flew off, landing on the deck of the warship without a sound, completely dead. This is not the world of Ling Long. Humans are so few that everyone is part of a shared fate, incredibly precious. For everyone he kills, there is one less. This is the pirate world. The world government and the Navy are his enemies, and they will eventually clash. As for killing these people, possibly leading to chaos in the world, and even sparking war, he actually wanted to see that happen. As a Chinese, he has an innate obsession with unifying the world, and a chaotic world represents opportunity, a reason for him to unify the world, and he doesn't want to miss out on it. As for how many people would die during this, it isn't his doing, it has nothing to do with him. The marshal is dead. Retreat. Seeing Kong killed by Lu Ming, those around him, who hadn't fainted on the Navy and world government warships, all showed expressions of fear and hurriedly ran to the helm to begin maneuvering the warships to escape. Even more so, faced with this life-or-death moment, some non-ability users jumped into the sea to escape, completely disregarding the sailors on board. Swish, swish, swish. The blade aura was rampant, splitting the sea in half wherever it passed. The Navy and the world government's warships were destroyed, with all soldiers and government agents aboard perishing. Particularly, no ship of the world government escaped, and the waters of this region were stained red with blood. A few warships managed to escape amidst the chaos, including the one with Kizuru aboard. Originally, that distance could have been obliterated by Lu Ming's strike range, but in the end he hesitated. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Killing so many people at once was a first for him, and he inevitably felt a bit unaccustomed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming regained his inner calm, took the spatial orb from his waist, and pressed the button to release the Qinglong. On the Qinglong Orbia, and the Qinglong army looked at the warships engulfed in flames about to sink, and the sea stained red with blood, along with the severed limbs floating on the surface, all gasping in shock. Orbia even covered Lu Kest's eyes, preventing her from witnessing this bloody scene. Lu Ming stood beside Orbia, his voice deep. It is over. After this battle, I estimate I will become a thorn in the side of the world government. They will likely use O'Hara to threaten me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we will move O'Hara next to the Yenhuang Republic as an affiliated island. What do you think? When we reach O'Hara, I will discuss it with Dr. Clover. Orbia nodded, having no objections, as she had already seen the headless corpse of Steelbone Kong and understood the severity of the situation. After the Qinglong departed, a figure suddenly emerged from the blood-red sea. It was Galen, who had jumped overboard to escape. He was holding a rope tightly, which he swung, pulling two figures onto the planks. Kiran Gorm and Somaz, the abilities users of the Knights of God. Why has that monster become so powerful? Galen gazed in the direction the Qinglong had vanished, filled with deep apprehension, towards Lu Ming. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters at Marineford and the Holy Land Mary Geos had already descended into chaos. Under the reminders from Sora and Satan, they had learned that Yenhuang had launched a new type of weapon which was about to fall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sengoku quickly looked up and saw 10 black dots in the sky racing toward Marineford with sharp sounds of slicing through the air. Everyone prepare for anti-air defense. We cannot let these weapons fall on Marineford. Sengoku's voice boomed, resonating throughout the Marine headquarters. Oh! All the Marines responded loudly, and then quickly drew their weapons. All the various anti-aircraft weapons at the Marine headquarters were raised, aiming at the black dots in the sky, ready to fire at any moment. These anti-aircraft weapons had been developed by the Marines' Special Science Unit after witnessing rocket attacks. Fire! Sengoku decisively commanded, and countless anti-air cannons opened fire. Simultaneously, golden light erupted around him, transforming into a massive Buddha. The shockwaves gathered in his hands, continually bombarding the sky. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki transformed his hands into magma and constantly fired volcanic bombs into the sky. Ice block, violent ice bird. Akiji gathered cold air in his hands and released 2 gigantic ice birds flying toward the sky. But at that moment, the warhead in the sky began to split, transforming into 100 smaller warheads. In just a second, it changed from 10 to 1,000, enveloping the entire Marineford. Not good. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Their attacks had all targeted the previous impact point of the missiles, but now with this split, a large number of warheads would be missed. Boom. Boom. In fact, Sengoku and the others only managed to detonate a small fraction in the air, while most continued to fall toward Marineford, moving at a breathtaking supersonic speed. The Marine generals and vice admirals, who had been prepared on the ground for a long time, jumped into the air to unleash their respective ultimate moves against the warheads in the sky. Boom. 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 Even with the Marines doing their utmost to intercept, many warheads still broke through the defenses, exploding all over Marineford. In an instant, the Marine headquarters was engulfed in flames and smoke, with cries and explosions intertwining. Buildings collapsed, and soldiers caught off guard were tossed into the air by shockwaves, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at the Holy Land Mary Geos, though the outcome was somewhat different, with losses far less severe than at the Marine headquarters. Peter transformed into a massive sandworm, swallowing all the warheads within a certain range. Vochuri turned into a boar, using Conqueror's Haki to detonate a small portion of the warheads in midair. Even so, many warheads still fell toward Mary Geos and Panga City. However, at the last moment, a gigantic magic book appeared above the flowers of Panga City. The pages flipped open, and countless weapons formed from black mist shot out, detonating those warheads. Only a few managed to hit Mary Geos, killing a number of unfortunate celestial dragons. Watching the Marine headquarters engulfed in flames and hearing the soldiers' wails, Sengoku's eyes flickered with immense rage. Brr. At that moment, his transponder snail rang. He picked it up to see that it now bore Lu Ming's features, and he immediately answered. Damn, Lu Ming, how dare you call? Wait, what did you do to the Admiral? Sengoku cursed directly, but then quickly realized that Lu Ming being able to call meant that the battle on the other side had ended and Lu Ming had won. Sengoku, tell the world government behind you that this is just a warning. If there is a next time, the missiles falling on Marineford and Mary Geos will not be just one wave, and they will not carry conventional warheads, but nuclear warheads. As for what a nuclear warhead is, you will understand when you receive information from Charlotte Linlin. Hello, Admiral. As Sengoku was about to say something more, the transponder snail on the other end had already hung up. Just then the transponder snail rang again, but this time it bore the lewd face of Kizaru Borsellino, and he immediately answered. Admiral Sengoku, the operation to encircle Lu Ming has failed. Not only did Admiral Sora fall, but also Saint Satan Nasajiro and Maz were all personally slain by Lu Ming. Apart from the 5 warships, which include mine, all remaining warships and world government vessels were completely destroyed with marine casualties exceeding 3/4. Smack. Not even finishing the word, Sengoku stood there dumbfounded, the transponder snail falling from his hands. The news of Sora's death and Lu Ming's words, "This is just a warning," echoed constantly in his mind. The surrounding air fell into a deathly silence, with only the sound of Kizaru reporting the situation from the transponder snail remaining. 2 days later. On this day, people around the world were shocked by an astonishing piece of news. The Navy and the world government suffered a devastating defeat in their joint encirclement of Lu Ming of the Qinglong. This news spread like a torrential rain, quickly reaching every corner of the globe. Newspapers fell like snowflakes with photographs that left people dumbfounded. Among them, 3 images stood out the most. One depicted the ocean stained red after the battle. The shocking color seemed to narrate the brutality of the war. Another showed Lu Ming wielding a long knife, cleaving through Naisashu, and an empty-headed corpse, a scene that sent chills down one's spine. This news caused a massive uproar, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. People across the seas and the Grand Line fell into extreme panic, worrying whether the Navy and the world government could still protect their safety. Those who had once held deep trust in these 2 powerful forces now felt their fears spreading like wild grass. In stark contrast to the panic of the ordinary populace, the pirates in various regions were instead celebrating. They were ecstatic over the Navy and world government's failure, seeing it as an excellent opportunity for them to expand their influence and act recklessly. The Navy can't do anything right. They attempted a sneak attack and ended up being counter-killed. Is this a day? And they claim to maintain world stability. The Yanhuang pirate crew is truly powerful. In an instant, the prestige of the Navy and the world government plummeted to unprecedented lows. A large number of people chose to go out to sea and become pirates. The number of pirates rapidly increased, and chaos began to engulf the world. Lu Ming, I will kill him. At the Navy headquarters, Carp looked at the stitched-together corpse of Kong, his anger burning away, his reason emanating a terrifying low pressure from his entire being. He turned and wanted to rush to the Yanhuang Sea to kill Lu Ming. Carp, calm down. Don't do anything foolish. Sengoku quickly grabbed Carp and forcefully pressed him onto the sofa. That bastard killed Kong. Carp shouted hoarsely in anger. I know. Sengoku shouted back, then lowered his voice. But what can we do about it? Things have already happened. Even Kong, who allied with 3 of the elders, was killed by him. You are no match for him. If you go there, it will only add another corpse. If you die, who will protect the Navy? That last statement instantly calmed Carp down. His head drooped, and he slumped onto the sofa as if all his strength had been drained away. Carp, this is the Navy's most difficult time. Sengoku patted Carp on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. I hope you can help me. Only you have enough prestige to restore the Navy's former authority. I understand. Carp nodded. Meanwhile, within the power dynamics, Kylingam Somaz and Garen became the new financial war god, environmental war god, and scientific defense war god, respectively. At this moment, the 3 were in a meeting with Vachali and Biter. The new admiral of the Navy will be Sengoku. His strength and prestige are sufficient. At the same time, we will initiate a massive recruitment drive among civilians to replenish the Navy's combat strength and strive to eliminate the newly emerged pirates in the 4 seas and the Grand Line in the shortest time possible to restore the authority of the Navy and the world government. As for Lu Ming, Lord M has made it clear that he will go to any lengths to eliminate him, even resorting to the power of the kings. However, we currently lack the energy to activate the kings, and Lu Ming has also issued a warning that if there is a next time, the missile he carries will be a nuclear warhead, which is no less powerful than ancient weapons. As he spoke, recalling the mushroom cloud caused by the missile aimed at Charlotte, Lean Garen couldn't help. Since the world government scientific team is ineffective, we should recruit from the civilian sector. Isn't the new weapon of Yanhuang developed by those invited from the Island of Mechanisms by Lu Ming? Let's take all the people from the Island of Mechanisms and have them help us research. I'm sure we can develop a way to activate the king's energy and create weapons comparable to those of the Yanhuang Republic. Additionally, regarding Lu Ming, we currently do not have the strength for direct confrontation. We will discuss it all once we are powerful enough. After the meeting, Sengoku was promoted to Admiral of the Navy, and a massive recruitment drive began worldwide. Countless people with a sense of justice chose to join the Navy, compensating for the loss of the Navy's combat strength. However, they did not recruit enough powerful individuals to serve as admirals, so the positions of the 3 admirals were temporarily vacant. Carp chose not to pursue Roger anymore, but instead took the warship to clear the newly emerged pirates in the Four Seas in the Grand Line. At O'Hara in the West Sea, Lu Ming returned to the wooden house he had previously stayed in with Orbia Lu Ku and Windspeed Dog. After a simple tidy-up, Orbia took Lu Ku to find Dr. Clover. Lu Ming sat on a rock by the sea, pulling out a tablet from his storage ring to check the recent happenings. This tablet connected to the Yanhuang Republic's network, and ASH would update noteworthy intelligence from around the world in real time. That fellow Charlotte Linlin actually didn't die. She really has some luck. Looking at the photo of Charlotte Linlin, whose body was over 80% burned, Lu Ming was very surprised. Although the power of the neutron flow nuclear bomb was not as strong as that of a normal nuclear bomb, it was still a nuclear bomb, and its power was equally terrifying. Given Linlin's strength, surviving must have relied heavily on luck. As Lu Ming examined the noteworthy intelligence from around the world, Lu Ku, who was following Orbia to see Dr. Clover, was riding Windspeed Dog, rapidly weaving through O'Hara, curiously observing the scenery completely different from that of the Yanhuang Republic. What is this? Fruit. By the seaside, Lu Ku picked up a fruit from the ground, discovering it resembled a flower, filled with curiosity. At 3 years old, she didn't understand at all, and wanted to put everything into her mouth to test it. So disgusting. The next second, Lu Ku's face turned sour. She stuck out her tongue and immediately threw the fruit away. However, she suddenly felt a change in her body, and as she reached out her hand, several arms grew out from under her ribs. So it's a devil fruit. Lu Ku realized what she had eaten without fear. Instead, she continuously experimented with the fruit's abilities, growing arms on herself, the ground, and Windspeed Dog. Woof woof. Windspeed Dog felt someone touching it, but turned its head and found nothing, barking in confusion. Ha ha ha. Seeing Windspeed Dog's silly appearance, Lu Ku burst out laughing. Just as Lu Ming finished reading the news about Charlotte Linlin, he heard Lu Ku's cheerful laughter. He looked up to see Lu Ku riding Windspeed Dog with arms continuously extending from her body, playing joyfully. To be able to consume the Hana no Mi like this, truly a twist of fate. Lu Ming was taken aback and hurriedly got up to walk over. That I ate the devil fruit isn't that impressive. Lu Ku excitedly waved at Lu Ming. Lu Ming crouched down to carefully check on Lu Ku. Our little Ku is indeed amazing. This is the flower fruit, and now you are also a power user. But be careful, power users will lose their strength if they fall into the sea. Lu Ku nodded. Next, the father and daughter played games in front of the wooden house, while waiting for Orbia and Dr. Clover to discuss the relocation of O'Hara. After Orbia took out several historical documents and learned that the world government might retaliate against Lu Ming, Dr. Clover did not hesitate to agree to the relocation. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all the residents of O'Hara, an orange flame cloud gathered at the bottom of the sea, lifting the entire O'Hara into the air and heading towards the new world. Since there were people on the island, the speed of flight was not fast, yet no one dared to stop it. Thus, Lu Ming swaggered past Mary Geos with O'Hara, bringing it to the New World and placing it next to the Yanhuang Republic, making it one of Yanhuang's islands. After instructing Lisa to teach Lu Ku about the devil fruit, he set off for the Spirit Cage world. Now the people of the Spirit Cage world no longer feared the mana ecology. While the devourers and mana flowers could be cleared, the core of the mana ecology, the blood spiral, could not be removed. At night it still flickered with a faint glow, bringing a sense of unease. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he arrived in the Spirit Cage world, Lu Ming could hear the continuous booming sound of cannon fire outside, along with the sounds of planes overhead. Tisk, they're still fighting. The number of devourers was far greater than anticipated. With the special spores produced by the mushroom fruit, while Hope City did not fear the spread of the mana flower spores or the vine, the threat of the devourers still existed, especially the transformed and monarch types, which required professionals to handle. Most of the weapons over the past 3 years had been used in the Spirit Cage world, but fortunately there were now exploitable mines in the Spirit Cage world. With machines like Flower continuously mining and refining 24 hours a day, not only was consumption met, but there was also a surplus. Lu Ming did not go out, but instead went to the laboratory located deep in Longu village, where Bai Kuei was researching cranial clones and creating ecological chimeras. He had come this time because Mark had voluntarily chosen to become an ecological chimera, wanting to solve the blood spiral surrounding Hope City. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Ming saw Bai Kuei and Jelly carefully operating the equipment, gently implanting the spine cultivated from the cranial clone into Mark. Meanwhile, Ran Bing, Mo Chung, and Fei Shui all looked on with worried expressions. Has the surgery already begun? Lu Ming approached Ran Bing, looking down at her. Your Majesty. Startled by the voice, Ran Bing and the others hurriedly bowed to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Morgan Charles and others back, then causing some discontent among Ran Bing and the others over the past 3 years, the emergence of Hope City had made their grievances disappear, replaced by deep respect. Alright, let's focus on the surgery for now. Lu Ming waved his hand, shifting his attention to Mark. Bai Kuei and Jelly skillfully cut off the head of the spine, and then carefully connected its tendrils to Mark's spinal nerves. The surgery was progressing very successfully, and the spine was perfectly transplanted onto Mark. However, at the moment of success, Mark's body began to tremble violently, and the ECG beside him displayed strong fluctuations. With a beep, the ECG turned into a straight line. Mark! Ran Bing shouted hoarsely while Mo Chung and Fei Shui clenched their fists anxiously. It's the same result as in the original story, which means the atrophied left brain of the mana initial body can still connect with the ecology. In that fleeting moment, the feedback from his observation made Lu Ming instantly understand who was behind the scenes. The mana initial body, leveraging its status in the ecology, forcibly controlled the spine's body to send signals, causing all of Mark's cells to fall into a deep sleep. Don't worry, Mark isn't dead. Lu Ming gently patted Ran Bing's shoulder and then pushed the door open and walked in. Ran Bing and the others hurriedly followed. Lu Ming, it seems that the connection between that atrophied left brain and Mark is deeper than I imagined. After so many years of silence, even I didn't notice this. Bai Kuei said solemnly upon seeing Lu Ming enter. After all, the cranial organism was birthed from the left brain, so it's normal for the connection to be deeper. Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly. Humanity had already embarked on a path of counterattack. The mana ecology's counterattack was merely like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump much. He slowly walked in front of Mark, placing his hand on Mark's chest, and the life-filled true essence surged into him. Mark's heartbeat, which had originally stopped, resumed once more. His muscles, bones, and skin began to change, and menacing bone spines grew from his back. His body gradually enlarged, and soon a giant humanoid devourer, over 3 meters tall, appeared before everyone, which was Mark Beast. Roar! Mark Beast let out a roar, but a glimmer of rationality remained in his eyes, not completely eroded by the ecology. Mark, how are you feeling now? Seeing Mark's current appearance, Ran Bing and the others showed surprise, but still stepped forward to inquire. I'm fine. Mark shook his head, then looked at Bai Kuei, his voice deep. Can I now eliminate the blood spiral? You must thoroughly master this new body and the life source, achieving a transformation between human and devourer, so that you can deceive the higher dimensional consciousness in the blood spiral and successfully enter it to completely dismantle it from within. Bai Kuei shook his head and explained. Understood. Mark Beast nodded. Next, Mark not only underwent new training, but also collaborated with Bai Kuei and Jelly on experiments, continuously reducing the influence of the devourers on his consciousness. During this process, Mark became more and more human-like, unlike in the beginning when he was entirely a devourer. Days passed, and it had been a year since Mark became an ecological chimera. One day in the training ground, Ran Bing and Mark were sparring. Although Mark had the advantage in speed, strength, and defense, he was still being pressed by Ran Bing. Mark swung a punch, but Ran Bing, having anticipated it, simply sidestepped and tripped Mark, causing him to fall to the ground. Mark got up and continued to attack Ran Bing, but the outcome remained unchanged. He was either tripped by Ran Bing or continuously pushed back by her punches. He was clumsy, like a child swinging a large hammer. Mark, no matter how much you practice for another 10 years, it won't work. Your situation is due to a sudden change in your body where the body cannot keep up with the speed of your consciousness. While combat training can alleviate this state, if you truly wish to master this body, you must start from the finer details. Activities such as planting rice, building houses, or even playing games can help. Sitting nearby, Lu Ming could no longer bear to watch and interjected, the body can't keep up with the speed of the mind, huh? Mark paused his punching motion, recalling his training over the past year, where he often felt he could land a hit, but due to his body's delayed reactions, his attacks always fell short. Reflecting on it now, it truly was as Lu Ming said. Your Majesty, can playing games really help Mark's body keep up with his consciousness? Ran Bing asked respectfully and curiously. Of course it can, Lu Ming replied with a smile, but the requirements are quite high. To train his body to keep pace with his mind, his gaming skills must reach at least the level of boss Bai. Upon hearing this, the corners of Ran Bing's mouth twitched. After mingling with the awakened ones, she had learned much about Longu village, including Bai Yuki's gaming skills. It could be said that within the entire Longu village, no one in the entire Hope City dared to claim their gaming skills surpassed Bai Yuki's. The thought of Mark reaching that level seemed utterly impossible. Alright, then I'll give it a try. Clearly unaware of this, Mark nodded earnestly and then pulled Ran Bing to the arcade to play games. Lu Ming followed him. After beating Mark a few times in King of Fighters, he lost interest and relinquished his seat to Ran Bing. Soon Mark began to doubt his life, as he had not only never beaten a child, but he couldn't even win against simple AI opponents. The same went for other games, whether it was FPS or dance machines, he failed miserably. After arranging matters in Hope City and handing them over to by Yuekui, Lu Ming returned to the pirate world. Compared to the apocalyptic atmosphere of the Linglong world, he preferred the scenery of the pirate world. Your Majesty, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army has arrived at the port. He wishes to see you. Just a few days after enjoying some leisure time, Lisa came to Lu Ming's room with a smile and reported, "The dragon. Please let him in. And also call Sherlock over." Upon hearing the visitor's name, Lu Ming felt somewhat surprised, but still agreed to the meeting. The Revolutionary Army had been quite active in the seas and the Grand Line for nearly a year. Although they hadn't stirred up too much trouble, they had caught the attention of many, including Lu Ming. As the predecessor of the Revolutionary Army, their actions were all aimed at resisting the tyranny of the world government. Moreover, Lu Ming greatly admired the actions of the dragon in God Valley, so he was willing to cultivate a friendship. Soon, under Lisa's guidance, the dragon arrived in the royal garden deep within the palace. "Sit, dragon. It has been 12 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Lu Ming gestured towards the chair opposite him, greeting the dragon with a smile. "I didn't expect you, Mr. Lu Ming, to remember me." The dragon sat down, somewhat surprised, looking at Lu Ming. After all, back in God Valley, he was merely a low-ranking soldier in the Navy, hardly worthy of others' attention. "After all, you saved Sherlock back then, so naturally, I paid some attention to you," Lu Ming explained with a smile. "Sherlock." The dragon found the name somewhat familiar and was racking his brain when suddenly he recalled the woman who entrusted a child to him back in God Valley, one of whom was named Sherlock. "But I remember that child was taken away by the celestial dragons," the dragon asked in confusion. "I rescued him back. His current name is Sherlock, and he is known as the pure white blade among people in the New World." "So it's him." The dragon immediately thought of the child from the Yanhuang pirates who was wanted for 300 million berries. No wonder he looked so familiar. He resembles Shanks exactly. "Godfather, you were looking for me." At that moment, Sherlock, with a sword at his waist, walked and greeted Lu Ming and curiously looked at the dragon. "This is the dragon who saved you back then. If it weren't for him, you would have probably been taken away by that bastard Gallon along with Shanks," Lu Ming introduced with a smile. "So it's you." Sherlock's eyes lit up as he hurried to the dragon, deeply bowed, and sincerely thanked. "Thank you, Mr. Dragon, for saving me back then. I am very grateful." "No need to thank me." The dragon shook his head, stepped forward to help Sherlock up, and looking at the gentle-looking youth before him, he suddenly smiled. "Back then your mother asked me to have you two brothers raised by gentle people. Seeing how you are now, it seems I fulfilled her wish. By the way, Mr. Dragon, what brings you to our Yanhuang? As long as it doesn't involve the core of the Yanhuang pirates, I can still talk about it." Sherlock assisted the dragon to sit down, and then took a seat beside him, curiously asking, "Mainly two things. The first is that our Revolutionary Army wants to procure a batch of individual weapons to arm ourselves for dealing with the world government. If it's just individual weapons, I can make the decision myself." "No problem. How many do you need?" Sherlock glanced at Lu Ming, and seeing him nod, he quickly spoke to the dragon. "We currently have a small number of people, but considering future expansion, I would like 5,000 Yanhuang Type 2 rifles, 300 Type 2 sniper rifles, 1,000 Type 2 machine guns, 300 individual rocket launchers, and a certain quantity of bullets." "Is that possible?" the dragon asked tentatively. "No problem." Sherlock patted his chest, assuring him. "The second matter is that I want to inquire about your views on our Revolutionary Army. Before coming to the palace, I almost went around Yanhuang Republic, and I found that it is the ideal country I envision. Prosperous, equal, harmonious, without discrimination, without slavery, without oppression. I want to understand your thoughts on this." The dragon looked intently at Lu Ming. "The Revolutionary Army, huh?" Lu Ming pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "I can only say that you lack faith, lack ideological principles, and lack concrete plans. Small skirmishes are fine, but it is almost impossible to truly threaten the world government." As he spoke, Lu Ming briefly explained his mother's methods from his past life to the dragon. As he listened, the dragon immediately regarded the concepts and ideological principles as scripture and pulled out paper and pen to start taking notes. "Mr. Lu Ming, I would like to ask you to be the mentor of our Revolutionary Army, to guide us in our future actions." Closing the notebook, the dragon stood up and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Lu Ming. "All right, then please take care of me in the future." After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming extended his right hand to the dragon. "Please take care of me from now on." Long Yi extended his hand. With the backing of the Yanhuang Republic, the army's growth accelerated swiftly. They even renamed themselves the Jiming Army, vowing to overthrow the world government and liberate the whole world. Lu Ming periodically offered remote instruction to the Jiming Army's commanders. The Jiming Army and the Yanhuang Republic, one overt, one covert, were both working toward the unification of the world. The world government knew only that the Yanhuang Republic and the Jiming Army had transactions, did not perceive the true nature of their ties. After seeing Long Yi off, Lu Ming's life returned to a calm routine. This year's lottery had refreshed, and since he had not drawn yet, he decided to take this chance. He summoned the lottery interface, but still saw nothing. With a slight thought, the wheel spun rapidly until it slowed, and the pointer finally settled on a door. A chime announced that the host had obtained a Dulyo World double transit door. Another double transit door? Am I that lucky? Lu Ming stared in astonishment. The odds of drawing such a special prize felt remarkably high. Although Dulyo Continent had long been mocked by netizens as a fantasy cliché, it nonetheless contained godlike, overbearing existences. Overall, it still presented a touch of danger for him. Lu Ming was not overly worried. If he could not win a fight, he could simply trigger the double transit door and escape back, then return when his strength had grown. Shall we go now? Recently, the pirate and Linglong worlds had been comparatively tranquil. The only major event was the world government publicly selecting the 7 warlords. Kelu Oketer, after fighting to a draw with Luji's pirate cruise Baylight, became the first of the 7 warlords. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered. After all, Dulyo Continent was a fantasy world with resources the pirate world lacked: sacred herbs and peculiar veins of metal. There was even a roughly organized cultivation system he could draw upon for reference, though it might prove useless. "Daddy, I want to go out to play." At that moment, Lu Ku charged toward them, mounted on a Fengsu dog. The sound arrived before the rider. "Is it okay, eh? Daddy, you're the best." Lu Ku jumped from the Fengsu dog, clinging to Lu Ming's arm and acting spoiled. Since birth, Lu Ku had seldom left the palace. They rarely ventured beyond the royal residence. It was not that Lu Ming wished to cage Lu Ku, but he would not repeat Lachesis' mistake. Even Luokisi had hidden his wife and child so carefully, yet the world government had discovered them by chance, indirectly leading to the ruin of Lachesis' pirate crew. To the world government, he was a thorn in the eye and a stake through the flesh. He treated the threat far more seriously than Luokisi had. The Yanhuang Republic harbored who knew how many world government spies. If the world government sought to seize Lu Ku to threaten him, he might not fear their strength, but he dreaded that, driven to extremes, they would kill Lu Ku. Then he would have nothing left but grief. After consideration, Lu Ming planned to take Lu Ku to Dulyo Continent, where mature civilized societies existed and no one yet coveted his daughter. It would be a good time to spend with her. He could also seize the opportunity to gather the sacred herbs of the Binghuo Liangyi Ai and collect suitable metals in the metal capital. Holding Lu Ku in his arms, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Then Daddy will take you to other worlds to play, okay?" "Yes, yes." Lu Ku clapped excitedly. A luminous stone gate appeared before them. The man, the child, and the dog stepped through and disappeared. Dulyo Continent, the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest. Lu Ming emerged from the double transit door with Lu Ku and the Fengsu dog. The door then dissolved into a stream of light and sank into Lu Ming's body. So beautiful. Lu Ku gasped at the surroundings and could not resist approaching a flower that emitted a white glow. The Fengsu dog hurried after him to guard against any danger. In the dense forest, myriad bioluminescent lights sparkled, mostly white, yellow, and purple, appearing dreamlike beneath the trees. These must be spirit beasts. This should be the Xingdou Great Forest. Lu Ming could clearly feel a lifelike energy flowing within the luminous flora and fauna. He immediately realized where he was. Only the Xingdou Great Forest supported so many spirit beasts. Watching Lu Ku grin as he tugged at a white-flowered plant spirit beast with 10 years cultivation, he let his observational aura spread to sense the surroundings and confirm there was no danger. He planned to catch a couple of spirit beasts for dinner. His storage ring contained various seasonings, and he was curious to taste spirit beast meat. Someone is coming this way. Lu Ming was surprised. Through his perception, he saw an impressively built young girl racing toward them bearing severe wounds. She had likely only just escaped pursuit. Zhu Yuming. That means we're near Soto City. The cat ears and tail bestowed by her martial soul and a body that did not match her apparent age allowed Lu Ming to guess her identity. Zhu Yuming had probably just fled the Zhu family's assassins and was heading to Soto City's Shrek Academy to find Dai Mubai. Lu Ming had no wish to meddle and certainly no desire toward an 11 or 12-year-old like Zhu Yuming, so his observational aura merely glanced past her while he concentrated on finding suitable spirit beasts for dinner. Soon he discovered 3 avian spirit beasts that looked like chickens, each with 4 legs and over 3 meters tall. Though fierce in visage, they were the most acceptable prey nearby. Lu Ming extended his hand. A gale wrapped around the chicken-like beasts and swept them toward him with a whoop. The 3 beasts spat beams like lasers from their mouths and beat their wings to try to disperse the gale, but the attacks cut straight through the wind, and the wings proved useless. At the moment the gale failed to dissipate, Lu Ming flicked 3 air bombs from his fingers that pierced the beasts' skulls. 3 black soul rings drifted from the corpses and hovered in the air. "Daddy, what are those 3 black rings?" Lu Ke noticed the commotion and asked, curious as he stared at the soul rings. "Those rings are called soul rings. They form from the condensed energy inside a spirit beast when it dies," Lu Ming said, ruffling Lu Ke's hair and smiling as he explained. "Oh." Lu Ke pretended to understand, which made Lu Ming laugh. Lu Ming set about processing the 3 spirit beasts, plucking feathers, draining blood, gutting them, and burning the entrails to ash, taking out seasonings to marinate, then bringing out a brazier, skewering the beasts on massive iron spits, controlling the flame, and beginning to roast. Zhu Yuming stumbled through the Xingdou Great Forest. Since the Yoming spirit cat had possessed her, each step she took was featherlight and utterly silent. It was precisely this trait that kept the soul beast from detecting her, allowing her to slip away from the pursuit amid the forest's dangers. Suddenly her nose twitched. The keen scent bestowed by her martial soul picked up a familiar. It was the smell of roasted meat. How could this be? This is the Xingdou Great Forest. Even a Fenghao Da would not dare roast meat here. Zhu Yuming instantly recognized the scent, her eyes widening in disbelief. As the continent's largest gathering place of soul beasts, the Xingdou Great Forest contained perils beyond imagination. Even a Fenghao Da must proceed with extreme caution, let alone indulge in something as dangerous as roasting meat. Could it be some naive greenhorn ignorant of the forest's rules? It must be so. Zhu Yuming felt certain of her guess. Only someone utterly clueless would dare roast meat in the Xingdou Great Forest. No, I must go warn that idiot. She quickened her pace, not out of kindness, but from self-preservation. If the scent spread and stirred the soul beasts into a frenzy, being so near would put her in grave danger. Only by removing the source of that danger could she hope to survive. "Are you courting death? How dare you roast meat inside the Xingdou Great Forest?" Rushing toward the blaze, Zhu Yuming launched into a string of curses, but before she could finish she froze. What lay ahead was utterly astonishing. A handsome youth cradled a charming little girl, a massive dog lay beside them, and before them stood a huge grill. 3 plucked cooked chicken-like soul beasts turned slowly on the spit, while 3 dark spirit rings hovered quietly nearby. From the depth of their coloration, Zhu Yuming knew those 3 soul beasts were no novices. They bore the aura of elders, their cultivation at least 30,000 years, and despite being roasted, she still recognized them. It was the soul beast Yinswaji, and one with cultivation exceeding 30,000 years. She recognized the Yinswaji at once. A high-grade soul beast with phoenix bloodline, exceedingly rare. Yet the man before her had easily felled them and set them upon the spit. "Sister, who are you?" Lu Ke turned to Zhu Yuming and asked in Chinese, curiosity in her voice. "Hello, little one. My name is Zhu Yuming," she managed with a strained smile as she introduced herself. Stepping forward, she addressed Lu Ming seriously. "Senior, I know you are powerful, but is it truly wise to roast meat in the Xingdou Great Forest with a child present?" At that moment the forest erupted in rustling and cries, beast roars and bird calls filled the air. The ground began to shake. The advance of a multitude of soul beasts was unmistakable. "It has formed a beast tide." Zhu Yuming shuddered, whispering in despair. "Zhu Yuming, is it? If you feel uneasy, come sit by me." Lu Ming's tone was light, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Zhu Yuming suddenly felt less afraid. She glanced around, then shook off her nerves and moved to sit beside the Fengsu dog. A low hum reverberated. Zhu Yuming saw a flash of red light in Lu Ming's eyes, and a strange wave of energy spread outward from him. Instantly the beast roars and bird cries ceased, and the trembling of the earth subsided. "All right, Kiki, this drumstick is for you." Lu Ming tore off a massive drumstick and handed it to Lu Ke, who took it with a smile and thanked him before devouring it. She tossed one to the Fengsu dog. Lu Ming then tore another piece and offered it to Zhu Yuming before sinking his teeth into the whole bird. "It tastes fine. The soul power within can aid internal cultivation. They'll gather more of these later," Lu Ming said, nodding with satisfaction. Before long the 3 roasted birds were gone. The Fengsu dog ate one, and the greater portion ended up in Lu Ming's belly. Zhu Yuming looked at the half-eaten drumstick in her hand and found she could eat no more. She glanced at the pair and the dog, not a scrap of bone remaining. Even the small girl who appeared only 4 or 5 years old had eaten 2 drumsticks and a pair of wings. Her belly a seeming bottomless pit. Senior, your name? Lu Ming. Zhu Yuming repeated the name in her mind again and again, yet she could not recall any renowned powerhouse in the Doloa continent called Lu Ming. Let's go, we should find a place to rest. At Lu Ming's words, she felt her body lifted into the air. The next moment, she found herself seated on the Fengsu dog's back, with Lu Ku in front of her. Sister, hold on tight. Uncle Fengsu dog is very fast. All right. Zhu Yuming instinctively grabbed the hound's mane, and a heartbeat later the world lurched as the scenery streaked past. Within seconds she scanned the ground, and saw countless unconscious soul beasts strewn about, lowly wind wolves, and the higher-grade Jingang tigers, and Dilong, some only 1,000 years, others 10,000. Could Senior Lu Ming be a spirit attribute soul master? This was staggering. He had felled so many soul beasts without even releasing spirit rings. The thought of the red light in his eyes came to her, and she speculated that Lu Ming had not refrained from killing because he could not, but because he feared that slaying too many soul beasts would cause soul fractures among soul masters. The Fengsu dog's speed increased until it blurred like a scarlet bolt of lightning. Yet Zhu Yuming felt no wind pressure, as if treading level ground. To her astonishment, she noticed a crimson shield enveloping the dog, which isolated them from the outside wind. 10 minutes later we're here. Zhu Yuming stared dumbfounded at the towering gate of Suda's city, hardly willing to believe it. To travel from the Xingdou Great Forest to Suda's city would take a carriage at least a day, yet they had arrived in 10 minutes. What manner of speed could accomplish such a feat? She turned to the untroubled youth and felt a storm of astonishment within him. This man was unquestionably a reclusive Fenghao Dala. Then let us part here. Lu Ming cradled Lu Ku in his arms, smiled at Zhu Yuming, and prepared to enter the city with the Fengsu dog. Senior, wait. Hearing the voice from behind, Lu Ming turned in curiosity and asked, puzzled, you have business? Senior, may I ask you to guide me in my cultivation for just a few days? Zhu Yuming earnestly pleaded her heart, not daring to hope for a chance to become a disciple of Lu Ming. However, she understood that with her talent, escaping from the Xinglo royal family and the Zhu family was practically impossible, especially since she was already several years behind. This was why she had traveled a great distance to seek Dai Mubai, hoping to find a breakthrough. Now, with the unseen-a-lifetime opportunity before her, she did not want to let it slip away. Daddy, I want this sister to play with me, Lu Ku said softly, while shaking Lu Ming's arm, clearly eager for a friend. A pang of pain flickered in Lu Ming's heart. Due to her identity, Lu Ku had no friends in the Yanhuang Republic, surrounded only by children who flattered her without any genuine affection. This had caused Lu Ku to stop playing with them. Now, in a different world where no one knew her identity, Lu Ku naturally wanted to make some friends. My daughter is quite clever. I brought my daughter out to play. I will be in Suwa City for a while. Thank you, Senior. Zhu Yuming repeatedly expressed her gratitude, then quickened her pace to follow Lu Ming into Suwa City. As the granary of the Balak Kingdom and a vital passage into the Star Dove Forest for the Tiando Empire's Suwa City was bustling with activity, home to numerous soul masters, making it one of the largest cities in the Doloa continent. Upon entering the city, Lu Ming found a pawn shop-like place and exchanged gold for 200,000 gold soul coins, after which he began to wander around the city looking for a temporary place to stay. He rented a small villa with a yard for a month. Senior. Seeing Lu Ming come out, Zhu Yuming, who was playing with Lu Ku, hurriedly paused her actions and said respectfully, Lu Ming nodded, then took out a set of pitch-black clothing from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhu Yuming. This is the ink armor, a soul-guiding device I created to assist in cultivation. Wearing it will suppress the flow of soul power. I understand, Senior. Zhu Yuming nodded, taking the clothes and heading towards the adjacent bedroom. After a short while, Zhu Yuming emerged wearing the black outfit, her expression one of great anguish. She could feel the ink armor absorbing her soul power and becoming extremely heavy, estimating it to weigh at least 50 pounds, while her internal soul power was suppressed by 90%, making every step exceedingly difficult. Your training from now on is to accompany my daughter. Wherever she goes, you go until you adapt to this out. Lu Ming smiled at Zhu Yuming. Initially, she did not understand what he meant, but soon realized that since Lu Ming brought Lu Ku along purely for fun, they could not stay in one place for long, and would wander around Suwa City every day, not missing out on anything curious. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon appeared in Suwa City. A voluptuous girl struggled to keep up with the child Lu Ku, displaying her mischievous personality. Whenever Zhu Yuming caught up, Lu Ku would quicken her pace to distance herself, leaving Zhu Yuming in despair. Moreover, Lu Ku stated that this was Lu Ming's instruction, completely absolving herself of any responsibility. With Zhu Yuming taking Lu Ku around and Wind Speed Dog ensuring their safety, Lu Ming began to act independently. Even if Lu Ku encountered danger, as long as Wind Speed Dog could unleash its energy, he could rush over immediately. Lu Ming searched for special metals and herbs at various auctions in Suatua City. Due to accompanying Lu Ming in her training, Zhu Yuming did not join Shrek Academy, as in the original storyline. 2 days later, Zhu Yuming had initially adapted to the weight of the ink armor and the suppression of her soul power, allowing her to live normally. After hearing that Lu Ku wanted to visit the Sutua Great Soul Arena, Zhu Yuming, upon receiving Lu Ming's consent, took Lu Ku and Wind Speed Dog to watch the soul battles. Zhu Yuming. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Zhu Yuming's body trembled involuntarily. She turned around and indeed saw a familiar figure who, although matured considerably compared to a few years ago, still bore an alluring charm in his dual pupils, her fiancé Dai Baihu. Dai boss, who is this? Ma Xiaohu stepped forward towards Dai Baihu, looking greedily at the voluptuous Zhu Yuming before him. Seeing this, Zhu Yuming's brows furrowed, a look of disgust revealing on her face, and she hurriedly grabbed Lu Ke's hand, fleeing towards the interior of the Saw Great Soul Arena. Fatty, put away your ulterior motives, as she is my fiancée. Dai Baihu warned Ma Xiaohu, then with a smile quickly chased after them, saying, Yuming, wait for me. Just as Dai Baihu's hand was about to reach, Zhu Yuming, Wind Speed Dog, who had been following closely behind Zhu Yuming, and Lu Ku, blocked his path. Get lost, you stinky dog. As a prince of the Xinglua royal family, Dai Baihu was already arrogant, and the teachings of Shrek Academy that one should avoid trouble made him even more reckless. Seeing Wind Speed Dog blocking his way, he disregarded any potential consequences and gathered his soul power in his right hand, punching forward without hesitation. Unfortunately for Dai Baihu, he had just hit a hard wall. Wind Speed Dog disdainfully glanced at him and flicked its fluffy tail lightly. Bang! Dai Baihu was sent flying nearly 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Fortunately, Wind Speed Dog was a Pokemon inherently kind-hearted and unlikely to harm others. Otherwise, with that one hit, Dai Baihu would definitely have been left without a burial place. So fast. Tang Fo's pupils widened in shocked disbelief in his gaze. It's truly too fast. Even my purple extreme demon, I couldn't catch a glimpse of it. What kind of soul beast is this? Why haven't I seen it in my teacher's materials? Standing before several students, Fei Mao Ying's expression turned serious, for even he had only seen a flash of the attack. Keep in mind, he was a level 78 soul sage. Damn beast, how dare you attack me? White tiger possession. Dai Baihu rose from the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. He let out a tiger's roar towards the sky, his body starting to enlarge, tiger stripes appearing on his skin, while yellow, and purple soul rings rose beneath his feet. The glowing purple soul ring was dazzlingly bright. Third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation. As the purple soul ring lit up, Dai Baihu's figure increased again, reaching 2 meters tall. With a sudden burst of strength, he charged straight at Wind Speed Dog, his claws shimmering with a chilling light. Dai boss, no. Tang Fozu quickly reached out to stop him. Although he did not recognize what kind of soul beast Wind Speed Dog was just from the speed of that tail, it was evident that this soul beast was extraordinary, at least a tenth of Sandier's soul beast. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Dai Baihu's figure had reached Wind Speed Dog's front. Bang! Once again, the result was the same. The Wind Speed Dog flicked its tail, sending Dai Mubai flying once more, but this time with even greater force, severely injuring Dai Baihu and rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yuming's expression was complex, yet she said nothing. However, Mao Ying, the president of Shrek Academy, could no longer sit idly by. He stepped forward, speaking to Zhu Yuming in a tone of accusation. So Zhu Yuming, is it? Baihu is still your fiancé, and you allow this dog to attack him like that? Zhu Yuming snorted coldly, her expression frosty. First of all, I do not acknowledge him as my fiancé. Secondly, the Wind Speed Dog has nothing to do with me. It is a senior of Lu Ku. What you say is useless. At this moment, even though Lu Ku was young and inexperienced, she could tell that the few people in front of her were looking for trouble. Without caring about Mao Ying's gaze, she pointed and shouted, Uncle Wind Speed Dog, attack them. Little brat, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Seeing Lu Ku daring to command the dog to attack him, Mao Ying was furious. He immediately summoned his martial spirit, ready to handle the dog in front of him and teach this little brat a good lesson. Mao Ying charged in. Mao Ying fell. As Firmao Ing moved, the wind speed dog leaped into the air, first its body spinning into a fiery while crashing down upon Firmao Ing and sending him flying hundreds of meters before he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing consciousness. What? A soul saint was taken out in one hit. Tang Fozu and the others could hardly believe their eyes. A soul saint's combat power should be comparable to that of a 50,000-year spirit beast, capable of lasting a few exchanges even against an 80 or 90,000-year spirit beast, unless facing a 100,000-year spirit beast where a one-hit knockout might occur. So this dog before us is actually a 100,000-year spirit beast. Tang Fozu and the others looked at the wind speed dog in disbelief. At that moment, the space next to the wind speed dog was forcefully torn apart. To the astonished onlookers, a handsome young man slowly walked out from within, glancing around before finally fixing his gaze on the fallen Firmao Ing and Dai Baihu. The space has been torn apart. Tang Fozu stammered, struggling to find his voice. He simply could not fathom how powerful a person must be to traverse through space. In fact, Lu Ming was also somewhat astonished. He had not expected the space of the Doa continent to be so fragile. Simply compressing energy to a high degree could tear apart space and achieve physical traversal. Xiao Wu was so scared that her legs trembled. She could not understand why a tidal Daloa who was rarely encountered even in large cities would appear in this small Soto city. Her identity was certainly exposed. Dad. Just as everyone was curious about who the young man before them was, Lu Ke's call nearly made Tang Fozu and the others drop their jaws. They had just offended the girl in front of them, and now her father had arrived. They could only imagine the consequences. Cuckoo, are you alright? Hearing her father's call, Lu Ming smiled as he picked up Lu Ku, softly asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Ku shook her head, then pointed at Tang Fozu and the others, saying in a childish voice, "They were the ones who wanted to trouble Sister Yoming, and they have already been knocked down by Uncle Wind Speed Dog." Lu Ming turned to look at Tang Fozu and the others, his face calm. "Shall we see if the Shura God will take action?" He was very curious to see whether attacking Tang Fozu would provoke the Shura God and other divine beings. According to the setting of the Daloa continent, Tang Fozu, like the future Huatigua, should be the child of destiny, with 10,000 years of fortune, attracting the attention of the Shura God. However, considering Lu Ku was present, he temporarily set aside this thought, intending to try it next time when he came alone. Since there was no need to lure the gods into action, Lu Ming lost the thought of attacking Tang Fozu and the others. He had no intention of bullying children. As for how much trouble Tang Fozu would bring to the Daloa continent in the future, what did it matter to him? However, while Lu Ming refrained from action, someone in the shadows could not hold back. He was worried that Lu Ming might harm Tang Fozu, especially concerning the transformed 100,000-year spirit beast. Clop, clop, clop. Heavy footsteps echoed rhythmically, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. Everyone turned to see a strong man slowly approaching, dragging a massive iron hammer along the ground, creating a shower of sparks. With each step, a soul ring rose beneath the sturdy man's feet. The 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red were dazzling. Another title, Dolo, and judging by the martial spirit, it must be the Hao Tian crown. Everyone could hardly believe it. In less than half an hour, they had encountered a 100,000-year spirit beast and 2 titled Doluos. It was a scene that many might never witness in a lifetime. Dad. Tang Fozu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that the title Doloa with a 100,000-year soul ring was actually his neglectful drunkard father. The newcomer was indeed Tang Fozu's father, Tang Dachui. "Sir, may I ask you to spare these 2 children?" Tang Dachui stepped in front of Tang Fozu, and Xiao was shielding them before turning to Lu Ming and speaking in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, placing Lu Ku on the back of the wind speed dog, looking disdainfully at Tang Dachui. "Are you joking? 100,000-year spirit beast is something one cannot seek out. Why would I let it go just because of your face, eh? In that case, let's settle this right here." Tang Dachui's gaze grew icy, and his soul power erupted. A terrifying killing intent transformed into a crimson storm, sweeping outward from him and freezing everything in its path. This was the proud killing god domain he had obtained from the City of Slaughter. Yet that crimson storm dissipated into nothingness when it came within 5 meters of Lu Ming, as if snow melting away. Seeing this, Tang Dachui's pupils constricted, and his expression grew extremely grave. At the same time, Tang Fozu heard Tang Dachui's voice in his ear. "Fozu, take your friends and run quickly. I can't guarantee I can deal with him. Also, if I don't come back when you reach level 40, find time to go to the waterfall behind the Holy Soul Village. There are things left by your mother and me. Run now." Meanwhile, seeing the two titled Duluos about to fight, the surrounding people quickly chose to leave this place of troubles. The person in charge of the Soto Great Soul Arena was on the verge of tears, unable to understand why two titled Duluos would fight in the arena. "Dad, be careful." Tang Fozu signaled Tang Dachui with his eyes, then called Xiao Wu Okas and others to flee with Dai Baihu Firmeo Ing and the others towards Shrek Academy. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He did not attempt to intervene, simply watching as Tang Buddha and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to eliminate the threat completely, but rather that he planned to return alone next time, hoping to leverage Tang Buddha's strength to attract the god of Azura. He hadn't experienced a proper battle in a long while and desperately needed one to provide him with pressure for a breakthrough. His current ability to enhance himself was solely due to being in the early stages of cultivation, combined with the guidance of the Nine Spirits Pearl, a supreme divine artifact allowing him to progress steadily. However, without the pressure of battle, he would eventually encounter a bottleneck. One cannot become a strong warrior by merely working in isolation. Sensing that Tang Buddha and the others had gone far, Tang Dazue wasted no time and unleashed the strongest secret technique of the Haotian sect. The two yellow soul rings beneath his feet exploded into fragments, unleashing a surge of soul power that visibly converged towards the Haotian hammer in his hand. After absorbing a massive amount of soul power, the Haotian hammer grew significantly, its heavy and ancient aura indicating an astonishing power. The hammer, now over 3 meters in size, was swung by Tang Dazue, creating a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Ming's head. In the stunned gaze of Tang Dazue, Lu Ming slowly extended his right hand, making a lifting motion, and steadily caught the Haotian hammer, the violent impact spreading out and obliterating everything around them. Yet that arm did not budge an inch. "Put in some effort, I'm still fine." Lu Ming's voice revealed a hint of laziness, showing complete disregard for Tang Dazue. But deep in his gaze was a trace of disappointment. The so-called Great Sumeru Hammer was merely about compressing soul power to a single point and then unleashing it. Like a spring, the tighter it was compressed, the stronger the explosion. Such a technique was easily achievable for him and held no educational value. The only noteworthy aspect was how to detonate the soul ring without harming oneself. But without a soul ring, this technique was of no use to him. Moreover, he noticed that the control Tang Dazue had over his soul power was completely different before and after the explosion of the soul ring. If his control was a 1 before the explosion, it was a 10 afterward. But so what? Even if Tang Dazue's control reached 10 before him, it still resembled a child wielding a large hammer. "I don't believe you could be so strong." Tang Dazue's frantic roar was filled with disbelief. Apart from the 10th Sandier soul ring beneath him, the remaining 6 soul rings instantly exploded, and the violent surge of soul power began to warp the very fabric of space as it surged towards the Haotian hammer. No, still not enough. Sensing the force on the hammer, a fierce glint flashed in Tang Dazue's eyes as the last soul ring beneath his feet detonated, transforming into a torrent of soul power rushing towards the Haotian hammer. After obtaining the soul power from 7 exploded soul rings, especially one of 10th Sandier quality, the Haotian hammer grew immensely, turning a brilliant crimson. With all his soul power unleashed, Tang Dazue merged with the hammer, raising the massive Haotian hammer as if it were a small mountain to deliver his strongest blow ever. "Great Sumeru Hammer!" Tang Dazue yelled loudly. The force erupting from the Haotian hammer instantly sucked the air around them dry, creating a vacuum with not a single sound, and the target of the Haotian hammer was no longer Lu Ming, but Lu Ke behind him, seeking death. Seeing this, Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The thought of sparing Tang Dazue's life vanished in an instant. He clenched his right fist, enveloping it in a dark-armed haki that glimmered with a metallic cold light before striking out. Bang! In the eyes of Tang Dazue, filled with disbelief, his proud martial soul, the world's #1 weapon still in its Great Sumeru Hammer state, exploded under Lu Ming's incredibly ordinary punch. It was obliterated into a cloud of dust. Pooh! Tang Dazue spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the shattered martial soul made him feel extremely unwell, and his aura plummeted to its lowest point. Before he could react, Lu Ming's figure appeared before him, his towering form casting a shadow over him. "You dared to make a move against my daughter, then don't blame me." Lu Ming's icy voice echoed in Tang Dazue's ear, but before he could respond, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The sound of bones cracking resonated, and his vision spun as he was sent flying backward. "Dad, please don't get hurt." Tang Buddha pulled Xiao Wu and rushed towards Shrek Academy, filled with worry while glancing at Dai Baihu on Ma Zihuo's back with a hint of hatred. If it weren't for Dai Baihu, they would not have provoked that terrifying powerhouse, and Dad wouldn't have to fight alone to protect him. He couldn't hate Lu Ming, he could only vent his resentment on Dai Baihu. Boom. At that moment a shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground before them, causing the earth to crack and forming a large pit with a diameter of over 5 meters. Tang Buddha and the others quickly halted, peering into the pit. Daddy. Upon seeing the figure within the pit, Tang Buddha could no longer hold back. Buddha, run. The further you get, the better. Tang Dazue still had some faint awareness at this moment. He shouted with all his might, urging Tang Buddha to escape quickly. He was beyond saving. All his bones were shattered, his meridians severed, and his organs crushed. The fact that he could still speak was solely due to the powerful soul power of a title de law. No, Dad, if you leave, I'll leave with you. Tang Buddha was unwilling, wanting to rush into the pit to bring Tang Dazue along. But at that moment dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and a massive column of lightning descended from above, striking Tang Dazue and engulfing him entirely. Tang Buddha's outstretched hand froze in place, staring blankly at Tang Dazue, who was consumed by the lightning. Soon the lightning dissipated and Tang Dazue's body vanished, replaced by 6 cracked soul bones floating in the air, silently indicating that a soul master who once possessed full soul bones had existed here. Buddha brother, let's go. Xiao Wu tugged at the still-dazed Tang Buddha. Tang Buddha in a daze nodded and reached up to store the 6 floating soul bones into the soul guide, then continued to flee towards Shrek, with Xiao Wu, his face dark and foreboding. On the other side, Lu Ming slowly retracted his hand, as if he had done something trivial. He turned to pick up Lu Ku, gazing at the ruins of the Soto Great Soul Arena, and smiled. It seems we can only see soul battles in Heavendo City. Lu Ku nodded, likewise not causing a fuss. Lu Ming gently brushed Lu Ke's nose and returned to their residence with Wind Speed Dog and Zhu Yuming. After 2 days of wandering, he had virtually explored all of Soto City and successfully purchased some whale glue and mysterious iron. Lu Ming planned to study whether whale glue could indeed enhance physical strength. As for the mysterious iron, he intended to use it to upgrade the Crimson Empress. Although the current Crimson Empress was already a magical tool, it could no longer keep pace with Lu Ming's growth speed. Even with the armed hockey hardening, it wasn't particularly handy to use. Spirit Soul City. In the Pope's Hall. Where did this person named Lu Ming come from? His strength is simply terrifying. Without even using his spirit soul, he killed Tang Dazue with just 2 punches, and Tang Dazue was using the Great Shumi Hammer. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall by Bixi was well aware of the power of the Great Shumi Hammer technique. It was precisely because of this secret technique that Tang Dazue was able to severely injure the former Pope, Qian Sun, who was at the 95th level of soul power, when he was at the 91st level, allowing her to devour his spirit soul. Moreover, the 2 title de law accompanying the former Pope were also killed in that battle, demonstrating just how terrifying the Great Shumi Hammer truly is. According to the information, Lu Ming smashed the Great Shumi Hammer into dust with a single punch. Just how strong is he? 99 levels? Or has he already touched the threshold of divinity? In any case, she could not achieve that. Bring everyone, mobilize the entire Spirit Hall's power, and investigate the information on Lu Ming. Moreover, at all costs, try to win him over. Even if we cannot win him over, we cannot let other forces gain him. Meanwhile, in the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. What a! Rong was also there. Hearing the report from the sect disciple who secretly protected Ning, Rong Ning Feng Lai could no longer sit still. The sudden appearance of a suspected limit de law, or even a god-level powerhouse, was already enough to vex him. Now hearing that his daughter was also in the team that offended the mysterious powerhouse, he could no longer remain seated. Feng Lai, I will go and bring Rong back. Jian Xian, who was sitting beside him, stood up directly. Then it will trouble Uncle Jian. The information shows that he is heading toward Tiando City, and I will personally take Rong to apologize. Ning Feng Lai said with a serious expression. Tiando City. Inside the royal palace. A suspected god-level powerhouse. Qian Renshua murmured as she looked at the information in her hand. She was pleased about Tang Dazue's death, but the emergence of such a powerful figure made her heart uneasy. Uncle Shi, please arrange this for me. I wish to meet this powerhouse in person. Young master, your safety. Uncle Shi did not agree immediately, as the opponent was simply too strong for him and the sea urchin to handle. It's alright, such a powerful person would not be that petty. Tang Dazue's death was largely due to attacking his daughter, otherwise he would have only been beaten up. Qian Renshue, who had already caught a hint of the situation from the information, was incredibly certain. Alright. Uncle Shi pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded in agreement. On the other side, Lu Ming was unaware that various forces had already learned of his existence. At this moment, he was driving a newly developed jeep from Yan Huang training Zhu Yuming. "Hurry up, the car is coming." Hearing the cries from behind, Zhu Yuming was almost in tears. Lu Ming might actually crash into her if it weren't for the defense provided by Mo Jia. She would have probably been severely injured by now. "Sister, run faster. Don't get hit." Lu Ku, who was already showing signs of cunning, shouted loudly from the car. Hearing this, Zhu Yuming almost stumbled, but still forced herself to speed up while dodging the speeding. This kind of training had been going on for a day. Whenever she reached her limit, the wind speed dog would drop a beam of light to restore her stamina and injuries, allowing her to continue running. Half a month later, Tiando City. Looking at the massive city wall ahead, even with Zhu Yuming's cold demeanor, tears streamed down her face. Heaven knows how she had endured this half-month. Apart from a little rest at night, the remaining time was either being chased by the jeep or fighting with the wind speed dog, not to mention eating that disgusting whale glue. Fortunately, the results were also gratifying. She could feel that her soul power had risen by 1 level, and her strength was more than 5 times stronger than before. "Hello, Senior Lu Ming, I am Ning Fenglai. I heard that you are collecting various precious metals, and I have a small gift as a token of respect." At the city gate, Ning Fenglai saw that Lu Ming had arrived and quickly apologized with the somewhat frightened Ning Rongrong. At the same time, he extended his right hand, revealing an ancient ring in his palm, which was clearly a spatial soul guide. "Senior." The Bone Dragon and Jian Xin behind Ning Fenglai quickly bowed. "I will accept your—" Lu Ming glanced at Ning Fenglai, then at Ning Rongrong, reached out to take the ring, and with a probe of his divine sense, he discovered that not only were there mysterious iron and secret silver inside, but also the existence of deep-sea silver, and there was quite a bit of it. Indeed, it is no wonder that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is the richest sect in the Doloa continent. Seeing that Lu Ming accepted it, Ning Fenglai visibly breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that Lu Ming had already forgiven his daughter. "Master Ning, I hope the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School can help me collect various precious metals." Lu Ming spoke again, metals like cold hard iron, secret silver, and deep-sea silver appearing in his hand softly, saying to Ning Fenglai, "As for the reward, I can offer gold, or I could help each of these 2 behind you raise their soul power by 1 level. How does that sound?" As the strongest support sect on the continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower not only has astonishing support abilities, but is also unrivaled in treasure hunting. Their spirit souls naturally have a strong sensitivity to precious items, which is why the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has become the richest sect. "Senior, rest assured I will do my utmost to find treasures for you." Ning Fenglai quickly bowed to Lu Ming, then smiled, and said, "As for the reward, I choose the latter option." After saying this, Ning Fenglai left with Ning Rongrong the Bone Dragon and Jian Xin, not intending to disturb Lu Ming any further. After such a small episode, everyone entered Tiando City and headed straight for the Grand Soul Arena, which Lu Ku had been thinking about, as the colorful soul rings of soul masters during battles were truly captivating. In the VIP room, seeing Lu Ku so engrossed, Lu Ming was unconcerned. From Zhu Yuming's nightly training, he could tell that the soul master system had no reference value and was not worth his time. Instead of wasting time on that, he would rather study how to use the metals in his hands to upgrade the Scarlet Queen or comprehend the principles of space. The space in this world was simply too fragile. Even a planetary-level being like him could break through it, which greatly aided him in understanding the principles of space. He planned to enter seclusion here after Lu Ku returned, striving to touch the threshold of the principles of space. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Ming scanned with his divine sense and found that outside stood a girl with somewhat golden hair and a perfect figure, followed by 2 titled doe, 1 fat and 1 thin. Lu Ming immediately guessed who had come, the young master of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue. So it seems my earlier confrontation with Tang Decue has already drawn the attention of major powers across the continent. Now even Qian Renxue has arrived. Lu Ming understood this perfectly. As for why it was Qian Renxue, not Xue Qinghe, it was because Qian Renxue knew full well that her disguise would be utterly transparent before a cultivator of Lu Ming's caliber and might only provoke disdain. "Enter." Lu Ming did not refuse, his voice, though soft, carried piercing clarity. Granted permission, Qian Renxue gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, accompanied by Shishu and Ci Tun. Upon entering, Qian Renxue beheld a handsome young man lounging casually on the sofa, legs crossed, beside him a child as exquisite as a jade figurine, and behind them a young woman of striking statuesque proportions. When her gaze fell upon Lu Ming, Qian Renxue paused ever so slightly, then swiftly approached and offered a respectful bow, Qianrenxue heir of the spirit sect pays homage to Senior Lu Ming. A humble token, hardly worthy of your esteem. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lu Ming probed the spatial soul artifact in Qianrenxue's hand, and his eyes flickered with faint surprise within lay metals exceedingly rare across the continent. It appeared he need not journey to the metal capital at all to gather sufficient rare metals. Yet Lu Ming made no move to accept them. Instead, he regarded Qianrenxue with serene detachment and asked, "One receives no gift without merit. Please take these back." "Senior, you jest. Tang De Chue slew the former Grand Priestess, and as her daughter, I owe you gratitude for avenging her. How then can this be said to lack merit?" Qianrenxue replied with a gentle smile. "Very well, I shall accept." After a moment's quiet reflection, Lu Ming extended his hand and accepted the spatial soul artifact from her. Seeing this, Qianrenxue's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Acceptance signaled openness to dialogue, and she seated herself unbidden on the adjacent sofa. "Senior, the spirit sect stands as the foremost power on this continent, yet never have we heard of a master of your stature. Might I ask whence do you hail? And what is your soul force level?" This bold inquiry was audacious indeed. Only Lu Ming's forbearance allowed it. Had it been directed at someone like Du Gubo, it might well have cost her life. After all, origin and soul force rank were matters of utmost consequence to any soul cultivator. "You truly possess remarkable courage," Lu Ming teased lightly, then added, "I come from another continent, merely accompanying my daughter on a leisurely visit. As for cultivation attainment, I long ago surpassed the 100th rank, though I hold no divine seat. Truly a being beyond the 100th rank." Qianrenxue's pupils contracted sharply. Though she had braced herself, hearing Lu Ming confirm his transcendence firsthand sent shockwaves rippling through her very core. For tens of thousands of years, no god-tier cultivator had arisen on the Doloa continent. Yet here one stood real and undeniable. Moreover, she burned with curiosity about that other continent, and immediately pressed Lu Ming for details. Drawing upon memories stored deep within his mind, Lu Ming outlined the broad contours of the Mingyue continent, emphasizing how it had long since been unified under the Mingyue Empire. Qianrenxue gasped, repeatedly astonished that this other land had evolved along such a radically different path. Its civilization centered not on soul beasts or spirit bones, but on soul artifact engineering. Her resolve to unify the Doloa continent hardened further still. "Then, you seek metals to forge soul artifacts?" "Precisely," Lu Ming nodded. After all, spirit artifacts in this world were essentially advanced soul artifacts. After some time spent conversing, Qianrenxue departed with Shishu and Ci Tun, while Lu Ming resumed attending the soul battle tournament with Lu Ku, and all the while his fingertips traced delicate rifts in space, attuning himself to their subtle fluctuations. Once the tournament concluded, Lu Ming led the group toward the Sunset Forest to seek out the legendary twin-element Eye of Ice and Fire. "Senior, what brings us to the Sunset Forest?" Zhu Yuming asked curiously as they walked beneath the ancient canopy. "I seek a sacred site. If its conditions prove favorable, I intend to establish my medicinal garden here," Lu Ming explained with a faint smile. Soon, under Lu Ming's guidance, they reached a zone shrouded in toxic miasma, vile food, and dense enough to be seen with the naked eye, exuding a cloyingly sweet yet nauseating scent. Zhu Yuming merely inhaled a trace, and instantly felt vertigo assail her senses. "Let us proceed." Lu Ming stepped forward. A gust of sharp wind parted the miasma like a curtain, carving a narrow passage through its suffocating thickness. Fengsu dog bore Lu Ku upon its back as Zhu Yuming hurried after. The miasma stretched over 300 meters, a formidable barrier. No wonder the twin element I remained undiscovered. The sheer density of this toxin exceeds what ordinary soul cultivators could endure. Lu Ming marveled inwardly at Du Gubo's artistry. By cultivating the azure scale 7 extinction flower around the eye, he had forged an almost perfect natural seal. The toxin's potency, even Lu Ming sensed it clearly, would slay a soul saint outright unprotected. And soul saints, or those above, would have no reason to enter such perilous terrain without cause. At last they arrived at the twin element eye. Lush medicinal herbs flourished everywhere. Rarities prized beyond measure elsewhere grew here like common weeds. Most arresting of all was the central spring, where crimson and sapphire waters swirled in seamless radiant duality. "Is this the sacred site you sought, Senior? Nature truly works miracles." Zhu Yuming covered her mouth, eyes wide with awe. "The environment here is exceptional, ideal for a medicinal field." Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings with quiet approval, especially the central cold extreme Yin Spring and scorching Yang Spring, whose energies surged with astonishing intensity. This was without question an unparalleled place for cultivation, and he resolved silently this would become the heart of his sect. His gaze swept the entire eye, then settled upon two plants growing directly within the spring's vortex, the blazing pepper vine and the octagonal frostgrass. He recognized neither of the other spirit herbs, but these two he knew were unmistakable. Ignoring all harvesting prerequisites, Lu Ming reached in and grasped both, snapping stems intact. Instantly, searing heat and bone-deep cold surged up his arms, racing along meridians with such ferocity that even he flinched at the sting. Excellent. His satisfaction deepened. He now knew these spirit herbs held genuine efficacy for him. Without hesitation, he stuffed both into his mouth. Fire and ice flooded his body in tandem, coursing down his throat and igniting every fiber. Unlike Tang Fo Zhu's agonizing protracted refinement process described in legend, Lu Ming's assimilation was effortless. Mere cycles of the Sun True Scripture sufficed to fully refine the blazing pepper vine and octagonal frostgrass. Their extreme energies catalyzed the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art, propelling it past its first stage into the second and strengthening his physique once more. What wretched existence did I endure before? Sensing his rapid progress in such a short time, and recalling how agonizingly slow cultivation had been in the past, Lu Ming nearly lost composure. Indeed, swift advancement in cultivation demanded external aids. Having absorbed the medicinal essence of two immortal herbs, Lu Ming's resolve to seize this place hardened further. Hiki Yu Ming, you too shall cultivate here diligently, but under no circumstances touch the medicinal herbs. Lu Ming squeezed 2 drops of blood from his fingertip and fed them into Lu Ke's and Zhu Yoming's mouths. With their current cultivation level, they could not endure long within the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. External assistance was indispensable. Having just ingested the fiery apricot pepper vegetable and the octagonal profound ice grass, Lu Ming's blood still pulsed with residual medicinal energy, capable of aiding both cultivators in adapting to this extreme environment. Feng Su Dog, watch over them closely. After issuing the command, Lu Ming plunged straight into the spring's heart and activated the Sun True Scripture, voraciously devouring the opposing energies of the frigid Yin spring and the scorching Yang spring, refining them into true Qi to elevate his own cultivation. As the final resting place of the Ice Dragon Sovereign and the Flame Dragon Sovereign, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire held vastly greater energy than either the fiery apricot pepper vegetable or the octagonal profound ice grass. His consumption of those immortal herbs served solely to cultivate resistance to both ice and fire, preparing him to absorb the eye's primordial energies unimpeded. An extremity of glacial yin energy and searing yang energy surged relentlessly into Lu Ming's body, coalescing around him at the eye's center into a spiraling vortex, crimson and cobalt interwoven like celestial currents. Lu Ke, rarely so solemn, sat cross-legged beside the yin-yang eye, cultivating a unique scripture specially devised for her by Lu Ming. Zhu Yuming meditated nearby, keenly aware that Lu Ke's method far surpassed her own, each cycle of absorption yielding tenfold more energy. Yet she harbored no envy. Having received Lu Ming's personal guidance alone filled her with profound contentment. Feng Su Dog went further still, its body sinking entirely into the scorching Yang spring, inhaling the residual energy Lu Ming had left behind. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon my medicinal garden? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from beyond the yin-yang eye. Lu Ke and Zhu Yuming instantly ceased cultivation and turned, only to behold an elderly man with emerald green hair and eyes, his expression twisted with malevolent fury. Du de Dugobo, so this domain once belonged to the poisoned Dola. Zhu Yoming's pupils contracted slightly in disbelief. Then, recalling Lu Ming, her expression softened once more. In the next instant, Feng Su Dog shot forth from the blazing Yang spring and landed firmly before Lu Ke and Zhu Yoming, its gaze locked on Dugobo, terrifying pressure surging forth like a tidal wave. Feng Su Dog's innate trait was intimidation. Years spent aboard pirate vessels, refined further under Lu Ming's tutelage, had honed this ability to peerless mastery, rivaling even the legendary Haoshiko Haki. A 10,000-year soul beast. Crushed beneath that overwhelming aura, Dugobo struggled to breathe. His limbs felt leaden, movement impossible. Staring incredulously at Feng Su Dog, he could scarcely believe a 10,000-year soul beast had invaded his sacred garden. And yet, it was not alone. Within that swirling vortex of crimson and cobalt, the very springs radiating unbearable cold and heat, lurked something even more formidable. Should he abandon this medicinal garden? But after only a fleeting moment's hesitation, Dugobo rejected the thought outright. Not only did the yin-yang eye suppress the toxins ravaging his body, but it might also be the sole hope for his granddaughter Yanzi. He could not yield. Emerald Scale, Serpent Sovereign Possession. 7th Soul Skill, True Soul Form. Without pause, Dugubo activated his soul possession. His 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings blazed beneath his feet, and he transformed into a colossal emerald serpent, over 100 meters long, crowned with twin horns. 8th Soul Skill, Time Solidification. 9th Soul Skill. A brilliant white light erupted from the emerald scale, Serpent Sovereign, freezing not only space, but time itself, within its luminous sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Dugubo unleashed his 9th Soul Skill at full power. The Serpent Sovereign's maw gathering venomous soul energy, aiming to obliterate Fengsu Dog, now seemingly immobilized by temporal stasis. Yet as he prepared to release the final technique, a grating glass-like shattering echoed all around. The very fabric of time and space he had frozen now fractured like brittle crystal. What a... Dugubo's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even process the impossibility, a crushing blow struck his jaw. Dizziness exploded through his skull, his true soul form dissolved instantly, and he hurtled backward hundreds of meters, slamming into the ground with a thunderous impact, stunned motionless for several breaths. When he finally raised his head, he saw, between the two girls, a towering young man had appeared without warning, 2 meters tall, posture commanding. None other than Lu Ming, who had emerged from the yin-yang eye the moment he sensed time's arrest. His aura now reigned supreme, domineering absolute, his cultivation having ascended from stellar realm 4th tier to 5th tier. Seeing Dugubo stir, Lu Ming stepped forward, appearing before him in an instant, and gazed down imperiously. I offer you 2 choices: swear fealty, or die. I submit. He cherished freedom, yes, but he was no solitary hermit. He bore responsibility for his granddaughter. In past negotiations, the Spirit Hall had sent only the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duluos. Even then, refusal carried little risk. He could always flee. Yet this man's strength defied comprehension. Escape was utterly unthinkable. Moreover, the yin-yang eye remained here. Without this treasure, not only would he perish, but Yanzi would follow him into death. Upon Dugubo's surrender, Lu Ming extended a finger and tapped his forehead. Before Dugubo could react, a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind, a treatise titled Soul Core Formation, detailing precisely how the soul core could neutralize the backlash of his poisonous soul. Dugubo erupted in ecstatic relief. Absolute loyalty to this master was unquestionably worthwhile. Now both he and Yanzi would live. Many thanks, Lord. I am eternally grateful, Dugubo. He rose immediately and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded curtly, then instructed, begin forging your soul core at once. Once complete, I have tasks for you. Understood. Dugubo bowed again and seated himself beside the yin-yang eye, selecting a spot with pure air to commence soul core formation, drawing upon his internal poison core. This soul core formation method had been conceived by Lu Ming on the spot, using the 9-9 refinement technique. As such, it eclipsed the world's existing cultivation arts by incalculable degrees. The spiritual energy of the world continuously surged toward Dugubo within the ice and fire duality eye. His aura grew increasingly formidable, and steady, his body, once resembling a withered skeleton with sunken cheeks, began to fill out, becoming more robust, while his soul power steadily advanced, nearing the 92nd level. Lu Ming did not practice merely sitting nearby and observing. He had already absorbed a significant portion of the energy from the ice and fire duality. Further absorption could potentially ruin this precious land, hindering the accelerated growth of the surrounding celestial herbs, which he intended to use as his medicinal garden. He planned to return to absorb the energy once the ice and fire duality had recovered. Dugubo, being a titled Delaw, possessed a toxic core akin to a soul core within him, making it quite easy to condense a soul core from the toxic core, achieving success in under half a day. By the time he awoke, Lu Ku and Zhu Yuming had already completed their training, each playing a video game, with Zhu Yuming particularly engrossed, as Lu Ming had told her this was also a form of cultivation. She was playing King of Fighters, but the AI was set to the highest difficulty, and one moment of inattention could lead to defeat. You're awake. Lu Ming's cool voice rang in Dugubo's ear. Now that you're awake, help me with some. What would you like, senior? Dugubo immediately responded. There exists a clan in the Star Luo Empire known as the Broken One Clan, which has records of celestial herbs. I want you to acquire this information by any means necessary, Lu Ming slowly replied. The Broken One Clan. Sure. Dugubo pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He glanced at the scattered herbs on the ground, and then turned to leave the ice and fire duality, vanishing from sight. After Dugu Bo departed, Lu Ming retrieved all the metals from the storage soul guide given by Ning Fenglai and Qianren Xue. He had already inspected these metals when Dugu Bo condensed his soul core, and what surprised him the most was not the top-quality metals like deep-sea silver or star steel, but rather the secret silver. The surprise secret silver brought Lu Ming was not its hardness or toughness, but its astonishing efficiency in transmitting true essence, which reached a remarkable 100%. It should be noted that Lu Ming had collected all metals except pure gold in the pirate world. Even so, the efficiency of the true essence transmission in the Crimson Empress he re-refined barely reached 80%, only managing to amplify its power by 1.6 times under the 3 red burst. Now with the secret silver, a metal with a 100% true essence transmission combined with star steel cold hard iron essence and deep sea silver, to reforge the Crimson Empress, he was confident of achieving a 200% amplification under normal conditions and 600% under the 3 red state. Lu Ming extended his hand and red flames ignited before him. He first took the Crimson Empress and tossed it in, continually eliminating the metals within that lacked strength or toughness, retaining only the basic framework. Having held the Crimson Empress for over 10 years, Lu Ming was intimately familiar with its structure, making the refining process smooth. He quickly removed the unnecessary metals and began to add secret silver, star steel cold hard iron essence, and deep sea silver, utilizing the forging techniques recorded in the Divine Machine 100 refinements to temper them. 2 hours later, a brand new Crimson Empress floated in the air, although compared to the original, the bright silver blade bore a black line, a remnant of the original's overpowering essence. Whoosh! A gentle swing of the blade split the surrounding poison mist, creating a passage extending beyond the sunset forest. Not bad. Next, I just need to rain-fuse it with my essence to turn it into a black blade. Looking at the new Crimson Empress in his hand, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and strapped it back onto his back. Now that the blade had been reforged, he could once again wield the Crimson Empress in battle. Meanwhile, after settling, Dugi and Dugu Bo immediately set off for the Broken One clan's residence in the Star Luo Empire. Young Woody, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Dugu Bo's figure appeared on the city wall of the county where the Broken One clan was located, calling out loudly. Who is looking for me? Soon a figure rushed out from the largest residence in the county, the voice preceding the person. I wondered who it was. So it's you, old monster. Young Woody halted on a rooftop, his expression visibly relaxing upon seeing it was Dugu Bo. If it had been any other titled Dolaw, he might have felt some fear, but Dugu Bo the Poison Dolaw faced him, the strongest leader of the Broken One clan and a master alchemist whose strength was not even comparable to ordinary soul masters. However, he soon realized something was amiss, his expression becoming very serious. You have broken through. Yes. Thanks to a certain esteemed individual, I not only resolved my internal poison backlash issue, but my soul power has also reached the 93rd level, doubling my strength at the very least. I am no longer the weakest titled Dolaw. Dugu Bo's weakness as a titled Dolaw was not only due to his low soul power, but also because he was hindered by his own poison, making his combat ability significantly weaker than other titled Dolaw. Now, having condensed his soul core and resolved the poison backlash issue, his soul power began to nourish his body. Though his physique may still not match the other titled Dolaw, it was nearly comparable, and facing a soul master that countered him directly was no longer a significant problem. What do you want from me? Young Woody asked warily. That esteemed individual has instructed me to obtain the information on celestial herbs at any cost. That's right, that means at any cost, even if I have to poison the entire Broken One clan, I won't hesitate. Dugu Bo's voice was very calm, but Young Woody felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was not because Dugu Bo threatened to poison the entire Broken One clan, but because of the esteemed individual he mentioned. While Dugu Bo could deal with the entire Broken One clan, anyone whom Dugu Bo respectfully referred to as esteemed was at least above the 95th level of strength that the Broken One clan could not contend with. Young Woody, I advise you to hand it over. I believe you've heard about how Tang Dachui was killed in 2 punches over a fortnight ago. It was the work of that esteemed individual. If the previous statement had made Young Woody feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, this one was a death blow. He felt as if all his strength had drained away, collapsing on the rooftop. Although he felt great satisfaction upon hearing of Tang Dachui's demise, it was clear that the Broken One clan could not afford to offend such power. All right, come with me. They'll take you to get it. Young Woody forced himself to gather his breath, rising to lead Dugu Bo toward the alchemical area of the Broken One clan. This is all the information regarding celestial herbs and their usage. Upon receiving the celestial herb guide handed over by Yang Wudi, Dugubo flipped through a few pages, his pupils suddenly constricting as he revealed an expression of disbelief. He recognized all the celestial herbs recorded in the guide from his time spent at the ice and fire duality eye. It turns out that the Lord already knew. How pitiful it is to possess a treasure mountain, yet remain a... Dugubo felt a surge of regret in his heart. Had he known that the illustrated guide to the celestial herbs was within the Broken Clan, perhaps his son and daughter-in-law would not have died, and he could have resolved the issue of toxin backlash much earlier. However, it was too late for regrets now, but he still flipped through the entire illustrated guide to the celestial herbs, providing himself with a semblance of psychological comfort. Soon Dugubo returned to the ice and fire 2's eye with the illustrated guide and handed it over to Lu Ming. Not bad, quite complete. The contents recorded in the Celestial Herb Illustrated Guide were very comprehensive, including, but not limited to, appearance, usage, and classification. Closing the guide, Lu Ming turned to Dugubo and said, "This place originally belongs to you, and I want to take it for free. You may choose any 3 celestial herbs here." "Thank you, my lord." Dugubo expressed his gratitude excitedly, and then walked directly towards the ice and fire 2's eye. First, he dug out a sweet potato from one area, then a chihuahua growing beside the ice and fire 2's eye, and finally a plant resembling a swan neck. These were the earth dragon golden gourd, the fragrant chihuahua celestial product, and the blood-colored swan kiss. When Lu Ming mentioned he could choose any 3 celestial herbs, he immediately thought of taking those 3. The earth dragon golden gourd would allow Du Guyan to evolve her martial soul, and also enhance her resistance to the toxin of the green-scaled serpent, potentially solving the issue of her innate toxin. The fragrant chihuahua celestial product would assist him in researching new potent toxins, while the blood-colored swan kiss could enhance the power of toxins. If applied well, it could significantly boost his strength, allowing him to battle anyone under the extreme Dola. After Dugubo collected the celestial herbs, Lu Ming also picked the remaining herbs and stored them away. However, he left the roots, hoping to see if these celestial herbs could regrow. Among them, the 8-petal celestial orchid, capable of solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence, was immediately fed to Lu Ku. The rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, which could purify fire attribute energy, was given to the wind speed dog. From the original work, Lu Ming gave the 9-grade purple rasher that Xiao Gang had eaten to Zhu Yoming, telling her to consume it when she encountered a bottleneck in her soul power cultivation. After entrusting the ice and fire 2's eye and Zhu Yuming to Dugubo's care, Lu Ming took Lu Ku to wander around the Dola continent again. Eventually, they went to the extreme northern region to admire the snow scenery and auroras, and Lu Ku was sent back to the pirate world, while Lu Ming remained to continue comprehending the laws of space through the fragile space of the Dola continent. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Lu Ming's cultivation advanced once more, reaching the 6th tier of planetary level. He had successfully grasped a shred of the space law, and could now create 2 phantoms to engage in battle, significantly enhancing his strength. With his cultivation temporarily unable to progress further, Lu Ming returned to the pirate world. A major event had occurred in the pirate world. The Roger pirates successfully reached Raftel, uncovered the secrets of the world government, and re-emerged from the East Sea, completing a circle around the pirate world, thus becoming the Pirate King. However, unlike in the original work, the Roger pirates did not disband afterward. Because of this, the current world government and navy became frantic, pursuing the Roger pirates at all costs. Unfortunately, their top combat power could not match the Roger pirates, as Roger cut a path straight to the New World, ultimately arriving at Wano. As expected, Roger is an unruly character. Lu Ming, wearing floral shorts and a floral shirt, sat on the sofa by the pool, glancing at the newspaper in his hand that reported Roger's latest actions, and couldn't help but laugh. Wano, huh? Looks like Kaido is in for some trouble. Wano, God avoid. Roger unleashed a slash infused with Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone on Kaido, who was in his human beast form, with blood flowing continuously from the wound. Damn you, Roger. Kaido struggled to rise from the ground, unwillingly roaring, clearly just a step away from occupying Wano, but Roger had to intervene, causing his plans to fail. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido swung his staff wrapped in armament and Conqueror's Haki, with black-red lightning raging, accompanied by a piercing sound, aiming directly for Roger's head. The surrounding air was drained by the immense power contained within the staff, beginning to distort subtly. Kaido, you are no match for me. Practice for a few more years. Desolate spirit. In the face of this strike, Roger was utterly arrogant, wielding ace without holding back his frenzied Haki, seemingly ready to tear everything apart. He was no longer the Roger from the original work who was about to die and could only gamble everything free from the constraints of injuries. His current strength would certainly not lose to the former rocks facing a Kaido who had yet to fully mature was simply effortless. Puff! One of Kaido's 8-headed serpent heads was instantly severed, and his body was sent flying backward by the residual shockwave of the Conqueror's haki. Retreat. Having lost a head and a life, Kaido did not dare to be reckless again, immediately leading the remnants to flee towards Wano. As long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Kaido was not afraid of death, it was just that few could threaten him before. When faced with the true moment of life and death, he felt a twinge of fear and was hesitant to confront Roger, who was simply too strong, far beyond what he could handle at present. After Kaido left, Rayleigh approached Lu Ming with a sword in hand, blood dripping from the blade, indicating he had fought his way here. Roger the Serpent has already been dealt with. What should we do next? Although Roger was unreliable at times, he was never vague on important matters. The course of the Roger pirates was always determined by Roger, and even as the first mate he would not interfere. We arrived at Raftel too early. It is not yet time for that war to commence. The Sea King Poseidon has not yet been born, and all we can do is guard Pluto, which is also the reason I fought my way to Wano. The ancient weapons will be exceedingly important in the impending Great War. We cannot allow Pluto to fall into the hands of the world government. Roger sheathed his sword and gazed towards the world government, no longer playful as before, but rather serious, recalling what he had seen at Raftel, and felt somewhat moved. Additionally, that brat Lu Ming should have guessed some truths, and he is currently the only force in the seas capable of standing up to the world government. We will inevitably need his assistance. Also, Whitebeard, his strength is not to be underestimated. Inform him of part of the truth that should get his attention sufficiently. At that time, relying on the three of us, the world government in the New World won't be able to meddle. Rayleigh nodded, agreeing with Roger's assessment. He immediately said, "He'll personally pay a visit to that brat Lu Ming and leave Whitebeard to Yutian. Given their relationship, he should be easier to persuade." This world is becoming increasingly interesting. Roger's news of expelling Kaido from Wano quickly reached Lu Ming, causing him to laugh out loud. His efforts were not in vain. One cannot underestimate the impact of a living pirate king on the world. The repercussions of Roger becoming the pirate king were far from over, especially after the world government and the Navy poured all their resources into failing to eliminate the Roger pirates. Pirates across the globe began to surge in numbers, rivaling the era of great pirates that Roger's death had spawned. The world government reacted swiftly, enacting large-scale conscription within the Navy, relentlessly hunting down the newly emerged pirates in the Four Seas and the Grand Line, and violently suppressing all dissidents. They aimed to minimize the impact, deploying the Knights of God and the Blades of God, while intensifying information censorship. In a moment, the Four Seas and the Grand Line were engulfed in bloodshed and chaos. Notable future pirates began to emerge: Moonlight, Moria, Hawkeye, Mihawk, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and others. After escaping from Wano and returning to Onigashima, Kaido began to recruit soldiers and forge weapons in earnest, while also embarking on a new round of training, planning to find an opportunity to return to Wano and take revenge on Roger. Totland Sea. Mamama has Kaido lost. With her body covered in burns, Big Mom devoured her desserts, her eyes revealing a lingering bitterness. As she read the newspaper, she suddenly burst into laughter. "It seems it's time to meet Kaido. Lu Ming, you wait for me." As a woman, Big Mom was indifferent to her appearance, otherwise she wouldn't have become so large. She was far more concerned with food and face. After suffering heavy injuries in 2 consecutive attacks on the Yanhuang Republic due to new weapons, she felt utterly humiliated. However, Lu Ming's strength and the Yanhuang's artillery made her deeply apprehensive, preventing her from taking rash actions. Especially after learning that Lu Ming easily defeated Steelbone Kong and 3 elders, she temporarily abandoned her thoughts of revenge. Yet that hatred lay buried deep in her heart, waiting for the opportunity for revenge. Now, seeing Kaido's defeat, a thought crossed her mind. If she and Kaido teamed up, they might actually stand a chance against Lu Ming. Moreover, she believed that Kaido would also want to leverage her strength against Roger. This could be a win-win situation. A few days later, news of Kaido and Big Mom's alliance spread throughout the New World, shocking the entire world. Each of these 2 figures represented a force that could not be ignored, and their union was truly daunting. Kaido's base also moved from Onigashima to a non-affiliated country near the Totland Sea, and the alliance began to occupy the surrounding territory. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, and Yanhuang pirates also began to expand outward from their respective territories. Thus, the territories of the New World were divided among the Yanhuang, Whitebeard, Roger beast, and Big Mom alliances with other pirates only able to scavenge the corners and areas the four major forces did not want. Two people teaming up, it is indeed a good choice. Ming thought to himself, casually tossing aside the newspaper. The current new world was far more terrifying than the one in the original story. It's worth noting that both Roger and Whitebeard are in their prime, with strength far surpassing that of future figures like Kaido. Though he was reluctant to admit it, in a world without a cultivation system, where one cannot cultivate longevity, age greatly affects strength. Whitebeard was over 70 years old when he died, and Garp was 78 when he attacked Sabati Archipelago. An ordinary person at that age might struggle to walk, let alone fight. Moreover, the alliance between Ling and Kaido lacked one crucial aspect compared to Ming. Roger and Whitebeard, the three of them, had a good relationship and did not fight alone. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Black God set. Seeing this reward, Ming smiled. The Black God set, known as the classic set of world devouring, can penetrate the skin and fully integrate with the body, covering the entire body and freely changing form, capable of reducing any damage by 90%. Of course, this damage reduction has its limits. Attacks exceeding stellar levels are difficult to reduce by 90%, and achieving 50% reduction is already quite good. However, it is more than sufficient in today's three great worlds. As the lottery wheel in the sky vanished, a black glove fell from the air, landing steadily in Ming's hand. He hurriedly put the glove on his right hand, and then forced out a drop of blood into the glove, which instantly transformed into a pool of black liquid that spread across Ming's body, forming a black-red full-body armor teeming with a sense of technology. Bang! Bang! Practicing a set of boxing techniques on the spot, Ming felt extremely satisfied. Wearing the Black God set felt as if it were weightless and did not restrict his movements like other armors. Then, with a thought, the Black God set transformed, taking the form of Ming's usual black training outfit. The impact of Roger becoming the Pirate King was immense, with countless pirates venturing into the new world aiming for the likes of Ming, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Roger. Challengers were endless. Before long, Ming had not settled down for a few days when a challenger arrived at his door. Usually it was people like Xiao Xiao and Sherlock who dealt with challengers, but this time the visitor was one of the most renowned pirates of the new era, Sand Crocodile. Crocodile, a user of the sand fruit, whose strength was quite formidable among the newcomers. Desolate Island Port. As the banana crocodile approached, the residents of the Yanhuang Republic felt no fear. Instead, they felt a twinge of pity, for they all knew how those who caused trouble in the Yanhuang Republic had fared over the years. As the banana crocodile drew nearer, all the close-range artillery in the port aimed at the pirate ship. With just a word, they could instantly obliterate the entire pirate ship along with all the pirates on board. Huh. There really is a frog at the bottom of the well from the Grand Line, daring to cause trouble for the Yanhuang. Sherlock, with sleepy eyes and a skewer in his mouth, looked at the approaching pirate ship and felt a hint of surprise, then revealed an interested expression. He shouted to the Azure Dragon army guarding the port, "Kage, do not fire, let them in. I happen to want to kill some time." "Understood, Lord Sherlock." Kage nodded and immediately signaled the Azure Dragon army to temporarily disperse the residents near Desolate Island Port, leaving the battlefield for Sherlock and the incoming pirates. However, these residents did not leave. Instead, they stood at the periphery to watch. After all, such a rare pirate invasion was also a source of entertainment for them. This is the Yanhuang Republic. It truly is peaceful. I can hardly imagine this as a nation governed by pirates. Standing at the bow of the ship, Crocodile was astonished by the thriving and extraordinarily peaceful country, yet his tone was filled with sarcasm. To him, a country should be ruled by violence, and everyone in the nation ought to serve him rather than the Yanhuang Republic serving its people. So you are the new Shichibukai Crocodile. Why aren't you fulfilling your role as the world government's lackey and come to our Yanhuang pirate crew? Shalot, resting his hand on his sword at his waist, spoke with disdain. He held those who willingly became lackeys of the world government in contempt. In his view, even death in battle was preferable to surrender. Of course, I am here to challenge Qinglong Ming. Once I defeat him, I will be the strongest man in the... Currently, the title of the strongest man in the world belongs to Ming, so Crocodile's target has shifted from Whitebeard in the original story to Ming now. Ha ha. Shalot laughed as if hearing a great joke, nearly doubling over in laughter while ignoring Crocodile's increasingly darkening expression. He mocked, "You actually want to challenge the Godfather? You seem to be just another fool who has no idea of the heavens and the earth after consuming a Logia-type devil fruit." "What do you mean?" Crocodile replied darkly, already conjuring a small sandstorm tornado in his hand. "What do you mean?" Shalot ceased laughing, standing up and slowly drawing his long sword, speaking coldly. "It's quite simple. Nature-type users like you often die faster. You dare underestimate me. Crocodile was enraged, swinging his right hand violently, sending the sandstorm tornado flying out. Sandstorm. The moment the sandstorm tornado was released, it formed into a massive sandstorm that surged towards Shalot, growing larger as it advanced. Wherever it passed, even the seawater below was whipped up by the storm, transforming into heavier sand, amplifying the storm's destructive power. Truly fearless. Shalot's gaze turned icy as he infused his true energy into his long sword, which emitted a shimmering white light intertwined with black and red lightning. Is this the pure white blade? Seeing the long sword turned white, Crocodile mused that before challenging Lu Ming, he had thoroughly investigated everyone in the Yanhuang pirate crew and was well aware of the origin of Shalot's nickname. Break the mountain. In that instant, the world seemed to change color as Shalot swung his sword, a brilliant beam of light flashing past, slicing through the massive sandstorm and disappearing beside Crocodile. Bang! The advancing sandstorm suddenly halted, then exploded into sand and seawater, falling into the ocean. Cold sweat broke out on Crocodile's forehead as terror filled his eyes. In that moment, he felt the arrival of death. If Shalot had not merely intended to intimidate him, that last sword strike would have surely killed him. The next second, a creaking sound came from beneath his feet, followed by the sensation of his body leaning to one side. The banana crocodile ship, which had carried him across the seas, was cleaved in half by Shalot's sword and slowly sank into the ocean. As the adopted son of Lu Ming, the latter had spared no effort in imparting his knowledge of martial arts, culture, and skills. He had thoroughly taught Shalot everything. Now Shalot's internal power was among the strongest in the entire pirate crew, surpassed only by Yuehui and Lu Ming. He had achieved the innate realm years ago and mastered the three-color haki, perfectly combining true energy, three-color haki, and swordsmanship. If not for his youth, he would have already reached the rank of a general. Yet even so, he was not someone that Crocodile could contend with now. Fire! Shalot's icy voice rang out as Kage and the Qinglong army at the port raised their firearms, systematically targeting and killing the other pirates of the Sand Pirate crew. Faced with weaponry far beyond this era, in just a few breaths, except for a few cadres who barely resisted, all other pirates were eliminated. Do you still think you are qualified to challenge the Godfather? You should know that his strength far exceeds mine by 100-fold. Someone like you, a frog in a well from the Grand Line, has no idea how vast the world is. Standing with his sword, Shalot looked at Crocodile, who was still struggling to maintain his balance, his voice dripping with mockery. Daddy, Shalot brother is so handsome. From the roof of a nearby building, Lu Kexing exclaimed excitedly. Well, he's just okay. Hearing his daughter praise someone else, Lu Ming felt a twinge of jealousy, even if that person was his adopted son. However, he had no intention of stepping in to show off. A mere crocodile was not worth him personally engaging. He was here to watch the spectacle, mainly because the visitor was an important character from the original story, and he was curious to see what would unfold. I don't believe the world is that vast. Heavy sandstorm. Crocodile roared in frustration, unleashing a sandstorm attack far greater than before towards Shalot, while his body transformed into a mass of quicksand charging towards the dock, his hands morphing into two sand blades. Seeing their captain charge forward, the remaining cadres were unwilling to fall behind and jumped towards the port. Seeking death. Shalot's expression was cold as he dispersed the heavy sandstorm, attacking him with a single sword strike, then rushed forward to engage Crocodile in battle. Although his strength surpassed Crocodile's, the latter was not weak either, making a quick victory impossible. Crocodile's subordinates faced off against the Qinglong army, led by Kage, who were no match for them. Those who fell were left sprawled on the ground. Over the years, the overall strength of the Qinglong army had increased severalfold, and with Lu Ming's guidance on mastering haki and physical training methods, their power had grown significantly. Especially among the squad leaders and captains of the Qinglong army, each possessed the ability to wield two-color haki, with their capabilities being equivalent to those of a minor general, while the outstanding ones even reached the level of a middle general, making them quite formidable. After exchanging over 100 blows with Crocodile, Shalot unexpectedly swept his sword horizontally, slicing through Crocodile's left hand, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Oh! The pain of losing an arm was unbearable for most, and Crocodile's face turned pale as he clutched his severed arm, crying out in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Shalot did not cease his attack. With a twist of his wrist, true energy and haki surged from his long sword, aiming straight for Crocodile's neck. If this strike landed, Crocodile would surely die. Driven by an intense desire to survive, Crocodile swung his left arm wildly, blood instantly obscuring Shalot's vision, causing his attack to falter. Taking advantage of this, crocodile swiftly transformed into a mass of quicksand racing towards the sea. Cloctor's hand has indeed been severed, but in the original work it was Whitebeard who dealt the blow. Now it has simply been replaced by Sherlock. However, is it a bit too late to think of fleeing now? Upon seeing Cloctor's left arm severed, Ming was somewhat surprised. He then noticed that Sherlock, due to his lack of experience, had been outmaneuvered, and he couldn't help but chuckle at Cloctor's chance to escape. Though most Logia users can fly, the speed of the Sansan fruit is not particularly fast. However, Sherlock's strength is nearly on par with a Marine Admiral, and with the assistance of true energy, his speed, while utilizing the moonwalk technique in the air, is not any slower than Cloctor. Don't think about escaping. Sherlock, infuriated by being outsmarted, rapidly circulated his true energy within his body, exerting force beneath his feet, and leaped into the air like a great rock, directly pursuing the drifting sand above. Damn it, is this what the cadres of the Four Emperors crew are like? They are all monsters. Sensing the increasingly close aura behind him and the weakness from his bleeding, Cloctor was overwhelmed by a surge of despair. He had arrived in the New World with high ambitions, aiming to defeat the strongest man and make a name for himself across the seas, yet reality struck him hard. He couldn't even defeat one of the strongest man's subordinates, let alone Ming, who was known as the strongest man. Sherlock, spare this guy's life. The Academy is still in need of natural-type materials, so we can make use of him as a resource. Just as Sherlock was ready to finish Cloctor with a single sword strike, Ming's voice echoed in his ear. Immediately, he altered his sword technique from a slash to a slap, and the spine of his sword heavily struck Cloctor's face, causing his facial muscles to twist and contort as he crashed heavily into the sea. The fishmen of the Qinglong army, witnessing this, quickly jumped into the sea to retrieve Cloctor. The Academy has always been a key institution supported by Ming, with annual research funding reaching hundreds of billions of berries. One of the key projects is utilizing bloodline factors to replicate devil fruits, while animal-type and paramecia-type fruits are easy to find, with many available in the Yanhuang Republic. However, natural-type fruits are scarce, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Previously, the Academy's personnel had complained to Ming about the lack of natural-type devil fruits, insisting that they couldn't allow Lisa and Lena to conduct experiments. Now that Cloctor had arrived, it was a perfect opportunity to provide those researchers with a resolution. Soon, Cloctor, tightly bound with sea stone, was escorted by the Qinglong army towards the Academy located on Hong Island. Wonderful. We finally have a natural-type user. Hurry and treat him. We must not let him die, and also extract a portion of his bloodline factors. The director of the Academy, Gavin, was so excited upon hearing that a natural-type user was being sent over that he rushed out to greet him. Seeing Cloctor's arm still bleeding, he immediately instructed the medical staff of the Academy to assist with treatment. The Academy has already been able to replicate ordinary animal-type fruits, and the paramecia-type fruits are at a critical juncture. A breakthrough would allow them to replicate paramecia-type fruits, but they are still lacking in natural types. Yes, Lord Gavin. Several staff members of the Academy hurriedly carried Cloctor towards the medical room. Before long, the news that the new warlord Cloctor had met his end in the New World, defeated by Sherlock, a cadre of the Yanhuang pirate crew, spread throughout the world, causing the world government to lose face. They were criticized for their poor judgment in selecting Cloctor as the first warlord, who was nothing but trash, unable to even compare to a cadre of the Yanhuang pirate crew. That fool Cloctor actually dared to challenge the Yanhuang pirate crew. What was he thinking? And that Morgan's guy, how could he report everything to the outside world? A stern warning is in order. In the realm of power, Vacheli was furious. After a year of efforts, the reputation of the world government had somewhat improved, but with Cloctor's defeat, that hard-won reputation had plummeted once again. Directly stripped Cloctor of his warlord status. In the future, we must be more cautious in selecting warlords, ensuring that we choose individuals with genuine talent and capability. The newly appointed scientific defense god Galen said coldly. Agreed. I concur. Alongside Galen, Killingham and Somaz, who sat in the elders' positions, quickly expressed their agreement without discussing it with Vacheli and Bit. Thus a subtle division began to form within the elders, with one faction led by the new elders headed by Galen and the other composed of the old elders Vacheli and Bit. Looking at Sherlock's resolute face in the newspaper, Galen's mind began to churn as he contemplated reinstating Sherlock and Shanks among the celestial dragons, allowing them to take over his position as the commander of the Knights of God. After all, both of them are his sons, bloodlines cannot lie. With this thought, Galen promptly dispatched the Knights of God and the Divine Blade to take action. A few days later, a luxurious warship set sail from Mary Geos, heading for the New World. Just as the world was immersed in the news of the warlords being easily defeated, an unexpected guest arrived in the Yanhuang Republic. This individual stood nearly 3 meters tall, with white hair styled into 2 braids draped over his shoulders, dressed in a blood-red suit, and holding a purple umbrella with a bat-shaped handle. He was none other than the man whose name resonated throughout the pirate world all on his own, Count Red, the solitary Red Baloric Redfield. At this moment, Count Red stood in the streets of the Yanhuang Republic, observing the diligent residents going about their work and enthusiastically hawking their wares, feeling quite astonished. As a naturally awakened Kenbunchaku user, he had the ability to read the hearts of others from a young age, having traveled to many places in the world, fully aware of the treachery of human nature and the darkness of the world. Yet he had never encountered a place where the residents were as hopeful as those in the Yanhuang Republic, and their bitterness was noticeably diminished. It seems that the world's strongest man is not only the most powerful in strength, but also, at least based on the current state of this country, Lu Ming is not a tyrant. Count Red's interest in Lu Ming greatly increased. His purpose for coming this time was to challenge Lu. Among the few strong individuals in the New World, he had already challenged Whitebeard and Roger. Although he had neither won nor lost, it was now Lu Ming's turn. He wanted to see just how strong this man, whom the world government referred to as the strongest, truly was. As for Kaido and Big Mom, upon reading in the newspapers about their defeats to Roger and Lu Ming, he had lost all interest. "You are solitary Red." Redfield. As Count Red just arrived at the palace, he encountered a burly man holding a staff who had just finished reporting his work at the palace. Upon seeing Count Red, Xiao asked somewhat uncertainly, "It is I. May I ask if Qinglong Lu Ming is available? I wish to challenge him." Count Red smiled politely at Xiao, slightly bowing his head. "Please come with me." Faced with such a polite challenger, Xiao felt a little unaccustomed. He was used to confronting fierce-looking pirates, and this was the first time someone had been so courteous. With a polite beckoning gesture, he led Hong Boju into the palace and headed toward the rear garden where Lu Ming was. Xiao had seen Hong Boju's dossier and knew that the man was not wicked in nature, merely reclusive. Moreover, from the feedback of observation hockey, there was no malice in him. Bringing him to see Lu Ming posed no real problem. Hong Boju said nothing along the way, silently appraising the entire palace and listening to the inner voices of the maids and guards as he continued to confirm Lu Ming's character. He found that the maids and guards harbored no reluctance at all. On the contrary, they were proud to serve Lu Ming and the Yanhuang pirate crew, not only because the pay was the highest, but because they revered him. This only strengthened his conviction that Lu Ming was a truly admirable man. Soon they reached the vast rear garden, planted with rare flowers and trees, and arranged with meticulous taste. In front of the garden were several huge swimming pools. Lu Ming lay on a lounger basking in the sun, a little girl of about 5 sitting on him and quietly reading a book. By the pools were other members of the Yanhuang pirate crew, Tej Shinping Auerbia by Uekue and others, lounging and attending to their own affairs. Hong Boju also detected numerous powerful presences he had never seen on any wanted posters, which surprised him greatly. The most formidable of them was the white-haired woman lying beside Lu Ming. Her aura was by no means weaker than that of Roger or Whitebeard. Had Lu Ming known what he was thinking, he would have laughed, for Bai Yuekue did have a wanted poster. It simply showed her wearing Lin Yuan's armor so that her face could not be seen. Over the years, Bai Yuekue had risen and come to be Lu Ming's unquestioned number 2 within the Yanhuang pirate crew, occupying an almost vice-captain rank. It seemed the world government had indeed underestimated the Yanhuang pirate crew. There were so many hidden combatants, Hong Boju thought with some awe. In the eyes of the world government, the Yanhuang pirate crew did not recruit widely from the Four Seas, the Grand Line, and the New World like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, or Roger. They were thought to select mostly from within their own nation. But now it appeared matters might be entirely different. Otherwise, how could there be so many members unknown even to the world government? Hong Boju did not know that Lu Ming also possessed the Linglong world, a vast trial ground, who after years of battling the Shurji beast, many promising talents had emerged. There were those from the Linglong world, Walan Maidwo, Walan Heising, Suashing Shadow, Guayanjoga Amur Tiexiao, Ertong Ronbing Maku, Feishu Amaching Ilika Swaying, and others, as well as several powerful captains and lieutenants from the pirate world's Qinglong army, such as Captain Du Ku, who had previously performed outstandingly in the Linglong world. Each of these people was now formidable, possessing at least commander-level strength. Lu Ming had promoted them to corps members, and those who wished to become devil fruit users were given genuine or artificially created animal-type devil fruits by the crew. For example, Rambing chose to become a devil fruit user in order to be accepted by Maku, who had become an ecological chimera. She took an animal-type yang fruit in antelope form, and often trailed Ma Ku in a half-beast guise. Yi Xiao exclaimed, "Aren't you the one who dislikes this kind of extravagance?" Lu Ming's words died on his lips as he sensed a powerful presence at Yixio's side. He quickly sat up holding Lu Ku, then turned to see Hong Boju fixed upon him, brimming with fighting intent. So strong as unfathomable as an abyss, and I cannot hear a single inner voice. His mind is like a placid sea without the faintest ripple, Hong Boju thought. A tumult rose in Hong Boju's heart the instant he saw Lu Ming. Even when he had once challenged Roger endowed with observation haki, he had not felt like this. It was not that Lu Ming possessed that ability, but his terrifying tranquility made Hong Boju feel strangely powerless. Yi Xiao stepped forward with a smile and said, "Captain Mr. Ladefeared wishes to challenge you, so I..." Lu Ming's mouth twitched inwardly as he quipped that he had not expected Yi Xiao to grow cunning. Then he turned to regard Hong Boju, a character who had only appeared in the game. In truth, Lu Ming had not played that game in his previous life and knew little about him beyond the intelligence reports. Hong Boju's expression grew exceedingly grave as he addressed Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, you truly deserve the title of the world's strongest man. Even I cannot perceive the bounds of your power," he said in a deep voice. "You are impressive as well. In terms of observation haki, you are the strongest I have ever encountered. I accept your challenge, but this is no place to fight. Come with me, we will go to a proper arena," he declared. Hong Boju nodded. Clearly he did not wish to battle here either. Lu Ming led Hong Boju toward an adjacent compound reserved for combat. The ground beneath their feet and the surrounding walls had all been reinforced to withstand Vice Admiral-level destructive force. Of course, both Hong Boju and Lu Ming could produce far greater destructive power than a Vice Admiral, but given their skill, they could easily restrain their force below that threshold. Seeing someone challenge Lu Ming by Yuekue and the others hurried after them, they too wished to witness how strong this aloof Hong truly was. Soon the two stood opposite one another in the duel arena. "Come on, you are the guest, so strike first," Lu Ming said casually, holding the new Scarlet Empress in his right hand. Hong Boju returned the sentiment with no courtesy. Lu Ming's reputation afforded him no deference. Hong Boju clenched his umbrella's word and drove it straight at Lu Ming with such speed that the onlookers below had no time to react. That the spectators failed to react did not mean Lu Ming failed to. To Lu Ming, the umbrella's word speed was scarcely faster than a snail. He placed the Scarlet Empress horizontally before him and easily intercepted the thrust. When the first strike failed, Hong Boju shifted his technique. His umbrella's word lashed out like a sudden storm, releasing innumerable cone-shaped shafts of sword chi that streaked toward every part of Lu Ming's body. Facing the red count, Lu Ming smiled indifferently and twirled the Scarlet Empress like a windmill, effortlessly deflecting all the rain of swords. After doing all this, Lu Ming did not retaliate, merely watching the red count, silently waiting for his next move. So strong there seems to be no chance of victory. The red count's expression turned serious. Lu Ming's strength filled him with despair, even though the latter had only made one move. "But I won't give up. Challenging strong opponents is one of my reasons for setting sail." Quickly the red count's gaze became resolute again as he slightly crouched, gripping the umbrella sword tightly towards Lu Ming. The terrifying conqueror's haki and armament haki converged at the tip of the umbrella sword. This was his full-force strike, encapsulating all his haki and understanding of swordsmanship. "I hope Lu Ming won't dodge." The red count silently prayed, for his swordsmanship had evident flaw. The structure of the umbrella sword imposed significant limitations on his fighting style, primarily relying on thrusts. Against a true powerhouse, the moves were too easy to read. To compensate for this flaw, he mixed in some body techniques with his swordsmanship. Currently, this strongest strike was the simplest thrust. If it were against someone like Roger, he would be absolutely confident in landing it, but Lu Ming was certainly capable of dodging. "Don't worry. I will take this hit, Heaton." It seemed Lu Ming sensed the red count's thoughts, and he replied with a smile, wrapping his armament haki around the Scarlet Empress in front of him. "Lonely high stab." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of the red count's mouth. In the next moment, he transformed into a red blade of air, rushing towards Lu Ming with astonishing speed. Even Bai Yuekue, who had comparable strength to the red count, could only see a flash of red light. In the face of such a powerful strike, Lu Ming remained incredibly calm, simply extending the Scarlet Empress forward, executing the most fundamental stabbing technique in swordsmanship. The tip of the umbrella sword collided with the blade of the Scarlet Empress, and black-red lightning spread outwards from the point of collision, creating a terrifying shockwave that knocked the onlookers off their feet. Several weaker individuals were even stunned by the overwhelming aura, and the ground and surrounding walls began to crack. Before long, as the energy dissipated, both figures appeared in the crowd's view. Lu Ming stood tall and composed, his expression serene, with not a speck of dust on his clothes. In stark contrast, the Red Count knelt on one knee, barely managing to keep himself upright using the umbrella sword, his clothes torn and tattered from the earlier shockwave, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had been injured. "You have won, Lu Ming. You truly deserve to be called the strongest." The Red Count staggered to his feet, looking at Lu Ming with eyes filled with respect, a respect for the strong. Lu Ming's strength was on an entirely different level compared to him, just like the difference between him and a Marine vice admiral. It was a pure, overwhelming power with no chance of winning. "Shall we go for a drink together?" "My treat." Lu Ming looked at the Red Count with appreciation, placing the Scarlet Empress behind him and extending his hand in invitation. "I couldn't ask for more." Lu Ming laughed, leading the Red Count back to their previous leisure spot, instructing a maid to bring some drinks, and inviting the Red Count to take a seat. Soon the maid brought various drinks and snacks, placing them on the table between the two and pouring drinks for them. "Give this a try. The specialty of the Yanhuang Republic, mulberry wine, is not inferior to red wine." The Red Count gazed at the purple liquid, downing it in one go, then licking his lips as he said, "The taste is quite good. It indeed rivals those top-quality red wines." Lu Ming smiled. He himself did not enjoy high-alcohol spirits like white liquor, so he had ordered many types of fruit wines, including grape wine, apple wine, orange wine, green plum wine, and mulberry wine, with mulberry wine being his favorite. "By the way, what are your plans for the future?" Lu Ming asked, clearly harboring thoughts of recruiting the Red Count. "Of course, I'll travel the world and continue my training, and when my strength is sufficient, I'll come to challenge you. Additionally, I want to find the Rumbar pirates." The Red Count also caught onto Lu Ming's intentions and replied after some thought. "The Rumbar pirates, huh?" Lu Ming naturally knew that the Red Count wanted to see Brooke again, but he couldn't tell him directly. He reached for a nearby tablet and entered Rumbar pirates into the information search app, quickly pulling up relevant information. The Rumbar pirates were wiped out in the Grand Lines Triangle region due to a disease, but our intel shows that Brooke, the user of the Revive fruit, should still be alive. He hasn't shown himself, likely still in the terrifying Triangle area. Handing the tablet to the Red Count, Lu Ming shared what he knew. Upon hearing about Brooke, the Red Count became excited, quickly grabbing the tablet to check it out. Fortunately, ASH had compiled information about the pirate world from the Spirit Cage world, otherwise it would have been unlikely to find the Rumbar pirates, a crew that had been wiped out for over a decade, in the tablet. "Looks like I need to make a trip to the terrifying Triangle region next. You can come visit anytime, as long as you don't cause trouble. The Yanhuang pirate crew welcomes you." After a hearty meal and drinks, the Red Count departed on his own, and the Yanhuang Republic returned to tranquility. Not long after, news spread across the sea that the newcomer Moonlight Moria had challenged the Roger pirates, but failed. However, unlike the original story, he did not have all his subordinates killed. He still headed to the Grand Line and ultimately became the new Shichibukai at the government's invitation. At the same time, another new Shichibukai named Flower Card, nicknamed the King of Lizards, emerged. However, this individual clearly had no fixed territory and roamed the seas, plundering and searching for Zoan-type devil fruits. Lu Ming merely glanced at the newspaper and tossed it aside. Aside from Mihawk, the only one who might pique his interest among the Shichibukai was the future Empress. However, with Tiger currently under his command and Fishman Island under his protection, it seemed unlikely that the event of Tiger saving slaves would occur in the future. He wondered how the future Empress, who would become a slave, would escape. "Forget it, it doesn't concern me anyway." Lu Ming cast aside his thoughts, using the tablet to check if anything significant had happened in the pirate world recently. In the Spirit Cage world, Mark had completed the training in the Heart Flow control room. To avoid being influenced by the ecosystem, he had been taken by Yu Kuei to the pirate world, specifically to Luo Island, and was currently trying to achieve 3-strand gene evolution, with not much happening in the short term. Just as Lu Ming was feeling bored, Arlong rushed in from outside, saying, "Boss, we found it. The giant lantern fish you mentioned, called Lantern Lord, is right here. Aladdin is currently following it." "I found it." Hearing Along's words, Lu Ming immediately sat up, his expression somewhat excited. Over the years, as Lu Ming grew older, his youthful appearance caused Orbia to feel anxious about her looks. Although she didn't say anything, Lu Ming, with his observational haki, was keenly aware of her emotions. Lu Ming had considered teaching Orbia the method of devouring martial arts, but the pirate world was not the same as the devouring world. There was no so-called cosmic energy. Moreover, her progress in cultivating true chi was slow, and it would take a considerable amount of time to reach planetary level through innate true chi cultivation. Fortunately, the water fairy jade bone he brought back from the Doa continent temporarily alleviated this anxiety. However, to ensure that Orbia and the others could successfully cultivate the planetary-level medicine and treasures to extend life were essential. This led Lu Ming to think of pure gold, so he dispatched the fishmen to help find the lanternfish. Unexpectedly, they really found it. Let's go gather the fishmen for a sea expedition. This time I will personally take action. Lu Ming stood up, called out to Along, and walked out first. At this moment at the port of Yan Island, 2 massive Qinglong ships were quietly docked, and the port staff were moving large quantities of food, drinks, and other supplies needed for the voyage onto the Qinglong ships. Clearly Lu Ming was not the only one going out to sea. Boss. On another ship, upon seeing Lu Ming, Ulan Meido immediately waved her right hand and shouted loudly, "You're going out to sea too? What are you going for?" "We are looking for the surgery fruit. The boss said it might be in the North Sea, and we might be gone for quite a while." "Then you all be careful." "Boss, I want to go treasure hunting." Seeing Meido, this pure and silly girl, so happy, Lu Ming smiled and waved in response. Bai Yukuei walked to Meido's side and gently patted her shoulder, then showed an exasperated expression to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and then boarded his own Qinglong ship. Lu Ming was quite fond of Meido, a pure and kind girl. He had guided her in cultivation and barbecuing on several occasions. Soon the 2 Qinglong ships left the port, heading in different directions. Lu Ming was headed toward a sea area near Whitebeard's territory in the New World, while Bai Yukuei led the members of the Spirit Cage world through Fishman Island toward the Grand Line, then into the North Sea. Marco's heart flow control training went smoothly, but the evolution of the gene's triple helix structure was not as easy. Even though Bai Yukuei had cultivated a special mother tumor using Marco's blood, it was still not achievable. With no other options, Bai Yukuei thought of the devil fruit that Lu Ming had mentioned was most suitable for her, the surgery fruit, and placed her hopes on it. "Old man, I've received a report from the subordinate pirate crew. They say Qinglong Lu Ming has suddenly left the Yanhuang Sea and come to our territory." On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was drinking heartily when he suddenly heard Marco's voice, causing him to pause, his hand holding the wine bowl. "Gulalala. Lu Ming. He's not the type to stir up trouble casually, nor is he someone who enjoys going out to sea. His sudden arrival on my territory must have a reason. However, since he came without a greeting, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look." After pondering for a moment, Whitebeard downed his drink in one gulp and said with a hearty laugh, "Yes, old man." Marco immediately went down to make arrangements, and soon the Moby Dick changed direction and headed toward the path of the Qinglong ship. At this moment on the Qinglong ship, Lu Ming was lying on a deck chair holding a tablet, watching the moving red dot on the screen. That was Aladdin, who was carrying a locator. Next to him, Tiger was also watching the red dot on the screen, directing the Qinglong ship to change direction continuously. "Boss, the Lantern Lord swims really fast. Fortunately, it only wanders around the New World, otherwise it would be very hard to catch." Tiger came beside Lu Ming, speaking with a tone of amazement. As a giant lanternfish, the Lantern Lord had survived for countless years thanks to pure gold, and its power was formidable. Its swimming speed in the sea was incredibly rapid. If it weren't for Aladdin being a merman, they might not have been able to catch up. "No worries, it's just a fish after all. How smart can it be?" Lu Ming waved his hand indifferently, showing no concern. After chasing for most of the day, the Lantern Lord finally swam until it was tired and stopped at the seabed. The Qinglong ship also steadily halted above the surface of the sea. "Lord Lu Ming, that lanternfish is right below us. Do we need to lure it up?" Aladdin surfaced and said to Lu Ming on the Qinglong ship. He knew that Lu Ming was a devil fruit user and wouldn't be able to exert much power in the seabed environment. You all find a way to anger it so it swallows us. Our target is the Alchemy Island in its 3rd stomach." Upon hearing that they were to enter the lanternfish's stomach, even Tiger and the others were surprised, but their admiration for Lu Ming was blind, and after their astonishment, they promptly carried out the orders. Tiger jumped into the sea and swam rapidly toward the giant lanternfish below. Arriving in front of the lanternfish, Tiger halted, his right hand gathering armament haki and inner strength, stirring the surrounding seawater to condense into a heavy water ball in his hand. Fishman Karate secret technique, Walleye piercing. With a powerful slap, Tiger's palm struck heavily on the lanternfish's forehead, and the tremendous impact began to deform the fish's enormous head, while the heavy water ball pierced through the lanternfish's body. The lanternfish was simply too large. Its 1,000 soft-meters long body meant that Tiger's small attack caused minimal damage, which instead completely enraged the lanternfish. Roar! The lanternfish glared angrily at the tiny figure before it and opened its enormous mouth to bite at Tiger. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Tiger quickly swam toward the Qinglong ship above, and the lanternfish also quickened its speed. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates also arrived, and as soon as they did, they saw a giant lanternfish over 10,000 meters in length opening its mouth to swallow. Everyone head into the lanternfish's belly. Seeing that the lanternfish's mouth was still open, Whitebeard grinned and immediately ordered. He didn't believe that this lanternfish could be a match for Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming didn't resist, he must have discovered something which greatly intrigued him. That Newgate guy. Looking at Whitebeard on the Moby Dick behind him, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. He stood up and went to the stern, shouting back, "Newgate, don't get digested by the lanternfish's gastric acid. You little brat, even if you get digested, I want." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Lu Ming instructed the Azure Dragon ship to deliberately slow its pace, soon drawing level with the Gurura. "Lu Ming boy, I don't know what treasure you've stumbled upon, but no pirate worth his salt would ever yield such a prize without a fight." Whitebeard laughed heartily from the bow of the Moby Dick. "Then let's see who finds it first." Lu Ming smiled confidently before turning to Whitebeard. "Newgate, I'll tell you plainly. The lanternfish's stomach holds pure gold, that legendary super metal capable of purchasing the entire world." Pure gold. At the mention of the treasure, Whitebeard remained silent. But aboard the Moby Dick, those pirates familiar with the legend could no longer contain themselves. "Is it truly that pure gold? Legend says its value exceeds the worth of the entire world." "Fool. Who'd sell it? It grants centuries of life. Keeping it for oneself is far more rewarding." "Exactly. No wonder Lu Ming took personal command of this hunt." Whitebeard said nothing. His expression remained unreadable. Then turning gravely toward Lu Ming, he declared, "Boy, you've just landed me in quite the predicament." "What are you backing down?" "Gurura. Don't be absurd. I am Whitebeard." "Ha! Very well. Let us watch and see." Thus, amid shared laughter, the two vessels descended into the lanternfish's esophagus and plunged downward toward its stomach. Lu Ming extended his hand. Crimson flame clouds coalesced beneath the Azure Dragon ship, decelerating its descent and guiding it precisely into one of the branching passages. Whitebeard wielded a comparable technique. A blinding white light erupted in his fist as he struck the air beside him. Crack! The atmosphere itself fractured under the impact. The immense recoil slowed the Moby Dick's fall and steered it smoothly into another passage. Without a word exchanged, Lu Ming and Whitebeard each chose a different gastric chamber, purely to test whose resolve and speed would prevail in claiming the fabled pure gold. This accursed competitive instinct. Soon Lu Ming glimpsed a colossal island suspended within the stomach's acidic sea, lush with emerald foliage and teeming with roaming dinosaurs. Through his observation hockey, he sensed a young girl wandering the forest, evading the predators within. "My luck is terrible. I've landed not in the third stomach, but the first. And I deliberately chose the rightmost passage. By that logic, Newgate must have entered the second stomach." Lu Ming had watched Golden Heart this special episode, and knew pure gold resided in the third stomach. He'd carefully selected the third passage, counting left to right. Now reality mocked his assumption. Everything was inverted. Yet learning Newgate had erred too brought him quiet satisfaction. Still, he wasn't entirely empty-handed. If memory served, the ring worn by the girl below, Olga, contained a sliver of pure gold. Used wisely, it would prove a valuable acquisition. This place sustains its own self-contained ecosystem. It's astonishing. A crewman aboard the Azure Dragon ship cried out in awe. Few could believe such a living world existed within a creature's stomach, unless witnessed firsthand. Lu Ming hovered the Azure Dragon ship midair, then guided it toward Olga's location. Once stabilized, Tiger Arlong and the others noticed a ragged, wide-eyed girl gazing up at them in stunned disbelief. "A ship has entered the Lantern Lord's stomach. Do they seem gullible enough to take me out? We heard that. Damn it." After over 2 centuries of solitary muttering, Olga habitually voiced her inner thoughts aloud, prompting groans and teasing from the fishmen and Azure Dragon soldiers aboard. Lu Ming raised his hand. Flame clouds swirled around Olga, lifting her gently upward toward the Azure Dragon ship. Once steadied aboard, she stared at the young man before her, only to gasp when he produced a ring from nowhere. "That's my ring. Doctor, administer the antidote for South Sea Emperor fever immediately. Also prepare a..." Lu Ming ignored Olga's outcry, slipping the pure gold-encrusted ring into his spatial storage. "I'm terrified of needles." At the mention of an injection, Olga shrieked and bolted, but her feeble strength was no match. The ship's physician blurred forward, seized her effortlessly, and grinned wickedly. "Little one, come quietly with me." The Azure Dragon ship pivoted sharply, setting course for the third stomach. Meanwhile, in the second stomach, Whitebeard's crew combed the island thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Pops, we found treasure, yes, but none of it is pure gold. Just as Whitebeard's face fell, convinced Lu Ming had already claimed the prize, his dim-witted son dragged forward a disheveled middle-aged man in a tattered white coat, an unkempt beard. But we did find a live person. He claims to know where pure gold lies. Speak clearly, you imbecile. Whitebeard nearly staggered backward, glaring at his son with exasperation. Where is it? According to him, pure gold resides in the third stomach. This is the second. And I confirmed. Lu Ming entered the first stomach. Crew, full speed ahead to the third stomach. Hearing hope rekindle, Whitebeard instantly ordered the Moby Dick onward. Newgate, you've arrived too. No sooner had Lu Ming reached the third stomach than the Moby Dick burst through the passage from the second. He waved casually at Newgate, and with a flick of his wrist, flame clouds lifted the freshly fed Olga from the Azure Dragon ship, sending her soaring toward the Moby Dick. Newgate, if you arrived so swiftly, her father must be aboard your ship. She belongs with you. Lu Ming, you've gathered remarkably useful intelligence. Whitebeard caught Olga midair, handed her to Marco, then locked eyes with Lu Ming. Without words, both men surged forward, side by side, toward alchemy, the heart of the third stomach. Wait for me, your majesty. Pops, don't charge off alone. Both ships erupted in chaos, crew members shouting to recall their captains, then exchanged glances and roared in unison, surrender all treasure aboard your ship. With that, the vessels collided, Hedon and Tiger Marco, and the rest clashed fiercely in furious mayhem. As Lu Ming still held the title of pirate, he honored maritime codes during voyages. Raiding rival crews was neither uncommon nor frowned upon among seafaring outlaws. Lu Ming and the old man with white beard rushed towards the central building of the island, competing fiercely with each other. Are you kidding me? I discovered it first. The two of them barreled forward like high-speed trains, crashing through everything in their path. As for the traps, were there any? It was all clear sailing, wasn't it? Are these two monsters? The traps I set up had no effect at all. Akai stared in shock at the two figures that vanished in the blink of an eye, unable to believe his eyes. Lu Ming and the old man with white beard barreled through all the traps as if they were nothing, arriving at the deepest part where the pure gold was stored. Their keen observation allowed them to accurately sense the fluctuations of the pure gold below, and without a word the old man stomped down, shattering the entire floor. As the two fell, they instantly saw the golden egg placed on the table, housed in a special container. The pure gold is mine. Lu Ming and the old man shouted in unison, reaching for the pure gold. Their hands almost touched the container simultaneously, and after exchanging a glance, they unleashed their armed hockey with their other hands and struck at each other. Crack! The previously calm atmosphere seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and the crack rapidly spread, filling the entire area of the No. 3 satellite. At the same time, above the fists swung by the two figures, hundreds of bolts of black electric light appeared, flickering with an eerie red glow. These bolts of electricity interwove and entangled, spreading out in a frenzied manner like a dense electric web. With a resounding bang, the terrifying shockwave surged forward like a tsunami, sweeping everything. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to dust, and the entire alchemy island began to crack, as if it would be destroyed in the next instant. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? What on earth is happening? Just a single blow, and the whole island is about to be shattered. On both the Qinglong ship and the Moby Dick ship, the new crew members stared wide-eyed at this unprecedented scene, unable to believe that such a thing could be accomplished by human beings. This is just the beginning. We've seen things more terrifying than this. Marco and Tej grumbled to themselves, then shouted in unison, "Don't just stand there. Hold on to something, the impact is coming." The newcomers quickly realized that the older crew members had already grabbed nearby objects to brace themselves against the impending impact, as if they had experienced such events countless times before. How come they're so skilled at this? The newcomers shouted angrily at the older crew members, then hurriedly found something to secure themselves. The impact arrived, causing the two massive, three-masted ships to sway violently, crashing into the stomach wall of the giant lanternfish. The shock not only affected both ships, but also impacted the giant lanternfish. The immense force made it feel nauseous, but what truly unsettled it was the fierce battle between the two individuals in its stomach. The overwhelming conqueror's hockey made it sense the threat of death, and it desperately wanted to expel the two. The gastric acid ocean began to churn violently, pushing the Qinglong ship and Moby Dick ship towards the esophagus. On the verge of being shattered, a massive figure flew out from the smoke, landing precisely on the Moby Dick ship, smashing a large hole in the sturdy deck. Shortly after, another figure flew out of the smoke, landing steadily on the deck of the Qinglong ship. Lu Ming carrying the pure gold, and the old man with the white beard. Huh. Newgate, how about that? Do you want to come again? Lu Ming laughed heartily, shouldering the Scarlet Empress, while holding the pure gold with his other hand, looking towards the Mobadik ship. Gulalala. Lu Ming, you won this time. The pure gold belongs to you. The old man's voice came from below the deck, and then a large hand grasped the edge of the hole, and his figure appeared from within. However, compared to Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor, the old man looked much more disheveled. His clothes were tattered, and there was a ghastly wound on his chest, slowly oozing blood. Old man, are you all right? Marco hurriedly approached the old man to check his wound. I'm fine, Lu Ming held back. That last strike didn't go all the way through. The old man shook his head, indicating he was fine. Throughout his years as a pirate, he had sustained worse injuries than this. Such superficial wounds were nothing. After a good drink and a good sleep, he would be just fine. Next, the Yanhuang pirates and the Qinglong pirates did not continue fighting. Under the intentional swallowing and expelling of the lantern fish, the Qinglong ship and Mobadik ship soon returned to the surface, and then the lantern fish swam away at high speed, not looking back. The two ships docked closely together, creating a lively scene. The original battle for the pure gold had transformed into a barter feast. You have so many strange things on your Yanhuang side. Do you have any ill-trade treasures with you? Sure. I have game consoles and various beautiful crafts. Do you want any? As they spoke, the fishermen and crew from the Qinglong ship began to bring their items out from the cabin for those on the Mobadik ship to choose from. Soon both sides felt they had made a tremendous profit and excitedly returned with their respective treasures. On the aft deck of the Mobadik ship, Lu Ming and the old man with white beard sat facing each other, with two sea bowls filled with wine from the Qinglong ship placed between them. Gulalala, kid, you are living the most peaceful and stable life in the new world right now, unlike me and Roger, who have been closely monitored by the world government and the Navy recently. Especially that guy Roger. The world government has resolved to eliminate him, and a vice admiral has already been stationed at the naval base near Wano country. The old man, wrapped in bandages, took a big swig of wine and continued, I've heard about this too. But there's nothing we can do. It's only natural for Roger and those who know the truth to be targeted. However, when you say I'm living peacefully and stably, you're mistaken. With O'Hara's research on the true history over the years, I have long been a thorn in the side of the world government, a piercing thorn in their flesh. They haven't acted yet only because they fear my strength. Once they have the capability to oppose me, they will undoubtedly strike with overwhelming force to eradicate me. Lu Ming remained calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, then picked up the sea bowl on the ground. Gulalala, ancient weapons. There is indeed a possibility. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. He had heard of the power of ancient weapons. It was rumored that any one of them could easily destroy an island with a single strike, undeniably powerful. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming also laughed loudly, his voice filled with sarcasm. The so-called ancient weapons are merely a type of weapon. To place hope in them, the world government has truly rotted to the core. Given the current state of the world, even without that so-called truth, the war that swept the world will inevitably break out again. Gulalala. Kid, you are right. Whitebeard wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Ming's words, responding with a hearty laugh. Therefore, we must not let those government folks succeed. We must eliminate that Roger fellow. The new world belongs to us. They have no right to interfere. The two beings at the pinnacle of the new world began to analyze the state of the world, as men often do, eventually leading to such topics. Gulalala, Lu Ming, kid, I want to buy some food from you. Whitebeard, slightly tipsy, spoke with a hint of pleading in his voice. Sure. Just send someone to find Orbia in the Yanhuang Republic. Understanding Whitebeard's situation, Lu Ming nodded in agreement, without any hesitation, knowing it was for the people of his hometown. After a hearty meal and drinks, Lu Ming also bid farewell and set sail on the Qinglong to the Yanhuang Sea. The Grand Line. White Moon Queen also encountered rare trouble, standing at the bow of the Qinglong and looking at the man with hawk eyes on a small boat resembling a coffin, her brow furrowed. Throughout the journey, sporting the Yanhuang pirate group's flag, she had faced countless challengers eager to make a name for themselves. Initially, she would show mercy, but as encounters increased, she let her crew finish them off without holding back. The strength of those on the ship, such as my duo, had also improved significantly. However, the young man before her was different. The aura emanating from him, the ability to cut through everything, was far beyond what those previous pirates could compare to. My duo and the others were definitely not his match. I am Dracul Myhawk, and I challenge you with this supreme great sword knight. I can sense that you are an incredibly powerful being. Standing on his coffin-like board, Hawkeye unsheathed his sword, which was not yet the black blade, and fixed his gaze firmly on White Moon Queen and her Araya consciousness, speaking with intense fighting spirit. Look, the boss is being challenged. Xiado leaned against the railing, exclaiming in surprise at the sight of Mihawk ahead. The aura he emanates is truly strong, incredibly sharp. He must be that type of pure sword. Having already awakened her observation, Haki, the star-shattering my duo's perception ability, had become even stronger. She could clearly sense just how powerful that hawk-eyed man was. All right, White Moon Queen, accept your challenge. There is an uninhabited island not far from here. Let's go. Ignoring the discussions of Xiado and the others behind her, White Moon Queen took out a flat map, glanced at it, and replied to the hawk-eyed man ahead. Hawkeye nodded, hanging his coffin board behind the Qinglong, and swiftly leaped onto the ship. Soon on the nearby island, Hawkeye and White Moon Queen stood facing each other, both gripping their respective swords tightly. On the Qinglong, Xiado, my duo, Shattering Star, and Shonda sat in a row holding various snacks and drinks, their expressions focused on the impending duel while casually eating. How long do you think this hawk-eyed man can last against the boss? 30 minutes, no more. 30,000 berries. No, I bet 10 minutes, still 30,000 berries. This hawk-eyed man seems quite formidable. I bet an hour. White Moon Queen and Hawkeye, both powerful and keen, naturally heard the voices of Xiado, Shattering Star, and the others gambling and gossiping. Hawkeye, who had always been a lone wolf, had never encountered such a situation before, his face dark as a pot bottom. Sorry, my subordinates are usually rather laid back. Please don't mind. White Moon Queen remained calm, but still explained to Hawkeye, it's fine, let's go. Hawkeye shook his head, clearing his mind, gripping Night tightly, and focused his gaze on White Moon Queen. Good. White Moon Queen nodded, also drawing Araya consciousness, signaling Hawkeye to make the first move with her eyes. Hawkeye wasted no time, raising Night and slashing out a domineering dark green sword, energy rushing towards White Moon Queen's face. Pong. White Moon Queen remained calm, wrapping her Araya consciousness with armed Haki, casually waving her hand to easily deflect the massive sword energy that spanned over 100 meters. Seeing this, Hawkeye showed no sign of surprise. With a sudden burst of energy, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his Night wrapped in armed Haki, slashing towards White Moon Queen. Night one flash. The blade's light seemed to be the only brightness in the darkness, so fast it was blinding. This extreme speed created an illusion, yet even in the face of such a fast strike, White Moon Queen's expression remained calm, responding in a simple and direct manner by stabbing forward with her own blade. Clang! The blades met accurately, producing a metallic explosion. Hawkeye's attack suddenly halted. How is this possible? Hawkeye exclaimed in disbelief, knowing that was his fastest slash, and this woman, White Moon Queen, could precisely use the tip of her blade to meet his blade during his swing. Just how strong must one's eyesight and weapon control be to achieve this? There is nothing impossible as long as one can master their own strength and the weapon in hand. White Moon Queen smiled confidently. With a slight exertion of strength in her hand, holding Araya consciousness, she made Hawkeye stagger back a few steps, casually twirling her blade and smiling at him, resembling a mentor guiding a junior. Ultimately, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Hawkeye was merely a rookie who had just debuted not long ago, while White Moon Queen's strength had already reached the level of a future emperor, with opportunities and resources provided by Ming, achieving an astonishing state in three-color Haki, life source quality and swordsmanship, perfectly blending them together. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. Hawkeye's gaze became increasingly determined as he tightened his grip on Night. As long as he had not fallen, it meant he had not lost. The realm I just demonstrated is known as effortless ease in our land. Next, I will show you another realm, effortless heaviness. With that, White Moon Queen tightened her grip on Araya consciousness. At that moment, it felt as if she was holding not a sword, but a heavy object weighing 1,000 pounds. Is this an imaginative training? Upon seeing this eagle, I instantly thought of a training method, which is to deceive the body through imagination when physical strength alone cannot produce results from the weight and external pressure. However, imaginative training can only deceive oneself and not others, and no matter how heavy one imagines the sword in hand, it will not truly become heavy. Yet what is going on with Bayukue before him? It feels as though the sword in her hand has truly become heavy. Just as eagle, I pondered the reason. Bayukue's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next moment she appeared before him, her pitch-black long knife, imbued with armed color, struck down from above. With no time to think, he instinctively raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. So heavy. It's really heavy. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Eagle Eye to instantly kneel on one knee, creating a large pit in the ground. The massive knife rested on his shoulder. At this moment in his eyes the sword Bai Kuei he held was not a weapon, but an immensely heavy mountain, as if the entire world was pressing down upon him. When Bai Kuei swung her knife, I felt as if the entire world was pressing down on me. That was the illusion brought by Bai Kuei's power. The sword itself did not become heavier. This is what it means to lift the light, as if it were heavy. Is there really such a realm of swordsmanship? How is it possible? The world is indeed vast. Eagle Eye's mind was completely immersed in the memory of Bai Kuei's strike to the point where he did not even notice she had sheathed her sword. It hasn't even been 10 minutes pay up. The victorious Su Tong smiled and extended his hand to his companions who had participated in the bet. He looked quite formidable, yet he only lasted 2 moves before being defeated. Shando wore a face of despair, reluctantly handing over 30,000 berry to Su Tong. The others were more than willing. After all, not everyone is like Shanda, who was under his wife's thumb and could only use his secret stash to play mahjong. Come on, if you don't have money, why gamble? Jinbei, who had come along, couldn't help but complain at the sight of Shanda. Before long, on the Qinglong ship, the banquet began. Miss Bai Kuei, with your strength, you shouldn't be obscure in the Yan Huang pirate group. Why have I never seen your bounty? Eagle Eye finished his glass of red wine and curiously asked the Bai Kuei, who was resting her head beside him. It's not that the boss has no bounty, it's just that the photo on the bounty is different from reality. Before Bai Kuei could speak, the nearby Ulan Maiduo spoke up first, taking out a bounty notice from her bosom and handing it to Eagle Eye, smiling as she said, "This is our boss bounty." Eagle Eye took it, and his mouth twitched. The bounty notice depicted a sinister black armor, which was completely incongruous with the beautiful girl before him. Miss Bai Kuei, so you are the abyssal one of the Yan Huang pirate group, the one with a bounty of 2,300,000,000 berry. Could you please not mention that name? And why do you still keep that bounty notice, Maiduo? Bai Kuei said, helplessly tugging at Maiduo's little face as a form of complaint. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have used the abyssal one's armor to fight, resulting in this bounty notice and nickname. Since then my focus has been on the spirit cage world, and I haven't shown my face again, so there was no way to change the bounty photo and name. By the way, Miss Bai Kuei, with your strength, where do you rank in the Yan Huang pirate group? How strong is Qinglong Lu Ming, the peak of this sea? Eagle Eye chuckled awkwardly before asking seriously, in terms of strength, I should rank in the top 5 in Yan Huang. Bai Kuei rubbed her chin, pondering for a moment before saying, as for Lu Ming's strength, I advise you not to compare with him, it is incomparable. Whether in physical skills, swordsmanship, fruit abilities, or hockey, he stands alone in the world, unmatched by anyone. Is the gap really that vast? Eagle Eye said somewhat unwillingly. Let me put it this way. Even if 10 Rogers teamed up, there would still be no match for Lu Ming. In fact, if Lu Ming is serious, he can end the battle with a single strike. 1 strike. To defeat 10 Rogers. Is that for real? The usually composed Eagle Eye's mouth gaped wide open, stuttering as he spoke. Of course it's real. Seeing Bai Kuei's serious expression, which didn't seem like that of a liar, Eagle Eye finally accepted this fact, but he still found it hard to believe. To him, Pirate King Roger was already the strongest of his time. He never imagined Lu Ming would be over 10 times stronger than Roger. This seemed impossible to him. Once I reach the New World, I will personally seek Lu Ming to confirm his strength. Do as you wish. But don't blame me for not warning you if you end up dead. Bai Kuei waved her hand indifferently. After all, with Lu Ming's character, he most likely wouldn't use lethal force. A lesson would suffice. After the banquet, Eagle Eye proposed to take his leave while Bai Kuei continued sailing north to search for traces of the surgery fruit. Meanwhile, on a certain peripheral island in the Yan Huang Sea, Sherlock, having heard of the disturbance here, came over to handle it. Upon arrival, he saw 4 agents dressed in white suits and wearing masks waiting here. He immediately recognized them as members of the government's intelligence unit CP0. Shamrock, we are here to take you back on the orders of St. Gallen. Joseph, who stood in the middle, said respectfully as he saw Sherlock, immediately stepping forward and bowing. Gallen. Upon hearing this, Sherlock's expression instantly turned extremely cold, gritting his teeth as he spat out that name. Swish. The long sword at his waist was drawn, and the innate true chi turned the blade pure white. A terrifying haki uncontrollably spread out, causing the 4 CP0 agents to take several steps back. You dare to mention his name in front of me? Ever since I learned the truth about my mother's death from Long, I've vowed to personally eradicate that beast-like father of mine. Now these 4 CP0 agents dare to mention Gallen's name. It's like directly walking into the muzzle of a gun. Not good. Iron block. Upon realizing that Sherlock intended to kill them, Joseph's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, his body becoming as hard as iron. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Sherlock's attack had already arrived. Falling star. Sherlock descended like a shooting star from the heavens, carrying the power of destruction, and slashed directly at Joseph, who stood in front. Not good. Iron block. Seeing this scene, Joseph inwardly called for trouble. He instantly understood that Sherlock intended to take their lives. In this life-and-death moment, there was no room for hesitation. The four of them gritted their teeth and quickly assumed a defensive posture. Their originally soft skin instantly became incredibly hard, as if forged from steel. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Just as Joseph completed his defensive maneuver, Sherlock's fierce attack had already descended. Falling star, and Sherlock roared, his body surging forward like a blazing meteor descending from the heavens. His long sword ablaze with crimson flame as he struck downward with lightning speed toward Joseph, who stood at the forefront. This blow carried boundless power and murderous intent, as if it could rend the very fabric of the world asunder. Its velocity and force left observers utterly speechless. Confronted by such an awe-inspiring assault, even the battle-hardened Joseph could not suppress a flicker of alarm across his face. In Iron Body, Mahar, Jernica, and Gismonda instantly unleashed their signature techniques, four warriors uniting in desperate hope to withstand this single devastating strike. Shink, and the blade cleaved flesh. An arm flew through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. And he dodged. Sherlock halted mid-stride, brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of his attack. Joseph clutched the stump of his severed left arm, having already stemmed the blood flow with life return technique. At the very threshold of death, instinct had driven him to shift slightly right, just enough to evade the killing blow. Truly the bloodline of that sovereign. So young yet already possessing such overwhelming strength. Hearing those words, Sherlock's fury burned even brighter. Veins bulged visibly along his forehead as he fixed Joseph with a glacial gaze. His voice, cold as frozen steel, cut through the air. "You wretch, what does that bastard have to do with my strength? This power is forged solely through Master's teachings and my own relentless effort. Yet you dare reduce it all to a single dismissive phrase, sovereign. A title snatched from the shadows, not earned, not deserved, and certainly no justification for claiming kinship with me." And clearly Sherlock possessed intimate knowledge of the ancient affair at Divine Valley. Before the final word faded, he lunged forward once more, like a tiger descending the mountain, toward the four adversaries. Yet this charge differed profoundly from the last. His longsword now coiled not only with innate chi and armament haki, but also shimmered with a faint ethereal aura, conqueror's haki, a rare transcendent force wielded only by the most exceptional sovereigns. Breaking the constellation. As Sherlock's deep, thunderous shout echoed forth, the already terrifying pressure radiating from his form erupted like a volcanic cataclysm. An indomitable, tyrannical aura flooded the heavens and earth, so overwhelming that a single strike seemed capable of shattering entire armies. Its irresistible, annihilating momentum sent chills racing down every spine present. Under that suffocating pressure, Joseph and his three comrades struggled even to draw breath. Yet the razor's edge of mortality still ignited their will to resist. Shink, and the sheer destructive force dwarfed his prior strike. With but a flicker of motion, Mahar, the weakest among them, was decapitated on the spot. Rokushiki Soru, and Joseph attempted to create distance using the Navy's 6 techniques, but Sherlock, empowered by innate chi, moved faster than Soru itself, closing the gap in an instant. Iron body armament, and shink. The sickening sound of steel slicing flesh rang out again. Joseph's iron body, reinforced to its utmost with armament haki, shattered like butter beneath Sherlock's blade, cleaving cleanly in two before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Gismonda soon followed Mahar and Joseph into oblivion, struck down by Sherlock's sword, leaving only the gravely wounded Jernica standing alone. "Return to that bastard and tell him this one day I, Sherlock, will march upon Mary Geos, and sever his head with my own hands in honor of my mother's eternal spirit." Sherlock leveled his blade at the fallen Jernica, voice glacial. Without another word, he delivered a brutal kick, sending Jernica hurtling over 1,000 meters before crashing deep into a mountainside unconscious. Ignoring Jernica, now sprawled like a broken dog, Sherlock turned and boarded the Azure Dragon vessel. Far across the Yanhuang Sea, Lu Ming sensed every moment of Sherlock's triumph, and a subtle smile curved his lips. This adopted son was worth every effort. Lu Ming had trained Sherlock without reservation, especially in matters of character. He never demanded sainthood, only integrity, clear moral compass, unwavering principles, and above all a childhood richer in meaning than any pirate world child could ever dream of. Now it was evident his guidance had borne fruit. Sherlock upheld justice and vengeance with equal clarity. Withdrawing his divine sense and Kenbunshiku Haki, Lu Ming reclined once more aboard his ship, rod in hand, engaged for once in the serene pursuit of his own aerial fishing enterprise. Across the sea, upon receiving news from his son, Garen exploded in fury, slashing his opulent lacquered table cleanly in two with a single stroke. That accursed wretch dares defy me, his father, and boasts of slaying me. When we meet, I shall be the one to end him myself. So he declared, but took no action, not even a step toward the Yanwang Sea. For Lu Ming, he could not forget Lu Ming's effortless slaughter of Kong and the three elder stars. The raw lawless might still haunted his mind like a waking nightmare, unshakable and eternal. Upon returning to the Yanwang Republic, Lu Ming prepared to journey to the Dolawa continent, where the All-Continent Senior Soul Master Tournament was unfolding in full splendor. Simultaneously, he intended to collect potent soul beast blood. The Yanwang Academy's artificial Zoan-type devil fruit technology had matured. He sought to determine whether bloodline infusion could yield a new variant Zoan-type soul beast form. Even at its weakest, a soul beast endowed with unique abilities would never fall short of an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. Deep within the Sunset Forest, the Yin-Yang dual element I, Ndugu Bo, his soul power stabilized at level 93, practiced diligently channeling his energy not for combat refinement, but to mend his toxin-ravaged physique. This approach followed Lu Ming's counsel. True strength begins not with cultivation, but with the vessel itself, the body the foundation of all power. Under Ndugu Bo's guidance, Zhu Yuming had entered the Tiando Royal Academy. Thanks to the 9-peak purple mushroom, her soul power had risen to level 47, earning her a place on the Tiando team. At that moment, a stone gate erupted from the barren ground beside the Yin-Yang dual element I. Lu Ming emerged through it, accompanied by his daughter Lu Ku. Master, young mistress. Ndugu Bo immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply, his reverence absolute. I heard the All-Continent Senior Soul Master Tournament has begun. I've come to observe. The preliminary rounds commence in 2 days, in Tiando City. Having received the information, Lu Ming gently patted Ndugu Bo's shoulder and strode toward Tiando City, curious to see whether the Shrek Academy team, now bereft of Zhu Yuming and Ning Rongrong, could still claim victory. The All-Continent Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament commenced swiftly, held within the Grand Tiando. Seated casually in the private box reserved for Ndugu Bo, the rank 9 Soul de la, Lu Ming lounged with legs crossed, cradling Lu Ku in his arms as he watched the opening preliminary match below. Tiando Royal Academy, second team versus Shrek Academy. And Ndugu Bo stood silently behind him, like a devoted steward.